Have you guys ever browsed Instagram and wondered why everyone looks so beautiful? Why does everyone have such a perfect life? I'll tell you why. Because they're faking it. No! That cannot be the same person.
How do you spell forbidden?
Dude, Coachella versus open casket funeral.
You said I look like a corpse and like at an open casket funeral.
Yeah, you did. Well, my friends, here we are. They said it would never happen. Me and Trisha making a podcast, and frankly, I thought they were right. But let me explain, first of all, what brings us to here, which is a pairing up very bizarre. I've been wanting to make a podcast with another comedian for a while, and I don't mean that to compliment you. I think I mean like two big personalities. And in my mind, when I kept trying to think of people to do it with, I always thought, me and Trisha have a really funny chemistry. And I thought, well, fuck it. Let's just do it like that. Let's do it live. Fuck it. All right, we're done. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We shouldn't have got pizza.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time, and podcast, something that I have a bit of a patchy record on. In principle, there's always something enjoyable about being able to present a more raw version of yourself, being able to speak casually without having to filter your mind so rigorously. It's also a less demanding job in many regards, and although the result is never identical, you can go into recording with a clear idea of who you're presenting to the audience. For me, I guess I'll always be someone who requires the rehearsed nature of scripts to maximize my full potential. And although I'm not adverse to making appearances on podcasts here and there, I think I need to focus my efforts on my content first and foremost, given how I have regularly failed to do that of recent. However, it is a thought that has taken up residence in my psyche. What if I was to drop everything I was doing now, set up a new channel with the resources I currently possess, and do something that doesn't require me tearing my hair out? In a way, it's a decision that Ethan and Eda Klein, also known as H3H3 Productions, made a few years ago when they decided to launch the H3 podcast. But let's rewind for just a moment in case anyone here is not fully acquainted with the YouTube Leviathan that is.
I was wondering why it's so quiet.
Game Assassins out there. You think I was born looking this cool? No, I used to look like you, losing to noobs every day. That is until I discovered gamer gear that got my fashion on point, and I never lose to noobs anymore.
Gamer Gear glasses help you see the game and look cooler than ever. And our trademark item, Gamer Water.
Dude, fuck yeah, man.
H3H3 Productions is the YouTube channel run by the aforementioned Klein couple. They established a presence on YouTube for content that often parodied their subjects, usually utilizing Ethan's offbeat sense of humor, alongside editing that put a somewhat amusingly absurdist twist on the content they were lampooning. Nonetheless, many of these videos also had an underlying moral message that resonated with many viewers, often calling out many of the creators of their time for their often shallow exploitation of YouTube culture. They're funny, they're well made, and many of them are still relevant to this day. They're videos I grew up with and will always find a place in my heart for. However, a few years ago, as many of you probably know, they themselves became the center of attention after one of these subjects of their videos, a gentleman by the name of Matt Poss, decided to sue them for copyright infringement. It had been regularly debated on how much commentary constituted fair use, and with H3's videos, there was an uneasy trepidation that maybe, if the ruling went in favor of the plaintiff, that a new gauntlet would be set down for further lawsuits in this domain. Fortunately, the case was won by our protagonists here, and they triumphantly returned to the platform, cheered on by the platform itself and many creators whose livelihoods seem to depend on the verdict. However, you can't really undo the stress that the case would cause you, and in the aftermath, it seemed difficult to return to that content with the same sort of gusto that they'd previously bought. And it's hard to blame them. If anything, a lawsuit which requires such an investment would inevitably sap the fun out of the content that in many ways served as an escape at one point. So over time, they seemed to distance themselves further from the formula they had once been inseparable from, venturing into new pastures, including the one we mentioned earlier, the podcast.
Welcome, everybody, to the first episode of the H3H3 podcast. We're so happy to have you here, and we're so excited to bring this show to you guys. Today, we have a very special first guest, Justin Roiland, the co-creator of Rick and Morty and a very close personal friend of ours. We're going to have a lot of fun today.
The H3 podcast was founded on the 8th of April 2017, the first episode being broadcast on the same day, a few months before the lawsuit was settled. Its format seemed rather unexceptional on the surface. Ethan would bring on a guest, often someone with a pretty well-established media presence, sometimes a real A-list celebrity, and they would shoot the shit. It's a concept that's been tried and tested over and over again, and although not always yielding groundbreaking results, you'd typically expect it to be a mostly uncontroversial formula, and at the start it certainly was. But then something began to happen.
I'm a pudgy little guy, and Prank Invasion literally just got out of prison for 3 years for some kind of sexual crime.
That is not.
That's still be charged.
Well, I don't know what. No, it is a joke. It is a joke. What I'm saying. Do I need to say that every time?
I think in a way it's a peril with any commentator that has a tendency to say what's on their mind at a specific moment. But something about H3 in the podcast environment didn't
Very
always hit
good.
the best notes with certain
Yes.
viewers and fellow creators. There were moments that just seemed a bit out of step for his image, and eventually people began to express their frustration, which generated controversy in itself.
Her family says at her age, the shock could have killed her.
She's recovering, still a little
You could kill anyone. Nobody should be tasered.
But especially.
Could kill anyone, no one should be tasered. But I'm always in defense of the truth and getting your facts right. And there are some things that Ethan said in this video that weren't factually correct at all.
Now, H3 often did take time to address specific dramas, even occasionally admitting their flaws and shortcomings and pledging to do better. However, they seem to also have an inexorable nature to be drawn towards the flame of conflict. And this is where we introduce the second character in this convoluted story.
That's my dinner. Lovely, skinny. I feel like such a DIY right now. If we can make this fettuccine pink, I will be so happy. So I'm just gonna go ahead and hopefully don't get this all over me. I don't know what food coloring really tastes like. I don't think it's supposed to have a taste.
That's still recharging.
Whoa. First of all,
That
it's squirting
smell isn't ready.
literally everywhere. Can't relate. This looks more red. The cap is pink. We're gonna try and not. This looks like not appetizing.
This is Trisha Paytas. They are a veteran creator and no stranger to this channel. It's difficult to talk about what they do at length because they tend to be more of a YouTube socialite at this point, renowned for their own involvement with the platform elites and dramas that these dynamics occasionally precipitate. They're outspoken, often unapologetic, and quite unpredictable. In many ways, they're not the prime candidate for the co-host of a podcast that seems to be trying to clean up its act. In many ways, they were the polar opposite of someone like Ethan, who seemed to care deeply about his public image. And yet,
Well, my friends, here we are. They said it would never happen.
it happens. In fact, its life cycle was longer than many probably predicted, with a total episode count just shy of 40. However, to nobody's surprise, there was still no lack of fireworks, and even when the podcast soared to its highest peaks, it could only forebode its inevitable demise, and yet it didn't even end there. In fact,
Winfin
it seems to have
Tadpole
only
Rescue.
escalated.
Bye, 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 bye. Ain't nothing but a just another pleasure. That's pretty good. That was good.
There's a lot more to the story of H3 and Trisha's relationship that underlies the characters of both parties involved. A feud that long existed and will long outlive many other dramas. If you're interested in the story, then I suggest we follow it a little further. But to unravel the story in its entirety, we need to first head back to 2019, where these two strangers first became acquainted, and sowed the seeds of their ill-fated podcast. Let's see how these frenemies became, well, friends and enemies. But first, ad time. The following ad.
They
is
give me
used in
25.
locations.
Oh, I have rest
So if
experience.
you're
That's why.
under 21 or live outside the United States, then this is unlikely to apply to you. The following ad also contains depictions of recreational drug use, so if that's not your jam, you may want to skip to part 2. For those who are still here, I hope you enjoy. 2019 was a curious year for H3. Emerging from the drama of the previous 12 months, they had maintained a pretty strong upload schedule on both their podcast and their main channel. These videos certainly didn't evoke the energy
You're
of the
walking like a
channel's
boy.
supposed heyday, but the truth is that times have
About to
changed,
summon
and
my
so have they.
boys.
However, one video seemed to
Get 'em,
be
boys.
different from not only their previous content, but in my opinion, their channel as a whole. Comedy has certainly evolved on YouTube, particularly in the last few years.
I don't know,
There's
maybe
only
they're
two about
invisible.
what jokes one can and can't make these days. And although there's definitely been a clampdown on certain creators in the
Rah,
comedy
rah,
genre,
rah,
there
rah.
are still liberties you can take. And on the 8th of May 2019, I'd say H3H3 Productions exercised those with a video named Instagram versus Reality.
Have you guys ever browsed Instagram and wondered why everyone looks so beautiful? Why does everyone have such a perfect life? Why is everyone having so much fun? Perfect skin, is always laughing and smiling. Why? Because my life is so good as I sit here in my underwear covered in breadcrumbs, sad and alone. Why? I'll tell you why. Because they're faking it. That is not you. The one on the left is on the beach, the one on the right just washed up on the beach. Oh damn, Tana's looking pretty good these days. Oh. Oh, I can't believe it's the same day. She looks like a Twinkie.
Now, as the title implies, it's about how many individuals tend to airbrush and edit their content to
Oh,
make
yeah.
it conform more with society's superficial standards surrounding beauty. On the surface, this is quite a progressive message, and there's nothing overtly wrong with calling that out. The video itself doesn't pull any punches when addressing these individuals who are thought to be participating in these shenanigans. One of those in particular being Trisha Paytas.
This girl tried to use a face filter on Instagram and her phone blew up. There's another one with her.
I can't test that yet.
Ah, she is the best. She is the best. Were people even recognizing her face on the street? She is unrecognizable. This is Coachella versus throwing down in the McDonald's parking lot at 3 a.m. This is Coachella versus World Star Hip Hop. No, no, that cannot be the same person. Dude, Coachella versus open casket funeral.
I have a lot of thoughts on this video as a whole, but I don't think it's necessary to the story we're constructing. All I will say is that at the time,
I gotta free the homies, but there's no homies to free.
A bit of backlash. I think the main reason is because although it is completely fair to attack society's beauty standards and those who prop it up, attacking that person's appearance somewhat undermines the message in people's eyes, because then you yourself are using those standards as a stepping stone for your own point against it, which seems somewhat contradictory.
Well, no, I disagree. It's not contradictory. When you fake your image online and people find out that is not what you look like and you have lied, you're lying. So people are like, they have full swing to insult you for how you really look at that point, because you yourself have made it clear that you don't even like the way you look, so that you have fabricated this illusion for people online so that you can get like a fake following. So yeah, no. There's no sympathy, no empathy when it comes to what someone looks like when they have lied about how they look like the whole time that they're online. If you use filters and brushes when you're posting on dating sites, you're a part of that same format. You're no better. You're lying about what you look like. You're lying about your imperfections. And then you Pikachu face when people get pissed off that that's not what you look like? No, that's not acceptable. That's bullshit.
What you think of these people's intent, whether they are just another victim of unattainable beauty standards or they're knowingly contributing to that toxicity. If you want commentary on Trisha's own intent, however, we are guaranteed to at least receive it from one source, Trisha herself.
Sorry, crap.
Yeah. Start exercising. Stop being lazy. That is so much more to it. Oh my God! If people could even understand 10% of the mental struggles that a lot of overweight people should. I'm going to speak on myself. Like, if you could even be inside this head for like a minute.
Yeah. So okay. So she's overweight, and she posts pictures that show her looking extremely thin. Hold on, but they look fake. Let's see if it can show one. This is kind of a big place. Like this is an example of what's being talked about. Like look at her. Her nose is different. Her hair is different. Her hair is actually longer. Well, no, okay, I can see it's down here. But look, these people don't look the way they're supposed to look. And who knows if that's how they look? But yeah, there's like a fake imagery that people paint when they're showing shit online. And you can't get upset or offended when people when people are react negatively to how you've behaved.
I can't test that yet.
It really upset me. It really upset me.
It's not that I don't understand how such comments could upset someone like Trisha if they feel as vulnerable about their appearance as they present. However, as a public figure, you're gonna be the butt of these jokes. And Ethan's point, whether you agree with it or not, is that all of our appearances are flawed and that trying to cover it up is only gonna do more harm. This was a difference in perspective that neither side was going to compromise on, because they both seemed to believe that they were starting from the righteous premise. Trisha in empowering girls to post pictures of themselves online free from stigma from judgmental parties, and Ethan in tearing...
Free from stigma and judgmental parties, then why is she editing her shit so heavily? Like, dude, if they show another picture of it, I'll show you. But like, it was crazily heavily edited. Like, she did not look anywhere near what she looked like in real life. It was ridiculous. Heavily edited pictures. Heavily.
down the unrealistic thresholds of natural beauty pushed by many of these people. There was never going to be a compromise. Yet it could have just...
She's playing victim about people body shaming her about how she looks, but she herself is portraying an image of impossible features that she herself don't even have. So she can't play the victim. She's causing damage, and then when someone calls her out on that bullshit, she pretends to play victim. No, that is not acceptable. That is not a way to behave.
Ended here. Instead, though, not
take that shit on the chin.
Trisha pursued the feud online, once again escalating the comments, now directing them at Ethan's wife and child, providing some invaluable couples counseling on their marriage as well. Ethan, unfazed by these comments, continued to dunk on Trisha and the Photoshop important their content. At this point, Ethan took the W because he avoided taking the comments to the personal level that Trisha did, and maintained his stance pretty staunchly. This is where the direct interaction appeared to end, though, with Ethan delivering a final address to it on his podcast a few days later.
I didn't know who she was, to be honest with you, but I guess she's actually quite a big YouTuber. She has like 5 million followers or something, and so we put her in the thumbnail.
Go for it, my little ones.
The comparison was just so epic to me, and nothing personal about her. I don't know anything about her, obviously, but I guess she has a knack for dramatics. First is, why are you on your kitchen floor? There's gotta be better settings.
All right, here comes the dunk.
Highlighted the contrasting dynamic shared.
Yeah, look at that damage.
Really
Yeah, more damage with my staff.
Teeth at those that they wish to and take their comments to places that many would consider beneath them. Ethan, on the other hand, may make provocative content from time to time, but also has a grasp on his own opinions, and in this case, maintain control of the conversation, not falling for the outrage bait set by Trisha. Trisha Paytas has said before they will often chase the behavior that garners them the most attention, but in this instance, they kind of hit that brick wall where they didn't manage to elicit a rise out of their opponents. With this in mind, barely a couple days after their explosive rage, their tune changed, and they began posting somewhat strangely worded praise for Ethan, even asking if they could make an appearance on their podcast. As far as I'm aware, at this point, they had not collaborated, so this tweet may have been a bit tongue-in-cheek, though I have to say I'm not sure where the tongue or the cheek are. But I digress. This was the first time that Trisha had signaled interest in collaborating on the podcast with H3H3. However, this interest wasn't initially reciprocated by the clients, who didn't respond to these tweets and continued with their routine podcast schedule, seemingly paying no mind to Trisha and their antics. However, if anyone thought this quarrel in question was quite quelled, well, they were in for a little shock.
That was an epic collab. I totally didn't anticipate it. Like, this came so out of left field. But I think I enjoyed it. I think deep down she enjoyed it as well.
Something about Ethan's comedy and Trisha's
hold on. If it fails, I'm just gonna go grab a key.
As the capers continued to increment, these characters were set on a collision course that could not be averted.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Over the next few months, not too much of note happened. There was the occasional acknowledgement or mention of either party, but otherwise it seemed that this had mostly cooled. However, all this changed when Trish decided to post a video coming out as transgender.
So, in my head, I feel like I'm a transgender female to male, but also, like, a drag queen. That's kind of how I've, like, rationalized it in my head. Because, like, okay, let me just tell you why I identify as a boy more so, and from an early age. I don't like to be center of attention, except when I want to be center of attention.
Once again, I think we can keep this relatively brief, but this video was met with a lot of controversy for how it handled the subject matter and the communities that it references, regardless of whether Trisha truly was transgender. The day after, in light of the less than response, Trisha posted an apology video, which unfortunately seems to have been lost to the sands of time. This was once again received fairly poorly.
This worked out perfectly. Yes.
The H3 podcast.
She just kind of describes like a lot of people. She says, I don't know, some days I don't wear makeup and I just wear comfy clothes.
Trans.
And
that means she's trans.
I really relate to men, and I like to hang out with men more than women. And so therefore she thinks she's a guy.
So take a guess what happens next. I'm telling you, it will shock you. Trisha took to Twitter to insult Ethan. However, in a twist, this time posting some rather sensitive images that we shan't go into detail about. Ethan responds fairly unamused, and then Trisha brings up Ela like clockwork. Oh, and what would a situation be without a Trisha video?
Apparently, she came out recently as a trans male, so I guess she must know something about. Although I bet you Trisha's got a large that's bigger than my.
Hell yeah, I do.
She's one of those weird girls. She's got like an engorged.
Yeah.
Like this.
It is meaty. I have a meaty ass. It is so meaty and tight. It's like biting into an Arby's roast beef sandwich without beef curtains.
Wait, what?
This time, instead of the dispute dying a death like the previous altercation, Ethan responded to the Twitter publication of the video by inviting them on the podcast, if they were man enough. At first, Trisha, seeming hesitant to commit, requests an advance payment of $18 million, a fairly regular sum for most H3 guests, I'm sure.
Okay, like, look at her profile picture. That's what she looks like. I know it's kind of blurry, but, like, it's extremely... And then I'll show you what, like, when it shows what she looks like on her video. Like, it's just an example of how heavily edited her shit is.
Stating that they may appear if Ethan apologizes for all his dumbass trolling, something which Trisha is obviously a stranger to. A few days later, on the 16th of October, Ethan uploads another video which includes a parody apology to Trisha, mocking their often melodramatic setup, providing the implication that negotiations had perhaps broken down.
I wanted to basically apologize to Trisha Paytas, who is such a sweet, genuine person, and I just really, like, I wanted to, first of all, apologize for saying that she looked like she was at an open casket funeral, like she was the corpse inside of a casket. I mean, that's not true. That's just not what I meant at all. You're so beautiful. You're such a queen. And I also wanted to apologize for saying that you have, like, a 5 to 10 inch engorged clit that's bigger than my dick. I mean,
I don't have a target.
Ooh, 4,800 dunkers.
That would basically make you a guy. That would basically mean you had a penis. And, well, I guess I'm
nice.
confused because you said you're trans. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you. I know that. I'm sorry for saying that you're not trans. God, man, even though you have, like, cup F jugs that are always on display.
With the unpredictability of Trisha, it would be normal to assume that this interaction would fizzle out like many others have. However, in a surprise turn of events, approximately a fortnight later, a photo was posted on Twitter that showed the two parties together alongside a link to Trisha's debut on the H3 podcast.
Well, first of all, Trisha Paytas is here to... Are we here to squash the beef or roast the beef?
Ooh. I would love to squash it. But I like you guys talking about me, so maybe we'll
That's what I figured. Thank you for saying that.
It's now and a half of the two parties addressing and appearing to mostly settle their differences. And on one hand, Trisha handles themselves pretty well, in fact responding to certain questions with a degree of eloquence not typically associated with them, such as certain gender-related queries, where their responses actually add a lot of nuance to their prior content on the matter.
A lot of people are transphobic. Me coming out transgender is not going to help my dating life. It's not going to... Why would I put that on myself to hurt... I'm trying to date, I'm trying to get married. Why would I put that out there just so people can look up that I'm a transgender if I truly don't believe that?
It always fascinates me how the internet can be surprisingly hostile to those who may just be expressing confusion. And although Trisha did make some insensitive comments, their confusion was nothing to write off on their own basis. In fact, I think many only responded the way they did because it's Trisha. The podcast allowed them to make their own defense.
Spell power
was a positive thing. On the other hand, though,
critical strike with stamina.
Interview with Nick Avocado. You appear to have two parties engaging in casual conversation. However, when you know both parties relatively well, particularly Trisha, you begin to pick up on certain details that others may overlook.
I think
I already have a main weapon. That's a really nice main weapon,
I
actually.
want to find a Jewish man, but they won't date me. Like, any Jewish guy I like fuck, they can't marry me. They tell me straight up the bat, like, I can't marry you, you're not Jewish. I'm like, oh.
I think they may just be saying that as an excuse.
In this part, Trisha says they go to Israel all the time, which just isn't true. It's such a trivial detail to lie about, so trivial that you don't feel like it's worth even pulling them up on it. When it comes to other points, though, Trisha was caught with their trousers down.
I'm not trying to expose anything private, but...
It's all demonetized.
Hold on. I'm transgender. 3 million views, green icon, monetized, and I'm going to tell you exactly how much money she made. She made $8,000 from that video.
It's a fascinating watch in many ways because it outlines that character that Trisha Paytas has cultivated and places it in an environment where it can receive direct scrutiny. I do want to save some analysis for the end of the video, but it certainly illuminates how differently Trisha views the consequence of their own language and behavior in comparison to a lot of other creators. However, this podcast appearance wouldn't be possible without two people, namely Ethan and Ela.
I mean, clearly not all men are violent, like that.
Yeah,
but some are.
And a lot are cheaters.
A lot are
Perverts.
But I think a lot
underage girls, like, yeah.
So do you? Are you ever afraid that it might be your choices drive these bad characters into your life?
My choices how?
And men. The men you're attracted to.
I feel like I date everybody. Like anybody who wants to date me, I'll date them. So I feel like I'm not picky. I just date whoever wants to date me.
So maybe the image you put out to the world attracts the wrong kind of guy.
I've heard that. Oh my god, it's so scary. Oh my god, so deep. You are like a dad, even though you're only 34. You're like a 45-year-old dad.
Ethan has the energy of an accommodating yet critical host, and although patronizing and slightly presumptive at points, he doesn't just endlessly grill Trisha like some probably would. He lets them say their piece and challenges when he feels necessary, catching them out a few times. At the same time, there's this still somewhat standoffish nature between the two parties, particularly with Hila's presence, who still seems somewhat skeptical towards Trisha, and their nature to fluctuate between flirtatious and insulting towards Ethan.
I love that we're on a three-way date right now. We're like eating and talking.
I know,
We're like, Polly, Ethan's just the worst. I had to say that. You're kind of just the worst. I think Eli...
Oh, wait, hold on. So you hated me, you came in liking me more, but now you hate me again.
It's a mesmerizing experience, these two internet veterans dissecting an individual who has in many ways occupied the spotlight for so long, yet seldom been understood by those attacking them. By the end of the podcast, although it felt like any dispute had been placated, you weren't really sure if there were seeds for a future relationship. Some tension in the air still lingered, and with everything in mind, that was to be expected. But somewhere deep down, there was the potential for something truly great, and I think people knew that. As I mentioned at the start, Klein had been involved in a fair bit of drama relating to how he handled himself on the podcast, but also how he interacted with guests.
And he also had a zillion kids, so I mean, yeah.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking about it. Is there any way you can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. There's fucking lunatics out there. Off the air, I'll tell you.
All right. Jeez.
There were a lot of theories as to why this was, but many at the time were under the impression that he was not a naturally talented podcast host, particularly when he appeared with certain people. And that's completely fine. The transfer from video content that can be scripted and edited to a podcast where you really have to devote your full attention towards each and every moment can be an exceptionally difficult one. However, sometimes it's about who you're doing the podcast with, and Trisha Paytas was someone that you never ran out of questions for, and if you're an inquisitive person like Klein is in a way, then it was quite easy to maintain an engaging conversation, even if it does seem more like a case study at points.
Everything to me. The squid I got is like a transparent squid, so it just didn't taste like anything. It was a while ago. I mean, I used to eat like goldfish as a kid. I used to like swallow goldfish, so I don't think you're supposed to do that either. But I would just eat the fish out of the bowl.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I thought it was honestly food. I was young. I was like 5.
For a while, it seemed like this was the most confab we were going to see. As the
Oh,
back
V,
towards their own
interesting,
ventures over the
okay.
following months. Until the start of 2020,
All these
that is,
buttons.
when they returned to the podcast for another session of antics.
Yeah.
Love this. So it is like a
1985.
throuple. I think
It's not a throuple. It's definitely not a
I
throuple.
think of it like parents, but now I think of it like throuple. But I feel like this because me and Eli are getting along good.
Please don't think of it as a throuple.
It's like a little date right now.
Definitely not a date.
One of the constant struggles that Trisha has been quite open about on their channel is their often fruitless endeavor to find a relationship. And during their appearances on the 2 episodes of the podcast, Trisha had a nature to make certain comments that seemed to seek validation for intimacy with those they were around. These include the numerous rather pointed, flirtatious remarks towards Ethan, and referring to the podcast collective presence as a throuple. Ethan and Hila weren't completely sold on this dynamic though, and had their own plans for Trisha going forward. The year prior, the clients had conducted a dating game of sorts with an individual known as Ian the Intern, where they would peruse dating profiles and attempt to set him up with some lovely ladies. They compared this setup to the show The Bachelor, a show that I am unfortunately completely oblivious to and have very little interest in learning about. Unfortunately, Ian seemed to undermine the show when he messaged one of the participants and then decided that he didn't want her to come on the show. Nonetheless, the concept was a hit with the audience, so clearly the clients thought they would bring it back for season 2, this time branding it as The Bachelorette, with you-know-who in the starring role.
Trisha back here, and the reason that Trisha is joining us today is, as you all know,
I can't cast
Ian
that yet.
had a season of The Bachelor with an H3.
That's still recharging.
With a capital H.
That's spells.
Bachelor. And so Ian actually found true love on a season. We had some ups and downs. We had some controversies, but in the end, Ian has been dating a girl for how long, Ian?
For about since last September, around there, October.
Since last September, Ela.
Wow. Oh.
So he's in love.
And you met him on the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the show works.
Wow, I didn't know
The
this.
show works.
Oh, I had no idea this was a thing.
And so we take this very seriously. And love is very important to me and Mila, and we thought Trisha Paytas. That's the next season of Back Charging.
With so many eligible young gentlemen falling at their feet, it was clear that Trisha was spoiled for choice. However, Trisha seemed to have eyes for one person in particular.
I thought, I don't know if I can say this, and you can cut it if I'm not supposed to say this, but I was like low-key hoping, because originally I was pitched the idea to come on as a contestant, and Hila's brother's gonna be the Bachelor, and then I thought maybe he would apply to be on my Bachelor.
He was supposed to. I don't know what happened.
He said that he wanted to apply.
I found his Instagram. It's fine.
We could take a last-minute submission.
I don't
he
know what
said
he
he wanted
did.
to. I think he's honestly super busy. He's like a fucking mega hard. He's like a.
I can't cast that.
He should
yet.
make time, though,
That
right?
spell
He should make
Should
time.
make time.
He looked so hot. I was like low-key impressed. I was like, holy shit.
We'll make
He's like strikingly hot.
Okay, we'll make sure.
This is Moses Ackman. He's an Israeli-born artist and architect who is relevant enough to have his own Wikipedia page, so that must mean something. He is best known for his work Faces of Water, which uses an artistic technique involving liquid iron. All in all, he seems like a reasonably talented artist who possesses some prestige in his field of operation. However, he is also the brother of Hila Klein, and a Bachelorette entrant that Trisha seemed quite drawn towards. Trisha had been known to have a somewhat strange interest towards humans of Jewish background, and therefore it was probably not particularly surprising given their reputation that they liked Moses. However, it was still a strange dynamic, and one that Hila at least didn't seem too eager to foster.
Application.
Now I am drenched, so you might.
Oh, stop. Are you really? Oh, why? We just were talking about it.
I was looking
But
at
you're
his
late.
Instagram. Oh my god! First of all, it's crossed. I have a giant
No,
dress
but
on.
I don't know. I don't want to listen.
There's nothing. There's so much.
Smells like sardines in here.
No,
So fuck.
What brings you here?
All right, so
All right.
all right. Well, we.
I'm excited.
Well, yeah, this is excited. We'll get Moses in here too. Now,
Moses.
that's his name. Yeah.
Fuck that name. That's crazy.
Okay.
Better Bucky Moses. Holy shit.
And he looks like Jesus. The hell of a thing.
Like right
So-
the commandments of my
Sorry, what was that? What did she say?
Like, never mind. Never mind.
His name is Moses. He might spread your Red Sea.
Oh, is he into that?
Yeah, he'll
Very
eat you out when you're on your period. He's into that.
I want to DM him right now. I want to go on a date with him today.
The rules of the Bachelorette were set so that Trisha was advised against contacting any of the participants privately, particularly with the season 1 incident in mind. However, if they were to do so, there would be full disclosure with Ethan and Hila. It seemed there was some understanding between everyone that would help make the show a success, but then it happened. Yes, lockdown, caused by our good old pathogenic friend, and the H3 podcast was put on hold while they worked out their new arrangement compatible with the then present restrictions. However, even if the H3 podcast was on hold, there was no stopping the Trisha show, who decided that they had to take matters into their own hands. And just over a month after the launch of The Bachelorette Season 2, it came to an abrupt
On her
end.
Instagram stories, in bed with somebody,
Yeah.
and
just
we see a
arm.
hand, and I'm like, again, cryptic. I think that's his. I think it's his. It looks
Could
like
be.
it definitely is. But the evidence piles on.
I need to target someone first.
She posts pictures of, she says, quarantine date night. Okay. Now,
Okay.
so let's just, okay. This is a separate day. So whoever this is come back to our house, a date night. She calls it a date night, and whoever it is brought dinner.
Yes, on March the 23rd, Trisha posted pictures of them with Moses, with the somewhat oxymoronic statement that they were social distancing together. Ethan did not see the funny side of this, but Trisha continued to openly flaunt their rendezvous, much to the dismay of Ackman's sister and her husband, with them asserting that Trisha had ruined the show with their mischief.
I have to tell you that I don't know what he's up to.
Right.
And
I
I'm
don't
not,
know
this
anything.
isn't some inside joke. Like, look at the way he's looking at. So this is what Trisha posted. Look at his face. What is he doing? It's like he's goofing on us. Like, look.
Well, it's hard to tell. 'cause
Nice place, by the way, for Trisha. Nice view.
You can't tell. I don't
Hollywood
know.
Hills, by
It
the
could
look
be
of it.
just him smiling.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know what's my biggest fear right now? Is that this actually becomes serious. So both of these people promised me to keep the bit 100 billion with me.
Yes, they promised.
Like, I'm most disappointed in your brother. Trisha, whatever. We serve at her pleasure. I mean, you don't know which personality is showing up on which day. I'm just happy when she comes in.
I mean, I expected
turn
her
on us.
to work within the guidelines too.
Your brother, though, is on our side, and now I don't know whose side he's on.
Needless to say, I can understand why the two were frustrated, notably given that this was the second time this had happened. However, when you're dealing with love, you can't really put a contract on it, and this was going to be inevitable with something as loosely structured as The Bachelorette, and with someone like Trisha. This was just not a great idea from the start, and the circumstances only exacerbated that. Although in many ways Trisha was the perfect podcast guest, their appeal was also your Achilles heel. They were not a person who was going to play by your rules, so when you impose these sorts of expectations on them, then you need to manage your own expectations as well. That doesn't mean you can't find it frustrating, but it's somewhat inevitable when you deal with someone who you know is notoriously unpredictable. H3 needed to think about this, but in the meantime, chaos reigned once more. Although in a way it felt like Trisha was closer to the Kleins than they had ever been, this only really intensified the tension between the creators, who openly criticized each other over the coming months. In the meantime, to cement their commitment to the relationship, Trisha began learning Hebrew and yes, uploading videos on the matter. When the relationship was good, it was great, and the Kleins were trying to break an inseparable bond between soulmates. And when the relationship wasn't working out, the Kleins were the cause of its demise. They really couldn't win.
It just sucks because it's like I'm like losing them too, because I really started trusting them as like friends, and it's like cool to have like YouTube friends, you know, like people who get it. And so it's kind of cool to have them as like this like ally with me. You know, we had beef and then we kind of like made up and had like a playful relationship, but then they started becoming assholes again and doing this shit. I mean, like she's not allowed on my house. It's like, it's not, at that point, it's not trolling. Like I'm not there. It's being an asshole. They're not reaching out to me. They're not asking me. They're just being assholes.
Ethan and Hila seemed to display some semblance of disapproval, though I think there was a point where you have to begrudge.
I just realized, like, the only reason he's able to make this video is because these people are willing to broadcast their drama on YouTube as well, which I find funny.
Play your game when they have a chance of winning. As Trisha said themselves, they won.
Of course, so many people are like, Trisha, you're not Jewish, and to that I say I was not born Jewish, but I tend to gravitate towards Jewish people in my life that have taught me a lot.
Once more, it went rather quiet for the next few months as the stalemate seemed to persist between the parties. However, with everybody involved still 1 degree away from each other, there was that sense that the dating show was far from the last we'd see of them together. However, they'd really need a catalyst to bring them together. Who or what on earth could do that?
But the there's nothing going on the internet, so I decided to have you on anyways.
Sounds good to me.
Well, allow me to introduce 2 new guests to this very fun little house party. Gabby Hanna and our beloved Keemstar. Gabby
Oh,
Hanna is
Keemstar,
no
always
stranger
in
to
the
controversy
center.
herself, and is a common talking point for many commentators. Her feud with Trisha Paytas is no less contentious, with Trisha accusing Gabby of slander and harassment, even threatening to take a restraining order out on her after she allegedly told Trisha's boyfriend, Jason Nash, that Trisha had herpes, as explained in their now deleted video, Why I Don't Trust Gabby Hanna.
When me and Jason started hooking up in 2017, I did a video called like YouTubers I've hooked up with. She, by the clues, guessed that I was hooking up with Jason. I was. She texted Jason, and she told Jason, or I don't know if she texted him or told him in person, but basically she told him, hey, be careful, Trish has herpes and you're sleeping with her and blah, blah, blah. Gabby, have we slept together? Did I show you my STD results? Are you my doctor? Did you swab my vagina?
Gabby did not debate that she had told Nash about the possibility of herpes and testified that she was merely warning a friend about certain health risks. However, she challenged the claims of harassment and stated Trisha was attempting to blackmail their mutual friends, and since then any spirit of friendliness has been extinguished, with Trisha making further videos asking Gabby to leave them alone. To put it lightly, they're not chums, though some may be forgiven for thinking it's just another Paytas drama, and there's nothing particularly exceptional about it.
Alright, nice.
On the other hand, well, honestly, I would describe Ethan's attitude towards Keem quite exceptional. At least for Ethan.
Keem, Clownstar, I know you're watching this because you're obsessed with me. You're on every word, and your blood is boiling. You're thinking to yourself, how am I going to destroy him? How am I going to make a Twitter rant and then find some shit? This guy literally got it. I don't need to keep going on about Keemstar, but it's not the first time he's just made actually slanderous lies about me, but that is that.
Ethan and Kim have a long history on YouTube, mostly hostile, with the occasional ceasefire when a greater cause united them. But at the start of 2020, H3 released 3 videos that sought to malign Keemstar from the platform once and for all, even criticizing those who willingly associated with him.
Keemstar's got a bottle of G Fuel somewhere in his house that's actually a Horcrux. How is G Fuel still sponsor this guy, by the way? G Fuel brought to you by false pedophilia accusations. God, chug it, G Fuel.
Get it now at gfuel.com.
Keemstar responded to these videos with his own perspective, framing Ethan as a dishonest, opportunist hack and all-round hypocrite who didn't really care about the issues that he was speaking about. There are a lot of valid opinions that one can have about this mess of drama. However, one thing I would probably say that if you were familiar with either of the creators, it was unlikely to change your opinion on them. At its core, the videos were a showcase of how much these guys truly detested each other, and this continued over the next few months, with nobody really emerging as a clear victor. So what is the relevance of these two people? Well, you see, in September, bored as hell at the fact that there was no news, Keemstar decided to invite Gabby Hanna onto DramaAlert to talk about writing a diss track on Trish, which, as you can assume, went down like a lead balloon with our good friend, who sent multiple tweets to Keemstar, platforming those who they had deemed pieces of, even going as far to imply that their life could be on the line over this matter.
Hey, Keemstar, from one fat to another, get your together. Don't blame Gabby Hanna for my death because she's mentally ill. You have no idea why I had to hire 24-hour security, you sick. You think bringing up drama is all fun and games until you're egging on a mentally ill person. Saying I'm starting, saying I'm instigating shit. I'm scared for my life, you dumb son of a.
Now, it's hard to really establish a motive for why exactly Keemstar decided to have Gabby come on DramaAlert. Maybe he was genuinely bored, but Ethan appeared to back Trish's response, while continuing to speak ill of Keem. Keemstar noticed these and subsequently went off on Twitter about it himself. After this went nowhere, Keemstar reached out to Ethan offering a truce, framing it as the smartest thing to do.
In the coming months, more people were educated and they realized, oh wait, Keemstar's right.
You have a great day now.
Guy. And now you're losing, and I'm winning. But the truth of the matter is that there's no...
Can I help you?
There's no winner, right? We both lost. The lesser of the loser is not the winner. This is stupid. And we're both going to continue to lose the more we fight. And the smart thing to do is to make peace. I'm inviting you on Mom's Basement, my podcast, to talk this out and to make peace. If you don't want to come on my show, I'll go on your show. But we need to make peace. This is affecting our companies, our careers, and not really my mental health, but you said that it affected your mental health, so...
Salutations! Right. You have a great day now. Be seeing you.
You can understand why Keemstar wanted to do this, but logically it was something that H3 was very unlikely to agree to. Maybe Keem knew that, and he wanted to appear to be the reasonable party. But Ethan wasn't one to negotiate with someone he wanted to truly present as a terrible person. Given the lengths that he had gone to emphasize how bad a person Keemstar was, and still was at that point, he had more to lose by patching up the drama with our bearded buddy. However, what happened next seemed to cement his position.
I've been wanting to make a podcast with like another comedian for a while, and I don't mean that to compliment you. I think I mean like two big personalities. And in my mind, when I kept trying to think of people to do it with, I always thought, you know, me and Trisha have a really funny chemistry.
Oh, yeah.
On all of your visits.
Right. Well,
And I thought, well, you know, fuck it. Let's just do it like
Hi,
that.
how
Let's
are
do
you?
it live. Fuck it.
Oh, but this isn't live, though.
No, it's just
Okay.
film.
On September
interesting.
15th, Trisha made their return to the H3 podcast. However, this wasn't just any old appearance. From the way this was presented and discussed, this was the start of a new era, a series featuring both Ethan and Trisha, where they discuss various dramatic and miscellaneous content, whatever took their interest, based on that core appeal
Daylight's
that worked so
burning.
naturally before. Although many hypothesized
Hey.
this had been brought on by their mutual dislike
Off
of
and
Keem,
away.
they refrained from mentioning him until the end of the show.
We can talk about Keemstar. Whatever you want.
Love you. Watch Drama Alert. Should we shout it out, promo?
Drama Alert?
Yeah. What up?
You want to give a shout out to Drama Alert?
Nothing but love.
Yeah.
We're all peace and positive here.
Yeah, Keemstar's the best.
It was welcomed with open arms by their audience, but with circumstances and characters in mind, I'm sure many wondered if it was going to survive beyond a couple episodes. Ethan and Trisha's working relationship often seemed born out of a mutual cause, and it's not that a cause like that can't be worthwhile, but the question is what happens when that cause is ultimately fulfilled, like it was with The Bachelorette. If this podcast was the result of other factors like Keemstar, what happens when the influence of those factors inevitably lessens? There had to be something deeper between Trisha and Ethan. But could they ever find it? Well, let's talk about the centerpiece of Ethan and Trisha's tumultuous relationship.
Be seeing you. Pleased to meet you. Off and away. Very well, then.
Good day to you. Very well, then.
In a way, frenemies
Off
was a
and away.
concept that was constructed off Trisha and Ethan's established rapport. The fact that on one hand they'd had friendly conversations, they'd had productive discourse on certain matters, but they'd also had their fair share of drama and fallings out after they had seemingly reconciled. The question on many people's minds was, how do you keep a podcast going with two people who may hate each other on a certain day, who may not talk for months? Well, money maybe, but even then, if you're not really committed to something, it tends to show.
Greetings!
Well, I mean, they come from a conservative family. If you knew
Can I help you?
their dad is
He didn't like you. I knew that.
yeah, he didn't like me. He thought I was crazy. I mean, imagine what they would like, and you're like way crazier than I am.
Am I though? Because
I think so, yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
However, from the first episode, there clearly was a commitment involved. They even had their own personalized set to contrast between the two
Need
creators,
assistance?
Ethan on that brooding dark side, and Trisha with their pink-spirited jollity. I mean, to be honest, that's not an accurate representation of their style, but I suppose that is the sort of energy they tend to emanate, at least.
Honored,
In
I'm
the
sure.
introduction, Ethan emphasized that these two were drawn together
Can I
for
help
that
you?
unique chemistry, seemingly debunking the idea that this was a tactical
meet you.
decision on his part. There was acknowledgement that this could go pear-shaped very quickly, but both seemed to have an understanding of the potential outcomes, intrepidly embracing them. And from the first minute of the first episode, that quirky chemistry that everyone seemed to identify was on exhibit.
And how big is it? Be
It's
honest.
fine. It's fine.
Less than 5.
No.
4.
No, it's bigger than 4
5 and a half.
5.
Do you measure?
I have when I was younger. I haven't measured it recently.
How many people have you had sex with in your life?
10.
Actually?
Yeah. How about you? Of 10 billion?
In a way, though, this time it was intended. It's not like Trisha didn't mean what they said in the past. It meant that this environment was actively fostered in acknowledgement of its subsequent public release. A Friendlies episode is basically a compilation of the conversations you have with your friend. In all honesty, you'd be afraid to ever provide a public platform. But Trisha was that friend who already had the platform, so in a way, people almost felt more permitting, because it wasn't like they had much to gain from it. In return, Ethan had organically found an aspect for his podcast that he'd been desperately missing in the past, that raw chemistry.
I mean, I don't want to be chiseled. I just don't want to be like this. I don't have tits.
Right. I don't think you do. I saw you shirtless over there. He was changing shirtless.
I was covering my body.
No, you
But
weren't.
thank you.
But
I
you're
appreciate
on
that.
TikTok showing it. You don't seem self-conscious about your body.
No, I'm not.
I'm not either. Isn't that funny how like chubby people don't care? We're just like, whatever.
I mean, I don't think that's all chubby people, but I think we just have. Can I ask you some questions?
He'd finally shown his critics that he could actually do something that many doubted he could. I think the problem with his previous interviews was that Ethan and Hila aren't the best at starting conversation, and when dealing with more stoic guests, this tended to lead to some awkward interactions. Trisha was probably the most world-curious guest they had, and Trisha always provided Ethan with at least 10 zany comments to find one response to, which Ethan could always do. The highs yielded quality banter, excellent repartee, and chemistry for the ages. However, with the sunshine came the rain.
You guys were already kind of annoying me this weekend, and I'm like, honestly, I think
Why?
we either break up with you guys or snap on you guys. One of the two will come eventually, but so far so good.
Oh well, hold on.
Surprisingly, the first 4 episodes went without major incident. However, the 5th, billed as a Halloween special, is where the greasy wheels appear to detach from the ramshackle machine. Trisha has a habit of going nuclear rather quickly, and I'll discuss why in a moment. But whenever they feel slightly attacked, they seem to fight back with 1,000 times the ferocity of that which was initially launched on them. In this case, during a discussion on transparency, Trisha brings up the subject of Ethan's substance abuse to prove that he's not as open as he claims. Ethan, feeling blindsided by this comment, accuses Trisha of weaponizing his problems against him. This strikes a nerve with Trisha, and it quickly goes downhill from there.
You overestimate your influence.
Oh, I know how you guys are with him. Oh my God, Trisha did this. Oh my God, Trisha did that. Are we should be scared of Trisha? It's like,
I've never said anything like that to him.
I've seen your group chats. I literally see his phone.
Well, you bragging about looking through his phone isn't exactly the best look.
I'm not bragging about it. I'm stating something because, once again, I'm open.
Well, I've never said anything like that. I'm trying to resolve this because...
The more we talk about it, the worse it's going to be. Like, good luck. Honestly, good luck. Thanks for having me on 5 episodes. Love it. It was so much fun. And I'm over it. Good luck. And I'm sorry about your family situation. I'm sorry about your situation.
No,
I know you're miserable.
No, it's
you
not
are.
true.
I can tell. And it's sadness. And I see you when I was around your family that you have sadness in you, and it's sad.
Okay.
And that's why you're so mean to people on the internet, and I get it. But also, don't take it out on people and call them crazy and shit. Cool.
Well, we're going out on a high note here, folks. All for your viewing pleasure.
Just wire me for this later, and we'll talk never. Because I hate people just like that are you. You're the person I hate in this world.
Really?
That's so just offensive, but they do nothing wrong. And when people are provoked, oh, they're crazy, calling girls crazy and stuff like that. It's like, but taking no accountability, no responsibility. You think everything's just an attack against you. Everyone's against Ethan. Like, oh my gosh, I'm always right. It's like, ugh, you and Jax don't deserve each other. So.
Jax? Well, I can't believe you're going after Jax. He's such a sweet guy.
I love you.
All right, Trisha.
It's quite a sight to behold, Ethan perched there in his Uncle Fester costume, but visuals aside, this did spawn a situation that clearly troubled those involved. For some, this would be drama, this would be funny, but for the podcast, this was the surfacing of a problem that has been present with Trisha for years. It definitely brought into question whether this dynamic was healthy.
I'm going to try to do a post-mortem on this. I don't know, maybe she's having a bad day.
I haven't spoken about it too much yet, and I don't want to speak about too much in general.
Yes.
Has been quite open about their struggles with borderline personality disorder, a condition that alongside other symptoms can cause intense emotional instability and impulsivity in individuals affected by it. This has obviously been demonstrated in certain scenes of the podcast, and when you see Trisha storm off, some would draw that what you're actually witnessing is an episode of BPD, and question whether it's actually ethical that we're even witnessing what's going on. Everyone accepted that this time round these sorts of interactions were a very real possibility, and in an attempt to preserve that raw nature to make sure that we're receiving the full picture, even the ugliest parts are left in. Yet, although that rawness was in itself an appeal for many viewers, it also led some to question whether this was really fair given Trisha's own personality disorders, given that these outbursts were thought to be the condition in question. It's a complex discussion because on one hand, you never want to rob an individual of their agency. And let me make it crystal clear. Trisha consented to be on the podcast from its inception to its cessation. However, at the same time, when you're walking around topics that could trigger someone, when you're on a podcast that actively acknowledges that it could become nasty pretty quickly, you also have to make sure you're not just carelessly exploiting that. And although I think anyone would be pressed to say that Ethan ever went out of his way to torment Trisha, also doing nothing about that sort of dysfunctional environment could be seen as passively allowing that toxicity to thrive.
I don't know, a little pretentious, being a little pretentious with his comments.
And the moment that you stop taking those outbursts seriously, then you risk enabling that behavior as well. This was a large problem that was going to cause a very imminent demise if something wasn't done about it. If these were normal podcast episodes, then these disruptions would have likely been the end of Trisha and Ethan's friendship for at least another few months. And at first it did seem like Trisha was not going to be returning to the podcast. However, given that they had this partnership going, this was something that worked to an extent. I think it gave both parties a greater impetus to try and maintain it. At the same time, doing nothing wasn't the best option either. And in the episode following, the tension between the two was still palpable, with Trisha reluctant to open up to Ethan again after their heated exchange.
I think we're pretty much past it. I think we're past it.
I can't cast that yet.
Love it.
Although there was progress throughout the episode, it felt like something more needed to be done to keep this alliance healthy and productive. And by the next show, it seemed like Ethan had found a solution.
Back to the brain scans. Cut that out now. I'll go home in the ambulance.
Allow me to introduce you to this man then. His name is Drew Pinsky, but is more informally known as Dr. Drew. He is a renowned media personality and internist, which basically means that you specialize in treating a variety of ailments of the body without the need for surgery. Some people use the term physician interchangeably with it, in case you're more familiar with that term. Dr. Drew is recognized for a plethora of programs, most notably Loveline, a phone-in show where he would provide relationship, medical, and miscellaneous advice to listeners and callers alike. At its peak, it was incredibly popular, and Dr. Drew was generally perceived as offering pretty decent guidance to those who requested it. Since its discontinuation in 2016, he's continued to make appearances on a variety of broadcasts and has established himself online and on YouTube. On the surface, it seemed like he was a man with fairly solid credentials. So with all this in mind, he was the sort of person who may be able to resolve or at least ease the conflicts between
Slowly
Trisha
but
and Ethan.
surely.
So, on the 27th of October, he was brought onto Frenemies to help address that rift that had grown between the two hosts. Would he be up to the test?
It was a privilege. I feel like we're ending this show on a better note than we've probably done.
I feel great. I was very excited to have you here, Dr. Drew.
On one hand, the discussion appeared to go pretty well. Drew showed an interest in Trisha that allowed them to open up, and they appeared to make progress on perhaps patching up old wounds. There's discourse on drug abuse, and as an expert on that front, Dr. Drew really comes into his element. In many ways, I can see that this was useful for the two. On the other hand, there is a glaring issue. Dr. Drew is not a therapist. Although he's knowledgeable, he lacks the tact that is typically aspired for by those in that profession.
I feel like we have amazing chemistry, and I see the goodness in you, and I know that you're always fighting to bring that out more than like when you get upset or you do this and that and the stuff you regret. Like, I don't ever see that as who you are. I know who you are, and I love that person as a friend of mine.
I said it was Ethan's idea to bring Dr. Drew on because he seems to take credit for bringing him on at the start of the video. However, if this hadn't been explained, you would be forgiven for thinking that this individual was drafted in by Trisha.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone, even in my relationship now. I am trying to like sabotage it to not make it last because I don't want to be harmful to anybody, and I am. I'm dangerous to myself. I'm dangerous to other people, and it's bad.
Okay,
you know?
so stop. So Ethan, can you see how when you say something like this is a weaponized, you're attacking me? That's tough territory for her right now. You got it?
Yeah, no,
you understand? Okay.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
so here's the deal.
Now, I don't want to necessarily place all the responsibility onto Plinsky immediately, because I accept that there was the possibility that Ethan briefed the doctor in a specific way that would make him more drawn to sympathy on Trisha's end. However, even some of the comments that he makes seem to be slanted or strangely passive-aggressive.
Oh, damn, Tana's looking
Okay, stop it. Okay. So I didn't know her at all. I didn't even know her name. And then I did that.
You're one of those people on the internet, my man.
Wait, me?
No, he is.
Oh.
But feeling free to attack people he doesn't know.
Exactly.
Okay, wait, what do you mean one of those people?
One of those people that I'm swatting off every day that doesn't understand that people that are out there on the internet are actually people.
I will preface by saying that I'm not a therapist, but I have experienced therapy, and I'd like to think I know a thing or two about working with people. And one of the things that you should be doing as a therapist is helping someone open up. Immediately antagonizing someone publicly, even in semi-jest, is not going to do that. It's not the only snarky remark.
Okay. He can kind of stuff his opinions when he's making this video. I thought, you know what I mean? Because his opinions are a little more like, I don't know. I think he's a little off base on this video.
He makes, and it really feels out of place for what he's been asked to do. However, my issues don't end there.
My issue is he's calling like Ethan out and them out for issues, but he's doing the exact same thing to them. He's ridiculing them for like talking shit about other people, but is proceeding to basically shit talk these people. He's basically saying, well, that's not how you should have done it. You should have done it that way. That's not how you should have done it. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in his video this time.
Endless problems with Dr. Drew are these closed statements that fail to
very
explore
good.
a
Off
person's
and away.
feelings. I really don't want to go too
Very
much on a
good.
tangent here, but it's
Greetings.
really important that a patient can find closure in their own
All right,
judgment,
Ethan.
even if you
Very
directed
good.
them there in a way.
Off
the
and
problem
away.
is when you end the discussion of a
Interesting.
particular topic prematurely, even if you think you've wrapped it up, the discomfort in that
I think my scuff with his video is he's putting a lot of opinion and he's making his opinions fact by not stating that they're his opinion. And so it's coming across as like, this is how it must be done. This is XYZ. This and that I think is what's getting to me.
person will linger, whether it's discomfort with your judgment or doubt of their own judgment. It's not a healthy place to leave someone, particularly if you directly
seeing
conflicted
you.
with their own opinion.
You have a
Drew, you
great
can tell
day
me if
now.
I need to apologize or not on this one.
She looks like a Twinkie.
All right,
This is what my son was promoted as.
Apology warranted. The yellow outfit was the.
In a weird way, that's making too much of nothing, which is, guess what? Photographs lie. And if we don't know that by
Greetings.
now, then caveat emptor.
You have a great
know what
day
I mean?
now.
And I think,
Right.
I don't know that woman. I mean, if you feel like you hurt
Pleased
her
to meet
feelings,
you.
you should apologize. You don't want to hurt her, I'd assume. But
I don't
yeah,
think I've hurt her feelings. I think you just.
Yeah, I don't think she cares.
Right. So I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
But there is something to be learned from that, which is that photos lie, videos lie too.
Dr. Drew kind of establishes himself as an authority in providing opinions on topics throughout the episode, and that's not really right. Ethan doesn't handle this the best, admittedly, by thrusting the emphasis on whether he should apologize to Pinsky, but at that point, you as a therapist need to step in and say, hey, it's not my job to arbitrate these specific situations. It's my job to help you arbitrate.
Didn't he basically say that? He's like, it's not really important. He's like, you're making a big deal out of something that shouldn't be a big deal. He's basically saying that. That's what the doctor says. He's like, he's basically saying it's not really his place. Because he says it's not a big deal.
Them yourselves. Nobody needs to know Dr. Drew's opinion on this subject to find resolution. This isn't to say that he can't express feelings about certain matters, and in many places he speaks with power to subjects that are helpful, but he often seems too driven to make a judgment before all the facts are on the table. Case in point?
Okay, there was an issue. This is a whole different issue, but I had an issue with my boyfriend, which is his brother-in-law, with private DMs. He exposed all these private things, so there's no boundaries when it comes to me.
No, I
but
get
as
it.
soon
I
as
never realized that he would dress up and stuff with her.
was like, whoa, you're weaponizing. Oh my god, you're being a
Yeah, I never
crazy
weaponized
now.
anything. Yes.
No. You told me I was weaponizing when all of a sudden I thought that was our relationship, just saying whatever, just everything's out in the open. So I was like,
I got
That's what I thought. So she's confused. It confuses her to not know where you're supposed to draw the line, right?
Yeah, I was
Don't
shocked.
you see? But don't you see why me now would never say anything like that to you in private?
I can see that, but the same thing, you read private text messages I sent only to you.
Hold on. Ethan, not saying things in private to her because of that does not make you an open person, right? You can't say I'm totally open about everything, but I can't trust you, so I'm not going to be open. It's okay. You don't have to tell everybody everything, but don't claim that you're wide open and telling everybody everything. She's the one that's really wide open. Too much so, right?
I agree. I do agree with that.
Ethan has expressed a direct disagreement with what Trish is recalling. At that point, you have to unravel that. Otherwise, you can't be certain that the image that is being projected is an accurate one. Instead, Dr. Drew takes Trisha's word as gospel and moves in with his thoughts, but without addressing the fact that this judgment may be based on presuppositions that aren't exactly true, there's no guaranteed validity, and once again, no guaranteed closure. If there's a sensitive personal subject that had previously been publicly revealed, that's very different to one being exposed for the first time. In a way, Dr. Drew is somewhat disadvantaged in judging these situations. He is unfamiliar with the podcast. He clearly hadn't watched the situation transpire as he is approaching it with fresh eyes. However, when you do that, you also need to know that someone's word may not be completely accurate. And if you assume it to be right, you risk never bridging that divide.
Oh, and I've gotten help for the past year because I had 2 mental hospital stays where I was put on a 5150. So like I go into these like
Fugues, these states.
yeah, like it's like a blackout where I'm like not that person.
Yes.
And like that was the first time that happened. So now that that's out there on the internet, like everyone thinks that's just me, that I just like abuse people, and it's like it's never been that far.
It's difficult when dealing with Trisha because you don't want to risk triggering an episode, but at the same time you also want to be careful when dealing with someone whose narratives can be somewhat unreliable. You could be providing life-changing advice, but it wouldn't matter if it's under false pretenses. The presentation of this is couples counseling, but by the end it is really transformed into Trisha's counseling, with the occasional input from Klein. And maybe it makes sense given that Trisha has more issues, but when you're trying to repair that bond, there has to be some semblance that you're keeping a couple on even footing. They have to be in this together.
Yeah, I can see why your relationships don't work out.
I can see why you've been with the same person for 12 years.
Thank you.
You have no other options, and quite frankly, I don't blame you.
Ethan may have had problems in how he interacted with Trisha. He knew that frenemies needed conflict, but it's a fine line to walk, and it's fair to say that at points he may have crossed a few sensitive boundaries. However, it was a shared change that needed to be undertaken, and even with the understanding that Trisha was working on themselves, they still had a commitment to the podcast as well if they wanted to maintain it. Nonetheless, towards the end, we appeared to be moving in that direction, as there seemed to be heartfelt comments from both co-hosts expressing remorse for previous hostility and expressing desire to build from that.
I do. I feel horrible. I do apologize for being so nasty, like from the pill thing, because I know how that feels, and I apologize for trying to be tough and badass and talking about Hila and everything. Like, I always feel bad. Like, I feel bad about it when it's not in a joking mode. When it wasn't, when you triggered me, I felt bad. When I was like, good luck trying to get your wife pregnant. Like, it was just a mean thing. I don't know what it was, and I'm sorry, and I feel bad. Like, that's not me.
Thank you.
It's not the last time.
I do
not
know
the last time you'll do it.
At the end, you may have been given the impression that this was actually a proper reconciliation, with Klein and Peters thanking Dr. Drew, committing to another episode with him in the future, and the podcast ending on a considerably triumphant note. But it all felt a bit hollow to me. Maybe that's with the context of where we are right now, but even then it's very difficult to take anything at face value, because even becoming invested in this progression requires an assurance that we wouldn't end back in this place that caused this episode to occur, and I wouldn't think that everyone was prepared to invest themselves in that, especially given the difficulty of acquiring the truth and how Trisha even presented that in the podcast. It felt like we could end up here again, and lo and behold, we did.
Well,
yeah, Hila was watching and she said, why didn't you tell her that she had powder on her lips? I was like, I mean, I was staring at it the whole time.
So mean.
On my screen, it just looked like a glint on your lip gloss.
In the beginning, I said you
would've
have
said
powder on your lips, but then you didn't get it all off, and the whole episode I was just staring at.
Can we have Hila as a guest on our podcast?
No, she's busy. Don't talk about Hila. We're cutting this part out. She doesn't want to be talked about.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm serious. We have to cut this.
That's fucking crazy. Like, what's even the point? She doesn't want to be talked about?
Because she doesn't like that you're always bringing her up and saying how she doesn't like you and all this shit, because it's not true, and she finds it annoying because she doesn't want people to start thinking that like she doesn't actually like you.
Well, she doesn't. Whatever. It's so fake, and that's why H3's not what it was, because you guys are fake as fuck and cut things out.
Okay, you're like on a thing now. So.
I'm not. I just think it's so fake. It's so bullshit. It's like, oh, let's talk about
Hila
everything with
asked
her life.
not to be included, and I'm
Okay.
respecting her request.
Then I'm not talking about anything personal anymore.
Okay.
I won't talk about Moses. I won't talk about me. Like, it's just whatever. Who cares?
Should we? Well,
Make it boring. Cut it. I cut all of it. I literally couldn't care less. Let us do something.
It was approaching Christmas when another fracas occurred, this time over the topic of Hila not wishing to be spoken about on the podcast. Both involved seemed to try and fail to de-escalate the situation at different points, causing discussion to rapidly intensify, culminating in Trisha storming out and making some exceptionally strong comments.
She's really upset because she was saying how Hila doesn't like her.
Hila says, don't talk about me on the podcast. All I said was you should have the guest. He's like, we can't mention Hila. She doesn't want me to talk about, oh, she's too good for a fucking podcast, even though we were talked about. They never once consulted me at the beginning of the spring. She has a fucking podcast. I brought life to the fucking H3 channel, but oh, Hila's too fucking good to even mention her name. I said nothing bad. I said like, oh, we should have her as a guest or whatever like that. Don't even mention Hila. She doesn't want to be talked about. Fucking.
Okay.
I literally don't care. Literally, I don't want to come back because I really fucking hate her. Such a fucking bitch.
She's not.
And you are too. And you're a fucking cuck.
You
and you have no fucking
cock.
backbone.
All right, you should leave. We'll talk later. Yeah, you should get out.
I am going, but
Yeah.
we're not talking later. Fucking bitch, you too.
It's not about dumping.
Over the next few days, Trisha put out videos elucidating on their feelings. These videos are long-winded and not the clearest. Some of them are very angry, some of them are sad, but they all highlighted one thing: that Trisha was struggling with their identity and often didn't know what portrait they wanted portrayed on the podcast. Yet they didn't feel like they had a choice in many capacities.
I'm out of range.
Pushing myself for the sake of drama for the show. I don't mind a debate. I don't mind. Obviously, I love Ethan and find Ethan funny. I like our dynamic.
Warning!
It's very
Warning!
similar to
Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
I like the poking. I think it's fun. I think it's entertaining. Obviously, people find it entertaining.
Warning!
And look,
Warning! Intruder alert!
I find it
Intruder
stimulating
alert!
to have a opponent, if you will. But I do think Ethan pushes me to get this.
I gotta do 15 of these? Oh my.
It's something I don't like.
This seemingly caused a lot of anguish within them, and in many ways it looked like the only solution was to quit, with Trisha even acknowledging it as a viable option. However, after the success of Dr. Drew's first appearance, our expert was once more called in to settle their feud, this time alongside Dr. Mark Young, an expert on entertainment and business.
That's still recharging.
Well, Dr. Drew was already pre-booked for this appearance. It just coincided with the pair falling out, so I guess it all fell into place. However, this episode was definitely more contentious than the last. There are obviously tonal issues that I've previously discussed, but many of people's problems come down to the core message of the episode. It's 2 hours, and I'm not going to be talking about all of it. Watch it yourself if you dare.
Or she says she's joking when she says stuff like this, but she goes, well, she says of Ela's mom, Moses' mom, he's not very close with her and she wouldn't be invited to our wedding. Or you guys wouldn't be invited to our wedding. Or you guys aren't close with Moses. She always says stuff like that I feel like is driving a wedge between Moses and his family. There's one more piece that I think is important.
All right, go ahead.
When Ela asks Moses about it, Moses says, I didn't say that.
Yeah, it's actually not important.
The main question posed is how these two should be dealing with Trisha's outburst. Now, on Trisha's front, this is a difficult question for sure. This is why you need someone who's actually an expert in this field. Dr. Drew, for all his abilities and qualifications, is not. So the focus often turns to Ethan, where the discourse quickly becomes focused around how he should deal with Trisha. But Dr. Drew's advice on this front also falls short.
You just will.
Yeah.
And Ethan, your job is to not respond to splitting.
Yeah, but she's driving away. But I can't. If she's
my wife. I got to get on your case for this one. You are allowing the wedge to be put into place. She is doing what she does. She is doing her splitting thing, and your job is to go, You know, also, Trisha, that one of your things is unregulated aggression, hostility. Once it gets going, it goes, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Ethan
It's like he's just like, it's true. This guy's all about just shit. Like basically telling him that he has to put up with her.
As opposed to just containing it. And so
you gotta watch the clip.
The whole mantra of merely moving on from inflammatory behavior seems rather disagreeable. Maybe if they were both 10, it would be some wise old parenting adage, but they're not. You are allowed to assert boundaries at this stage of a supposed friendship. It's almost like Drew believes that any other action other than rolling over is innately provocative, and that's just not true. As a matter of fact, you could well be enabling toxic behavior by not at least challenging it. Personality disorders may make you more predisposed to certain behaviors, and it may help understand and explain actions, which is why it's important to approach these situations with sympathy. But it is never an entire explanation, because the moment it becomes that, you're not only painting all those people with personality disorders in a bad light, you are giving a person a blank check to let it happen again.
So you shouldn't take offense when you don't know what's what. You just can't take offense to stuff when people are just talking. Later, if you're able to substantiate these things and find out that, you know, Moses is not trustworthy or does feel the way that Trisha's telling you, well, then it's something to talk about. But in the meantime, it's just whatever. Don't react.
So in a way, I think the problem comes down to the fact that Dr. Drew has been brought on to save the podcast, and maybe the only viable option in their mind is for Ethan to appease Trisha. But it's not a healthy option long term, and maybe in this scenario, the only way to save the actual substantive friendship is to seek real therapy for each other, and maybe not have every single interaction be a public spectacle.
I think, first of all, I'm willing to admit my mistake. I should have definitely talked to you about this before we started recording. I should have said, hey.
Can I stop you right there? That does not feel like you mean it.
Oh, it doesn't? I do mean it.
Make it really clear that you mean it, because this will come back around to hurt you if she isn't convinced that you mean it.
One of the greatest issues of this generation,
yeah, he does have issues,
wannabe therapists, is that they are better at being media personalities than they are at dealing with real people who wouldn't typically deal with their issues in the public spotlight. I think it's completely acceptable to provide live advice in a format that allows you to keep the person seeking advice anonymous, or at least not make them the center of the matter at hand. However, when you're applying a very personal type of therapy, you need more than charisma to make sure that what you're saying is actually helpful for those who will inevitably take those words to heart, especially someone like Trisha. What we're watching wasn't therapy, it was theatre, and it was a question of whether the people involved were better off for it.
But I feel like with each of these blow-ups, you guys get, I wouldn't say closer together, but it helps you guys manage your relationship better.
Also, this is the bullying builds character of 2020. What a ridiculous statement.
What do you think about the truth about
Okay, but you're asking me right now, and so
because you're not being honest.
Okay, but do you want me to reply? I will be honest, but I don't want you to be like, you're attacking my parenting. Do you want my honest opinion?
No, because you said, well, okay, you say, okay, well, your mom should be here then.
I do think I would have my mom watch over a nanny. I don't trust strangers with my personal experience. I don't think your nanny's the worst. I'm just saying my personal experience.
This is not the exact conversation that happened. I don't think it's productive to go over it now.
Well, you just asked me. Did you not just ask me to give you my opinion on this? And that's what I'm saying. Do you really want me to tell you? I will. I have no problem
We already
with it.
talked about this.
Okay, but you just asked me to give you an opinion again about it.
I heard your opinion. I heard it.
I don't care to share it again. I'm just saying, like, if he wants me to
Because you're
reply,
like sugarcoat. Like it's very obvious that she was in that moment digging as deep as possible.
I was not digging it. He was pushing it. Okay.
So now a lot of Frenemies audience really resented Trisha immediately after this episode, particularly given that Dr. Drew's advice seemed slanted in their favor. But I find it hard to blame them in many ways for the actual advice they received. The buck stops at self-proclaimed experts in this case. And it's not like they're completely in the wrong. Trisha does deserve sympathy, but just not in a way that invalidates how Ethan feels. If Ethan was the therapist type, then maybe he'd be able to handle Trisha in a way that doesn't affect him. But he's clearly bothered by Trisha's behavior because Ethan is not a therapist. In fact, sometimes he can be quite the opposite.
H3's a hypocrite. Because he said Nick on his podcast. It's like, dude, you call yourself a news source. Like, get fucking real. You know what? If you think I'm wrong, if you think that I'm a racist and a hypocrite, if you didn't bother to watch the podcast and you downvoted and you left a mean comment and you called me a hypocrite, fuck off.
Unsubscribe. Yeah,
Don't
just
watch.
leave.
Don't watch.
Because we'll have a lot less of that shit to deal with in the future.
Keemstar, the pinnacle of logic and sanity on YouTube.
I have a strange relationship with Ethan Klein. I was always a massive fan of his work with H382 Productions, and I don't think my appreciation for his content has ever fully dissipated. But I do think the podcast kind of revealed to me that he had a few more layers than those which were displayed on the original channel. And in a way, it's not exactly
Yeah, because it's fucking YouTube, dude. Who's gonna paint their whole entire image on their on YouTube like that?
When it's in that environment, you can always
When they're editing and contenting video, they're gonna make it look as good as possible. And then podcasts are a little difficult because it's more raw.
That can provoke people. Mostly people who aren't there, but still.
Can't Pikachu face when you're like, whoa, I didn't expect this person to be like this. After you're watching them for hours and hours.
Otherwise, you're going to be holding yourself back. And I think the challenge posed to Ethan after this episode was one of great magnitude. Yet, although I've made it clear that I think Dr. Drew's advice was subpar, I think Ethan seemed to find his own resolution that worked quite well for a bit.
But anyway, what we have here today is the steamies, as if to drinking the piping hot steamy
I
tea.
thought it was like a steamy dump.
Yeah. That also went through my head. You could think of it either way. It's a steamy dump. It's a steamy tea. What it is the real award show of 2020 that you wish was here, but the streamers are too much cowards to actually cover what matters.
The first episode after Dr. Drew was the Steamies, a self-acclaimed honest spin on the Streamies, an award show where all the fantastic influencers celebrate their successes. However, in the Steamies, these awards were a bit more ironic, with Trisha even being in attendance to pick up their award for the most dramatic creator. What a coincidence.
Humming majority, 47.1%. Trisha Paytas! Wow. You won. Here it is. Most dramatic creator of the year. Wow. They love you. They really love you. And we have
Good day to you. Very good.
Very own.
Hi, how are you?
Frenemies style.
Very well, then.
Rhinestone. Steamies.
Oh my god, it's pulling me further away.
We're gonna have to get this engraved for Trisha Paytas, most dramatic creator of 2020. Congratulations.
Their first video of the new year seemed to follow in a similar direction, and it helped they had the substance to work with.
Frenemies is under attack. That's gonna be the title. It's gonna be really good.
Frenemies is under attack. Okay, I like that.
It's true though. It's true.
Actually? Oh.
Two of YouTube's most controversial personalities is creating new conversations about mental health. That sounds good, right?
I don't like being a poster child for like a mental health. All of a sudden it's like BPD and mental. It's just like.
I agree. I don't like it either. We're just two friends doing a podcast.
I did watch your H3 live a little bit about someone saying like, I just hate that that's what it's about. Like, how dare he collab with a girl with mental health issues? It's not like I killed somebody and I should be like locked in prison forever.
You see, over the Christmas break, their squabbles and subsequent attempts to patch it up had caught the eye of certain publications and creators who felt that the content published on the Frenemies podcast bordered on exploited. Ethan, as the chief organizer of Topics, comes in with the spin that Frenemies is under attack. Maybe a bit hyperbolic, but it provides a springboard for them to reinforce their bond. I think in this case it works, uniting them around a cause. Ethan also goes out of his way to reassure and support Trisha. And a lot of people really appreciated this. They used this momentum to transition into a really good segment in it where they just watch old clips of Trisha on TV, something that I absolutely adore. Maybe it's just my love of game shows, but it's really wholesome. The entire episode is actually quite great, and many people commented how refreshing it was that they genuinely seemed like friends here. And I began to think, maybe Dr. Drew's advice wasn't the best. Maybe his tone was too blasé for most. But maybe it's what made Trisha the happiest. Maybe it's what made them the most confident going into the podcast. And maybe it provided a sense of resolution on that identity issue that they had expressed
Very well,
conflict
then.
over. Therapy isn't a one-size-fits-all method, and if Ethan's main goal was to keep the podcast going, and he still seemed to have a good time, then who was I to judge? Maybe I was being too critical.
Yeah, they're like, if you touch her, you'll be escorted off like mid-show. We don't care. I was like,
You
okay.
have a great day now. Hey.
What a diva. You're
Very
just
well,
Ellen.
then.
You're just a TV host. You're not the fucking queen.
I know. I was so nervous.
Wait, I didn't. Okay, this is great. I'm glad we're doing this.
The episodes after this seem to be continuing in this vein. People actually seem to be preferring this style. It still seemed pretty sharp and witty, but what a change.
I'm talking about all the Beatles.
Well, I think John Lennon's the only one that said that they're bigger than God.
They all corroborate with it. I don't like.
To be honest, they kind of are bigger than God.
I think God is the biggest.
Okay, name one song he's made.
Well, not much on the surface.
Off and
Ethan
away.
didn't seem to become a shell of himself like some were probably worried, and Trisha seemed a lot more optimistic going into the new year. However, I do think the awards show illustrated one of Ethan and Trisha's greatest combined strength, that although their spontaneity had its own appeal, they were at their best when they were building off and reacting to other material. It's a very simple observation at its core, but all of the worst arguments seem to begin when Ethan and Trisha become too fixated on themselves.
Oh, it's attack power.
Than those close to them in the moment, particularly
Damn
when
it.
one of them took it personally. Sometimes it's a hard discussion to avoid, given Trisha's nature to go off on tangents about their personal life. Nonetheless, I think that Ethan came into 2021 with a refreshed sense of focus. Although they both were still somewhat easily distracted, he would often bring the video back to the core thesis. He didn't allow himself to be pulled away towards subjects that could lead down a problematic path, and I think that was definitely beneficial. But I also think that with the new year and the new drama, there was a new purpose. Things seem to be looking up for once, and whoever was responsible for it should have given themselves a pat on the back. Maybe Dr. Drew was the therapist we didn't want, but the therapist we needed. But were we missing something? Here's the thing. There were a lot of theories at the time that Trisha and Ethan played up that drama for the camera, which is in a way what they were responding to that episode. Some believe there was a financial incentive to do so. And it's not like that theory holds no water. Those moments did tend to receive more publicity from the podcast and other sources. But they were so successful without that conflict, it wasn't necessary for their collaboration subsistence. And often with the fate of the podcast on the line, it's not a boundary worth pushing. The long-term trade-off
Cybermen.
was not worth it. If anything,
Oh, here it
the
is.
content at the start of 2021 showed that frenemies have the ability to be just as successful without hostility. And I think this movement towards a more cemented friendship was almost an arc in itself, and very satisfying for audience members to watch. Now, make no mistake, they were also helped by an influx of drama which covered creators that Trisha and Ethan both had interactions and history with, ranging from Shane to David Dobrik to James Charles. And when pickings were this plentiful, they didn't have to skimp out on topics.
She was upset that I was going to make out with Seth, and so I flipped out.
You're being mad about the Seth.
Well, that's not true. I was here.
Mad about the Seth makeup thing is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Is it?
Was that real? Like him saying it's crazy three
Yeah,
times? Or
yeah.
was that edited?
No, that's the clip, unedited. Not being comfortable with it. And here's the footage.
Yeah.
And not only you saying you're not comfortable with it, but David, I mean, look at. People misuse gaslighting all the time. This is gaslighting.
Right.
Because you know something's wrong, and he's trying to convince you that you're crazy.
Right.
However, this didn't mean that they didn't share more personal moments or tackle difficult subjects. In fact, as I've shown, Ethan really went out of his way to support Trisha. They even had an episode where Trisha spoke about many of their struggles growing up, which at the time seemed pretty real.
My mom, I had issues with my stepdad, so that was my main focus. Well, not my stepdad, one of her boyfriends, and so that was my main focus at home. And then I tried to say stuff, and then I was like,
Past that yet.
my mom worked 4 jobs, so we were by ourselves all the time. She worked at the country club, she was a bus driver, she was a substitute teacher. Like she worked like so much, and like the boyfriend would come home or whatever. But it was bad. It was, I thought if like my own like principal doesn't believe me.
Starfire is so strong.
Pathological liar.
Oh my god.
Or,
Like,
you said you're a chronic liar.
Oh, like you think I'm lying about this now? No, I'm not lying about it.
I just am asking because I know people are gonna be like, she admits she's a pathological liar. You can't trust anything she says.
Like when I was younger, but I'm not now. I don't lie. I make a really conscious effort to
I
like,
believe
not...
everything you say. I don't think you're a liar.
Many people really felt like Trisha was beginning to change as a person, and in a way, they definitely were. They were being nice to Ethan, tolerating his assertive comments, saying a lot of genuinely sweet things that many viewers found legitimately endearing. However, I'll bring it back to Dr. Drew and the notion of mutual change that I felt was a bit neglected. At the end of the day, Ethan certainly was capable of doing more to accommodate Trisha, and if you would rather cater to Trish than ask more of them to keep the podcast going, then I think that's justified. But there was still one element that I think Trish needed to provide, and that was trust.
I think my trust with like influencers in general, like I really thought they were my friends. So when you kept being like, "I'm here for you, I'm your friend," and I was like, "Oh," you know what I mean? I feel like maybe a lot of that.
Warning! Warning!
I think there's plenty of other things that come from that stuff.
I think that they really. I went to a mental hospital for the first time in my life after David and Jason.
It should be no surprise that with their history and their dispositions, Trisha isn't a very trusting person. And in a way, it's not like I blame her. I think it's very difficult to trust people when you've had that trust abused in the way that Trisha seems to express it. However, Ethan isn't like those other people, and I have my problems with Ethan, make no mistake. But sometimes a weakness can also be a strength, and one of my criticisms is that Ethan can play favorites a little too much. Now, everyone is biased, however, I think Ethan is unreasonably harsh towards some people and far too lenient with others. Particularly in the episodes where they were covering drama, Ethan really used an aspect of himself to go at many people Trisha had expressed issues with, really asserting his loyalty. But Paige's reaction often showed there was still an inkling of doubt as to Ethan's sincerity. It always just fell short of the heartfelt moment, at which point you began to wonder if there was anything Ethan could do to break through.
Do in the moment, because I always think that I'm on the defense with you when you were actually on my side, and
I'm always on your side. Always.
Right.
Right. You can believe it. That's
Now, Trisha isn't a stranger to making sassy comments, but they always seemed like a way to shift the tone of a conversation and prevent themselves from showing that vulnerability and trust that may allow someone like Klein in. You could tell their wall was built high, and in a normal world, many would say that this is profoundly illogical. Even if you loathe Ethan, all logical routes would point towards his desire to maintain good terms with Trisha, beyond the podcast as well. The personal investment was significant, especially given Trisha was now Moses' fiancé. Hell, they even did a whole couples episode with Ela making an appearance as well.
All right, Ethan and Trisha.
Now, with peace and love, I will say I think we're both good drivers, Ela. So this isn't like, I know both spouses say, or usually between two couples, it's like one is obviously better. I think you're a really good driver.
All right, just show your answer.
But I said me.
Me.
Everybody said me.
Hold on, Moses, what was
Everybody said me.
Wow.
That's pretty funny. Ela, you think you're a better driver than me?
I love your whole explanation. Yes, I do.
Interesting.
In many senses, Ethan was bending over backwards to stand up for Trisha. He gave them a platform to speak on certain matters. He believed them. He advocated for them at every opportunity. This caused backlash at points, particularly when he went toe-to-toe with other creators over dramatic matters, particularly when people didn't believe Trisha's testimonies, which, outside of the H3 fanbase, was still a significant online presence. There are numerous episodes where David Dobrik and the Vlog Squad are addressed. Trisha has a lot of history and baggage with them, and much of that is aired to the point where Trisha claimed that lawyers were becoming involved.
It's gonna look like I'm obsessed with David. I can't put everyone's story out because it takes away the credibility from everything I'm saying.
I don't know though. I disagree. I know you said that, and I totally get it because this is like a lot of
People are gonna, people are not gonna take me seriously if I just turn into the
You're
David.
giving like a platform to people. Like I'm shocked Seth shared that story because he got like
Hey,
didn't get as much attention
daylight's
last year when he
burning.
started talking
Off
about
and
this.
away.
And Big Nick as well. Like I'm shocked that they came forward because Big Nick is still on good terms with David, and it's like at least you're giving people like a safe platform where they feel they're backed by a big creator, which is you. Because going against David alone, you just like
It just gets lost in the void.
Ethan was prepared to antagonize himself to certain audiences if it meant backing his partners, with skepticism billing him as opportunistic and only siding with Trisha because of their status and the revenue that it brought. Now, I'll give my own subjective opinion on it in due time, but it was divisive then. But between that divide, Ethan sided with Trisha. Was Trisha completely on Ethan's side? Well,
Be seeing you.
And also you're fat, so you qualify. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding because of the argument. I'm sorry.
look who's talking.
I'm fucking mad.
You're not, but the haircut doesn't do you any favors.
In episode 29, there's this interesting interaction where Ethan makes a comment directed
Hi, how
towards
are
Trisha
ya?
about their weight. Trisha then retorts by insulting his hair. This then leads into a rather elongated discussion about which one of them is fatter. All in all, it seems like a pretty inconsequential conversation, until around 40 minutes later when Trisha decides to retract their statement and apologize for their previous comment.
I like your haircut, by the way. Can I just say, I like your haircut. I
Oh, you do?
didn't want you
No,
to think I was being mean. I was just trying to be mean.
No, I
because
agree.
Me.
No,
You
I
said
know.
I was fat, so I needed to fire back.
No, I know.
I felt a little like on the
No,
defense.
it's fine. It's fine.
No, but you made me feel a little bad, and so I wanted to make you feel bad, and that was
Thank
mean.
you. But I actually agree that I always look way fatter when I cut my hair.
That's why I wear extensions.
But I don't feel, but it's fine. Thank you for apologizing.
Okay.
At that moment, it seems like quite a nice gesture, but there's a catch.
Hey,
I was
don't
just
feel
trying to
bad.
be mean.
Don't feel bad.
You don't have anything to say to me? You also called me fat, which triggered that.
Oh. Well, wait. What's the point of an apology if you're just
I thought,
looking
okay.
for
I
reciprocation?
was just looking to see if you had maybe forgot, but that's fine.
Wait, when I called you fat for the
That's what triggered me to call you fat.
wait, the TikTok thing, or what
Yeah.
I said? I forget what I said.
Both times. You said I was fat twice in this episode.
Now, if you believe that Ethan should have apologized for his comment, then fair enough. But it's a strange situation because those sorts of jokes never seemed off limit prior. And as Ethan points out, the expectation that someone else should apologize for something isn't a good motive for an apology. The point is, though, that he didn't apologize. And there's a moment of awkwardness while Trisha processes Ethan's response. And you just have this feeling that something still isn't quite there for them. Ethan was only prepared to compromise on so much, and it was unclear whether Trisha was fully satisfied with that. With acknowledgement to the previous part and everything I've said in it, the Frenemies episode still seemed headed in the right direction, with an energy that did become more positive. It still seemed viable that Trisha would finally settle in the place that they were, with the people they were with. The absence of those more large-scale conflicts would make many believe we were perhaps approaching calmer waters, and no one could really be blamed for expecting anything else. At the start of episode 37, Trisha seems in rather high spirits. They mentioned that there had been an argument with Klein, but both parties expressed reluctance to delve into details, and they seem happy to move on from it. Maybe people noted how exuberant Trisha was during this episode, maybe even a bit too exuberant.
Yeah, so there is some. So anyway, guys, head on over to Trisha or sadboy2005.
This is our collab. This is our first collab. We have 4 more collabs coming out this year, and then we're gonna do our own in-house stuff. Daddy Fresh is definitely an inspiration. When I've always wanted to do like a clothing line, but I never saw anyone do it. And then not that it's easy, but like seeing you guys do it, I was like, this could be like attainable. You know what I mean? And
Go
then
for it.
I have like, I feel like I don't know. Anyways, I'm really excited. I feel like the quality's good. Everything's hand stitched, hand printed, this is hand dyed. This is hand sprayed on. Yeah. They dyed this.
There's
purple
some
and blue.
dude in a studio going.
Someone questioned a few of the comments made during this podcast and whether they were completely alright, with some wondering if they were having a manic episode. Regardless, as good as their mood appeared to be, there was one talking point that they did briefly stop on.
They're about equal. It's kind of a coin toss for me.
Oh my god. Super. Technically we, because you didn't extra. Anyways,
I pay
the
him,
logistics.
stop.
Well, you get a little extra from Frenemies. You had to pay the crew, so we pay them for Mondays. You did tell me that.
Oh.
So I pay them too, from our earnings. So.
Interesting.
I pay you, Dan.
The arrangement between the two split the podcast profits 55% to 45% in Ethan's favor, with 5% going towards production costs. In exchange, Ethan also claims that he organizes the episodes and does the rest of the work. Trisha decides that this isn't really a topic for discussion right now, and although Ethan persists a little longer, the conversation subsides shortly after. It seems like a mostly trifling detour, one of many, but I'll put a pin in it for future reference. The next episode is a mostly entertaining, albeit uneventful vlog, where Trisha continues to impress people with their encyclopedic knowledge of Hollywood.
This used to be a KFC and it's now a Zanku chicken.
Wow! That is insider info.
Huh, they're actually right. Fair play. Anyhow, I digress, though once again Trisha does scold Ethan for not coming in costume. It all seems fairly friendly, and I shan't dwell on it. I think we should turn our attention to the next episode.
I know! Pregnant! So exciting! That was a good title too. We're pregnant.
We changed it because
why?
we didn't know for sure, and then live on the show, Ela finally got the call from the doctor.
In this episode, there is a pretty significant development in the client's personal life, that being that Ela is now pregnant. The podcast reaction seems fairly elated, and Trisha seems equally excited for the both of them, even being surprisingly self-aware about their emotional response to the news.
It's hard work.
I keep making myself think I'm pregnant. I keep thinking I'm sick. I'm like, I'm sick. And then I was like, maybe you're pregnant. But I'm like, no, I'm never.
He's like, nah, it's just the McDonald's that you eat every day.
Hey, I'm at McDonald's. Anyways, that's really exciting. If you keep saying I make it about myself, I'm sorry. I keep relating these stories.
Well, if you guys are serious about...
I think a lot of people have retrospectively tried to read into Trisha's response here, but honestly, nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary. Trisha seems pretty hyped about the release of their new music video, which is an homage to My Chemical Romance, and it was Pride Month as well. Hurrah. Maybe everything was turning out just as we had hoped. Two couples, both happy and healthy, making their way in the world and rooting for each other. In spite of all the uncertainty, this may have been the completion of the arc that we had followed, but not all endings are as happy as we'd like them to be. It's difficult when you're watching these videos at that moment to really know exactly what's going on between them, and it was completely understandable that people had the impression that Ethan and Trisha were consolidating their friendship. The topics yielded a lot of unifying moments, and they seemed closer than ever in many ways. The instance that I've picked out in the previous part didn't happen on a rather regular basis, but they still underlined that failure to take the final step to put that trust in Ethan's hand. There was still that doubt as to whether Ethan could give Trisha what they wanted, but what did Trisha want?
Like, everybody wants to, like, be me or be in me, always.
And you don't trust me when I say I have no desire to fuck you or be you.
Yeah, I know you're lying.
One point that I've covered a while back was one of Trisha's first appearances on the podcast. They've always had a slightly strange dynamic with Ethan, often switching between an I hate you shtick and an off-puttingly flirtatious vibe that wasn't always met with approval by those who interacted with it.
Fine.
Okay, let's talk about...
OnlyFans? Our collab?
Bro.
OnlyFans.
I wouldn't do that for $1 billion fucking dollars.
Like a showering video? You wouldn't just shower with me, like take a shower. Nothing sexual.
Not even for $10 million.
Could you imagine if we just stood next to each other and naked in the shower, just like doing a shower, like washing our hair?
Why do you think anyone would pay for that?
They would. And we could split it. We could split the money. You love money. We talk about this. You are driven by money.
I don't love money that much.
Now, I'm not here to say that I think Trisha ever held strong feelings for Ethan, although some people hypothesized it. I think their often quirky behavior in that domain could be put down to past interactions. At the same time, I think there was definitely an expectation that at that point of the podcast, they would be the priority. I don't mean this in a romantic sense, but I think as they became more and more familiar with each other, Trisha seemed to develop a belief that they would have more influence on the general identity of the podcast itself, and they would be able to direct it rather than being this guest for hire. Trisha is an extremely distrusting person, and wherever there was something that seemed to bother them, some discrepancy in their mind, they would use it to fuel their own doubts and to cut themselves loose from the person that they believed to be the source of that. I think Trisha, like many people, almost became enslaved by their own expectation. That expectation for the podcast to crash and burn. Every now and then they'd make these comments that invited Ethan to rise to the insults, or escalate them even, in a way that would provide them with some justification of completely severing that tie, freeing them from the obligation. It was a technique that often died down and was even sometimes resolved shortly after. But if the mood was right, or wrong even, it was the sort of thing that could...
Alright, what a session.
In episode 39, it did.
Alright, so anyway, I mentioned the name of the person who's we finally ready to talk about Gabby Hanna today.
Talking about Gabby Hanna, what could possibly go wrong? Unlike other episodes with Instance, what we were about to witness wasn't immediately apparent judging by the thumbnail and title. This may be due to the fact that Ethan didn't want to make it seem like he was cashing in on the conflict, or perhaps because Ethan didn't view it as second to the much more prominent conversation relating to the titular subject, Gabby Hanna, a person who may have helped bring Trisha and Ethan together in the first place. Episode 39 starts like many episodes do. Unexceptionally, Trisha doesn't seem to be quite as energized as previous episodes, but it's not out of the realms of normality. Ethan is ominous dressed in an unconfessed costume again. However, barely a few minutes in and Trisha is already dissatisfied at the affairs relating to their costumes, seemingly frustrated by the lack of control they have over its selection.
You got it off Reddit and you're like, we're gonna do this, and I'm like, this is definitely not my idea.
You told me you didn't like it?
My idea would be Maui and Moana. My idea would be Sharpay and Ryan from High School Musical. I've never once picked our costumes. Never once.
What?
Never once. You can fact check it in the thing. Never once.
You have never once picked our
Never
outfit?
once.
Okay, show this.
I don't want to be the girl in the movies. I want to be the boy too. Like, I want to be able to be like...
This goes on for a couple minutes before they reach some sort of resolution where Ethan commits to doing more Trisha's costume suggestions, and the next half an hour passes without major incident, though Trisha does make a few comments towards Ethan about the procedure of the podcast.
So...
Congrats.
Thanks.
Okay, let's talk about Teddy Fresh for 2 hours. I'm just kidding.
We talk about it for about 2 hours every time you mention it. It's like every
just
episode.
kidding. Congratulations.
Have one comment in particular that should have set up some red flags was this one.
Actually, I'm really hateful today, so I need to like rein in the positivity because I have a lot of hate in my heart right now, and I need to like let
For
it go.
Gabby.
I think just in general, I've been feeling really negative. Like when those people were around my car, I just was feeling negative. I felt negative.
I got you. You're like,
You know?
give me some space.
Here, Trisha is setting a marker. They are not in a good mood. They have a lot of hate in their hearts. And to that point, Ethan tries to ease any tension by jovially reassuring Trisha, though they don't seem particularly heartened by his attempts. There's a skit shortly after which seems to cut through any agitation in the moment, but the topic of Gabby Hanna, someone who Trisha has stated they do not really like to discuss typically, given they believe Gabby is stalking them, is a bold choice. It certainly seems to play into their sense of paranoia.
Because when you feed like stalker people, like narcissistic people, I should say, like this kind of like attention, that's what they live for. Like this girl wants to be connected to me, and now it's giving her. She's gonna be the Yolanda to my Selena. I feel it one day. It's not gonna be a good thing.
How the conversation manages to tangentially end up at the ever popular topic of pizza, and they bond over that. It seems the mood has been restored, and all is well once more. But then we cut to the ad segment, and we notice an empty chair alongside our festery friend. He explains the situation, and he doesn't seem too distraught about it, describing the incident as a little blowout, and proceeding with the routine ad reads. However, regardless of the scale of this clash, it was obviously a departure from the conflict-free record, and many were left anticipating the inevitable and what exactly would spawn it. While the topic of Gabby Hanna continues, and while they both seem to have some sort of rational grasp on the topic, they do venture through some subjects that Trisha clearly finds triggering, particularly regarding an interview which they felt wasn't completely in good faith. Trisha seems to take this quite seriously, but also quite soberly, and Ethan provides his standard support, though they do seem to dwell on points that may be considered a little morbid for someone of Trisha's paranoid disposition. Perhaps not the best choice.
We can't. After this, no steamy nomination for her either. We cannot mention her ever
Most
again.
likely to assassinate Trisha Paytas.
Stop!
The winner is, and then we invite her up and we give her a knife as a reward.
Stop. That's why I bring security. I have security guards that come with me everywhere. I'm not kidding. She will show up.
Yeah. Most likely to kill Trisha with this knife.
So scary.
With all that said, there is the idea that Trisha being able to vent may have been able to lift that weight off their shoulders, and they seem to express this sentiment of greater stability as well, since cutting certain toxic people out of their life.
Even my aura, my stability in my mind, like the fact that I can handle triggers and like
good auras.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and I've gone to therapy. I've been going to therapy since 2019, so you could say therapy, but at the same time, I'm like, I really think since like I really left that, like everything's been like so much better. Just like, yeah, everything, like health, like money, like everything just like flows, friendships.
But then, not too soon after the pizzas arrived, there were signs of discontent.
No, I got black olives, pineapple, and jalapeno, and it's insane. So good.
Wait, no, not my discontent. Trisha's discontent, though we are going to have words about those pineapples, Ethan. No, the real problem arises when Trisha begins to talk about Brokeback Mountain, a romantic drama about two cowboys who become romantically intertwined in a rather unaccepting environment. Trisha was clearly very invested in the plotline, and also the narratives that were still relevant to this day in their mind. Ethan, however, becomes a little distracted by the pizza, and the awkwardness radiates through the screen.
People are still like that. Like trans people are getting beat in their face to death.
I'm
like
so over that shit.
And so like watching it, I was just like, holy shit. And like Heath Ledger, Jake Gyllenhaal said Heath Ledger refused to make like gay jokes about it, like during the Oscars, and I don't know.
Is there a third pizza?
You're so not good about this. Okay, let's go to your stupid. I don't like this segment. Just for the record, fan advice is a stupid segment.
It's a little rude on Ethan's part given the subject, but it's nothing that needs to escalate. However, Trisha, clearly feeling wronged, decides to go in.
I never pick the costumes. I never do the vlogs. I give so many ideas. I say dancing for the vlogs. I give all these ideas, and you don't. It's just
what's wrong with advice
for you? I don't think it's a good segment.
The people want to hear from us.
Okay, do it.
Okay.
Telling you my opinion, and all the vlogs we've done, I've suggested other vlogs, and like that never does.
Well, if you don't like it, then we shouldn't do it.
Okay.
Since this is a show about me and you.
No, but you're saying I do all the work, but I'm telling you I don't like all the stuff you do. I'm just kind of go with it because I'm like, okay, I guess this is what you want to do, but I have to start saying no because some things are just not good ideas.
Although this feels like a rather dramatic change in tone, you can tell that these are frustrations that have been boiling up, particularly given their prior mentions. Although Ethan feels like he does the heavy lifting, Trisha clearly doesn't feel like they've been given the chance to, and is quite blunt about it. They also don't think the material for the podcast is original enough.
But you're asking like, we do all the work. It's like we spent one frenemies rehashing all the stuff you said about Keemstar and H3 Live, which was 2 days prior.
Okay, it happened one time.
No, it's happened before where you just like bring up stuff that you already mentioned, and it's fine. But
why are you attacking me?
You asked me. You said tell me, and I'm telling you, like just because you guys come up with everything doesn't mean it's good. It's recycled a lot of it. So it's like I can come up with new ideas.
A lot of it.
A lot of it.
No. If you have ideas, I'm all ears.
I watch H3 Live and we talk about the same thing, and I'm happy to talk about it.
It's not always like that. It's happened before. I agree.
It happened last time. It's happened a lot.
Sometimes I forget what I've talked about, honestly.
But you're saying you have all this crew that does all this work for you, and nobody could remember that you talked about that 2 days prior?
I agree. Somebody should have said something. I was like, guys, why don't you tell me when I'm talking about the same shit over and over? Because I tell to them, I go, yo, make sure to include this. And they go, oh, okay. But I go, oh, shit, I talked about the same thing.
Ethan defends himself on this front, though conceding on one point, while asking Trisha to be a bit more honest with their emotions, something which then prolongs this tension, eventually leading into the dreaded discussion surrounding revenue split, which once again comes back to the notion of control.
But I feel like you're so angry about this.
I'm literally not, but it's
Yes,
so
you
funny.
are.
I'm not. I'm angry when you say something.
You need to admit when you're angry.
Ethan, I promise you, this is really is gaslighting. I go to a lot of therapy right now, and this really is. When I say I'm not angry, I'm not. I'm like just trying to tell you that you're like, oh, we do everything for the show, and I'm like saying it's not always good. I'm not angry. If I was angry, I would like leave or something, but I'm not. But you telling me I'm angry?
Or something. You're not
I'm
upset or angry.
not.
Okay. People we hire. Why would I ask you about people I hire?
Because it's frenemies and you take the budget for paying the crew. That's what you told me. You take highlights, you take 5% to pay the crew.
No,
so why don't I get any input on the crew or what we do?
These are employees of our
So why are you
production
taking
company.
highlights and 5% of frenemies? You told me that it was to pay them, that they could be working.
It's for production costs.
Okay, but you told me
It's for
at the
production
beginning.
costs.
You told me at the beginning it's like they could be working on other things. So I made that argument too. I'm like, well, they're already H3. Oh, they could be working on other things. So I'm like, okay, in that case.
For production costs. I take 5% extra from the podcast revenue, and I take the highlights revenue, and everything else we split.
Right. So for production costs.
Yeah. And so we had to buy.
But that was the first time we ever spent money on production costs.
It's not about that, dude. It's literally about we are producing the show, and I'm taking a cut. I feel like that's beyond reasonable.
All the
beyond
highlights.
reasonable.
5%.
Yeah.
5%. Do you realize how much 5% was of our last one? That should be enough. But also like highlights, and then you weren't the membership I had to fight for because you weren't. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the members. Like
I giving you
crazy.
50% of all the members.
Trisha seems rather irritated despite proclaiming that they're not, and when Ethan expresses this, it only seems to worsen their mood, with Trisha believing they're being gaslit. This then causes them to express doubt regarding Ethan's intentions, and then Ethan, once again giving up, concedes that he must have gaslit her.
Because you can be upset and still show up.
But I'm not upset, and that's what gaslighting is. Because you're saying I'm gaslighting you by saying.
You're not upset. You're perfectly.
Oh, wow.
You're in a perfect condition right now.
But this was a great mistake.
Wow. Holy cow, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know how you. I just don't see what you just did. That's really.
What did I do?
I think we have to end it now. Like really.
What did I do?
We gotta stop for real. Really.
Okay.
Please stop. Please, please.
My, you're a tall one.
Trisha, let me just say,
The
I'm
fact,
sorry.
Ethan, that you just did that, you're right. You're
I don't know
right.
what I
Nothing's
just
wrong
said.
with you.
Alrighty then.
But you don't know how much therapy I go to a week. I go to 4
But
Zoom
Trisha,
sessions a
you
week.
can't-
No,
I understand,
Ethan,
but okay,
Ethan, what you
all right.
just said was, you're right, Trisha. Everything's fine. That's insane. Like the fact that you did that to me is like.
Hey.
This is one of the problems with the role.
I don't think she was not. I think she was upset though. She was lying about it.
Trisha is expressing a doubt, a product of paranoid thinking. There is no doubt in my mind that Ethan was not trying to gaslight them. He just wanted clarity on how they are feeling. But Trisha continued to push that theory, and in the hopes that admitting it would make it die down, Ethan does just that. The problem is that Trisha doesn't want that. They didn't want to be right in that case because what they were expressing is something that represents their worst fears. That Ethan is just taking advantage of them and reaping the rewards, and psychologically deceiving them whenever they bring it up. In this case, their thoughts were that by framing their behavior as angry or frustrated, Ethan was trying to use their emotional response to discredit their legitimate criticism. Although in a difficult spot, Ethan should have stood his ground, explained his perception and tried to calm the situation through a rational de-escalation. But he did seem tired, and his concession, despite perhaps being a mistake, may have been a reflection of his own mental exhaustion of trying to upkeep a podcast that was taking its toll. With that said, given his sponsor segment, he clearly expected this to be resolved by the next episode. After all, we had seen Trisha evolve a lot as a person in their time on the podcast. Alas, this appeared to actually be the
Bunker Toggle
final
Revolt
episode, as the following morning Trisha announced
Toggle
that they were
level.
stepping down from frenemies indefinitely.
Get it, like, and I get now he's saying that H3 produces and he deserves that as a producer, but it's like I would have loved the opportunity to pitch in half for the set to, because I really do feel like I built this show like with them, like at 50-50. Like I don't think I'm the main reason because God knows my channel and my podcast doesn't do like what Frenemies does, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like H3, I have like it wasn't doing what it's doing now either, and I feel like I helped build that. Like I thought Frenemies we were building together, like from the beginning was like 5% goes to help the crew, and then the other goes to production costs. So I thought we were like building something, like building. It was gonna be like a bigger, like set, bigger things, bigger vlogs. But it's just like, if I knew I was coming in as a third H3 show, like I swear, hand to God, would not have done it. And then yesterday, just hearing that, like, he's the producer and he does everything, when I really tried hard to contribute, and I really tried hard to like bring my own stuff every week, and I feel like I did. I feel like I had topics and stuff, and it's just like, it hurt me.
As a video, it is extremely incoherent, but it's not hostile. Trisha expressed great regret over the decision they're taking and vents many of the frustrations that seem to be creeping up on them in the final podcast episodes. They felt the frenemies had become such an independent force of content that they deserved a balanced input, something they didn't have. They in hindsight admit that they were frustrated but didn't feel like they were in that moment, and obviously didn't respond well to Ethan's comments. They've also felt generally uncomfortable with the crew, and certain incidents have certainly underlined that. With the knowledge that this feeling is mutual, they don't want to return to that environment with anyone walking on eggshells. Although they stand by their gripes, they're clearly upset with how they handled it, and they wish it hadn't ended like that. And they hope they can remain firm friends with Ethan and Hila.
No longer serving me, and I will say for the record, like, Ethan and Hila have been like so freaking kind to me, like, and I hope it doesn't affect our like personal relationship, because like obviously like they are like gotta be family. Like I really love them, but at the same time I always say like don't work with family.
Interesting.
Close with it.
You have a great day now.
You have a great day now.
Right? Like,
thanks, dude.
As a video, I can understand why some may have issues with its presentation and maybe its message too. But I honestly think that maybe stepping down was the best thing to do here. And Ethan seemed to reluctantly yet graciously accept their resignation, putting out a couple tweets on the matter which expressed disappointment yet acceptance, stating that he had done all he could. In a way, it was a bittersweet moment. With this in mind, we could finally bring the frenemy saga to a close. A nice, peaceful close where everyone remains friends and we can all move forward together.
I thought it was over, but it's not. This man's not even scratched halfway.
Crazy, yet flawed experiment was finally over. May it rest in peace.
I keep looking because it's like a habit. I just don't want to.
Yeah, right.
Wait until we get to 72.
There ain't no rest for the wicked though, and as quickly as it seemed the drama came to a peaceful conclusion, it reignited once again. Ethan was clearly unhappy that Trisha announced publicly they were stepping back from the podcast before speaking to him, which I can understand, and he reached out expressing his own frustrations. Trisha responded to this by posting another video called One More Thing, not the title of their new Sad Boy song, admittedly.
the H3 employees have nothing to do with frenemies as far as our 5% salary. The 5% thing. Yes, Ethan gets an extra 5% from the main channel, but he also gets 100% of the highlights. So technically 105%. And the highlights make a shit ton of money. I add up the views of our frenemies highlights. I'm not talking about the H3 highlights, of our frenemy highlights, and that's like, it's literally probably half of what we make. It's a lot. I would guess anywhere from $50,000 to like $80,000 like a month. Like that's just a guess. I don't know. I don't see the numbers. I never do. And I'm not asking for the crew to be fired. The crew have been so great to me. I'm asking, and Ethan and I came to terms with last night to like have a producer. Like even if they had a new hire, like I would love my sister. If everyone, there's a couple couples, working on the show or whatever, or people related to each other, the 5% and talking about their salary, and the crew only gets 5%. Like I have no idea what the crew gets paid. I lashed out that I didn't like the ideas, and I lashed out on Ethan because Ethan is the one that presents me the ideas. I don't know how it works with them. I don't know who comes up with it. I don't know how they brainstorm. I don't know any of that because I'm not included in any of that.
The video is meant to be a clarification on the money matter, though once again, Trisha goes off on various tangents, and it seems mostly unexceptional as Trisha videos go. Certainly a departure from the angry Trisha that we had seen before. Ethan, however, feeling that Trisha's responses were quite unsporting, tweeted his frustration, claiming that the video was causing undue hate towards the crew. Now, as a video, it's more defensive than aggressive, and I would be surprised if it changed that much. But once again, that was their experience. Trisha, however, obviously felt hard done by because they believe that
Is it because you can buy them from somebody?
Their voice. I can understand why this may have bothered them in the moment, but the best thing they could do in that case was to make sure they didn't prove Ethan's point. We all know that when Trisha feels Ethan isn't being just, it will spiral. And from here, there were a series of tweets by both parties, mostly Trisha, arguing their case. Maybe we're urging Trisha in particular to take a step back, especially after DMs began to be published, which actually ended backfiring when people pointed out Trisha's curious use of certain terms. In this case, both sides seem to relent momentarily, with H3 stating that he needs to take a step back on the night and expressing regret over his tweets, and Trisha doing the same the following morning. Many wanted them to hash this out in private, and with both sides seeming to walk back their conduct a little, it was thought that maybe this would be the opportunity. The problem is that I think Trisha did legitimately feel like they were being treated poorly, and when they're trapped in an environment with someone who they feel is acting without the best intentions, they don't want to confine themselves to that space. Yet, instead of consulting a friend or a reliable third party, they decide to make the internet their trusted confidant. A generally bad decision, not just for yourself, but for the other person who feels that you're betraying their trust by taking it to such a public platform. Social media for Trisha was event space, and not one that was very healthy.
Good morning, guys. It's early again. I, of course, didn't sleep last night, and I just wanted to, this thing has gotten so blown out of proportion. I think I'm just in shock all this happened because it just spiraled from one thing and then...
This seems like a lot of work.
The following morning, though, Trisha posted a video titled "I'm Sorry," where they channel those regretful sentiments. They apologize a lot and believe it was a misunderstanding, and insist they don't want to be viewed as that hateful monster that they may have appeared as the day before. This is something that they genuinely felt bad about. With both sides back to a more sympathetic stance after a brief moment where emotions overflowed, it seemed that maybe both parties could find closure on this matter. This was the conclusion that we needed. However, it was not the conclusion that we deserved. Why did we forsake God?
Hello, everybody. Not a typical episode, obviously.
Now, for many, episode 39 is technically regarded as the last episode of Frenemies. However, there is one more video in the Frenemies playlist, a video uploaded on the 10th of June 2021, 2 days after Trisha officially quit, by Ethan addressing much of the drama that had been occurring. He comes into this video with the intent of correcting the record, given that Trisha had been making a variety of public statements. Ethan seems to be approaching this with the signature peace and love, and not wishing to burn any bridges.
So I say with peace and love that, as a friend, I have come to love and appreciate Trisha. As a partner, I think she's one of the funniest people I've ever known, one of the most talented people.
Oh, this is a
flight,
druid flight quest.
People I've ever known. She puts me in these tough situations where it's like I'm losing no matter what. She can say whatever she wants, what she puts out.
Since I'm going to auction house anyways, I might as well restart.
If I just sit and take it, everything's distorted. And if I say anything, then I'm the bad guy for, coming after or something, which is not my intention at all. Just for the record, is not.
The video seems to seek to clarify certain points that were made, first being the employment one. Ethan states that they actually discussed this after the argument on episode 39, and Ethan had agreed to let Trisha bring on a producer to try and ease Trisha's discomfort with the current arrangements.
So, the day after we shot, after we had broken up, we had a conversation for the first time ever about her wanting to hire new staff that she would look for and hire to work on Frenemies. That was the first time we had ever discussed that. And after talking it out with her, I agreed. I said, okay, we can, you know what? Again, because I just want to make everything smooth and manageable. We had this big blowout. We talked the evening afterwards. I said, you know what? Let's hire a producer. You tell me who you want to hire, and I'll hire him.
His only stipulation was that the situation would be left to settle for a few days. However, the following day, he was blindsided by Trisha's video, which in his opinion undermined the agreements previously made, and framed the situation uncharitably, especially given what Trisha had asked for initially was rather unreasonable and disrespectful in his mind.
I don't know. From a business partner perspective and a friend perspective, that video really rubbed me the wrong way, because I woke up after having a conversation with her where I agreed to everything she wanted to do, and I wake up to her being saying all this stuff about private conversations we had, and saying, oh, it's the crew's fault. It's the people on the crew were unhappy. And I don't know. I just felt like that video was just so unnecessary, and I just didn't get it because I had done everything possible.
He also clears up some misconceptions as to why the crew were reluctant to shoot the day after, citing that it wasn't due to Trisha's behavior on set, but actually him feeding comments back to them about Trisha's requests, which he concedes was his fault, or with him taking the final decision to not shoot despite the crew's openness to do so.
She told me that she wanted a whole new crew for Frenemies because she didn't feel comfortable with them. She wanted a whole new space. She wanted a whole new crew. And it just, I don't know. It's like she couldn't meet me halfway. Whole new crew. We need to essentially fire everybody that's worked on this show from the beginning, find a new space, and change everything. This is where maybe I fucked up, okay? Is that I was talking to the crew like, Trisha wants to, I was like, listen, Trisha wants to hire a new crew. When the crew found out she wanted to fire them all, they were there. First of all, they've always been down to go work and do the shoot as scheduled. They are good, loyal, hardworking employees that are down to get the job done no matter what. I had done a temperature check, like, how do you guys feel about going to do this? Because there was just people like, the vibe was like, Trisha wants to fire you guys and hire new people to do Frenemies. And also, do you want to go meet with her and shoot tomorrow? And so obviously they were like, well, it's a little awkward, right? But of course I'm willing to do it. So I made the executive decision as their boss, trying to foster a healthy work environment, that let's just not do the shoot tomorrow, bearing everything that's happened, and take a few days to chill off.
He states that Trisha's comments about certain things alongside DMs that were leaked had caused people to go out of their way to harass individuals who had not done anything wrong. He expresses solidarity for the people he works with and reaffirms the stance that Trisha's behavior was unprofessional in his eyes.
I don't think it really matters whose idea it was. The fact that Trisha was just going to sit there and trash their work was kind of unacceptable to me, because ultimately I have to create a safe work environment for my employees, and it's just kind of toxic to sit there and shit on their work. Whoever did it, it doesn't matter who did it. But the thing is, she keeps harping that in all of her videos to the point where not only is Sam now getting shit on her like social medias, people have gone out of their way and been like, you're the reason Frenemies is over. People are going to like AB's wife, people are going to Dan's girlfriend, and just like random spit firing shit at them with the chance that that's the person Trisha was talking about. And it's just not acceptable, And this was part of a private conversation that she made public to try to justify why she wanted to leave the show. The crew did nothing wrong. I misunderstood the situation. I told Trisha that people were upset that she didn't like the segment, okay? I take the blame for that. The reason they were upset that I misunderstood is because she said she wanted to fire them all. They were always willing to do their job, period. They have done nothing wrong.
This is all fairly anecdotal, with his own perspective thrown in there. However, the tone changes to the next part where he seems to address the inherent problem with how Frenemies have become. This idea that Ethan had become a, quote, emotional punching bag. And while he often had to show restraint in those moments, Trisha had free reign, a double standard in his mind that he lost patience for, venting many of his own frustrations surrounding Trisha's behavior, including claims about their contributions, their conduct while they were creating content, and their nature to publicize drama.
She called my wife like the C word. She called me, she said the most horrible things. She said, I'm a terrible parent. Hila's a terrible parent. And for me, it's like, okay. And I understand, again, that she has mental health. She has mental, health issues. But at the end of the day, it's just not. I don't feel like it's fair. Even though she has those issues, it's just, I can't be her emotional punching bag. And then the minute I speak up for myself, it turns into another show-ending fight. It's just not a fair relationship. I texted her, trying to be mature and handle it personally, off the internet. I said, I just want to be honest with you and say I felt it was really unfair how you put that video out. After we worked to try to resolve this. And she ignores my text, and she posts another 20-minute video 30 minutes later that was in response to my text that was more like, oh, the crew's the reason why this happened, and sending even more hate to their fucking Instagrams. I'm a patient man, but I'm not superhuman.
Another problem he communicates is Trisha's nature to not actually confront their problems. Now, we've known this for a while, but in this case, he shows that Trisha did not indicate there were any problems with ideas that they had subsequently trashed on the podcast and after the podcast, including that of the costume and the segment.
And it's like, imagine how confusing it is. Because she goes on the show and she says, oh, this questions is so dumb. It's lazy. It's crap. I hate it. I mean, the day before, she retweeted it unprompted. I did not even ask her. That's just really, really difficult. Like how much she hated the costumes. It was my idea. She never wanted to do it. She doesn't even know the character. She says, I don't even know this character. I sent her this picture. I said, costume idea? She says, laugh
It's
my
too
ass
much.
off.
Normally I don't undercut. Normally I don't undercut when I'm selling, but that thing did not sell at the price it was already selling. Those, you know what I mean? Now 100 or whatever, it's too expensive. So I'm cutting the price down because I have a feeling, like my flask sold when I cut the price down because I knew they were too expensive. Even on the market, people weren't buying them because they were too expensive for the market. Once I cut the price down, they sold.
Time favorite movies. Can we? I love her. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? That's what I mean. It's like I can't humanly do more. She expects superhuman care.
He then continues to explain his justification between the 5% gap between shares and the profit from the podcast, something that he clearly feels he's been quite generous and transparent about. He addresses the DMs that Trisha shared, the investment he made on merchandise, with an escalating tone of exasperation, conveying the frustration at the investment he lost.
We pay for the set, we rent the space, we film it, we use our equipment, we employ the people, we edit it, we upload it, we post it, we get that. Sponsors, we develop the concepts, we work all week to prep the segments, we pay for the insurance, we do the accounting and the payroll. I send her a fully itemized report every month of literally everything and how the expenses break down and her cut. And the fact that she would even accuse me of not being transparent is honestly very hurtful because I've gone so far out of my way to be as transparent as possible. I show her literally everything. And then she starts going, I want an itemized breakdown of how that 5% is spent. And I'm like, dude, it's not like that. It's a fee. It's a production fee. I'm not giving you itemized deduction of the entire business. That's just, it's like these absolutely unreasonable, unimaginable bars that I could never reach. She posted a screenshot of herself calling me Jewy for wanting 5% to cover the massiveness of this production. We spent $30,000 buying all new equipment, cameras, switching board, audio equipment, microphones, everything, so that we can continue to do it at the house for her. And she keeps bringing up this like, well, you get 5%, so you like, what is that for?
I just need to go back.
I said, okay, you know what? Let's keep the show going. Let's do it at the house. I'm going to spend another $30,000 on the already $50,000 I spent on the set. Circles, we are splitting the 30%, which is typically our profit margin. It's like, Trisha, just read what I wrote to you. The profit margin is 30%. I'm giving you half of the profits. Do you want 50% of all the revenue? Because I will lose money again. Apparently, you're the only one that's allowed to make money in this relationship. I really don't understand.
Although he came into the video with peace and love, it kind of felt that mood waned after the first 20 minutes. If everything he's saying is true, then it's not hard to understand why he feels the way he does. But given what we know, it was not going to temper the situation.
Every penny I've made from Frenemies, by the way, if she wants to talk about money, is tied up in this merch that doesn't come out for another month. I don't even know if we're going to sell. So it's like, for all the complaining she does for money, she's the only one, as far as I'm concerned, that's actually making money from this thing. Because I've spent pretty much every fucking penny I've made from Frenemies into the show, on merch, into the own resources, buying more equipment for the fucking studio, building the set. It's like, it's so easy for her to complain. She shows up, she gets a guaranteed check every fucking month, and I'm putting all my money on the line, and now I have hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in merch that I'm probably not gonna be able to fucking sell, that my wife works super hard on, her staff works super hard on, and now it's like, tough luck, dude. Trisha got paid, and she's complaining about 5%. It blows my mind, and I'm upset about it. I am. I can't hide it. I'm just am. It's just not fair. 5% when I'm literally not making a fucking penny at this point. It's just so disrespectful. It disregards all the hard work we do, not only on the crew, but now now my wife and all the people that worked on the merch. And it's like, okay, well, you know, fuck you.
In a way, his own confusion may appear contradictory because on the one hand, he expresses the fact that he did not want to overhaul the structure of the show to cater to Trish's needs with the possibility that they could quit any minute. At the same time, he's still frustrated that he has lost all these investments, particularly on the merchandise front. I think it fundamentally comes down to trust. Although Ethan's vexation is to be expected, it was clear that he had still expected this to happen inevitably. He was the producer and the owner, and when you're in that position, you have to be prepared for someone to walk out on a project, and Ethan certainly expected as much. With this in mind, ending the podcast was probably for the best, and although visibly frustrated, he shows resolve in his final decision.
I mean, we've gone out of our way in every imaginable way to make her feel welcome, accommodated, listened to, appreciated to. And the truth is that I'm very grateful for the experience we've had with Frenemies and all the learning and growing and developing and the amazing growth that our channel's seen as the result of that show. I mean, it's been popular and successful beyond either of us anticipated. And I have so much to thank Trisha for. It is with a heavy heart, you know, that we end the show. And it sucks. It does suck, but you know what?
There's still more. This is only 2 hours and 11 minutes in to a 4-hour episode, and I feel like this is near the end of a story, but like he's still got way more to talk about.
Stuff up her sleeve for you guys as well. So.
However, Ethan's video did not sit
did I
well
fuck
with
up?
Trisha. And maybe they felt offended by his expectations, maybe they didn't like the framing, but as always, they responded.
Oh.
And what we received was a lot of content, but not a lot of substance. I'll add a little note here that when working on research, I was disappointed at reading of part 1, as that meant there would be a part 2. What I didn't account for was the part 3, leaving these response videos at 2 hours 15 minutes in total.
Okay, hey guys, so I'm gonna just go through this 45-minute video. I haven't watched it yet. I'm just seeing all the comments, and there is just today was a rougher day because I had seen the Discord comments.
It's a clip and response style video where essentially Trisha replies to Ethan's points as he makes them in the video. Responding to the clips as they happen wasn't a good idea because you need to know what points Ethan is
Is
at
he
least
still
going to
hanging out
make
with me?
before you make your
I was
own
about to
points.
say, man, what a
Case in
leash.
point,
Dancing in the Discord that the crew never asked to have the day off from filming the vlog. They were going to do it, but Ethan told me that it was the crew and they needed some time because me and Ethan had already agreed to vlog, so that was the first lie.
Here Trisha reasserts the idea that it's the crew that refused to film. Now with the DMs we can see why Trisha may have received this impression. With the context that Ethan has provided, we now know that that's not the case, and he doesn't explicitly say that the crew was what was stopping them from filming, more that he thinks they shouldn't film given the situation with the crew. It's a misunderstanding. They happen, but there's no need to perpetuate it when it's cleared up. But these misunderstandings only go further, unfortunately.
If you're the boss and I'm the talent and you're the producer, like, and you care about the well-being of it, it's not a reality show where like people are poking for the drama and wanting drama. If you really don't want the drama and you don't want the hate on your employees, like, why put it out there? Because in my head, when I said put it all out there, like, I really didn't think I had at that point disrespected anybody.
You know what's about to happen?
I'm not gonna
Whip
dissect
up!
these videos the way
And
I
if you
dissected
think that's
Ethan's
weird,
video, mainly because Trisha makes
I got
the
more
points
for you.
they'd already made on other platforms. However, I will try to give a brief outline.
Really? I'm like, how
Thinking about making a pizza.
People are now explaining,
Putting
like, you know,
some
you
extra
say
cheese
the
on it.
segment's bad, that,
Cheddar
like, they
cheese.
where everybody
Ooh,
works, like,
and
they're
making it
insulting everybody. It's just in my head,
Now I'm
I was
starting to.
talking to Ethan's whatever.
Now I'm just getting hungry.
And I said, dude, let's end this right now. For real. Like, it's okay for real. It's better if I'm not a part of it. Like, to me, that's where the conversation was headed.
I think Trisha's video ultimately comes down to them wanting to step back because they fundamentally don't understand what they did wrong. And therefore, unless they can come to some personal reconciliation, they can't compromise on the belief that they didn't act out of line. They don't think they're demanding, they don't think they're unreasonable, they're not trying to force people to walk on eggshells.
But again, this kind of thing, like, I have to walk on eggshells with you, I have to keep you happy, like, that's not another reason I don't want to be there. I don't want that work environment, like, I'm trying to keep you happy, because I don't think I make that many demands. We don't, like, anything they've ever talked to me about, I'm just like, yes, yes, yes. It's grown us so much, and I'm obviously appreciative of, like, everything he put in to start.
Ooh, get dunked
Now
on.
that, like, that's obviously recouped times 100, it's like, can we use some of it? Like, I get that you're still the producer, or whatever, but like, can we use some of it towards, you know, building this thing for like us?
They believed the fact that their cut went to production costs should have given them some sort of say in the actual business, and they felt Ethan was unfairly representing the tone of some of their gripes they had with the production. It's clear that they wanted Frenemies to become more independent from the H3 podcast, a commitment that Ethan didn't want to make, because as previously explored, he didn't have the belief that Trisha was going to stick around. The 5% is brought up, but Trisha also asserts this is in the context that H3 keeps 100% of the highlights profit, something which Ethan doesn't mention in his response video.
If some percentages, 100% of the highlights and 5% of thing is allotted for staff,
too far away.
Well, again, to get part-time somebody. And if people are hiring like their girlfriends, like why not hire my sister? She's like amazing. From the beginning, he said 100% of the highlights will go towards production costs. So I thought that meant let's get new buildings, let's get new sets, let's get, you know, because the initial investment of $37,000 is a lot. But now that we're like making it, it's also money that I'm also contributing.
Trisha does downplay their messages to Ethan about the crew that they had unwittingly exposed the night before, but solidly contends this idea that they wanted the crew fired.
You know, that was kind of like a non-starter, is she told me that she wanted a whole new crew for Frenemies because she didn't feel comfortable with them.
Greetings.
She wanted a whole
Be
new
careful.
space. She wanted a whole new crew.
Okay, so I honestly, I'm not saying this just to be gaslighty. I really don't remember saying I want a whole new crew at all. Because I don't have any, I wouldn't have, because the first thing he said to me when I wanted was like a producer for Frenemies, like to focus on Frenemies. He's like, who do you have in mind? I had someone right away. It wasn't a whole new crew to replace people. It was like, let's get a camera guy, like for our one-off segments on the thing. And they don't do any of that, which is, again, fine, because they're very casual and relaxed, and they're all kind of like this like friend vibe. But it's like, it would be nice to have a producer to be able to like this, and this. One person I asked, I didn't say fire the crew. I didn't, like, I've never, ever said that.
This is a real sticking point for Trisha, and in a way, it is almost a central narrative to understanding what exactly transpired, because Ethan obviously fed back that notion that Trisha wanted a new crew, and that was what provoked the response from them that eventually led up to Trisha losing their cool in the DMs and quitting the podcast the following morning. If Trisha didn't say that, then Ethan may well have unfairly framed comments they made, even if they weren't very pleasant to begin with. We know Trisha wanted someone in their corner, but that's different to a complete upheaval. And although the DMs certainly don't help their case, there is this unresolved detail that does decide the tone.
I want to fire all of them and get rid of them, hire a new. It's like, okay,
Fuck
well,
off,
that's a
Ethan.
non-starter.
Fuck off. Like, this is exactly why I can't even talk to him, because he's such a liar, and he's like, this is such a lie, and that he keeps perpetuating this. This is what he keeps saying. I've never once said let's fire the crew. Never once said that. On my grave.
Now, I struggle to comment on this specifically, but going off the evidence, I can't say that Trisha wanted to fire the crew, and I don't think they said that explicitly. But I think given the comments that we have read, Ethan may well have interpreted it that way, especially given how they seem to demean the work the crew had done. And Trisha has a record of trying to push for a particular result without openly stating it. They were clearly unhappy with the current crew. Once again, it seems like a possible miscommunication that could be cleared up, but Trisha takes anything like that as a bad faith personal attack, and although I could understand why they would feel a bit taken out of context, this isn't a gossip forum. You're appealing to fans of the show, and if you want the audience to not view you through that cynical lens, then you have to at least lend some charity, especially with what you've
Honored,
said.
I'm sure.
But it's Trisha's choice.
All right, Ethan.
And after this
Very
point
good.
in particular, they're clearly driven to view Ethan as a liar and a manipulator.
Not
Very well, then.
Immediately.
Ethan, show the text.
Trisha, you already did.
It's like, it's just not professional to do that on air when the crew is there. It's her
So
first.
end it. Ethan, end it.
I need to
It
get
wasn't
closer.
professional, then end that shit. Like, end it. And I asked him to end it, and he wanted me to have that walk-off moment.
Oops, I killed them all.
He is unprofessional. He's like, just stop talking about it. He goes, why should I ask you? Why is this? Why are you upset about this? Like, just end it. Like, this is...
Now, once again, here is where the uncharitable perspectives really go into gear. Trisha says if Ethan had a problem, then he should have ended the podcast. This may be a valid point, but you could also argue that he wasn't sure the best way to de-escalate. And there's no guarantee that Trisha would have responded better to him ending the podcast early. Regardless, it could have been a mistake on his part. However, Trisha interprets this as him wanting to get a rise out of them and to have that dramatic walkout moment. Trisha believes that Ethan is weaponizing their previous meltdowns by trying to use them to illustrate a double standard. As Trisha's perception of Ethan changes, their perception of the whole incident changes. Everything is now a manipulative tactic on Ethan's part.
Ultimately, I have to create a safe work environment for my employees.
So don't air. Why? Oh my God. Why? It's so, but again, I don't care. People call me crazy. I'm used to it. Call me crazy. It's so manipulative. Like, I have to create a safe workspace for my employees. It's like, you're using this thing. Like, you know what I mean? You're using these employees. You said I disrespected them. That was the
It's a lot of microfilm poop.
I think the problem is that when Trisha vents, it's Trisha. It's what you expect. And yet when Ethan vents, it suddenly becomes a personal attack to them. I think there are some things that Ethan could have been clear about. Maybe you could even say that as a large public creator, he shouldn't have said it. But it's not like I watched Ethan's video and didn't understand where he was coming from a human perspective. When you lose patience with someone, you might say these things publicly. And it's not like they come from an invalid place.
Ethan is a piece of shit, a piece of garbage that, like, I swear,
Yeah.
like before this started,
Get
I was
a
like,
bleep.
damn, I lost a really good friend, but you are such a liar. It's so fucked up to lie on that show me a text from, like, fire the crew, a conversation, like, that's so fucked and twisted. Just because I've had issues with them,
Yeah.
I said, like, I don't vibe with them, I don't like their sense
Right
of
in
humor.
his mouth.
I've never said fire people. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Trisha has this concept of if you're not with them, you're against them. It's like a basic survival instinct and they can't control themselves when responding to these videos. So any point of validity they may have, and I will try and make a case for them later, is lost amongst the anger that someone would ever say these things to you in the first place.
From downtown.
Tried my
Ugh.
best. Like, obviously we haven't been on the show, but, like, I
Eat
really
that
don't
food,
feel
my
like
dude.
been disrespectful. Like, the idea of shooting that segment down, like, that was the disrespectful thing. Like, it was really, I'm sorry about it, but, like, damn, like, the whole crew, you're making up lies that I want them to be fired over that instance and taking this thing that everyone's pissed at me about and snowballing it and creating this monster thing and bringing this back up to my face. Like, then why forgive me in the first place? Like, don't forgive me. Like, just end it there.
Trisha claims that they're in a pretty good place mentally, and they may well be comparatively, but they're not adjusted enough to the YouTube environment, and these videos are just proof of that. It sucks because once again, I do believe I can make sense of Trisha's qualms, but these videos
So many
did
things
not
going
help.
on.
I feel like both Trisha and Ethan felt betrayed by each other. How Ethan views Trisha's nature to take everything public and impose unreasonable standards, and how Trisha views Ethan's prejudice towards the situation, and how they feel they're trying to mislead their audience. Once betrayal becomes that central focus, these perspectives are only going to diverge further, which is exactly what happened next.
It's too far away.
Ugh. Yes, food. Eat that.
Like an ungodly amount of merch that I have no idea how I'm gonna sell.
But also, he doesn't care about money, and he's worried about how it's going to sell.
Every month.
You also get a paycheck every month. You get it from the highlights. You get it from the 5%. You told me yourself the H3 people were on salary before frenemies. It's just an extra day for them. You told me that, like, they're already working there. He acts like.
Trisha's videos aren't particularly helpful. I think the problem with this sort of content is that it focuses on a person's reaction in the moment, which when you're dealing with a dispute is obviously going to be more heated than if you would give them time to see the bigger picture. However, one thing that you could at least say is that they were reactions, and therefore they should be taken with a pinch of salt, even if some have felt the drama was being played up by Trisha. They may have been overreactions, but they were reactions all the same. However, Trisha clearly felt like they hadn't quite made their point. After a couple of days of what some may have hoped to be a return to regular content for them, Trisha once more uploaded another video. This time though, it wasn't a reaction or a response. In fact, its title appeared to imply something much more serious, with a trigger warning clearly expressed in the title. What is the video about itself?
I put up with Ethan purposely.
Good day to you. All right, Ethan. Off and away.
On multiple occasions. I always put up with the triggers, and I allow
good.
myself to be triggered.
Man, this place is a death zone. My God.
No, this is times where I'm like, don't share the private messages from episode 1, where he shared messages I sent to him, where he shared Moses' private messages, and we asked him on the show not to.
Well, as it's a Trisha video, there are a fair few clashing narratives. However, the one I'd say is probably the most prominent here is that Trisha believes they were much more lenient than Ethan gave them credit for, despite the fact that they believe Ethan attempted to round them up on multiple occasions. They believe their hand was forced by Ethan's persistent provocation, listing a few examples. A fair few of these seem to be rather insignificant, but the main instance seems to resolve around a trip that Ethan, Ela, Trisha and their family took to Disney. This was recorded and uploaded in vlog form to the H3 podcast channel, and it was pretty well received at the time. However, Trisha seems rather perturbed by a comment Ethan made during this trip about an incident they had also briefly spoken about on the podcast.
I want to talk about it. The first things that come to mind, obviously, are talking to my mom about my sexual
Greetings.
assault on a trip.
Very well then. Hi, how are you?
That my mom, sister, and Moses had planned for my birthday, and then
did invite
Eastern Rec, a Southern Rec, and a Northern
Off
Rec.
and away.
graciously because I enjoyed spending time with them. They're, you know.
Okay, let me at least explain myself.
No.
Let me at least explain myself.
Okay.
We're on the party bus, and we all got our own pizzas. I had my, I love the pineapple, black olive. Nobody else wanted it, so I started picking the cheese off. Okay, and I was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting. So anyway, you looked at it, and you're like, that is so disgusting. I can't look at it. Like, that's just the grossest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was really gross. I physically had to look down.
And I said, Trisha, who are you to talk about gross things? You've shoved a candlestick up your ass.
Uh-huh.
But the reason I said it is because they literally know everything about this show.
Why would I?
Which means that I know that they know the meme.
It's not something they want to talk about or you want to bring up in front of your family.
Fine. But like, well, they were looking at me like, okay, maybe I fucked up.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Alongside the other examples, it feels like Trish is having one of their revelations in rationalizing their own behavior, crafting this narrative that their reaction was actually a result of continuous comments and incidents that they failed to address themselves, and therefore let boil over in the eventual meltdown that occurred in that fateful episode. However, one really has to question what motivated them to use such a provocative title, when the topic, although somewhat sensitive, isn't exactly communicated with the same sense of relevance to the actual subject being discussed. I'm not trying to say a trigger warning was unnecessary, or that it makes any discourse of it less valid, but in the established canon of Trisha's upload history on Frenemies, the video advertised itself as much more serious than other content that they have produced on this specific matter, despite the fact that this was once more an analysis of the often fractured dynamic between the two. However, it is a bit more accusatory given that Trisha alleges that Ethan's provocation of them was intentional.
Like, all of that was, like, triggers, right? When I asked to the very last episode, like, you need to stop, and he's like, yes, you can go up and leave whenever you want, you know what I mean? Like, up until even that point, he wanted me to do that thing, and I'm like, I just want to end this.
This represents this increasingly cynical perspective that each party held of each other, and in his response, Ethan followed suit. Now, given his relevance to the situation, it's no surprise that Ethan wasn't too flattered by how the video was publicized. However, he decided to go one step further, stating that Trisha's video on the matter goes as far to accuse him of sexual harassment, specifically referring to the comments that Trisha made about his commentary on their new skin product.
Boomer can always win.
But it was a lot of things, from sexualizing my skincare product. Like, you know, I was just like
honored, I'm sure. All right,
Ethan.
Ethan.
It's not just my line.
Now, I would stop short of saying that Trish was trying to accuse him of sexual harassment, but I also don't really understand why Ethan's observation had to be construed as sexual, as they say in the episode.
Very good.
Childish humor, seeing something perhaps rude in an otherwise unassuming scene.
And this is the secret. I'm so happy to finally do.
Also kind of phallic.
What?
You say, Trish, what's the secret? And then you show like a foul. It looks like a cock.
What?
Balls and cock.
What are you talking about?
Look, 2 balls and a cock. It's like a giant phallus.
Oh my god. It's the products in the
Bro, it's literally a penis.
You are so talented.
With that in mind, I can understand why Ethan feels like he's being misrepresented. However, the draw towards a discussion surrounding the semantics of sexual harassment feels a bit sudden, and Trisha once more jumps on that to quickly defend themselves and say they weren't accusing anyone of such a claim, harking on Ethan's previous comments about them wanting to fire the crew, suggests that he has a bit of a habit of strawmanning Trisha's comments. At this point, Trisha and Ethan couldn't even agree on what each other was saying, but some felt like Trisha blurred the line in their comments with the intent of taking advantage of Ethan's defensive response, while critics of Ethan thought he was trying to stir up emotion against Trisha by making their claims seem stronger than they were.
Ethan incidentally invited himself to our family surprise, and
need assistance?
We paid for him. Ethan and
Be
Eva did
seeing
not
you.
pay for their VIP ticket to Disneyland. We ended up paying for Ethan and Mila, which is crazy because
Salutations!
At 5%, and VIP tickets to Disneyland is not cheap. And I don't know why
Daylight's burning.
To ask me and my mom or bring it up in the situation that how we felt about her.
I am honored.
You know what? It made us very uncomfortable, especially when we had just such a fun day.
My, you're a tall one. You have a great day now.
Really
very
disgusting.
Good. Be seeing you.
That he wanted the shock value, but I think that he forgets that we're family at the end of the day.
Very good.
And I was not appreciative of that.
The next few days, though, were just pure chaos. Trisha's sister decided to weigh in, supporting Trisha's statement and alleging that Ethan and Hila invited themselves to Disney and had their tickets paid for. Ethan then responds to this sister, Carly, on the After Dark podcast, trying to take a more jocular outlook on the whole situation, but still visibly irritated.
And to be honest with you guys, I'm just trying to make the best of this situation that is quite sour, to be frank. And so I watched this with peace and love. So she's first of all saying we invited ourselves to her surprise party. This is where it's just so frustrating for me. You know, we obviously didn't invite ourselves. We were invited. As Trisha even says in her video, it's like they can't even keep their stories straight.
Trisha then responds to H3, calling them out for this and saying that the sister isn't involved, but also being sufficiently passive-aggressive to boot. And it just felt like this endless cycle of people trying to have the final word. When everyone wants the final word, no one's gonna have it.
Ethan does a thing where he punched down on people, right? Like, he obviously knows he has a really loyal fan base, and they're a really loud fan base. I'm obviously the one getting all the hate. They see that. So for them to do this video, like, defending themselves when I'm the one getting all the hate, it's like, it's really just punching down. It's just punching when it's low. My sister deleted that TikTok within an hour.
Trisha's newest video has further sought to justify their own perspective by making Ethan look more unreasonable than he believed himself to be. Allegations that although he tried to laugh at, he clearly construed as very serious, and similarly hit back at Trisha. And as they took to social media to relentlessly attack each other, it began to feel like there may be no way back. However, if one fact is indisputable, Trisha is consistently inconsistent. And although that would once again change their tone, it didn't quite heal the wound. With each of Trisha's videos, it felt strange, because in spite of the fact that they were clearly unhappy with Ethan Klein, there also appeared to be this expectation that by the next Tuesday, they'd be back at the studio and this would all be water under the bridge. Trisha even alludes to this themselves in a tweet, one which Ethan very quickly rebuked. I'm not subscribed to the school of philosophy that believed Trisha was only upset about the money. And it's not that I don't think there were no legitimate qualms, but it felt like Trisha's videos from a certain point were designed to elicit a reaction from Ethan. And I don't think they did because they loathed Ethan or they wanted to hurt him. I think it's because they almost wanted to play out the situation so that there could be some degree of mutual responsibility spread to the point where they would be inclined to patch it up on the podcast. Although leaving with the usual fireworks, it's clear that Trisha still had a part of them tied to the podcast, even at one point starting their own show called Enemies, which as you can assume was frenemies without Ethan, something they referred to a few times.
So, yeah, this is the podcast Enemies, where I just make enemies. That's just what I do, and I guess I owe it up to this thing. Disclaimer, I actually don't want enemies. I will speak the same truth I spoke on frenemies, but people don't care if there's not like a man next to me. And that's just like the world we live in. I'm not trying to be over here like feminist, whatever. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm happy to leech onto another dude, like, for my next venture. Like, you know, that's just how it has to be if my voice is gonna be heard. I have an apology to Ethan and the staff coming out this week. Me just like go watch Frenemies.
Man, do I understand that?
Support him having a new co-host or co-hosts if he has multiple. We had ad reads for the whole year, so you know.
Oh no, I'm small. Yeah, upper cool. Yes.
Discuss their differences and find some sort of compromise on how to move forward. Something that once again Trisha references in one of their response videos. And this time Ethan didn't really change his tune and wasn't interested in resolving any differences between himself and Trisha with their relationship in the state that it was. And less than 24 hours after the launch of Trisha's new podcast where they take multiple jabs at Ethan, there is once more a change of message.
Like, the very first thing my therapist told me was like 4 things, which is like get plenty of sleep, get out of the house and socialize at least a couple times a week, and you know, eat a couple meals that are good for you, put good stuff into your body, and do physical activity, like even for 20 minutes a day. And I just like neglected basically all of that. I was like, oh, whatever, I'm in therapy. But those are like really just like simple things that again, probably everybody does, but I just never did. And I've been doing the past week and I feel more centered. It really did change chemicals in my brain. I have been on medication. Well, that's not an excuse, I'm just telling you guys because I was put on new medication at the end of May and people say it takes up to it can take 6 to 8 weeks to like kick in, so I'm going to be like on the like 6-week mark.
Yes. In this video called Apology to Ethan, Trisha reveals that they've been taking better care of themselves and have come to the conclusion that they actually have some apologizing to do. Fantastic.
I just hope that this can give them some sort of peace to know where I am at.
And it is totally up to them if they want to accept the apology or not. This is my apology. And I kind of avoided it because I really, this was the Taurus.
Oh, I didn't kill him in time. Feels bad.
Sometimes I'm like, but I also owed an apology in this. And I had to really let that go to find peace within myself. Like, I don't want to feel like people owe me anything, but like, I don't feel that way in my heart, truly. I hope Ethan watches this. He doesn't watch my long videos. He usually gets them summarized. But if you see just this little clip, I'm very sorry, Ethan, for breaking your trust.
After a rather meandering analysis of their mental health, they speak about how much they have messed up. They don't really speak about too many of the issues in depth, but they try to elaborate on their mindset and how this impacted their behavior towards the clients, and how they felt responsible for sabotaging the podcast because of their feelings. Of the incidents in question, they do apologize for the distasteful jokes they made in the DMs that they leaked. They also apologize for not going to Ethan privately, and just generally their demeanor in how it impacted those around them. Frame those actions as ones yielded from an unhealthy mindset.
I apologize because it was disrespectful for what I said.
I can't cast that yet.
For any...
That spell isn't ready yet.
That spell isn't ready yet. I'm not familiar with that tone.
I see exactly how it came across, and I see it very clearly, and I'm so embarrassed because, again, I'm a mess. I'm a messy person. I'm drama. I have issues, as everyone does, but I've always prided myself in being a nice person. I apologize for bringing up money. I apologize for just really, again, poor communication. I feel like I've worked on communication so much in my relationship that I've neglected to work on communication, like, on other ways, like speaking up when, even little things, speaking up if I don't like something or don't think, because I'm such a hype person, I like to, like, hype everything. Love it, and then, like, it got me in trouble with Nikocado, and I was like, yes, let's hang out, and then I hype, and then ghost, because I love to hype. I don't ever like to shoot down ideas. I don't, you know what I mean? But I really need to be better at communicating when I don't like something, I don't want to do something, and just be better at it, and just grow a pair of balls and talk about it. I'm really sorry. I really am. It's now, it's the stages of a Trish freak out, and like, I feel good. I feel strong. I feel like, you know, loved and cared for over here. Ethan, the crew, and Hila, that I'm sorry.
That's still recharging.
And I hope in time that we will be able to talk again. Like, I know once trust is broken, like, it's nearly impossible.
Whoa, talk about lag.
But to put in effort.
I don't think it's necessarily the wrong way to go about it. It's important that you make people understand where you're coming from and how a mindset may have caused you to act out in a particular way. And some appeared to praise him for this. However, some also question whether this should have been done privately first. And not too long after, Ethan
I hope I don't DC trying to get the hell out of here.
And emphasizing the damage he believed they had caused with their prior content.
She said in her video, I'm going to make this apology and Ethan doesn't have to accept it. It's not that I don't accept her apology, it's that I don't want to gloss over too much what went down. I mean, it's a lot for me to forgive this fast.
Now, I think a public apology for a public issue is always useful because viewers know where you stand. But Trisha had reached a stage where so much of himself was online that each public video felt performative, and therefore Ethan was going to be suspicious of this sudden about turn, even for Trisha. I think the problem, and this once again ties back to Dr. Drew, with the previous onset of disputes, it became an established solution to almost use other things as a medium to channel frustrations that they weren't prepared to express. Let things escalate, and then rely on the other party's recognition of that matter. I don't doubt that Trisha likely had qualms with the process of the podcast, and didn't know how to express them at first, so lashed out unnecessarily. And with the context of the subsequent videos and the apology, the initial departure didn't actually feel like a genuine expression of intent. It felt like a way to once again make a statement on a problem that they perceived. In many of these videos, Trisha would emphasize how they're sound of mind now, either due to therapy or changes to their lifestyle, as a way to justify how this was them now speaking with clarity. It was a way to frame their past behavior as impulsive, not the real them. But with
I have
this,
to change that video quality on my video. On my
Trisha. It felt like Trisha was trying different techniques for the same result, trying to present each one as their real findings and engaging reaction. Despite my criticisms, though, I will say one thing. It showed that regardless of the defensive fronts, that Trisha still clearly cared about their friendship with Ethan. Really, all these methods scream to me that this was someone who wanted something but didn't know how to get it. Unfortunately, because of previous instance, it seemed that the easiest route was to be somewhat hostile. This time, however, Ethan drew a line, and in spite of what may have been an apology, Ethan couldn't accept
Off
it.
and away.
He acknowledged and even appreciated it, but he stopped short of accepting it. The apology may have come from a genuine place, who knows, but it couldn't overshadow the fact that it followed 2 weeks of continuous public mudslinging. It felt like Trisha was looking for the ends, but didn't understand the means. If this was 20 days earlier, then maybe it would have started rebuilding that bridge. But at this point, the ravine between the two was just far too wide. How was Ethan to know that this wasn't just another vehicle in an attempt to relaunch Frenemies? There were lots of points that could have marked the firm end of Frenemies, but I think Ethan's tepid response to Trisha's apology indicated the return of the podcast was beyond hope. I think Ethan had come to terms with this end not too long after Trisha had announced they were stepping down, and this was his ultimatum to Trisha to accept it as well. How would they move forward from this? Well, sometimes frenemyships aren't built to last. Ethan addressed Trisha's apology one more time in this segment on Off the Rails. In this, he echoed many of the sentiments that he'd expressed on Twitter, in a much more discernible tone of frustrated exasperation, asserting that although he wasn't opposed to an eventual reconciliation, he wasn't prepared to forgive so quickly and needed time. He also wasn't prepared to let someone like Trisha close again. With that in mind, was not interested in reviving the podcast. Yet this was far from the end.
It's a lot for me to forgive this fast because this is a person who I considered, you know, family, a close friend, someone I trusted, someone that we were working together with, that I had a very close relationship, someone who I was confiding in. She honestly, without mincing words, was trying to like ruin my life. She was saying everything she could to attack me personally, to attack the business. If this is an apology to me, why do I have to watch it on her YouTube channel with 10 mid-rolls? A phone call would have been nice. She has my number. She knows that I'm open to talk anytime. You know what I mean? And she apologized to the crew. She said previously she doesn't have any of the crew's contact information. I'm sorry, but that's not true. We're all in a group chat on WhatsApp. She has everybody's phone number.
Around a week and a half after, Trisha uploaded a video claiming there was an unaired episode of Frenemies which featured a greater reconciliation between the two parties, including an apology from Ethan. Many seem to believe this was filmed to promote their post-breakup merchandise release that was being dropped around the same time. However, after the merch sold out nearly instantaneously, the motive to upload the video was assumedly diminished. After Trisha's video covering this, many podcast fans requested that Ethan not upload the video as they didn't want the drama prolonged, and the episode, whatever its contents, was never released. Following this, there was a moment of respite, as it seemed that both had just grown apart, and even if reconciliation wasn't possible, the absence of conflict was a welcome break for most viewers. It always felt like a ceasefire as opposed to a peace treaty, mainly due to this suggested rapprochement on Trisha's video. It's very hard for me to speculate on what may or may not have been said, because the only source is Trisha, and they do have their biases. But if this video marked some sort of understanding between the two, then it wasn't to be recognized by anyone outside, and in future videos the underlying message was that there was still unresolved tension.
She's always been really nice. I have no issues with Hila. It's like literally was between me and Ethan, but Ethan like drags like a lot of people. And obviously it's his wife, obviously. But like personally, like, you know, we haven't talked or anything, but like I personally never had an issue. I think it's more because I'm like Ethan and I'm like totally over it now. I mean, I don't know, but
Have you guys talk?
No, we're like really, yeah.
For a while, this seemed like Trisha's angle, and maybe if this philosophy had sustained itself, an eventual mollification would have been reached. But unfortunately, this was not the case. As I noted earlier, regardless of what you think of the apology, it felt more like another momentary decision rather than a concrete resolution. For many people, an apology normally marks the end of something, a concession that you'd be foolish to walk back on. At the same time, sometimes if people feel they've been manipulated into
Yo, Marino, what up, dude? Good to see you.
Retract it, and as time transpired, Trisha seemed to walk back their narrative once more. Slowly returning to their former position, they really had done nothing
I made 10 gold from selling my stuff yesterday. Let's go.
I think the ending, like, honestly wasn't my fault. No, but like the last podcast, he like admitted to like, oh yeah, because he like, you know, whatever. It's like a whole thing to get into, but he like screenshotted my text, sent him to his staff. He's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. You know, basically like saying that I wanted them fired, and I was like, show me a text. So he basically like lied, whatever. And I think he ultimately couldn't continue the show because he was the one that was like at fault.
It felt like
Thank
the
you.
situation ultimately wasn't resolved.
Good to see more of you today than yesterday. What does that mean?
Try and keep it alive, while making it looked like they weren't
You're just
necessarily
seeing
going
more
out
of me
their way
today?
to talk
Nice.
about it. Coincidentally, appearing on these
Well, I was on
podcasts,
there
just
yesterday.
seemed to be
Be seeing you.
interested in
Very
discussing
well
the
then.
latest
Off
tea.
and away.
Perhaps all this
For a long
Ethan
time,
You
dude. I
have
did
a
like a
great
17-hour
day
stream
now.
yesterday.
influence Trisha's next move is your judgment to make. What move was that, I hear you ask? Well, as I mentioned a while back, Ethan's often quite vocal with who he despises, and one person who definitely fits that
Be
bill
seeing
is
you.
Keemstar, who Ethan has waged war against for a good few years. Trish, in many ways, also seemed to be vocally critical of Keemstar, attacking him for a variety of
How's it
reasons
going for
over
you
the
today?
years. But if Trisha's relationship
How's
with
life?
Ethan taught us anything, is that Trisha's sentiments can be
Oh, you were punning me. Oh, oh, that's funny. Yeah, actually, yeah, that was really good.
Time, both Ethan and Trisha had separately taken to YouTube to criticize him. Ethan on his After Dark podcast, and Trisha on their 3rd episode of Enemies.
And she doesn't know that I played bad guy Keem online. Okay, if you're bad guy Keem online and that's the character you're playing, Daniel Keem, then you're an actual creep in real life. Like, you are actually a real life perv, a real life just creep, just evil, just nasty, just a nasty old man that's like hurting this girl in ways that she may not know. And but you know because I know he knows because he's constantly bringing things to her and saying the power play of this. But she's not a fan. Trying to rationalize it.
Oh my God, the power.
On his podcast.
Bah, the power!
Keemstar played this off with the usual bombast that many expected from him, leaning into the stereotype rather than running away from it. If anything, it showed that neither side was willing to yield. Yet for some fans, it may have been refreshing that Ethan and Trisha finally agreed on something once more. But this moment of blissful harmony was short-lived.
It is true. I do. My normal go-to is a black T-shirt.
Alongside,
Back.
lo and behold, Trisha Paytas, all looking rather pleased with themselves. I wonder why. This, of course, provoked a response from Ethan, who expressed disappointment at Trisha's newfound allegiance. Trisha responded over a variety of mediums, but we're going to skip over those for now. However, what would the podcast actually be about? After all, you can't just judge a book by its cover, and Trish requested that everyone give the episode a chance.
I met Ethan going on his podcast because he did a vile video about criticizing girls' looks, saying that they look like whales, Twinkies, that I look like a corpse, that I look like a WWE wrestler, showing before and afters that I posted myself, trying to be like, wow, they're really fooling you. Just vile shit. And I still went on his podcast because I'm like, let me have a discussion. Let me see where this goes.
In the podcast, Keemstar explains how he'd reached out to Trisha offering a truce, and Trisha had agreed. Trisha is fast to clarify that they're not necessarily befriending Keemstar, and they're actually still more pro-Ethan than pro-Keem, though they definitely don't hold back in analyzing Ethan's behavior over the previous months.
Trisha,
Yeah.
Ethan will not put himself in a situation where he knows he's going to lose, all right? This is why the last podcast of Frenemies, never aired, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that publicly? Am I allowed?
Was it unaired last episode?
Yeah, we shot one more for closure, and it was really good because I do feel like I'd fucked up a lot, but it was the first time Ethan admitted to screenshotting my text, sending it to girl stuff, and I was like, oh perfect, this will give me some redeeming qualities because he admitted in that I never said fire the crew, and I was like, perfect, people are gonna know, they're gonna stop hating on me. But then yeah, he didn't post it because he's like, well, I don't want more hate to the crew, and it's gonna stress out this person. And I was just like, you posted all my breakdowns, but you're not gonna post this one where I kind of look like at least we're balanced and being in the wrong. Yeah. So I have a little animosity towards him. I still obviously love Ethan, but I do have a little bit of that. I get what you're saying.
I think being
I don't want to climb back up being lazy.
history of conflict with Ethan kind of draws
Hey, we're back here again. Very good.
The conversation isn't just about Ethan, but it regularly returns to him. We Keemstar driving home the point that in his opinion, Ethan is a moral weathervane
Good day
and
to you.
fans the
Very
popular
good.
opinions to garner
Very
a social
well, then.
advantage while receiving special treatment from YouTube. Trisha often plays off this narrative with their own personal experiences, talking about many of the previous incidents that still seem unresolved to them.
So he's a walking, talking hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And I don't think there's anything wrong
It's
with that.
alright.
I think again, it's just the lack of
Game stars.
admitting that.
That's the
I think
joke.
you can admit it because I 100% even me
You
sitting
have
here,
a
people are
great
she's
day
so
now.
hypocritical, whatever. You know what I mean? But I don't think it is that either. I honestly think it's just having.
All right,
a
we'll
session,
clean
but-
that up.
I want to bully. I want to harass. I want to fucking talk shit. I do.
Toxic, man.
I want to
It's
roast this
toxic.
guy, but I can't because YouTube won't let me. But he can say, I got a little dick, fuck puppets. What is this?
Right, and I think that is the hypocrisy.
Can I
of
help
Ethan.
you? Imagine if you were silenced by YouTube and you couldn't
Yeah.
say anything about Ethan, but he was just just dunking on you, saying you're the reason why friend me. Like, you'd get so frustrated.
But then you make a video respond, it gets strike down. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird.
No, totally agree. I agree. I mean, I think it's like gross when people do make fun of people's like looks or small penises or whatever. I don't like when people make fun of people's like aesthetic. But I'm telling you, that's how me and Ethan first met. He made a whole video calling me like a whale, like a corpse, like all this stuff, saying how like I photoshopped my pictures. So like he did the same thing to me. So it is a little hypocritical. But I do think I mean that was
Yeah, I was wondering how you were faring, to be honest, because I knew it couldn't have been necessarily too easy for you, but you said it was like feeling alright, which is good to hear. You're 12? Yeah, I have noticed like you're not like grinding pretty hard, but you have WoW, you play WoW elsewhere too, don't you?
Ordinary for Trisha, they're known to go on podcasts with people they have grievances with. That's why they appeared on the H3 podcast in the first place. However, given how
by the way, don't feel obligated that me giving you gold. Like, I just want you to know that me giving you, don't make you feel like you have to play on the server and stuff. If you don't want to play at any time, like, don't feel pressured to. It wasn't the intention. I just wanted it to be easier for you to level. If you did, that's all. FYI.
Given how Ethan doesn't quite share the same philosophy, people weren't entirely happy. And neither was Ethan. In this situation, even the photo of Trisha with Keemstar had provoked a bit of uproar from the clients. However, there was also a bit more context that makes the circumstances more prime for hostility.
The girl is not to blame for anything.
Yeah.
The girl is only 20 years old. She's a child.
Yes.
We love, I mean, well, I don't know anything about her, but I'm not going after her at all. I was never going to criticize her or say anything bad about her. This is just about a 39-year-old creep preying on a young girl.
Yeah.
In the video covering Keemstar's new girlfriend, Ethan included a segment which entailed an individual calling in claiming to be this lady and going into rather explicit detail about the relationship. Keemstar felt that there was a double standard being operated here and tweeted a video tagging Team YouTube and talking about the situation at hand.
You know, I'm fucking so sick of this one-sided bullshit, right? All I want to do is talk shit to these motherfuckers. That's all I want to do, but I can't. Because YouTube will kick me out of the fucking partnership program, right? If I do that. I literally have the emails here threatening me that that's gonna happen. Can't do creator-on-creator harassment. But Ethan Klein has made about 50 fucking videos breaking TOS, breaking the bullying and harassment thing. He uploaded a fucking video of a Keemstar puppet and he's like fucking it. How is that not breaking YouTube TOS? How is that not breaking the bullying and harassment? And now he uploads this video. It's like a fake person calling in, and they're like, "Yeah, he's got a little dick. The dick doesn't work." And am I over here crying about it? Absolutely not. But let me talk shit back. I really want to fucking know, Susan, Team YouTube, everybody at YouTube, why is it Keemstar versus H3H3? I have sent emails when he broke TOS saying, hey, look, he's doing the same thing that you threatened to kick me out of the partnership program, and it gets ignored. Explain the blatant fucking bias. Because
yeah, but Keemstar has been like known to harass people to like relentless time frames. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. He's playing the victim right now, but he's done a lot of fucked up stuff himself. I have no like sympathy for the man.
Terms of service, with many assuming that Keemstar played a hand in this. Though he denied direct involvement in the removal of the video, it was hard to completely buy this idea that his vocal outcries had influenced YouTube in some sort of way, with many requesting to see his flag.
Oh, you have it? Oh, yeah. Do you have to have separate accounts for NA? You could just swap over servers, don't you? That's cool. Yeah, hell yeah. More than welcome to be on here. I wonder if you're going to get to 80 with it. Love that dude dungeon and shit.
Ethan decides to address Trisha Paytas one last time.
So basically what this is to me, she is what was the name of that famous turncoat during the Revolutionary? Benedict
Arnold?
Yeah, she Benedict Arnold me big time. This is an unforgivable traitorous act. And I'm going to explain in great detail why. And I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. A part of me wanted to take the high road on this and just ignore it. But at the same time, I'm so sick of her disrespecting me and my family and causing shit and just being so toxic, lying, and I'm just so freaking over her.
Herbalism's maxed
Now, as
out.
I've
Okay,
noted,
copy.
It's not exactly surprising taking a perfunctory look at
I
Trisha's
need
history.
to
They
figure
wanted
out how
go
to
and keep the
unlock the
podcast.
next
Though Ethan
one.
certainly compiles a fair assembly of clips that make even this decision look a bit inconsistent on Trisha's part, especially given their familial relation, throwing some shade towards Moses as well. Trisha's even gone on podcast.
Yeah, you're good, man. I know you don't got the time for it too. Like,
but in a way,
um,
it makes sense that
and to be fair, I will be leveling another character too, but I just don't know when. I'll probably there'll be a lot of energy investing in this bad boy.
Any guesses? Could it be because Moses is on the couch and he wanted to rock the boat that way? Is it because his 20-year-old girlfriend that Trisha just ripped into him a week ago is sitting right there next to Moses and everyone's just happy-go-lucky? And Trisha literally says, "How did this story get blown out of proportion? Girl, what?" Go ahead,
Playing
Trisha, take
Daniel Keem, then you're an actual creep in real life. Like, you are actually a real life perv, a real life just creep, just evil, just nasty, just a nasty old man that's like hurting this girl in ways that she may not know, but you know.
Also, Jesse and all these other people that you've been an absolutely disgusting, vile person to. You are disgusting, you are a liar and a psychopath, and you need serious help. So don't even think for a second that you're trolling or winning or anyone thinks you're relevant.
So she has that much energy for an R-word apologist, but keep the same energy because Keemstar, on the same exact situation, said way worse things. And if you care about Jesse's smiles, she seemed to have been way more offended by what Keemstar said than Gabby of the protecting. You have handled the situation with such poor taste.
You have a great day now.
You're right. You don't know what happened, but you sure felt like you did all these years when you consistently
Girls of oil
called me a
using
liar
portable oil
and
collector.
mocked my accusations. Sorry, you
Dude,
hate all these R-word
you just
cases. By the way,
back
must
and
be
forth,
hard on you.
back and forth,
She included
back
a
and
screenshot
forth,
of Keemstar
back
saying
and forth to the
sorry.
exact
Jesse
same
Smiles
area.
tagged her on Twitter.
Oh my God,
Only
they
has 140 characters.
know how
Please
to
don't
drag
accuse me
out
of
your
R-words
quests
making a
here.
joke out of it.
They
Basically
definitely,
accusing her
I think that was the difference. They made and it's a, yeah, I think they realized they kind of biffed a bit on how they did quests in Burning Crusade, because you could tell the difference in Northrend, man. They really draw out your quests here.
False.
Make you come back and forth to the same area.
This is just one specific example of Keemstar's continued history of not believing victims.
In part, he does respond to the narratives espoused throughout the podcast, but more tries to take a holistic standpoint that this is Keemstar taking advantage of Trisha for his own gain, showing a variety of tweets and clips that seem to imply that Keemstar is enjoying the situation much more than anyone else is, even supposedly inviting Gabby Hanna on the same day they were hosting Trisha and joking about it with FaZe Banks on the podcast.
Keemstar ends the show early so that he can bring, of all people, in the same studio on the same day, Gabby Hanna wearing the same clothing. Banks is in the same clothing. Keemstar's now wearing jorts, his trademark jorts, because I think he took a swim.
He took a dip.
We'll get into that too. Yeah, Banks is in the same outfit, and Keemstar just got jorts on. Legend. Here now again, she's a free speech advocate all of a sudden, and she believes in talking to anyone about anything, right? So here they're kind of teasing her a little bit. They're kind of making a fool out of her. Listen to this.
He was here. Imagine. No, but listen. Imagine if Gabby was here and we posted a picture. FaZe Banks, Keemstar, Trisha, Gabby.
I'd bolt.
The internet would.
She'd bolt. She's there. Gabby's there, or at least she's on her way there. So Keemstar's being like, "Can you imagine if Gabby was here?"
He's testing the water a little bit.
Says, "I'd bolt."
Interesting.
Break.
I wouldn't do that to you.
She's the only person
I wouldn't do that to you.
On the whole, though, this video is designed to be the final nail in the coffin for Ethan and Trisha's working relationship, and dare I say it,
Yeah, because
even goes
the,
on to discuss
their
the
whole
other
environment is like a
episodes that bring
two-faced
up over the last
circumstance.
month.
Like
It
there's
explains
no
the reason it
trust.
wasn't released was because he didn't feel like it gave anyone the closure Trisha claims it did. And it was actually quite an
I don't know.
uncomfortable recording, which he rather regrets. He also notes that Trisha claims to have recorded the episode and has been alluding to it in the DMs, stating that he is not fazed by the implication that they may release it.
How everything had gone down.
I think if you're willing to air your issues in such a manner, I think you're seeking the drama anyways.
And in my heart,
Even
I
what's
thought,
his face?
What would be great is if we could just come together for one final episode, for it to be wholesome, for it to be just a beautiful experience where we just reflect on the nice experience
how are
we
you?
have and
Alrighty
part ways
then.
amicably. As soon as we
You have
sat
a great
down,
day now.
Basically, almost immediately, it just went sideways. It just went off the rails. It just turned into more accusations, and it just got really icky. And I was like immediately regretting it because it was just not at all what I wanted or expected. This whole claim that like I had never apologized to her, she keeps saying like he apologized. I proved that that I never said I wanted to fire the crew. You know, I admitted in my first video about Trisha leaving Frenemies that I messed up in showing the crew the tech. They secretly recorded us, which was like kind of devastating to me, that they came into the house, secretly recorded our conversations before and after the podcast and during. The thing is, I don't care if they release it, so it's not like a threat. I don't know why they think it's such a big deal. It's just a messy episode. But I guess in their mind, they think they've been threatening us with like, well, we recorded it, here it is, we're gonna release it, you know, I'm listening to it back. It's like, I just found that like such a violation to come into our house and secretly record us. I was like, wow.
This may not be closure per se, but it is the closest that people were going to have. Two contrasting yet affirmative perspectives. From this, people could draw their own conclusions. However, beyond the basic allegations of hypocrisy, there was a
2
more
minutes
troubling allegation.
of what?
Hypocrisy is when you
Animal
say
blood. You
something
recently
the
killed an
moment to
animal
contradict
in
at
the
a later
Borean
time.
tundra.
And
Stay
although
away
it can be
from the
problematic,
druids of
it's not
Theta
particularly exceptional,
until the
especially
blood
in this
dries,
industry,
or
particularly as
until
you
something
often
to
can't
wash it off
decipher
you.
intent. However, Ethan once more chose to go in on Trisha, accusing them of lying over a variety of issues related
Need
to the
assistance?
podcast, including statements
Off
they've
and away.
made since.
Be seeing you.
Here's a great one. There's this TikTok account, Contradictions of Trisha.
Alrighty then.
Which is like this, whoever's operating this on another level, watch this. They made a great summary of the situation. Yeah.
Have her on. We are family.
Have
so
her on.
He did show me something. I'm not gonna like say what it was. I don't want to like put this on blast, but he did show me something. He's like, I would never do that to you. Like he showed me something that could have happened that didn't. Do you know what I'm talking about? When he showed me that thing, he's like, oh, maybe you don't know, but he showed me something that like would have like devastated me, like really like hurt me. And he's like, I would never do that to you. Like, that meant like I almost texted him just now. Anyways, it just meant.
What the fuck? It's so vague.
How many followers does this account have? Oh my god.
They're actually, well, because...
Holy shit.
He also gave some attention to accounts that seem dedicated to showing these rather conscious contradictions, particularly those on TikTok. He seems quite amused by most of these clips, and although you can understand why they would have irked him, often after the collapse of a working relationship, you are prone to trash talk your former colleague a little. So these aren't exactly surprising. However, there is one clip that he seems to take slightly more seriously, relating to an anecdote that Trisha shared while the podcast was still operating fairly smoothly.
Dude, I'm over it. I'm just totally over it. But here's something I saw that actually really disturbed me.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for our vlog and made me keep it, even though I never asked for a dog.
And yes, we did talk about this from everyone who's like, oh my god, you can't just surprise me with a puppy. I have been wanting a puppy for a really long time.
We had talked about it for a while, that I wanted a Pomeranian, that my mom would help me take care of it.
Just to be clear, we did talk about this, and the plan was to maybe give the dog to Trisha's mom, who really wants a Pomeranian. So
yeah, I've always said I wanted a Pomeranian, but my mom would have to help take care of it. So we're a team effort with this. I wanted a Pomeranian for a long time. Both me and my mom have wanted a puppy for so long. I live alone. My mom
I'm out of
that's
raid.
the color you wanted too, right?
Yeah, he's adorable. This color is just perfect. Everyone who meets him falls in love with him.
They just surprised me with it for our vlog and made me keep it.
We're gonna try and get some houses because we honestly want more. We just love this little guy so much. We just love him so much, and hopefully that will show in here.
We want 2 more. We want a little black one and possibly a white one.
I never asked for a dog.
Oh my god, look at a dog.
want to go, what? You want to go buy a dog today?
I never asked for a dog.
Can we get a dog?
Oh my god.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with the current vlog and made me.
It's so disturbing. How she's openly lying.
In this clip, Trisha's prior behavior appears to directly refute all available testimony that they articulated on Frenemies, leaving Ethan rather bemused and even concerned as to Trisha's capability to expound mistruths.
So disturbing to me how she's openly lying. She really convinced me of this dog lie, and she really successfully assassinated their character. Now, I mean, this specifically has me questioning everything. And I can't help but wonder if I've just been a useful idiot to her this whole time. And the essay allegation about Dom, like all that stuff that was made publicly separate of her is like, 100% believable. But like this dog thing, like I just feel like I've been the useful idiot to her the whole time to smear these people that she hates, because this is a flat out horrific lie to make about someone.
In a way, this was the only significant development on the situation. Trisha's appearance on Mum's basement didn't really change the narratives too much. We knew what each party would probably say. We know where these people stand on each other. However, this moment seemed to at least prompt a brief reassessment of the podcast by Ethan.
Doing all the quests.
Would only yield more questions in the coming month. Trisha has commented on countless issues and shared many anecdotes in extensive detail, often more detail than a majority of people would ever be expected to recall. Some of these were related to YouTube dramas like the David DeBritt saga, but there were also a lot of personal stories which they opened up about. And as a person with their own trauma, they would share some of these stories to an often very sympathetic audience. One of these stories that was particularly harrowing was about a teacher who had violated them while they were in school. The experience, unfortunately, a lot more common than we'd like it to be. But at the time, it was a very powerful moment on the podcast, and they had a set of people surrounding them who were ready to support them. However, with some questions beginning to arise about Trish's accuracy in delivering information, a new light was shone onto some of these allegations. September 2021 was a rough month. Trisha's decision to appear on Mum's basement had already put a further strain on the family relationship, under burden from numerous incidents, some of which were documented on the H3 podcast.
What you texted Moses is the most evil thing to ever put out into the universe. If I'm a weasel, you are Satan. I don't have a target.
She thinks I cast a spell on her, too.
She said, you are Satan for even putting that energy out there.
To get closer.
You're an evil woman to write down what you wrote. It's unspeakable. To put that burden on me the way you did is the worst karma.
This had continuously manifested with other family members involving themselves, one of them being Moses Ackman, the individual who served as the keystone in the connection between the Kleins and Paters. He had recently become more vocal in his participation after certain claims were made about his conduct, defending himself while also criticizing Ethan for his behavior. As both parties stewed in the fallout of the latest strife, questions are being raised about the story that Trisha told on episode 17, the violation story.
Not funny, but like my 6th grade teacher, I talked about it on TikTok, the one that used to, he would play like heads down, and he'd come around and like grab my breast and like put his hands on my face. He did get arrested. His name was Mr.
You or because of other incidents?
So someone else came forward. I never did.
Gross.
But he had on his computer at the
Oh
school.
my God.
But that guy he did get arrested, and I don't know where he is now, but he did.
One of the details Trisha divulged during this anecdote was that this teacher was eventually arrested on charges of CP. However, with some digging, certain people began to uncover information that disputed this claim. As a matter of fact, it was discovered that the teacher mentioned had retired from his role, passing on from this world in 2019. Along with other supposed inconsistencies, this was covered in a 1.5-hour video uploaded by a creator called Mysterious.
Then the 4th time she mentions the same story is on TikTok on March 19th, 2021. This time Trisha encourages her followers to search the teacher and look up his arrest. So Trisha specifically says that this teacher has been arrested. It seems legit, right? Surely if Trisha is encouraging their audience to look this up, it would pop right up when you search it. That isn't the case at all. In fact, when you Google exactly what Trisha says, this teacher does pop up under the top results, but it isn't because he was arrested. It was because he passed away in 2019, and his obituary pops up when you Google what she says.
This observation began to garner traction in forums and comment sections, with some calling on Ethan to amend the story with mind to information available, and on the 11th of September he released a statement. This echoed much of what the concerned parties at the time were professing, that although it was not necessarily his place to discredit a survivor story, he also couldn't keep that story up in good faith knowing the elements of it simply weren't true. Now, it's completely fair to acknowledge that given how trauma affects memory and recall of certain events, it's possible that Trisha may have confused the details and names related to these accounts. However, with the previous contradictions in mind, it obviously occurred to Ethan that maybe there was the possibility that this version of events had been somewhat fabricated. And in that case, especially when dealing with criminal allegations, it's fair to err on the side of caution. Ethan had also followed up privately with Trisha, seeking clarification of these claims, with many audience members also publicly stating their desire for this to be addressed. How do they respond to this inquiry? Well, Trisha first put out a deluge of tweets defending them and Moses from those who they felt were applying pressure, and feeling threatened by Ethan's tone in the DMs, decided to share the messages themselves and let people decide on who was behaving with the most decorum. And honestly, it's a dumpster fire, with everyone throwing blame at each other's feet. Ethan compels Trisha to make a public statement, and Trisha shares many posts that they believe are contributing to unnecessary harassment. Both Trish and Ethan seem to use this accused individual's family in their narrative, Ethan in his post and Trish in the messages. It's hard to know what the family themselves want, but I'm not sure this is it. In the end, they become secondary to further allegations leveled towards Trisha's fiancé, Moses, which had been circulating recently as well. These allegations include stealthing, which, as I understand it, is the removal of the contraceptive device during sex, without the consent of the partner. Allegations also resurfaced surrounding Moses' intent to date Trisha in the first place, with some still wondering if he was just there for the money. He responded to some of these claims in a tweet longer where he asserts that the main complainant had an unhealthy obsession with him, which has subsequently warped their view, sharing DMs to supposedly substantiate this. It brings one person's motive into question, but it doesn't disprove the claims themselves, especially the ones made by others. With that said, it's hard to comment further when you don't know these people involved, and I honestly don't. However, in the DMs, Ethan expresses belief in the person leveling these accusations, and seems to imply that Trisha is being rather hypocritical in their stance. They express visible distress at the situation.
That's still recharging.
This was clearly having a negative impact on others as well, though, with Ethan announcing that he and Hila would be taking a week off the podcast in light of everything. The stress has just become too much for them to bear. At this point, although I think everyone was exhausted, people were by no means appeased, and remnants of the few persisted over the following weeks, with a variety of people and media sources contributing their think pieces. Much of this occurred on fan forums, where one person shared a message from someone who claimed to be a former student at Trisha's school. They attested that although the teacher in question had been dismissed from their role for possibly disreputable behavior, it wasn't related to his conduct towards the students specifically. Once again, this wasn't verified, and to be honest, it's quite hard to verify without people revealing private details, which most people aren't, but it was more food for thought. In response to Ethan's request and pressure from the public sphere, Trisha responded on the 15th of September with a video titled Addressing Everything. I'm not going to go over the details specifically, but Trisha maintains their stories, and in response to the new form narrative of their supposed lying, contends that knowingly lying is not the same as misspeaking, which is what they feel they did. They say they don't fact check and have a tendency to spew secondhand information without actually understanding it themselves. They take responsibility for that, but they don't agree with the characterizations presented by many of their critics, especially those in the forums.
There's a difference between misspeaking, hearing,
Get up
and
somehow.
getting all the facts right, not fact checking, and also, versus sharing something you know to not be true for the malicious intent of tricking someone or making someone look bad. And so I get stories mixed up. I hear things from people and I don't fact check.
Pleased to meet you.
Why I should never have had a podcast. I should never have been on Frenemies. But I'm not the only person in the world to do that. Having said that, I have never lied about things that have happened to me.
The truth is difficult sometimes, and
Good day
sometimes
to
you
you.
have to accept that we'll
Pleased
never
to meet
know
you.
the truth fully. What you ultimately had was two very vehement factions, and when that arises, it can be difficult to deal with. It was certainly fostered in environments like Reddit where fans of one side tended to convene. I don't think it's completely fair to say that because someone misplaced details, the whole story is false. But at the same time, Trisha's response still didn't placate the criticism relating to stories where there was contradictory evidence available. In a way, no two situations are the same, and they shouldn't be treated as such, even if someone is an unreliable narrator. But when the accusations at hand were becoming so sensitive, the tensions were only flaring.
Alright, we did it.
As Trisha said while defending Moses, people can lie. And the question was
Pleased
whether
to meet
that
you.
person was Trisha.
Very good.
Oh, that's cool.
Trisha removed over 1,000 videos from the channel, cleansing approximately 1 billion views of their work.
I hope an engine doesn't break.
Oh,
fuck me.
Hassan Piker. Less controversial.
I wouldn't know how to fix it. I'm not a pilot.
Did you mean that? No, obviously not.
With the family connection also firmly in tatters, it would be fair to assume that this would end the
Gotta use
drama,
restaurant pepper.
especially with Ethan seemingly making a commitment to withdraw from discussing Trisha, and Trisha seemingly wanting the drama to be over. However, a lot of internet criticism persisted, particularly the two sides who wanted to portray the other side as dishonest, because what we saw was a stalemate, which meant fans felt completely free to make assumptions about the characters of people they were criticizing. After being referenced in Ethan's stream, accounts dedicated to publicizing alleged inconsistencies such as contradictions of Trish on TikTok began to pick up traction, only further creating groundswell around these narratives. The account raises interesting points, though at the same time, some of these clips are a decade apart and are considerate of the fact that people's perspectives change. But we'll come to that in a moment. Besides that, there were still occasional allusions to each other's existence, and with Trisha's upcoming marriage to Moses, it was hard to keep them both out of mind too much, particularly when such an event would usually bring the family together.
Well, my friends, happy birthday to Hilda. Hilda! Who is pregnant, who is beautiful, who is everything. You are the everything. I love you so much, and I'm so excited to spend the weekend with you.
On December the 10th, in a stream the day before Trisha's wedding, Ethan made a comment in passing that tomorrow was Hila's birthday, which would have been the 11th. However, Hila's birthday is actually on the 12th. This caused some of Trisha's fandom to claim that Ethan and Hila were lying about their birthday to purposely draw more hate towards Trisha, as some other fans had also been claiming that Trisha was purposely mimicking impactful dates of the Kleins in a continued attempt to provoke them.
Thank you, everybody.
Hope you all have a great weekend. New leftovers on Sunday.
Going over the streams, it seems that Ethan may be celebrating Hila's birthday on the Saturday, as he declares that he's recording another episode of Leftovers, the one with Hassan Biker, on the Sunday. It would be one hell of a way to try and rile his fans up, though as shown, many audience members' perspectives were so cynical that they couldn't help but theorize if every comment had an underlying meaning. It's unsure whether either party believed that the other was taking backhanded jabs at them, but this all seemed to boil over when Trisha posted a rather tone-deaf TikTok barely a few days after the wedding. Hanukkah, come light the menorah. Let's have a party, we'll all dance the hora. I mean, tone deaf is one way to put it, but it is just ridiculous that they thought this was a good idea. I mean, it's not an active admission that it's what they did, but it's a pretty heavy inference. I can't really see any other punchline there. I'm pretty sure those dance moves don't directly relate to Judaism, unless they're implying that such seductive dance moves are payment. But I have to admit I'm not familiar with that currency either. Either way, it's anti-Semitic, and Ethan, displeased with this, decided to break his vow of silence and directly address Trisha in a response.
So you say you couldn't finish your conversion classes, which tells me that you don't care enough about the culture to put in the actual work to do it the right way. And then you say that you just paid off a rabbi to just say you're Jewish, which is, first of all, a lie. No rabbi would do that. And second of all, anti-Semitic, because it just propagates the notion that Jews only care about money. And that's very serious. You know, the whole thing is just disgusting, frankly, and if you don't want me to stitch your anti-Semitic TikToks, then turn Stitch off. I don't want to hear you bitch about that. And the worst thing about all this is that there's people around you that know better.
One of these was done on TikTok, where he explains how Trisha was harmfully stereotyping those from his religion. However, clearly feeling like he had not contributed enough to the discourse, decided to dedicate a section of his off-the-rails soundbite stream to Trisha's comments, explaining that with the wedding behind them, he had no reason to hold back, attacking both Trisha, Moses, and everyone else in the blast radius. It seemed like a pretty cathartic experience for him all in all. The soundbite of Trisha's sister discussing the 5% subsequently won the bitterly fought knockout tournament, seemingly becoming immortalized in H3 history.
17,000 votes. Take that 5%. Has gained the lead. 51%. Take that 5%. It's all unfolding. It is all unfolding here at the 2021.
He takes that 5%.
Taking a small break while I'm cooking
It's
some
clear
food.
that
I'm
although
really
he hadn't
hungry.
spoke about the matter publicly for a couple of months, he hadn't stopped thinking about it, as he
That's
put
happening
a
right now.
plethora of evidence and anecdotes to combat the narrative propounded by Trish and those around them. In fact, this is arguably his most ruthless stream of them all, showing very little regard for the backlash that he may instigate and revealing some rather personal details about Trisha.
I was on a Trisha Paytas embargo by Hila for the sake of her family. attending the wedding. Well, that shit is over, and they're gone back to Israel.
Mask off. Mask off.
I don't owe any shit to anybody. And actually, the worst part is that Moses knows better. I mean, he's fucking enabling straight up anti-Semitic, harmful tropes, making a mockery of the religion, and it's fucking disgusting, and they should both be deeply ashamed, and f them both. Peace and love. By the way, this is coming from the girl who has done OF videos with her whole fucking family. So don't feign like that you're so outraged by this candle story. You know, I mean, Kaylee, if you were so worried about your mom not knowing the intimate details of your sex life, don't make OF videos with her, you fucking freak. And by the way, people have dug up so many videos of Trisha and Kaylee talking with like really detailed questions about sex with their mom.
Gross.
Like disgusting, weird shit that I would never in a million years want to discuss. So you know what, Kaylee? That wedding is over. Fuck you and your whole family. How about that? Fuck you and the womb you came out of. How about that, Kaylee?
Yeah. Cool.
And once I asked Moses if she ever asked him to pretend like he's Hila, and he said yes, but he refuses to. Well, if you ask Moses, they're all water, so incest is fine. All sex is best to Moses when everyone's water. He's like, hey, it's all good, baby.
Defensive, like, why?
I deleted it after it was up, after everyone was telling me how fucking dumb of a take it was. But everybody already downloaded it. You already said it, and you tried some shit. It ain't my fucking fault. You're an influencer. Don't act like you're not. She is. She's been on the videos. She has her own OF account.
Woo!
She's an internet personality. I don't give a. So.
I did corn dogs.
Got 5% of an operating brain. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
I was bottled up. What can I do, you know? Ethan isn't a person who necessarily abides by the internet's code of honor all the time. And whereas the milder individuals who spectate this may find its savagery a bit disconcerting, Ethan seems to be under the impression that this is his justice. For all the times he has felt wronged by Trisha's behavior, their lies, their manipulation, this was his chance to deliver that blow. However, Trisha obviously didn't respond well, releasing a video pleading with him to leave her alone, calling both Ethan and Hila obsessed, and basically every other word under the sun that would frame them as a victim to the client's endless tirade of abuse.
Every little jab.
Good crime.
Video he's made obsessing about me. It always scares me.
I don't understand, man. I just don't get it.
The backlash I receive from their subreddit and their fans, to Ethan himself just obsessing over every little thing I do. Meanwhile, Ethan can't stop talking about me, can't stop getting bans and strikes going off on Twitter, on just random people blocking his content and just being so angry. And lawsuits and all this stuff like that. And I get it, he's probably himself in a dark place right now. Like, I really could see that. I was like, I know he's in a dark place, so okay, I'll take a couple jabs. But this F them and anti-Semitic and Moses enabling, talking about Moses, talking about my sister, people who literally did nothing in this situation. And bringing up my sister again, just knowing he's inciting all of this. I went from having the absolute best weekend of my life to this, and everyone, my family, and Moses, and oh, he wants a reaction. Don't let him get this reaction. And I'm like, don't let him know that he ruined your best weekend. I said, but he did. He won. Like, can you stop now? Please. Like, please.
In this case, unlike previous videos, Ethan relented and cut out a large proportion of his Trisha rant. It's also important to note that Ethan was facing a pretty harsh set of characterizations from an individual known as Ryan Kavanaugh, who had initiated a lawsuit against the client. His lawsuit mentions Trisha by name and frames them as a victim of Ethan's actions. Ethan had been vocal about the stress this lawsuit had caused him and may have not wanted to increase any risk of defeat, given that the case explicitly mentions defamation on multiple occasions. Ryan had also been blocking many of Ethan's videos which he had tweeted about around the time, and not too long after he was again blocked from uploading after an old video was supposedly mass reported by trolls. Once more, Ethan announced that he would take another break, even after having the strike removed. It seemed that his attempt to close out this story was opening more new wounds. But why? Well, because there's no situation with Trisha in which you can win.
Yeah, the way you win is by just shutting up. Just let it go, move on.
The contradictions of Trish TikTok account and other commentators highlight something. It's that Trisha is probably the most inconsistent person online.
My God, look at
I
her.
divide these inconsistencies into three components: personal evolution, small talk disparities, and inexplicable lies. For example,
people asking about nanny and a bar mitzvah, you know, it's hard to say. It's like hard to say until it happens. Like, I would like to try, obviously, without a nanny. I really don't judge anyone that has them.
I don't know, man. She's just a mean-spirited person, and she's ugly, in my opinion. I don't care if you think it's offensive or you think I'm shaming her. She's ugly. Fuck. Personality just makes her look even uglier.
Ethan. It could just be Trisha coming
as a
around to
whole,
the idea
everything.
of
Just
nanny and the merits to it, especially as they are now pregnant.
And she's fake as fuck.
On the other hand, doesn't really show much growth between conflicting statements, but also could be explained away by the fact that Trisha is someone who talks a lot, and their opinions seem to fluctuate rather turbulently, but also ultimately too inconsequential to care about. The content people seemed most alarmed by was the inexplicable lies, statements that seemed impossible to make sense of in the context of how the truth appeared.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for a vlog and made me keep it, even though I never asked for a dog.
And yes, we did talk about this from everyone who's like, oh my god, you can't just surprise someone with a puppy. I have been wanting a puppy for a really long time.
We had talked about it for a while, that I wanted a Pomeranian, that my mom would help me take care of it.
Just to be clear, we did talk about this, and the plan was to maybe give the dog to Trisha's mom, who really wants a Pomeranian.
This was first brought into context by the puppy clip. And although certain falsehoods like the allegations against a school teacher could be put down to confusion, others like that relating to the puppy are much harder to explain. Where's the ambiguity there? Trisha said something that was just apparently objectively false, and that's far from the only example. I said earlier that Trisha was most at ease when firing off information and stories about topics that interest them. That was when the podcast ran at its smoothest, but it was only because it was what made viewers and colleagues feel most comfortable.
I don't even know what this is. Like, I can't even like cosplay because I don't know what it is.
Oh my god, this is one of my all-time favorite movies.
You got it off Reddit and you're like, we're gonna do this, and I'm like, I don't like. This is definitely not my idea.
You told me you didn't like it?
What?
Can we? I love her.
It's confusing and hard to really understand because you're often left thinking, why would you even need to lie about something as trivial as that? But it's very difficult to come to any other conclusion than that this was intentional. But then the question comes down to what motive causes a person to state inaccuracies like Trisha does. Not just about one detail or the other, but in general. Well, a simple response would be that Trisha is a troll, and they have been trolling long throughout their YouTube career. On one hand, yes, this is true, Trisha has been a notorious troll since the early days of this platform. But on the other hand, it seemed that trolling was a bit more identifiable, particularly in the narratives and the tone. It was also something that Trisha claimed to have left behind them on a fair few occasions when discussing it.
So when people said no, then I did troll and make a video where I started going into altars if that's what people wanted to see. But it was clearly a troll. People were upset that I, did that. And I get it. I get the upset with that, but that made it triggered from people being like, you don't have this, you don't have this. Meanwhile, everyone's saying, you're crazy, you have this, everyone diagnosing me. It's like, well,
when you make a video like that or the trans video or whatever, you get a lot of attention. You're an attention seeker, but you usually get a lot of negative attention. Do you see a difference between negative and positive attention?
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. It's like my trans video and my DID
regardless
video,
of what you want to say,
never get negative attention.
Regardless of what you want to say about them as a group, they are smashing the outfits, bro. Like like hers is not as good. You can see like the little mess ups. Like look at that for example. But his is fucking really well done. You can't even see the where he puts on the fake breast. Like you can't see the seamness of the skin is perfect. Like it's impressive.
Attention was like when Trump ran the first time. I was like, hey, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not, and I loved getting negative attention back then. That was when 4 years ago. So it was like I haven't done a negative attention-seeking video since.
This was not just a relationship that enabled Trisha to post a few videos. This was a fully fledged business partnership that generated significant income for our prima donna. It precipitated a romantic bond that produced a marriage and a pregnancy. For all that to be a troll would require some mastermind level preparation and emotional robustness that even Trisha, in all their longevity and fortitude, may not be capable of. What's the alternative explanation then? Well, I think the idea of Trisha being a troll is reductionist. A troll is known to actively carry out undesirable actions for attention, and although Trisha has done that, they're not just a lover of negative attention. Trisha has a way of inserting themselves into stories that makes them relevant to the situation at hand. I think if any of the perceived contradictions highlight a common factor, these are often situations where the people who Trisha may be commenting on are unlikely to respond on a public platform in a way that may illuminate these lies.
We got a bird pretty heavy yesterday, so I don't know, I'm being a little bit more lackluster today. Be more chilled out. Not saying we're not gonna like start doing quests and stuff, but you know, like I said, relax, watch your show for a bit, hit my pen a little bit more. Hey, love it. I'm glad I remember, man. I sometimes can forget to take the vitamin D pills. Last thing. It's like the only thing that's wrong in my blood work, basically, is they say, but like based on like deficiencies, for example. I have good vitamin A or what. I don't really understand all of their acronyms or whatever, but like that's always usually what happens is the doc's like, listen, you need to take some vitamin A pills. Thanks, doc. Got it.
Valid criticisms, so they struggle to respond in general, or they literally can't respond. Trisha's stories always seem to be rooted in some grain of truth, but it's hard to know exactly what followed.
I didn't want to tweet because like I actually knew him, and I'm not like I'm not saying like, oh my god, we were like best friends, but I hung out with him at least a dozen times when I was younger, like 19 to 20. And I won't really say how we knew each other. Our relationship just out of kind of respect for him or his family. And, you know, like, you know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to air out dirty laundry or any drama.
One of the curious stories Trisha told back in the day was about an interaction with famous actor Robin Williams, who passed on from this world far too soon. Trisha stated that when they worked as a courtesan, their paths had crossed. This story was recounted on their channel not too long after Robin's passing and repeated on the podcast, where Trisha brings it up and then seems hesitant to elaborate further.
I knew Robin Williams.
Let me guess, you fucked him. I
don't like talking about now that he's deceased, but I did do a story time on him one time, and he was really, really nice. But I don't like go into detail of how I know. But he was really nice, and he did.
I don't believe that.
I just said it.
You
better tell me now.
I honestly don't believe it because Robin Williams has been dead for quite some time, and nothing has surfaced about the man. Aside from what we already know about him struggling with depression and his family fighting over his wealth and like, I think the depravity of Robin Williams was what you watched on show, which was what you saw on TV, like what he said, like that was the limitations of his depravity, was just talking about the fucked up stuff or making really rough, like harsh, crazy jokes and stuff. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that Robin Williams even needed... I just don't believe that Robin Williams as an individual would even need that. He was married on top of it. I don't know. The man had other issues to worry about than getting laid. You know what I mean?
No. So you were a prostitute and you hooked up with Robin?
It was like a
Well, he's known for, you know, doing that stuff.
Yeah, but he was really like again of all.
Was he?
Oh, is it?
He was really nice.
Oops.
I don't want to talk about it. I just feel like it's so disrespectful. I don't want him to like.
Now I gotta look that shit up. Maybe I had a warped perception of the
Now, once again, with the legacy of Robin Williams and the awareness that we have of his often complicated and problematic character, it's not in the realms of impossibility. At the same time, it's another situation which involves an admittedly rather unlikely scenario with only one available source. This is the case with a fair few other public figures and even private ones. Although in many cases these stories are mostly inconsequential, the discomfort from Ethan's perspective was that he believed he was used to prop up a false portrait of someone. And it's not hard to see why. It's important not to understate the more sophisticated aspect relating to Trisha's understanding of internet culture.
This is the epitome of proof that Robin Williams had sex. And if you read the quote, you automatically know it's a joke. And he could have, but I don't think it was a routine. There's a difference between something, like, this isn't like, especially if he's 21, like one time or whatever. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm choking on my own cyst. Like, dude, people have to try shit, man. I'm fully, like, if he did do it, it was when he was young to see what it was like. And he didn't like it, I imagine. Not the same experience, I guess. But it's a joke. He said, I was so bad she gave me a refund. It's a fucking joke. Yeah, it's a lie. I looked it up. Yeah, it's a straight fucking lie. There's just no way.
Trisha isn't someone who just exists to lie. They have desires and aspirations. I think in this case, the podcast provided a platform for Trisha to tell a new story that would contextualize their behavior, that would almost be this new chapter in their life. Trisha knows what to do to maximize their attention, and although in the past the best way to do this was through often shallow provocation, here it was actually to create a deeper, more sympathetic portrait, one that would make them look more human and have the audience rooting for them. Many people would have that naturally
I don't know, when
within
you're
their
scripting
character.
this much,
With Trisha, it's
I don't
like
know,
another
dude.
persona for each moment. Trisha's nature to adapt to situations and bring themselves to the forefront of conversation is so prominent that they couldn't help but misrepresent certain situations, while spectators looked on and nodded their head. When Trisha was caught up in lies before, in their first appearance on the H3 podcast, when the lies were quite obvious, people didn't feel so threatened by them. But as people bought into the greater story in its entirety, the impact clearly affected people more significantly. While the podcast was running smoothly, everything went well for them. Their platform was used, and it's clear that many began to fall in love with the Trisha they thought.
Yeah, it's how the poor girl's been struggling with her weight her whole time, like throughout the entire time you're observing.
You question these stories. I don't know Trisha inside out to say without a shadow of a doubt they actively.
My God, I hate
lied,
this. It looks
but they
terrible.
didn't tell the truth. And in the months
It's not
following,
even
it was
glamorous.
clear
It's
Ethan
just
grew bitter, believing that he had been duped into providing a platform for someone to speak so carelessly.
I think
and
it's
using
not
his
that
trust
she's
to
wearing it.
provide
She just
a
doesn't.
souvenir of credibility.
She
But that's
doesn't
only
pull
one
it off.
perspective.
That's what it is.
What's the other? How much blame can we assign to Trisha?
Okay, though, not everyone
and
can
how
do
much
that
we
kind of
assign
stuff.
elsewhere?
I mean, if she was like 30 pounds lighter, probably. And I know that seems fucked up, but
By the way,
it's not even a societal thing.
and
It's a
people dug up
fucking
so many videos of Trisha
generalized
and
appeal.
Kaylee talking with like really detailed.
When you look on, when you look that
about,
unhealthy,
sex.
she's not going crazy unhealthy, but like when you appear to start to look unhealthy, it's a far less appeal for people. You know what I mean? Like,
So
come
you
on.
know what, Kaylee?
I'm not even gonna say sorry.
That wedding
That's
is
just the fucking
over.
truth.
You and your whole family. How about that?
In the coming months after their pre-Christmas spat, although Ethan and Hila had mostly cleaned up their legal obligations relating to Ryan Kavanaugh, the release of certain pressures didn't draw them back to the topic of Trisha, other than a few subtweets. Likely because Ethan going full mask off wasn't actually a rewarding experience. Trisha did what many expect and put Ethan in a position where if he said any more, he'd be the aggressor. He'd be the one unduly ruining a person's honeymoon. Yet, many were still frustrated, pointing towards all the times that Trisha had spoken endlessly about frenemies after they broke up. But unfortunately, they're not quite the same, are they? One is Ethan, and one is Trisha. Many of the accounts that we've used today, and many of the people who've taken to call Trisha out for their behavior during frenemies, were completely on board only months before, despite the fact that many of Trisha's comments were firstly made on frenemies and made long before frenemies, statements that were well known and acknowledged at the time. In many ways, Trisha's demeanor always strangled the line of trolling master seriousness, and people expressing outrage at this shouldn't necessarily be that surprised. Trisha did exactly what they normally do. Isn't this what we expected to happen anyway? In Trisha's first collaboration with the Kleins, they were called out for specifically lying about a rather important detail relating to drama. Surely it was obvious that this was a pattern.
This channel called Psych in Real Life, they did how frenemies reveals a mental health misconception perpetuated by the internet. This was a really good one. This was someone who was like in our favor. Some people are in our favor that we show the ugly side of BPT. They're like, you know what? Everyone's a mental health advocate until it's ugly. And
So another theory began to arise, and although I don't think it's the most popular one, I think it's worth addressing nonetheless, particularly given the undercurrents of mental health. As discussed earlier, many felt that given Trisha's noted instability, responsibility ultimately fell on Ethan for platforming them in the first place. One of the initial appeals of frenemies was that Trisha Paytas was such an interesting character and that they often lacked a filter and would say stuff that people do deem offensive. Trisha never deviated from how they were known to behave, so why was it fair to treat them any other way? I think the problem is that this ultimately arose from the desire to keep the podcast together, friendly bias, and some of Dr. Drew's less helpful advice. Ethan did obviously treat Trisha differently when they were a part of the podcast. Although he was no pushover, he didn't really treat Trisha's worst comments with the seriousness that they could have been treated as a critic or even as a friend, and some would even say that he almost left people to observe it like a specimen under a microscope. It was part of the theatre. It could easily blur the lines between melodrama and serious disputes. In the months after, it became easy to view what seemed like melodrama at the time in a much more serious light. light, and many did, but losing perspective of the original context they were viewed in. Exposing Trisha Paytas is such a strange concept because everyone knows so much and so little about them at the same time, and I don't know what you could say about Trisha Paytas that would surprise me. I spoke earlier about Ethan's bias, and I think it's what's made him a contentious figure. During the Keemstar girlfriend drama, a clip began to circulate of what he said to Boogie, another creator on the older side who'd had an interaction with a younger girl, and Ethan's supposedly differing perspective.
She's a strong, powerful, smart girl. For her age,
Strong,
I just
independent.
was just shocked.
How old is she? How old is she?
She will be able to legally drink soon.
Damn, you dog, dude.
Yeah, it was bad, man.
It's not bad. She's legal. You're out there. You're
Yeah, it was
shaking your
bad.
dick.
Don't try and find out who the girl is. Don't try and do
the
anything.
girl is not to blame for anything.
Yeah.
She's only 20 years old. She's a child.
Yes.
We love, I mean, well, I don't know anything about her, but I'm not going after her at all. I was never going to criticize her or say anything bad about her. This is just about a 39-year-old creep.
Now, this once again harkens back to the hypocrisy narrative that many assert. However, I think it more shows how often Ethan projects his judgment of character onto an action that many others may refrain from making assumptions about. Ethan believes that Keemstar is an inherently opportunistic, shady individual, probably many worse words, and therefore, from Ethan's perspective, Keem's attraction to younger adults is based on something more insidious than if it was an action carried out by someone he had more respect for. The only issue is that Ethan often doesn't elaborate on this himself and uses general logic that could be applied to any of these situations, and therefore, for people who don't think it's fair to cross-apply those assumptions, these positions will seem conflicting. I think the Trisha fallout showed that friend-enemy dichotomy that Ethan clearly experienced, and in a way, it makes sense. Someone who you may perceive charitably may
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
My bad. Dude, I was talking this whole time. Yeah, I was discussing about how weird it feels to have someone, I don't know, like, I guess it doesn't matter since I was muted the whole time. I guess maybe it was for the best. But yeah, I was just expressing how uncomfortable I feel when I see people dating other people. And you could argue that, like, it's not necessarily an issue or, like, my place to do it, but, like, I am more comfortable seeing a 40-year-old dating a 60-year-old than I am seeing a 20-year-old dating a 40-year-old. And I think it's literally because of life experience. Like, you're dating someone who's lived a lot of their life. And I think there feels like there's like an unnatural there's like almost an unnatural dynamic between the two in the relationship, because like it's not a normal thing to want to date someone so much older than you without having some kind of underlying issue regarding the circumstance. Like if a lady has like that, like has like a fetish for older dudes, or a guy has like a fetish for older women, I think that's weird, dude. But we're talking about like you know, huge gaps. 10 years is not as big of a deal in my opinion. I think 30 versus 20 is you're still figuring shit out. But like 40 versus 20, yeah, man, that's too much. And as you get older, you know, I don't think it's as big of an issue. You know what I mean? Like, I'm probably going to be as less like, if you're like a 30-year-old dating a 50-year-old, I'm probably not going to say anything. I'll probably be like, all right, have fun. Because like I said, it's age. I think they're still too young to date someone so old. I think it's still too creepy. Once you start to get up in your 20s, it's not as big of a deal. And I know I'm like raising the bar of what I think is ethically acceptable to date within your age brackets, but like dating within your age brackets of 10 years, I think is okay. And then if you can expand your age bracket, I guess, as you get older, you know, like I said, if you're in your 30s, you know, expanding your age up is fine. So, I mean, like if you're 30 and you're dating somebody in their 20s, that's totally okay because it's within a 10-year bracket. You're 40, in the 30s or 50s, you know. But as you get older, it's okay to date up higher, I think, because you yourself have lived enough of your life to know what you seek in life, to know that like your partnership with this individual, it has more meaning than some type of underlying like issue, like having a daddy or mommy issue or something like that. I know that may seem a little harsh to assume that that's why people appease themselves to such dynamics, but I really think that's a big thing. Like they have mommy or daddy issues, like mommy didn't give me enough love or whatever, or I don't know how to explain it. The only reason I even bring up anything or say anything in any regards to that kind of stuff is because I've spent a lot of time thinking about why I like certain things. Like what is it that appeals to me for whatever reason? Like why is that the case? Why is the case that this person's so enamored about this specific thing? Like what's that for? You know, and you can analyze to the wind and still get it, like, and still be 100% wrong. Like, you can't truly be in the mind of anybody else except yourself. So the only thing I can sit there and express is that it feels weird. But I mean, I think like I'm also like seeking to ensure that society for me is like I'm trying to find out or understand society, right? Like if society's to tell me, and you know, there's edges to it, obviously. But if society is to telling me, you know, when I grew up as a kid, like being gay was weird. Like it wasn't socially acceptable. It wasn't like you went out and lynched anybody or nothing. Like, don't get me wrong. Like there isn't, like it wasn't that kind of hatred. It just wasn't something I dealt with when I was a kid, right? And I grew up in a religious household, so it was always looked down upon. And the big recourse of like that realization of changing the perspective of somebody is like one of my siblings telling me that they were trans, and I was very surprised at how I reacted to them telling me that they were trans, or like they felt like they wanted to be a woman, and I didn't give them any negative reaction. I legit remember I was like, okay, I was like, if that's what you want, that's what I told them. I was like, I don't care, and they were very surprised by the reaction, but the situation as it occurred became to unfold as I started to realize like they changed how their personality was. They weren't the same person. But then maybe as I got older, I started to realize they were just pretending the whole time before. They weren't really who they were because they were trying to put on a mask the whole time, right? So who I knew now was not the person I remembered, and was very sad and frustrated for quite some time that I thought I had lost my brother and had gained this new person. I had no idea who they were. It just was so weird. But that wasn't the case. It was that I think, and I don't talk to them for other reasons, more for reasons as to
speak quickly.
Me, dude. Oh, classic. Oh, is that what's happening? They walked to these traps when I set them. But like, society has, you know, continued to like, and I look at videos and I watch and I listen and I ask questions and because I just want to understand. Because the biggest thing for me is I want to understand myself too. I want to understand why I do things or why I feel this way, and like how to reflect that in a more positive manner for other people, so I don't have to affect them when I'm not feeling the right way, you know. And so I spend a lot of time trying to see how society portrays things. So like if society sits there and tells me, and I know this was a big little loop, but I'm proud of myself I came back too, because I almost didn't think I was going to be sure if I could. I forgot it for a second. But if society sits there and says that kind of age stuff is okay, then I guess it's okay. But to me, it doesn't seem okay. It seems like stealing someone's youth in a way. But again, it's their choice. Once they hit 18, there's nothing I can say. I can't pass. If what they're doing is not harming me, there's nothing I can truly say negatively about it, because it doesn't hurt me.
However, if you come to the
it just
conclusion
seems weird.
Actually that person is not well-meaning, then you may think that they already have the education, they're just discarding it. With that said, it is a distinct polarity. And although some would say that Trisha certainly poked Ethan until he bit back, others would argue he unquestionably gave a platform for a person who was known for their falsehoods and then adopted a victimhood narrative when those falsehoods were turned against him. It's not hard to wonder if the famous episode 17 would have even been considered for deletion if frenemies never split up. As we've seen, it's very difficult to use Trisha's words against them because you don't know what's real and what isn't. The truth is, no viewer or audience.
That's really good spell power, though.
Who Trisha
What's giving me the most gold?
They believe, because they throw out so many statements that makes me question if they know what they believe themselves half the time. With this in mind, I think some commentators and critics of Klein, their fan base, found the long-term reaction to the collapse of frenemies slightly inauthentic. Trisha had alluded to this narrative as well, regularly claiming people only cared about certain actions after they were antagonized by the audience. And although somewhat inaccurate, I can understand the gist of it. In essence,
it's just getting more years, but I don't get any more quests. It's just probably reputation.
Only wanted the tea and the hot takes as long as Trisha was part of the podcast. Ethan isn't stupid, and he Anthony is very outspoken about the people he doesn't like and thinks should probably be deplatformed for their behavior, such as Keemstar. Although these two did one episode actually a very long time ago, Ethan has repeatedly refused to share a platform with him since, citing Keem's
I gotta go get an orphan calf.
Why. Some would argue that much of the stuff that Trish had done less concerning, yet they were still
I feel like it was a little that I turned down a bit.
I think the problem that you have is that you are impulsive, and so you go and make videos without thinking about it, and then people start to disbelieve you, and they think you're like this drama machine, and that you make these videos intentionally. And so, like, I get why he would think that. You know what I mean? Because it's like every week, you know, it's like I'm transgender. I have personality disorder, and so people start to think like, what is really going on?
I get it. I'm not mad about it, but Anthony Padilla of all people, Mr.
I'm gonna kill Maul the Mammoth Destroyer. You got it, my friend.
Which clearly is. Let's say I am. Let's say I'm a pathological liar, and there's some fucking disorder where I'm just like always needing attention. Like I have something wrong with me. You don't fucking attack someone because something's wrong. How about get that person fucking help? How about butt out because there's probably other people helping? People don't know fucking shit when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Cynical viewers would assume that once again it comes down in part to control. Unlike a collaboration with Keemstar, for example, Ethan had an idea of how a podcast with Trisha could go. He had relative control of it on his platform, and at the time there was a notion that greater evil for both parties to combat. Trisha did what Trisha was brought on to do, and people catered to them and supported them. And although
this is fun. Voodoo. I totally wish I had a mammoth mount instead of my mount. Though I do like the cat mount. This mammoth mount is cool. I want to go to the auction and see what I can get. But I think you can't buy the mammoth one, you gotta earn it. And if you can buy the one, you've gotta buy it if I'm thinking it's the one I'm thinking of. It's expensive.
However, if their inconsistency has been as consistent as it's made out to be, some would claim Ethan isn't as innocent as people might assume. That he must have had some awareness of what he signed himself up for, but didn't mind as long as he had control of the environment that Trisha existed in, as long as the narrative was on his side.
I do have a premonition that I feel like I'm gonna be like a Jimmy Fallon, and I'm gonna just have to leave this show, and I feel bad because you're so nice to me.
You're gonna move up. You're gonna ascend to late night and say, Ethan, I'm sorry.
That spell isn't ready.
I'm the next
We've had a good thing, but I have to leave you behind.
Eventually, I'm
I regret my decision.
what's gonna happen? Like, I'll feel bad if that's you. Like, what if?
I was too confident. Abandoned ship, I don't want it to die.
That's the problem with me. I'm never content. I always think I'm gonna be doing better and bigger.
Some would always believe that Ethan just wanted to use Trisha's controversial persona for the clickbait and the views, without real regard for the place that Trisha's
good job, dude.
inconsistencies and outbursts came from. And although Trisha did consent, was Trisha too in love with the attention to even process the situation rationally? Was it really responsible to provide them with that space anyway? Maybe Ethan only wanted Trisha for as long as they played the part they wanted, and the moment they attempted to take more control was the moment they were no longer useful. This is all just speculation, and a reflection of how people view this situation quite cynically. And I want to make that clear. But it often did latch on to one key factor of the podcast, particularly one with such notable personalities, and that is control. So what did that control come down to? Well...
Oh my god, you can farm the ears with this mob?
We bought a studio downtown.
I can't do it now.
That was always the plan, by the way, that we were going to move up downtown. And then all of a sudden, was like,
well, I'm coming back there. Might as well grab 15 more, right?
But it's fine because
you didn't tell me downtown
we're still at my house now. But I said, okay, so I was like, yo, by the way, we moved into our new office. We're going to be there next week. It's good. And then you're like, oh, I don't want to go down there. And but we had made all these plans to move the set and everything, do everything. So you're like, I don't want to go down there. And then we talked about it a little bit and said, okay. And so we had to buy.
But that was the first time we ever spent money on production costs.
It's not about that, dude. It's literally about we are producing the show. I'm taking a cut. I feel like that's beyond reasonable.
All the
beyond
highlights.
Reasonable.
5%. 5%. Do you realize how much 5% was of our last one?
Yeah, but she also, I don't think, understands how much it takes to produce.
I can't cast that yet.
As said, it's very hard to distinguish Trisha's true beliefs from the ones they push for provocative purposes. There was one situation which I do feel represented Trisha's opinions from a fairly genuine perspective, as it was one where their behaviour didn't benefit this arc of attention. That is Irish's main issue of it all, the 5% and what it represented. Although Trisha is a person who often isn't completely honest with what they think or how they feel, it's never without a greater motive. And in absence of a trolling motive, we have to ask ourselves, what is so important about 5%?
In her whole family, it's like they're all just sitting there counting the 5%. Like,
He takes that 5%.
You got her whole family, she's just like the 5%. 5? That's a small number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 100.
He takes
There's 100 numbers. There's 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it.
Now, the quotes and jokes run deep, and rightfully so. I don't think there's anyone who believes that with the production costs, Trisha and Ethan's profit should have been split completely evenly. However, I do think the banter has often clouded the core points that were trying to be made, that weren't completely...
Oh my god, I got that delta, this buff? Whoa, that's cool.
And the dynamic between Ethan and Trisha.
25-minute buff too, I like it.
Discussing the capitulation of the partnership, that they both gave a lot to be on the podcast before being
really cool buff.
By the other.
But I thought I saw, okay, I guess the delta thing is just the buff. I didn't get anything. Like 21 though, I have plenty. I was also looking for the years. Let's head back over here. That was cool. Read the mammoth. I want more missions like that.
Which made sense given Trisha's unpredictable tendencies. However, it also meant that Trisha was almost always a guest on their own podcast. Although their outbursts often resulted in certain concessions, it also reminded people that their presence was still unreliable and didn't give them any stead to expect more control over production. However, 35 episodes in and half a year since the last serious quarrel, I think Trisha believed that they had become enough of a mainstay to expect a bit more authority over the direction of the podcast.
The girl that he cheated on with, this Ava Louise girl, he called her a gremlin. It's like, you fucked her.
Go off,
you can't
queen.
I hate
Go the fuck off.
guys fuck girls, and because they got caught or whatever, then they call the girl the gremlin and stuff like that. Like, oh, she was good enough to suck your dick. Like, what are you Mike is such a woman hater, and he hates sex workers. And you can see by Lana, he's cheated on her, like, publicly admitted to it in a game, saying he got head from people. Like, he's so...
you know what's
Vishnu Allah, may the stars guide you.
Has to get head from somebody over in fucking Florida or wherever the fuck they are, and thinking that's cool. Like, oh yeah, baby, give me. Like, you are such a loser.
You fucked up, Mike.
Perfect example, small dick.
You fucked up, Mike.
Person to suck your dick. You psychopath.
Damn, she did rant.
Goddess, watch over you.
Oh, yes. Okay, so cancel. Goodbye. No, I'll hold on for that until later, and I'll come back for a buff when I'm ready. That's so cool.
Which is why they attacked the production aspect, eventually escalating the situation.
Preparing for the worst.
Ended prematurely. However, the 5% narrative.
What a sick buff, dude.
Point to this discussion and a clear signifier of what they wanted. Basically, Trisha's point.
Look how tanky at 10,000.
Exactly, because that 5%
I don't know how good you get it at 80. Do you know, Miranor, how good you get it at 80?
Ultimately, I disagree with
What's like is 20k like the...
Look more at the share from the perspective that this 5% was nobody's money to begin with.
Ooh, we get to talk to her.
Made for Trisha to have more of a say in certain decisions regardless of the money, because Frenemies was presented as a joint project and they were part of
Lindra at the abandoned reach wants you to recover 12 shipments of animal parts. You got it, girl. I'm on it.
I would go as far to say that I think their announcement to step down was done with almost the opposite intent. With people's desire to keep the podcast together and the result of previous tantrums, Trisha had every reason to believe that actually them standing down would prompt Ethan to do everything he could to keep the podcast together, possibly having another Dr. Drew episode which results in Drew recommending Trisha has more representation on the podcast, and Ethan abiding by the expert advice. However, that did not happen. The 5%, as amusing as it was, became that primary narrative to show that from Trisha's perspective, they never really had any control. For a podcast that they featured on in their lives, that wasn't fair. In my opinion, Trisha did
like, what's the
They just wanted what it represented. In the videos following the
like, what's the
emphasized that from their perspective, their input wasn't valuable.
Oh, I get ears off these guys? Cool. I'm into that.
Pretty directly, once again bringing that intent into question. I do think there was a tension that neither of them wanted to address until after they didn't have an obligation to each other. Both Trisha and Ethan sought to emphasize how much they cared about each other, and I don't doubt that's true, but I guess the question would be, how much do they trust each other?
Like, how much health do you get when you get to 80?
So she wants me to hire people, lease an industrial space, of which, by the way, the leases are usually 3+ years on industrial spaces, for something that she's inevitably gonna quit. Like, I mean, it's happened 3 times already. So like, and guess who's gonna take all the risk on that? Me. I'm gonna risk my ass.
Here he states he didn't want to hand over more authority to Trisha in the say of the staff because from his perspective, he was the anchor and Trisha could walk out at any time without experiencing any repercussions. This is true, but in a way he walks himself into cyclical reasoning because what he says is only true because Trisha walked out because of that specific reason, in which case Trisha would just reply, well, that's where the 5% of my cut comes in. Now, as said, I don't necessarily agree with Trisha that a cut should give them a stronger say.
How do I have more powerful spell? Oh, is that blessing considered my mark?
Say, well, they walked out, which proves that I shouldn't have given them a greater input.
It feels like it.
But if they walked out on the basis of that specific issue, then it
I
doesn't
can dig
really
it.
prove your point, because Trisha would continuously push the idea that they were prepared to take more responsibility, and that Klein would not grant them that. That was the significance of the 5% in their minds. As noted earlier, there were some who found Trisha's nature to compare themselves with Ela, Clan, and Sir. Some even going as far to suggest that Trisha was concealing feelings for Ethan himself.
18 as a boomer? Yeah, I was just wondering. They probably like tanks and stuff probably get to near like 25, 30k at end game.
Trisha wanted that feeling of partnership as well. They wanted that even split.
Yeah, I ain't mad about the replacement. This thing gives me way more. Wait, what does this give me? Oh, it's not much more of a. Well, it is.
And how they interpreted them. The core disagreement was this. Trisha clearly believed that Frenemies had outgrown the platform of H3, and that it ultimately needed its own space to blossom. This was a discussion that needed to be had openly and honestly. Instead, it came down to one number. That number wasn't important as a singular statistic, but more for what it meant to Trisha. The fact that there would always be that difference between them, that neither party was completely ready to trust the other. Neither quite possessed that faith.
We are Hydra.
This is a serious message to everybody watching my...
Oh my god, what happened? Or I was supposed to pay attention.
Peace and love.
Let's go, dude. You'll start to realize how much cash you make it too.
Peace and love with peace and love. Peace and love. Can you soundbite I'm warning you with peace and love?
Peace and love. It's a phrase you heard a lot on the H3 podcast and Frenemies. It was first said by Ringo Starr, who quickly garnered meme status on the H3 podcast. At first, it merely held meme status, but eventually it evolved into something greater.
Just don't eat the crust. Why are you hating on the end?
I think it's a way to keep skinny. Dolly Parton once said she only eats the first bite and not the last
with peace
bite.
and love, it's not working. I
have lost 3 pounds this week. Thank you very much. And guess what? I just bite. With peace and love, it's not working for you either. Whatever you're doing, and you're working out. I'm not even working out, and I'm skinnier than you. Let's go on scale right now.
Okay, gotta go slay a clam.
Over time, peace and love became a way to contextualize.
Going in this rate, I'll be able to pay you back the 500. I don't expect you to pay me back. I've already made way more than 500 gold already.
Especially Trisha may have found that reassuring.
It's spent way more than 500 gold already. I had no expectations. None.
Coming from a place of peace and love.
And so I say with peace and love that, you know, as a friend, I have love and appreciation Trisha.
I will say though, if there is some type of sense, if there's like a sense of like if you have like a, I don't want to say honor sense, but like if it itches at your brain, I'm not going to not take it either. But again, I do not expect it.
And yet still ended up in the same position. The problem is that when you have that building up,
oh, you think your range will affect me? I cast spells for a living, and I'm not boomkin for. Ooh, nice damage.
I was like, listen, Trisha wants to.
All right, I have a feeling it was going to be one of those missions.
Trisha did not say this directly, but I can understand why you'd seem to think that they
okay, so I can't cast because it thinks I need to cast Mark first. That's so dumb.
Javi doesn't actually walk back the notion of Trisha wanting to fire the crew. In fact, continuing to mention it throughout the video, even stating that Trisha had directly said they wanted to fire the crew.
If anyone was upset, it's because she said that she wanted to fire everybody and get a new staff. That made people uncomfortable. The reason they were upset that I misunderstood is because she said she wanted to fire them all.
Now, Ethan is completely entitled to his interpretation of Trisha's comments, and Trisha hadn't done himself any favors in the previous days. Once again,
I don't know what it is about like 60, but the mats and stuff that you get right between 50 and 60 sell real nice on the auction house, like just weirdly nice. Did I complete this without realizing it?
Some may say, well, he only has this interpretation because of how Trisha had been in the previous days. But he asserts that this was his understanding before Frenemies had disbanded. The wording of firing is also going to be quite evocative because it often implies that people are going to be losing their jobs. However, in this case, as Ethan notes himself, these are people who work other jobs for the podcast, and therefore it was unlikely that this would be the case.
How did you hire Sam without consulting me? It's like, I'm sorry, this is our business. She's not just working on Frenemies. Why do I need to consult you who I hire for my business?
I don't think his point is completely invalid, but I think it conveys a restrained bitterness that was never spoken about while the podcast felt redeemable, which then skews the perspective of that specific case.
Yeah, like, why would you hire someone who's also, like, yeah, I don't know.
We fronted the money,
In what world? You have all these receipts. Show the fucking receipts, Ethan.
Now, I think its presentation is clearly clouded by Ethan's own feelings about the situation, but I do think it does represent that sort of thing that a peace and love tone cannot offset. And although I think he had decent grounds to believe that Trisha may have been hinting at hiring a new crew for the podcast, I think his representation just showed he hadn't progressed his opinion of Trisha as much as the viewers thought he had. It was clear that he still harbored great doubts. Trisha was no different either. Even though they opened their video expressing love for Ethan, that soon dissipated.
It's interesting to show all the DMs except the ones where I say fire the crew or what he said to me the night and things that happened in the order.
May the eternal
Trisha's video is not the easiest to follow because it's Trisha, but even amongst the numerous anecdotes they can fire off, you can tell that these are evident problems, and they've been evident problems for the longest time. The whole leaving Frenemies situation in itself was a good example, but in all honesty, if you just watch
this just takes up all your stat, like everything. It's like the buff just consumes. You can't stack anything because of it.
Well, maybe because I always think that I'm on the defense with you when you were actually on my side, and
I'm always on your side. Always. I had no idea that so many people would like it.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you for doing the show. And I think you are so funny and talented, and you make the show so great.
As noted, I personally find it difficult to write off the idea.
Did we clean up here? Well done.
Intended to result in further negotiations for an issue they viewed as present. But if anything, they proved that they didn't believe that being honest with Ethan would bring about the desired result.
Don't call what?
Talking it out, they believed they had to generate negative attention because they believed that was what Ethan would respond to. They didn't trust Ethan. Ethan didn't trust Trisha, and they both clearly had issues but didn't have that open discussion.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Would prevent more harm.
No matter what anyone says, and I don't care if it sounds cocky, I don't care if it's like your channel shit. It doesn't matter. Like I've seen the stats. Like I've helped like subscribers go over to H3. I see comments. It's like Trisha bought me here, but I'm staying for Ethan. Like, you know, if it was on my channel, I would have gotten their audience to come find mine. You know, if we would have hosted it on mine.
In actuality, this only yields further frustration because then the other person has to consider the fact that you never really trusted them as a friend and that they were just tolerating your presence for the maintenance of a business partnership. It embellishes an already present rift. And Trisha was the worst person to experience that because they often seemed to seek justification for why people hated them, which inevitably implanted the narrative that they were only used for views. This then spirals and only furthers the bad faith interpretation.
Yes, fight me with my powers. What button is it? V? There it is. It's V. Keep hitting V on accident.
Positively responds to. And to be honest, sometimes I think Trisha needed more than peace and love, or at least they required a tougher version of it. It often represents the eggshells that Ethan felt like he walked on, something that Trisha specifically said they didn't want in messages and later videos. However, if it wasn't what they wanted, why did they support it when it was first mentioned?
Did you get some nether weave bags from the guild bank? Or did you get some yourself? I'll tell you, man, inventory space for me is always a big deal. I like having a bunch of space.
Stop pushing. So the nanny thing, it was a jab. Why don't you just be like, next topic, instead of, oh, so tell me why I'm a bad parent. Tell me why my mom should be watching my kids. Like, you just kept going for it, and then you could have just ended it.
You have to learn where that line is. You have to really learn it and just stop. You have to just go, okay.
What Trisha and Ethan really needed was some private sessions to talk about what frustrated them with a paid professional to make sure these problems didn't boil over. And instead, what they received was this.
You are allowing the wedge to be put into place.
And the podcast suffered for it. There's one video that I've refrained.
Oh, you didn't? There might. I don't know. I know they make bags periodically. There may not be any in there now, but yeah. Go grab some, dude. You're allowed to withdraw a single bag a day. So you're lacking on a few days of bags, my dude.
In this video, when discussing the demise of frenemies,
Can I assist you? Till next we meet.
Okay, now that's what I'm talking about.
Just with more confidence now,
Alone
the two
light
had
your
actually
path.
parted. It's really strange watching the man who was meant to help resolve it almost play into it and the questionable narrative.
Arc Druid Wires at Delta Outpost wants you to kill Harbor Lane.
The problem is that he takes a lot of what Trisha says at face value, and that ultimately nullifies a lot of his conclusions.
I was repeating them to him to help him understand them and try to frame his response to them, because he's not with the one struggling, although he's...
Oh yeah, I'll call
he's
for
in the
assistance.
thing with you, he was evoked by what was going on with you.
Been running around with the bags you've looted? Yeah, get some Netherweave, dude. Is there 16? I replaced mine recently, but yeah, 16 I think.
By fully understanding the actual problems that Trisha and Ethan seem to perceive.
Well worth the early game. Even one bag makes a massive difference.
And growing and developing, and the amazing growth that our channel's seen as the result of that show. I mean, it's been popular and successful.
Holy shit, I've gotten quite a bit here. Oh, it's because it's around here.
To transform the podcast. Both they and Klein acknowledge its astounding success and view count in comparison to similar series on the channel. Frenemies clearly had a presence and an audience of its own, and Trish's interpretation to me seemed almost like a child, wondering how long they would have to behave before Klein entrusted more responsibility onto them. But Klein didn't want to move on that because he didn't want to rely on someone who may not stick around. Why is that? Well, Ethan still didn't trust Trisha enough. Ethan couldn't predict what Trisha would do and wasn't prepared to put that faith in his own judgment alone. And that was something that...
What do you mean? Apparently he invested a ton of money in merchandise.
Dr. Drew. In a perfect world, counseling would enable both parties to find closure, yet acceptance in the differences they hold. This doesn't always happen, and for two people as diametrically opposed as Ethan and Trisha, maybe that could never happen. However, the insight they received was probably the least helpful it could be. It created this normal web...
Yeah, dude, there you go.
In the hope that ultimately the strength of the podcast would prevail.
Fuck yeah, man. Get him.
Bottling up problems will eventually break bonds down. There were eggshells that everyone was walking on, too afraid to address them.
Oh yeah, I'll need help.
From the beginning, we've always been combative, as opposed to like you. I know you're always Team Trish, as opposed to like, again, it's fine, but like, I know it's like to exploit me, right? He wanted me to walk off that set that day, so my attitude's different, which is fine. I exploit myself, like I said, that's my like one quality for the internet, so I was like, fine, that's fine. But it's like, I knew that going into it that he was always trying to like do another walk off, you know what I mean? So I think it's a little different as opposed to you.
In many ways, it told Ethan to essentially seek appeasement for the sake of the podcast longevity. Repression isn't resolution, though, and if you have these apprehensions that persist, you should talk about them, even if Trisha may find it upsetting or offensive in the moment. In this case, longevity itself is still temporary because eventually these things break down, because eventually you lose your patience or the other person picks up on the fact that you're still unsure of where you stand with them and begins to unravel themselves in an attempt to change that rollover mentality. It showed itself as demonstrably detrimental when Trisha was trying to assert those
I have no mana.
expectations in that final episode, because Ethan just went ahead and confirmed it to try and end the argument, to try and move on. But sometimes people don't move on until they've cleared something up, until they've repaired that trust.
That's still recharging.
Give me a third wave. I feel like I've gone through. Shane gave me the first wave, then David. That was not falling out.
Well, we almost said that girl. You're marrying my brother-in-law, so
It's like we're stuck.
kind of removing
You have to ask your cat.
I'm not the kind of dude who like holds grudges. I like to settle squash beef, especially with people like my family.
Trust starts with transparency. Understanding boundaries is an important building block to that. Trisha is
Thought he'd do a lot more damage.
Hell, it may have been a lost cause to
be
even try
honest.
and understand what lines they would hypothetically draw, but it would have been better than doing nothing at all.
Yeah, see, and you could buy a lot more. Also, go to the guild bank too, man. Grab one from there, so you don't have to spend that gold. I mean, that's why they're there. This is a sweet guild to be a part of, man. They're cool folks.
But it wasn't just about Trisha's boundaries.
I think every single person, every group I've been with, Shane Dawson, David Dobrik, Ethan and his crew, like, they're all these guys that are like, oh my god, Trisha's so crazy, like, what the fuck, she says this crazy stuff, her crazy life, like, candlesticks up her ass, all this stuff, and then as soon as, like, I get triggered by it, it's like, oh, too much, oh, like, she's just a bad person, she's just, like, mental, it's like, all of a sudden, it's like, you know, it's like, it's too much to, like, disengage,
I am honored.
There are no two
Be
ways
careful.
about it. The infamous December episode where Trisha loses their temper at Ethan and the absent Hila was unacceptable behavior for anyone.
Yeah, man, that is a nice ring.
Again, it should have been outlined that they wouldn't receive the same treatment if that happened.
Oh, I lose spell power.
I think Trisha almost
I gain
believed
intelligence
their loyalty to
and
the cause
mana.
was assumed because drama was naturally in
What's the
their
other one give me? Stamina, intelligence, spell haste, and spell
continued to
power.
focus on that one event, the storming out, and not actually what followed.
I'm good about this. Okay, let's go
I
to
just
your
wanna make
stupid.
sure that
I don't like this
pizza.
segment. Just for the record, fan advice is a stupid segment.
Why?
You can do it. It's so dumb. What's the point?
I don't think Ethan's greatest issue with Trisha was their on-podcast behavior in the final episode. I think what more pushed him towards the conclusion that the partnership was beyond saving was the DMs that Trisha leaked themselves, where they once more lose their cool and Trisha announcing that they would leave it. How this probably
Goddess
wouldn't have
of
happened
joy.
if Trisha knew it wasn't going to
May the
work.
stars
In a couple
guide
other
you.
notable instances, Trisha's explosive behavior had been rewarded with a seat at the negotiation table, with a therapist by their side. That didn't happen. From my perspective, Ethan felt like he'd done everything to keep Trisha happy, and
I do love nature.
at that point, he decided there was nothing else he could do, and concluded that accepting Trisha's resignation from the podcast was the smartest route. This wasn't the first time that Trisha had said they were quitting, but it was the first time that Ethan rubber stamped it. If there had been an established method in problem resolution beyond just pushing it towards the back burner, Trisha may never have considered leaving the podcast as an acceptable course to having their qualms recognized.
Alright, so I think it's now basically where I want to go next. Or do I have a direction? Dragon Blight, which will get me into Dalaran? I think I could go for that.
No,
It just hit 72, so quest.
I can't end anything. I've never ended anything. Like even the most toxic relationship where people like cheat on me over and over and give me STDs, like I still won't.
I've never cheated on you or given you an STD.
Thank you.
We're good, doing good.
We're doing good.
It's very easy to point fingers at people directly involved in the drama. And to be honest, I think there is some responsibility that can be attributed there. But I also think that sometimes you need the right guidance. And in this case, that could only be provided by a professional therapist who didn't have any biases, any priorities, or a public personality to maintain. If you put the survival of a podcast above the survival of your friendship and the openness that you can express in it, then the podcast will suffer nonetheless. It is built from that friendship or frenemyship, not vice versa.
People have to understand that's what
Yo,
makes,
420. Yo, Dogs, what's up? Hey, man, you should think about getting into WoW. They have a, Joy's Journey. And Pagel is the server I'm playing on. You'll come join my guild if you're looking to play some games and stuff. I'm already 72, but the extra XP is up there. Marinor's hitting it too. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm gonna hit that pin, my brother. I'm rolling. Oh, I could do it now. I was sitting there like, well, I'm walking. I don't want to get in the way of it, but why not do it while you're walking? Grats.
When Ethan started the H3 podcast channel, I think he hoped that it would allow him to present a more unfiltered, authentic version of himself. And in a way, he achieved that. However, he also experienced issues expressing that natural self and working it into conversations with other guests, and often getting into drama himself. Drama and conflict aside, there was definitely a need to surround himself with people who would play off his best.
How you doing, Double Trouble?
Ameliorate his worst. Nowadays, he does that pretty successfully with his crew. But back then, Trisha was the catalyst to bring H3 into a new era.
Dude, Coachella versus open casket funeral.
Who would have guessed that a few select comments could spawn such a tumultuous and memorable partnership in the YouTube history books? And in many ways, they did create something timeless, an experience that many were grateful for. Given their characters at the start of the podcast, people really didn't believe it would last more than a few episodes.
You chillin'? I like that.
Expectation changed, and the investment manifested as well. And for much of the time, the show appeared to undergo an evolution that transformed.
Oh, we chillin'? Who's we? You and Dupree?
Intense rivalry to strong camaraderie. With that in mind, there was a perpetual sadness that the podcast couldn't be something greater, as it seemed to be progressing in that direction for so long.
I keep saying I love this show, and like everyone just like stop the podcast. I'm like, please don't stop this podcast. That's all I got going.
Well, let me read you what they said.
Without context, the episodes constructed a poignant story, one where Trisha had experienced so much maltreatment and deserved.
Oh, just you? Copy.
Were a product of their reception.
I'll tell you what, man. Think about playing some. Like I've been like, I'm so dude. Game vibes right now, man. Don't know why I said we. It's all good. I figured you meant you, but you were, I just wanted to clarify. I am after I'm done with this game, I still got Starfield to play. I'm so excited, man. I'm holding off on Starfield to let them kink out the iron ink, like let the, you know, people get their views and stuff, because I'll be on the dust for that anyways. You know what I mean? So I don't care about that. But I am but once they iron out that stuff, get some mods out and stuff, oh my god, I'm gonna be, oh, mercy. So excited. Plus, WoW has so much time to fill content for me, in the sense that, like, entertaining, that because like I've been kind of having like an itch in my head to play for quite some time. And I recently kind of started watching Asmongold videos, and I kind of was like, he would mention WoW here and there and blah blah blah, and it kind of hit me. And then I realized that they were doing hardcore mode, and so I was like, fuck, man. So I looked on there and I saw that they wanted me to pay $60 to do Dragon's Flight or whatever, and I was like, screw that. So then I looked more, and you could pay $15 a month. Just the flat subscription, you have unlocked access to Hardcore and Wrath of the Lich King. So I did Hardcore first. Leveled a hunter to like 20 something. He died. Was in Westfield or whatever, and I got murked in the face. I was very happy to have my pet, but he didn't last very long in the grand scheme of all things. I tried to level a druid, got to like 2, and realized it wasn't the fact that I wanted to play hardcore, because every time I died, man, I'd have to start from ground zero all over again. So I just was like, this isn't going to be fun, I'm going to hate it, and I'm going to want to quit. So I decided to go onto Wrath instead, and that allowed me...
May the stars guide you.
And I decided to level up a druid in that form, which has been fucking awesome. I'm loving it, dude. I've soaked so many hours in. 5 days and 24 hours on this character already.
It was almost impressive they managed to rope people in once more. I think in this story, Ethan saw himself in a position where he could be the start of a healthier online relationship for Trisha. He really did try to make that difference in their life, but they weren't quite ready to let Ethan in. And I think Ethan picked up on that because Trisha knew that the podcast wasn't quite where they wanted it to be. Trisha had greater plans for the story, and
Have a good one.
I think
See you
deep down
later.
They both apprehended
See you
its
around.
collapse, either due to Trisha's own nature or Ethan's response to it.
Let's get there's a flight path here. Let's get the flight path, we'll come back.
I think every single person, every group I've been with, Shane Dawson, David Dobrik, Ethan and his crew, like, they're all these guys that are like, oh my god, you're just so crazy, like, what the fuck, she says this crazy stuff, her crazy life, like, candlesticks up her ass, all this stuff. And then as soon as, like, I get triggered by it, it's like, oh, too much, oh, like, she's just a bad person, she's just, like, mental, it's like, all of a sudden, it's like, you know, it's like, if it's too much, they're like, disengage, it's weird, I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Then they abandon.
Yeah, so
exactly.
Yeah.
The difference is, at that stage, it was Trisha who left the podcast. It wasn't Ethan's fault. The one thing that I would say Ethan was unequivocally right to do, though, was to accept the end of the podcast. I have my problems with Ethan's reaction and response. I think I've made that clear. And I don't know the exact reasons behind his decision.
Do I have to climb to get up to the top? It might not even be worth it. I have quests.
It was the best thing to do, not just for him, but for Trisha as well, and everyone around them. And honestly could have helped preserve a good friendship. To do so much in public on one hand can be raw and powerful. On the other hand, it blurs the line between persona and person, and Trisha is so bad with that. I know I've probably said that before, but it doesn't become any less true. And as the personal relationships become more and more intertwined, it was clear that these moments of conflict were only going to cause more harm to Trisha, Ethan, crew, friends, and family. At the start, I noted that a podcast sometimes could only run as long as there is a motivation. But in the case of Frenemies, the motivation to start the podcast was ultimately the motivation taken to end it, because what initially benefited them became a detriment as they grew closer. That friendship. Unfortunately, that friendship couldn't be saved because of what followed. Trisha's failure to distinguish between that public and private aspect of Frenemies, and Ethan being pushed past breaking point when reflecting on it. If you had a time machine, you could probably change a few things, and maybe it would have kept the podcast alive a little longer. But maybe it would have imploded even sooner. Who knows? I think the one element that may have been worth saving was the friendship itself, removing that betrayal and reflecting on the intent of the parties on that podcast. And with the family involved, maybe it would have been a more peaceful conclusion for all. Instead, we had one which dragged in other parties, over-invested fans to an extreme degree, and always ended up exhausting everyone actually involved because they couldn't say anything final. As much as it's entertaining for audience members and possibly cathartic for yourself to go mask off in a stream, a stalemate is never satisfying, and when you pit yourself against each other in such a way, that's all you're ever going to end up with. As we've seen, if you wrong Ethan, he's often not afraid to hold back. That's for better and for worse with him, particularly when he wants to rip into someone the way
They crushed it, dude. 3 days to get from 0 to 80. That's fast.
But I feel like we are pretty respectful at the same time. So I don't know. I think some of y'all are just too.
That's
sensitive.
like
not a politician.
Okay, hold on. 20. So 24 hours in a day took them. What they say? 3 days. 3 days and 15 hours. So let's just say 4 days. 4 divided by 80. They're getting 20 levels a day. Holy shit. Well, playtime. Oh, I thought this would be dangerous, but it's not.
Good day to you. See you later. Hello.
Yeah, exactly, and thank God for that. Thank you, AP, by the way, for defending me. I feel like, you know, if you're watching this show and you're perpetually offended by things I'm saying, you may want to just stop watching, like genuinely.
See you around.
And I'm trying my best to learn when I can. And I did take and learn what I could from Matt, and I listened respectfully. But to say it's gross and disappointing, which is a comment I'm reading specifically,
I think I gotta climb.
I think you're too
I might have
sensitive
to
the show. I
fly.
really do, I'm sorry.
Hey, can you?
Ethan is a
Oh,
really cynical guy
there we
who
go.
tries to be socially conscious,
Nice.
but often fails, and will drink
Okay, good. Nethstraz. Netherstraz. Alright. Thanks, dude.
Not for them. And maybe at the start when some people raised that concern, it was a valid point. But over time, I do think Ethan's intentions evolved.
We're in the
which I think
frozen
is what made him
tundra.
so bitter at the end. I think he did care, and I think he was embarrassed at himself for caring.
You see me as a troll and a trickster, and nothing's true.
Right.
You see me as that way because you see through your own lens. You yourself are only seeing your own kind of shadow being cast on the
That's
world.
not true. I don't.
Trish has a problem with the public sphere. As acknowledged early on, there's evidently an issue with the fact that they don't value the consequences their words can hold, and the implications they may have in a socially sensitive environment. Even if the comments didn't directly affect the people that were being referred to, there were others in those circles, and even on the podcast, that did feel that impact. Whether Trisha cared too much about themselves or not enough about others is judgment I'll leave down to you. But whatever the reason, it ultimately wasn't one made for a podcast, or the podcast. I know some will probably be disappointed that I didn't comment on Trisha's personal life more, particularly their contentious marriage to Moses. But simply put, I don't know enough about it. All I'll say is that I think Trisha needs people around them who don't condone their behavior just because it's Trisha. Give Trisha a reason to be better. Trisha can get better. It's just a shame that that wasn't the result of the podcast. It was a project that yielded so much for Ethan and Trisha, but also left the feeling that there could have been so much more. And it had long overreaching personal implications, leaving some questioning whether it was ever worth it. For what it is worth, though, one thing I've learned from reading too many comments was that even if it wasn't quite what it appeared to be, Frenemies was still a moment of divine escapism for many. Those who came home on a Monday night, tired and daunted by the week ahead, had something to look forward to. Two of YouTube's most recognizable and polarizing figures, providing their informed and occasionally...
Look at all this experience I am getting.
YouTube drama. Frenemies was chaotic, problematic, and deeply flawed, but it was also a compelling story that many followed closely.
Seems like Giants have stuff to going on. Like, they don't need to be bothered by me.
Is more fanciful than reality, and this
Probably end up
is
having to fight him.
Yet, even if its legacy has been tainted, in many people's hearts, Trisha and Ethan
Green crack is what's next. That's what it's called. Not that I'm doing crack that's green, which would be weird. Like, if someone was like, hey, what is, and they're like, what is this? You're like, it's crack. And you're like, what the fuck?
Big thanks to everyone.
Why is it green?
I want to give a big thanks to all the editors who worked on this. They've done a
St. Patrick's
fantastic
Day?
job. Really appreciate
What?
you guys. All their credits are on screen in the description below. It means a lot to me. I want to give big thanks to my patrons.
Oh, he's done.
And my $50 patrons, Hypercube.
Wow,
Mr.
this is cool.
Goldman, Bellarex, and Seri Tish. It means a lot to me.
Alright, let me find.
Thank you so much.
Find some like humor. I've been kind of sneaking a lot of time while listening to his content. I've kind of had enough. Not that I don't like it. It's just like I could go for something else right now. Let's do a refresh. See if that helps.
Social media is a great new invention which brings people together and allows us to connect in a positive and constructive way. It's also a great context for women to express political views in a safe and permissive environment. People will often respond to your ideas with supportive phrases like, "Shut up, bitch, what do you know?" Also, "I bet you talk less shit with my dick in your mouth."
Sorry.
Because as we all know, there's nothing more manly than abusing someone while hiding behind a made-up name and a photo of Thanos. So, Richard, I thought I'd take some of that positivity and wrap it up in a song to perform for you tonight. To help me, I have enlisted the help of the brilliant a cappella band, the Sons of Pitches. Yes. They're incredible. But this is how the game works. During
I
our
see.
performance, you will see some genuine DMs that I have been sent through social media. With each of them, you've got to guess what words I have removed. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Then here we go.
It's the Sons of Pitches and Catherine's rap. Try to keep up, try to fill in the gap.
Bitch, dumb, ass, looking bitch, fake. Every time I see you, I want to masturbate. Your blank obsession is the only reason I dislike you. As a stunning, handsome man, I know that that hurts you. Okay, now the musical interlude. Please think about what you believe is in the blank. All right? Round 2's coming now. Your skin looks like frosty vanilla, and your body is 90% filler. I'd love to look like you, but I'm afraid of needles. I'd love to be blank, but I can't afford procedures. What would they love to be? What would they love to be in my DMs? Please guess now. Yeah, we get it. You're a single mom. Go back to America or wherever you came from. Somebody just told me you got blank.
Talking about like men DMs.
You're not allowed to be happy. What did I get? What did I get that made them quite disappointed? Not allowed to be happy. Here we go. You're my 7th favorite female comic, but I think there's only 6, so spin on it. Quit the jokes, because you should be turning tricks. Would you be interested in selling some blank? What would I be interested in selling? They want to buy it. Anything for this one. You make me smile, but that ain't the whole story, because love is tough, especially when you're horny. I'm not saying that I'm looking for a moaner, girl. You make me what? But it's hard with a boner. Hard with a boner. Hard boner. Hard boner. Hard boner. What's hard?
That was pretty funny. These are like since she's gotten in her phone. But
So let's see. This is the first question I was sent. Your what obsession is the only reason I dislike you. Iva, which one did you pick?
I picked Kardashian.
Ooh. Desiree, what have you gone for?
I went back and forth on this because saying that you were obsessed with Jimmy Carr would have been a solid diss because you work together so much, but I feel like in your heart of hearts it is the Kardashians.
Okay. What about you, Richard?
I thought if someone was trying to undermine you,
Yeah.
that person may well themselves like the Kardashians.
but would be upset about your like of car.
Yes. Let's see what the real answer is. Of course, Kardashian. Ivo points to you. Desiree points to you. Richard, I'm afraid it's no points this round. The second question I was sent. I'd love to be what, but can't afford procedures. Have they gone for your tribute act or a feminist? Ivo, which one did you pick?
I think, and I can't stress enough how little I agree with this, I think it's a feminist.
Desiree, what have you chosen?
I went with your tribute act because I feel like that's the more personal dig.
Richard.
Yeah, I put feminist.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, the real answer was feminist.
Yes. That's right.
Points to Ivo, points to Richard, no points this time, Desiree. The third message I was sent. Someone just told me you got what? Did they say, I got another puppy or I got married? Ivo, which one did you go for?
I've written a puppy.
A puppy would make me very happy indeed. Desiree, what have you put? I put married. I feel like it's the more personal thing, and these guys always go for like the jugular and something even grosser. And Richard?
I really understand how men hurt women too. So I also put married.
I can reveal the answer is married. Not married. That's a point for you, Richard, and a point for you, Desiree. Sorry, Ivo. Question 4.
I'm gonna spend some energy to get myself to Dalaran, because you gotta get to 74 before you get the quest, and that's another 2 levels.
Ivo, what have you written?
I'm not proud of this, and if it's wrong, then it's going to be a PR disaster.
Okay.
But I've gone with nudes.
Whoa! People reach out to me for nudes of male comedians. I'll let you know that. They think I have access. Do you have nudes of Ivo Graham?
Imagine if I sent my own nudes to Catherine. It's nothing to do with it.
The loon be with you.
I know you've got a bigger audience. Yeah. You'd be able to pass these nudes on.
I put them online myself. I got nothing.
Desiree, what have you put? I think you said something about dicks in the last line, and I thought it would rhyme. And also, people in the public eye are often approached about like products to sell. That I said lipsticks. Oh, lipsticks. It rhymes with dicks. Nice and clean. Richard, what have you put?
I put non-fungible tokens.
Ooh. Let's see what the real answer is. Would you be interested in selling pigs? Obviously.
One hates to beg for half a point in this kind of environment.
Yes. They are nude feet. Nude feet. Ivo, I would love to award you half a point, but no points anyone for that round. This last message. Girl, you make me what? But it's hard with a boner. Okay, Ivo, what have you chosen?
I've gone with puke.
Puke.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ivo. Desiree, what have you put? I thought puke at first, but I think it's laugh because that's the sort of diss of like, oh, you're funny, but you're hotter than you are funny, and I'm still gonna demean you as a woman. I think it's laugh. And Richard?
I put puke just because I was trying to think which would engage the most systemic demand for blood.
I love where you're thinking, Richard. I can reveal the right answer for the final time in this quiz. Girl, you make me laugh, but it's hard with a boner. Points for only Desiree.
Richard, you've got the most balls.
Thank you.
So you're up first.
Okay.
Will you please deliver your first ball? Right, Richard.
There you go, that feels better.
Right, come on, come on.
It's a very light ball.
1, 2, 3, 2, 1. If it goes in the orange zone, you get nothing.
Oh.
If it doesn't arrive, you get nothing.
Okay.
And if all 3 don't make a score,
Yeah. Nothing.
no, I'll set fire to something.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad, that's not bad, that's lucky!
That's absolutely brutal.
Richard.
Oh, poor Richard.
Richard!
It's not my fault I'm stronger than anyone could ever have imagined.
You've got 2 left.
Yes.
So,
Ishnuala.
would you please take one of your balls?
Yes, I will.
And deliver it onto the
Farewell.
I don't want to.
Don't let the nerves get the better of you.
No.
I'm gonna be here. Don't. Go on, girl. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Too hard!
Too hard!
Oh my God, it's all to play for.
You allowed ricochet? Oh, if I'd known you allowed ricochet, I would have completely changed my strategy.
Sophie, please take your first blue ball.
Not my first.
Come on, Sophie, you've got this.
I'm confident.
You've got it. Please. She went for the. Ah! Oh! One. Oh!
Everyone's ricochet.
I wouldn't.
What would you do?
Crown green ball myself, but
That's
you
right.
want to ricochet?
I may have to.
We're gonna chase it down there.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
It landed on the no point zone again.
It's hard to say this to a contestant, but you're shit. You're proper shit at this.
This is a
You
disgrace.
didn't, I know, but you said you were going to bowl it hard, and what did you do?
Now, can I, if in my last round with my ball, manage to hit those two yellow balls, one
And
off
knock
the
it
other?
back out. It's allowed.
Okay.
It's allowed.
Okay.
Right, Rachel, come on, please. Now, you've got 1 point. Come on. You just need one more to put everybody else under pressure. It's good. It's good. It's really good. It's a two. That was impressive. Now then, Sophie.
I made it.
Do you think you've got what it takes?
yeah, I do.
He is pretty.
Please, please. Oh! So it's two. Sophie Rachel, you've bowled all your golden balls. You've given everything you've got. And Richard, it's not looking good.
Okay. So all the points for this round are based on this.
Rely on your last
Okay.
ball. Are you gonna go to strike one of your balls and
Yes.
put them into the what we call, I'll need a stinger for this, the play zone? If you hit one of these, you're in with every chance of picking up all the points. And that's why this quiz show works! Oh my God, what a change of events! Let me sit down and just breathe it in for a moment.
Just breathe it in for a moment.
And I've only just made this up. You score 0 because you're on the line. What?
Oh, come on, mate.
Well, you're on the line. There's not a bit of it touching the
I'm on
green.
the line.
There's not a bit of it touching the green.
That's on
Look
the
at
line.
it.
That's on the line.
Yeah, all right.
That one's a bit on the orange.
Have I won?
Yeah, but yours is not a bit of yours is touching the
Oh.
green.
I don't like the chances of this format at all. Look how wide the white lines are.
Right.
It's all line. I would have completely altered my stance.
Is mine on the line as well?
Yes, yes it is. This red one's on the line. That one's more or less on the line. That's on the line. You're on the line.
Yes, but Richard, don't
The
feel
whole
like this.
format's on the line.
Will you go, please, Jack? Look, it's not.
Brian
touching
Eno's going to
any
do
of
the
green.
soundtrack to this. It's so
All right, you
ambient.
can have 1 point.
Thank you. Unbelievable.
Frankly, it's undeserving.
It's
And do
more
you know
than
what?
deserved.
It's beneath you to argue like this.
It's actually not.
At the end of this round, Richard, very
Is it
generously,
Dalaran?
I might add, you've got 1.
Thank you.
Right, so this is suspect number 1. So I'm going to start with a face shape. Not round, and it's not oval, and it's not square.
Is it triangle?
his absolutely classic sort of.
What's a good tip? 20 gold a good tip? I just want to get the salary and I don't get.
Well, he's gone for round, and I would say sort of thin wire framed.
When we do these things, are they the naughty celebrities, or are they just?
Oh no, this isn't like Savile, Glitter, Harris.
Hell of a law firm, by the way.
Oh, he's smiling and he's showing his teeth. He's got lovely white teeth.
Eyebrows.
Eyebrows.
Really crucial. What are they
Do you
doing?
know what? Barely anything. Imagine living like that.
Can I ask what his general vibe is?
That's a lovely question.
Thank you. Because I draw from sort of an energy point of view.
Energy-wise?
Yeah, so if you could give me his vibe, I think it's going to come across.
Okay.
I've reached my limit of the word vibe, actually.
Energy-wise, it does feel quite warm. The sort of warm glow of someone who's done all right for himself.
See if he'll do
I
it.
think I know who it is.
Okay.
Or help me out here.
Let's see what you've
Trying to
done.
get a port salary.
Doesn't have to be like a before shot for an orthodontist. Lou, do you want to spin it around? Let's have a little look.
Same but bigger.
Okay, interesting. The chaos in his eyes is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Richard, can I look at yours?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's really good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Richard, I think yours looks most like the celebrity
Thank you.
that I'm describing. So take a look at Richard's picture. Who is that? Right on your easels, and if you've got it right, you'll get a point. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So Tucson, you've gone for Craig Charles.
Woo!
It's the only name that came to me. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I don't remember him looking like that, but he might have had a tough year. And you've gone for Woody Allen. I don't say anything else about that. And you've gone for Simon Mayo. Is he a DJ?
Is he a DJ? He's the DJ.
I can tell you that the celebrity I was describing was Bill Gates.
Oh,
Pretty good though, right?
Yeah.
that's very good.
Shame you don't get points for that. Sorry.
So I don't get points for doing a drawing along the photo film.
No, you only get it if you guess the celebrity.
So the drawing, I should just phone it.
No. If you do the drawing well, it might be the thing that lets you get the celebrity.
Yeah, whatever. It's not encouraging.
Okay, suspect number 2. So I'm going to describe the face shape of this woman. It is like a beautiful testicle shape.
If it's a testicle, does it have, you know?
No, they're not covered in pubes.
I didn't see that.
That's what you're asking.
Okay, and they're not veiny.
It's the testes, not the scrot. So the hair is a centre parting.
Yes.
And it's very long, and I would say
I think he
almost
teleports to.
and it's really almost like mermaid-like. Oh, so cheeks as well. Very full and buoyant, as if they were the cheeks of a much younger person.
Yeah, he teleports out through here.
You just want to go,
Kissable lips.
kissable lips. And then eyes, really lovely twinkly eyes. And then eyebrows. We've got some eyebrows, guys. Very exciting for you.
Thank you.
Strong, but not scouse brow strong. Tucson, are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's spin around that easel and have a look. Yeah, so when I said oval, what you've done there is you've gone for
Yes!
shaped face. Lou, can we
Yes!
see what you've drawn?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I spy some points.
Oh, I like this. She hasn't got a sewn-up mouth, but I do like it as a choice. There we go. That looks great. Richard, can we have a look at yours?
Yeah, when you said kissable mouth, you didn't specify the teeth.
I got there. I don't know what else to say.
This is quite hard.
Yes.
I think actually
I'm finally here!
looks like the celebrity.
Well, they don't look like people, so yeah.
So who do you think is the suspect? What celebrity? If you write it on your boards.
No points for the drawing, as I've learned to my cost.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Tucson, who do you think it
Wow,
is?
this is.
Cher.
Cher. Okay. Lou?
Well, I've put Cher and then I've put Cheryl Taylor. Cheryl Taylor? Who's Cheryl Taylor?
Cheryl Cole?
Yeah.
Lou, come on, which one are you going to pick?
Go with Cher.
Okay, great, Cher. Richard, who have you picked?
Chef.
Okay, so the answer is... It's Cher.
Cool song, dude.
Everybody gets a point! Are you ready for your last celebrity suspect?
We'll pretend
Oh, I just want to hear this for a second. This music is... Oh, man. Oh, man. Holy smoly. Oh, wow, what a song, dude. Absolutely crazy. How many times can I hit my fucking bed before I stop? Like, Jesus Christ. I don't feel like I feel anything, but goddamn. Like, yeah.
Face, but not a very long rectangle. Male sort of chiseled look, I guess. And the hair is sort of up and looks like fingers have just been run through it. Yeah, you should know there's as much neck as there is head.
I'm not sure on the mouth. What were you saying for the mouth?
Oh yeah, the mouth. Actually, he's got like a cupid's bow on the top lip. And his mouth is ajar, so you can see a couple of teeth.
Well, you want to see Richard's, it's an atrocity. I think I know who it is, but I can't remember his name.
That's like not knowing who it is.
A lot like it, yeah.
I'm hungry to exhibit.
Okay, great. Tucson, let's have a little look. Wow.
I've not sewn him up. I was getting the square rectangle thing a bit, then you elongated it. I was like, okay, that's it. Someone's given that square crisp a Chelsea smile.
Lou, let's have a little look at yours. Oh, yeah, okay. Do you know what, the shape of the face and the hair and the neck is good. It's the gills that...
No, it's because I didn't stay. You have to ignore that bit.
Okay, if I ignore that bit, it's really good. Yeah, it's really good. Richard, can I have a look at yours?
Yes. So this is bang on. That's the neck. Mouth as described. Cupid bow, couple of teeth, big bottom lip.
I think it's Lou's with the gills hidden. So if you turn your easels around and write down who you think is the suspect. Okay, Tucson, who do you think the suspect is?
Elon Musk.
Okay. And Lou?
Bieber.
Justin Bieber. Interesting, all right. And Richard?
Hello.
Hello.
See you later.
Grills.
Safe
I
travels.
think that's spelled right.
No, thank you.
Let's find out the answer is... It's Justin Bieber. Lou's got a point. Well done, Lou. Time for my final question. So this is for 2 points.
Yes.
I want to know what links these 3 celebrities. So write down your answer on your easel.
How are you?
Okay, Tucson.
Safe
what
travels.
Do you think
You need
the link
something?
is between Bill Gates, Cher, and Justin Bieber?
People.
They all came out of woman.
A woman.
A woman.
At some point.
Okay. And you think that's the answer?
I panicked.
All right then, Lou. What's your answer? What do you think links them all together?
They've all been prosecuted.
They've all been prosecuted.
Okay, well, no, they all work for the same charity then.
Okay, Richard, what do you think? they have in common?
They're all fascists.
Fascists, okay.
Who have at some stage used vocoders either privately or professionally.
Okay. Well, the correct link is that these 3 celebrities have all been arrested.
That's me!
You scribbled it out, mate!
Yeah, mate.
Who's the fascist?
That's £2 coming off your fee, Sanders.
Who caught someone's prison and then prosecuted?
It's a true crime round, guys.
Kiwi, I got prosecuted and you went...
See you around.
Are we not allowed to double bluff in this anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
I'd like a point for that, otherwise this is gonna stink of a setup.
It's the craze that's sweeping the nation, a game of salty mastication. How it works, Richard has had a chew on a crisp, but from the sound you gotta guess what crisp it is. So tell us from the crunch, is this a quiver or a monster munch? Yeah, we got a crisp, we got a crisp, and it sounds like this. We got a crisp, and it sounds like this.
James, do you reckon it's a quaver or a monster munch?
I've gone for Quaver, Flo and Joe.
Snake. Keema?
I've gone for Emma Munch.
Olga, monster munch for quaver? Monster munch, baby. And the answer is... Quaver!
Feeling good about this.
Obviously a quaver. I think it's definitely a quaver.
I don't think we can all agree.
Yeah, I heard the air of a monster munch. It felt like the folding of a quaver.
Yeah.
And you're missing the scream of a monster munch when you bite into a monster munch. Yeah, the classic.
Quaver's a longer crunch because of the folding. That's what I was thinking as well. And a Monster Munch, people think it's the loudest one, but it's actually, they're quite stubby, so it doesn't last that long if you crunch it. You wouldn't get a like that, it would just be...
That is why you got the point.
Yes.
It's gonna be a long round.
You need something? Light bless you. Safe travels.
Great songs, but this is ridiculous.
I had just gone a little further, man. I would have been here. I would have found this place.
Why is that, James?
It was very close, but I think there was slight softness to it in comparison to what I'd expect from a hula hoop. Both would be short crunches, but I just think there was a slight crackle to it. And I'm going for onion on that.
This
basis.
music is epic, dude.
Keema, what do you reckon it is? I'm kind of scared to ask.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
It was a firm crunch. Well, the answer was...
Alright, so now we know how to get down directly. That's good. We found here. I gotta go to Moonglade and trade. I actually don't know why I didn't remember to do that when I was there the first time, when I was looking for a port, but c'est la vie.
Starting to doubt everything I know in life. Everything I've ever thought.
We should hear it again just to make sure you really feel that.
That is some epic music, man. See, this is good, but like it's not the same. I don't know how to explain it. Toony, it's cartoony feeling me. I don't know.
Everyone's favorite genre. Whoa! Is it a twiglet or a chipstick?
Absolutely excellent, man.
That was a short little one.
I am
there.
You know what? Both of those.
Ooh, a new Starfire? Awesome.
What would you guess?
A new flight form?
Named Twiglet.
Awesome.
Chipstick is straight, twiglet is wiggly.
Hey, yeah. Welcome to the country. You got it.
James, what do you reckon?
Got
Del
chipstick,
Madres.
but this is the closest it's been actually.
Keema, what do you reckon?
I've also gone chipstick, and I want to have reasons, but I don't.
That's fine. Okay. I've got chipstick. Well, the answer was chipstick.
Oh shit.
Chipstick, clearly.
That seemed the clearest.
Everyone gets a point.
we learned today. Well, the real crisps are the friends we made along the way. But don't you cry, cause we got one more round left for you. This last one goes out to the big daddies of the crisp world, the Walkers and the McCoys. In this final round, you tell us, does this crisp have a ridge or no ridge? One last time. We got a crisp. We got a crisp. We got a crisp.
It's kind of it's weird but funny. These ladies, man.
Absolutely extraordinary finish.
Every time I get upgrades, it removes it from the other one. I actually don't know why it does that. It just feels like it's a bug that they just never bothered to deal with, or it's because of the mods. I don't know.
But then I'm thinking they expect us to say ridge, so they've gone with a ridgeless. But I'm going with my brain here, not with my ears, which I think is a mistake. I'm going ridgeless, but I reckon it sounded like a ridge, and I think I'm going to feel annoyed in the car journey home is going to be a long one if this is a ridge one.
Chemo, ridge or no ridge?
I've gone ridged for her pleasure.
Okay. I've got no ridge.
Got no ridge.
Didn't hear a ridge.
I was going to say before we find out the answer, I am happy to carry on playing this game. We don't have to stop.
Well, the answer was Walkers, which is ridgeless.
Don't I have flight form here in one of the? Oh, maybe not. What? What is this? I gotcha. I think that's the tier. This is the other one, other bar. So I don't need this. So this is all worthless.
About questions and qualifications. I will be invigilating. The panel's phones have been confiscated, and joining me are the neatly underlined Nish Kumar, the slightly smudged Addy Adepitan, asking for extra paper, it's Holly Walsh.
Oh yes, this music.
No, you can't go to the bathroom. Alan Davis. And their buzzers are all asking the really big questions. Holly goes. Where have all the flowers gone? Good question, huh? And he goes. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Nish goes.
Interesting. All right, then.
Oh, there's the school bell. There are 8 questions.
And there's the auction house right here. Beautiful, beautiful.
You can turn your papers over and start now.
What can I do for you?
Is it?
Oh my god, it's terrible.
Oh, less beautiful. That makes me
Looking for
sad.
something specific?
Hi,
Have a good
how
one.
are you? Off and away.
Ah, God dang it.
And I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, thank god I'm 38. I'm 20. No, I still think about it.
These have been made up for us, and it says on the inside, this page has been left intentionally blank. And it says here, this one was an accident. Anybody have a disastrous exam, Tom?
I remember once I had an exam. Well, we had this big questionnaire from our careers advisors. And I remember the first question on it said, in a perfect world, what would your job be? And the boy next to me wrote, war
I
correspondent.
am listening.
Wow.
In a perfect world.
There's quite a good list of equipment required on
Oh, yes, what have you got?
paper. Well, it says you need a Walther PPK with silencer.
Mine's got for equipment required disposable gloves and a schematic of Dungeness B power station.
I've got a kilogram of self-raising flour and a map of Sheffield town centre.
Mine just says, bring your own booze.
Let me ask you a question that is not on paper. What is the hardest exam in the world?
I mean, I hope the answer's doctor.
No, this is actually apparently tougher than that.
Oh, isn't it a vet is harder than being a doctor? Because that's what vets always say. They're like, oh, doctors do it in 7.
Yeah.
We do it in 9.
Yeah, with our hands up a cow's ass, yeah.
What are you diagnosing there?
Not a vet, darling, no idea, but...
You're backing your way through the exam.
Yeah.
Stick it up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Sandy, I don't know why in your thing of you putting your hand up a cow's ass, you're also doing
What brings you here?
Inside the cow, reaching
Greetings.
Is it to get a job at Apple or Google or either?
Alright, let's head over here.
It's to be in charge of something incredibly important and powerful.
The Hadron Collider or something like that?
I just think the Hadron Collider is just things colliding a little bit, isn't it?
It's really simple.
Yeah, just stick to being a big thing. It's the test to become a commander of a Royal Navy submarine. Is thought to be the hardest exam in the world. It is in fact known as the...
Whoa, what a tree.
Officially, it's called the Commanding Officers Qualifying Course. But it's so tough that officers from other nations think it's the thing to take. The failure rate, it varies from year to year, but it's about 30 to 45%. And if you fail, you cannot serve on a sub in any capacity.
You can serve in Subway.
The elves have just told me that it's a myth about the 9 years for a vet training. It can be done in 4.
I don't believe that. Because I've met a lot of vets, and they would...
Maybe they were just slow, darling. It could have been done in 4. It took me 9 years. Wait a minute, that one's a cow. That one's a horse.
When you're a doctor, you only have to know how one, organism works. But when you're a vet, people come in with oh, my stick insect's got eczema. And then someone else is like, this horse is going to explode!
It's gonna blow! It's ticking.
That's the ultimate Trojan horse.
Absolutely.
It's simple. You just stick your hand up its arse and give it one of these. That's me unscrewing the bob.
I think animals are like cars. They all work the same way, really.
We've spent a fortune on my cat. I've spent over £1,000 in the last 2 years on my cat.
£1,000?
Trying to make it into a dog.
So, what's wrong with the bloody thing, apart from it's a cat?
Hard to come by cats, aren't they, after all?
Those bits of elastic that keep chicken legs together like that. It swallowed one of those and it went all through its system, tied up tied it all up.
That's why you need to go up.
Yeah, exactly.
Get it out.
Anyway, she died, so that's fine.
Oh my god.
Well, I wasn't going to pay £1,000. Come on.
So, submarines, they do 3 months of theoretical work. There are simulations and exercises at sea. They're kept sleep deprived and stressed. They get them drunk and see how they operate with a hangover. And nevertheless, right on the very last day, you can fail. And if you do fail, you get called into the captain's cabin, you're given a glass of whiskey, and you're escorted to land, and you never serve on a submarine again.
At least you get a glass of whiskey.
Yeah. In America, you have to pass a 150-question exam to become a certified cheese professional. You need, I love this, 4,000 hours of working with cheese.
I've got that already.
We love our cheese. You better fucking know your cheese,
No calories if you take it straight out.
motherfucker.
There's a reading list of at least 32 books that you have to read.
A cheese reading list.
Cheese reading list, yes.
Is that a sort of health and safety reading list?
It's about origins, manufacturing, pasteurizing, all of the different elements.
I reckon after about 3,000 hours, you get cheese bored.
To get a master sommelier diploma, so in other words, to know everything there is to do with wine, you have to identify a wine by its grade, by its region, by the year. And since 1940, only 200 people have passed the exam.
Don't they get their noses insured for like hundreds of thousands of pounds? It's all about having a good nose.
You can't smoke as well because that kills all your taste buds and smell buds.
Who wants to have a glass of wine without a
Booze
bang,
and
eh?
fat.
Oh yeah, master sommelier, mate.
This is absolutely true. I have never done cocaine, and I told a friend of mine that, and he said, it's a real waste of that nose.
Right, moving on. Exam papers away, please. Can you name the question in the least successful poll of all time?
Should the United Kingdom be more in the European Union? Take that, people on the internet who say, I bring everything back to Brexit.
I bring everything back to Brexit.
Although it is to do with Europe, I can tell you that. So when's the last time there was a massive bust-up with Europe?
1939.
Yeah, so the Second World War.
That was a bust-up, wasn't it?
That was...
Greetings.
to do?
Go with honor, friend.
It was a fracas.
We had a poll.
There was a wonderful and eccentric scientist
Farewell.
called Jeffrey Pike, and he tried to avert World War
Goddess
II
bless
using
you.
an opinion
Illume light your path.
Tried everything.
What he was interested in was having some kind of plebiscite, finding out what the public wanted. And Hitler had frequently relied on plebiscites to gauge opinions, and they were rather fashionable and plausible, and Pike thought that he could sway opinion. So in 1933, the Oxford Union had held a debate in which the student audience had declared they would not fight for king and country, and the press reported that Hitler had taken a very close interest in the result. In 1939, Pike sent 10 specially trained volunteers to Germany to question the populace, to work out how they felt, and then he was going to present Hitler with the detailed findings, and hopefully that he thought it would put Hitler off from going to war.
Well, that works, didn't it?
Well, it's such a British idea, because he said he didn't want the men to openly say why they were doing it, so they all went disguised as golfers. And each one interviewed 10 Germans a day, asking whether
Go in
Germany could win
peace.
the war.
Dressed as golfers.
Dressed as golfers, yes. And then Pike wanted to meet them and find out what they were doing, and he thought it was too much to also go as a golfer, so he sneaked
He went
in.
as a sheep.
I am
As a
honored.
canary buff, complete with a caged canary.
Goddess, watch over
And
you.
he had code names he used to write to his spies as art archery. And they did find the results that they were looking for. Most Germans didn't want to go to war. They were ambivalent about the Nazis, but sadly, it was a bit late. They went in August 1939, and of course, war broke out in the start of September. But don't you love that a man thought, I know what we'll do. We'll go disguised as golfers.
Just
Sorted it out.
so random.
Yeah. Jeffrey Pike went to the polls to try and prevent Hitler going to the polls.
Can't pass that yet.
Why did Charles Darwin's son send questionnaires to United Science?
That
So
spell
Charles
was
Darwin
ready.
is interesting. Was
Well, evolution. Maybe someone was trying to set up a business in stranger.
Yes. See, it was a lot harder for me to do this stuff because these mobs, like, I didn't have any kind of gear from this area, so, like, I didn't have the health or, like, the armor. I was a lot weaker.
Darwin was particularly interested in breeding. He married his cousin. Does that help you?
He was worried he might have mad children.
He was worried about madness. He was worried about interbreeding. There was a theory that cousin marriage might correlate with blindness, deafness, and other medical conditions. And he lobbied to have a question of the census, asking people whether they had married cousins.
That's too charging.
It's legal to marry at first. Please tell me it's legal.
So he was was interested in interbreeding and cousin marriages, and his son George carried on with this, and he studied Burke's Landed Gentry and the Pall Mall Gazette and so on, and he sent questionnaires to various
Oh, Larry, I'm
asylums to
killing
try and
without
find out.
paying
And there was
attention.
no unusual rates of inbreeding in asylums, but he did learn that the nobility are twice as likely to marry their cousins, as common as why might that be?
They're all trying to keep the titles and property and stuff within. Yeah, keep the dosh.
Keep the dosh, absolutely. It's estimated that if you marry your cousin and you have a child, it's sort of 4 to 7% of the children will have birth defects, but that's compared to 3 to 4% for children whose parents are not closely related, so it's not that much of a difference. The real problem comes when you have another generation, then it's lots and lots of interbreeding, and then you get genetic defects. So they weren't allowed to ask whether you'd married your cousin, but the idea of regular census also caused trouble. That was proposed in 1753. I love this. Parliament said no, it would molest and perplex every single family in the kingdom. But it was a man called John Rickman. He wrote an article suggesting that people should count the population, because some people said the population was expanding too fast, and some people said it was declining, so they were talking about 1800. He wrote and said, I think the government should count the people, and he should never have done that, because he then had to run the census for the next 40 years. But there's some wonderful stuff in the census. In 1911, one man lists his lodger as Peter Tabby, who is Persian and employed as a mouser. Census official, no sense of humour, crossed it out and written, this is a cat. And a weird number of people working in billiard halls in 1911. Why might that be?
Well, putting that down, you suspect that's not their real
Yes, so there was a
occupation.
sport where the people wanted to claim that they were still amateurs, but they weren't really, they were working professionally, but it would spoil the game if they claimed to what it was.
Boxing?
It's football.
Oh.
Football, yeah, so you could put yourself down as a person working at a billiard hall. And a huge number of slaves in the 1911 census, and those were, of course, suffragettes. And the brilliant Emily Wilding Davison, on the night of the census, you had to put where you had slept that night. She hid in a cupboard in Parliament so that she could put Houses of Parliament as her address. And Tony Benn eventually put a plaque up in the cupboard. You can go and visit and see
That
where
would
she
be
hid.
an embarrassing one-night stand, wouldn't it?
What?
Hey, sorry about this. What's your address? Have to fill in the census.
Some people are introverts, some are extroverts. What kind of vert are you?
I see myself as a very chilled out person.
Right.
But, people who've come and watched me play basketball think that I'm absolutely bonkers and that I'm an extrovert because I hate the opposition, so I'll call them whatever. And
Really? Does it bring out an aggression in you?
Well, do you know what? I don't notice it. I suppose when I've got someone in a headlock, then maybe that's
fairly clear. Yeah. So if you had to pick introvert or extrovert, what would you pick?
I think I'm a bit of both, actually.
I think you would be right. I think as far as we can tell, most people are, in fact, a bit of both. Do anybody know who came up with the idea of introverts and extroverts?
Oh, Mr. Vert.
Mr. Vert.
First name Per.
I really hope they use that as the still for radio.
Me and Alan, but just perfect.
People will be like, I knew it. I knew they'd catch up with it one day.
Peace be with you.
It was Carl Jung,
A sharp
a Swiss psychoanalyst.
Oh,
So,
what a
Goddess
great
your
portrait.
children.
good, isn't it? I don't know how he could see through them. That's weird. So it's about your motivation. So either you get your motivation from within yourself, and that makes you an introvert, or from your surroundings and your relationships, and that makes you an extrovert. But Jung himself said that introverts and extroverts are the minorities, and we're mostly ambiverts.
Ambiverts?
Ambiverts. You're an ambivert. Yeah. You can vert with both hands.
Nice.
But it's very bad news for something called the Myers-Briggs type indicator.
Oh, is that personality types?
It's a personality test. So it was invented by a woman called Catherine Briggs and then her daughter Isabel Myers, and they worked on it together. They had no particular expertise in this area, and they developed it because Catherine Briggs met her future son-in-law, didn't think he fitted with the family, and wanted to find out why. So she developed this personality test and basically divides people into particular types of categories. So you get extroverts versus introverts, which we already know, not really a thing, and then sensing versus intuitive, thinking versus feeling, and judging versus perceiving. The thing about it is, it's really sort of nonsense, but it is used by HR departments around the world. 2 million people take this test every year in 26 different countries. In the USA alone, 200 federal agencies use it. Which is ridiculous. It's a bit like the horoscope. You just can't divide the whole world up into 12 categories.
Oh, that's classic Libra. That is.
My dad was forced to take it at work. I don't know how he managed this, but I think he failed. He said the guy said I was basically a sociopath, and he told me, my mother, and my brother, and we took, in his words, too long to respond.
The problem with it is it's too binary. It's an either-or thing that you have to use to determine personality. Ridiculous. It's also self-reporting. So if you think, for example, that you're an extrovert, that is pretty much the result that you're going to come out with. The real problem is that about half the people who take it a second time come out with a completely different result. So it clearly doesn't work. The one I think is most extraordinary is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
I used that when I was dating.
566 questions. Was that how many you put?
Very choosy.
Yeah. Did you marry well in the end, darling?
Yeah, he's a psychopath, but yeah.
Oh,
fine.
It was first written in 1943, and it's been updated a few times. But you basically just have to say true or false, okay? So I'm going to ask those of you who are able, please, will you stand up so that we can see whether you can pass my test here, please?
There's a couple of people here dressed as golfers.
Okay. So, hands on your head for true, hands on your bottom for false. True or false? At times, I have a strong urge to do something harmful or shocking.
Oh my God!
Okay. True or false? I have never indulged in any unusual sex practices.
Unusual is a loose word.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I had a wank in a porter cabin once. Is that?
That was my dressing room, you bastard.
Yeah, like that, yeah. It's a misleading for word.
Lions in Africa. True or false? Hardly anybody. Quite a few. True or false? I am fascinated by fire. Oh, wow! Okay, and finally, true or false? I am a special agent of God. Thank you very much. Right, applaud yourselves. That was very good. Very well done. Those are genuine questions to try and decide whether or not somebody is suitable for the jobs. But the Americans still sort of do that, because when you go to America, you have to sign a thing that says, I'm not intending to commit moral turpitude.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Which is naughtiness, but if you're going to do it, I'm going to guess you don't really care about ticking the box or not.
They still have the question of, are you planning on doing a terrorist attack?
I think they probably phrase it differently if...
Have I been getting a different immigration form? My one also said, do you plan to make a lot of curry? What is going on?
White people's is, how do you feel about quiche?
Now, for a bit of roleplay, three of you got this handsome desk. Paddy, I want you to play good cop.
Oops,
Holly,
I pushed it too hard. I
I'm
should have had
going to
Starfall running.
It's good. There we go.
Yeah, well, I should have also had 2 heals running.
I can't swear.
I was overconfident.
It doesn't like, give me a fucking secret. It just sounds delightful.
Nish has a secret.
This is why I wouldn't make it in hardcore.
To find out what it is.
You look like a traffic warden.
Right.
It looks like someone from the Village People.
I think he's about to go to a hen night and strip.
Right, Nish is in the spotlight.
Oh my
He's got a
God.
secret. Come on.
This is American immigration all over again.
Right, you start.
I know you've got something going on, mate.
Leave it, you've gone too far.
Oh, we're a comedian, are we?
Actually, yes.
Now, you'd be nice. You'd be nice.
It's a lovely beard you have there, Nish.
Thanks very much, Andy. I've had it combed, and I also really love the fact that you've turned your policeman hat backwards and are wearing it like Samuel L. Jackson's Kangol.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hashtag time's up. We can't flirt at work anymore.
Wait, hang on. You're supposed to be the bad cop.
All right, Sonny Jim.
Sonny Jim.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Kumar. Absolute nightmare.
It's like being interrogated by Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins.
Just tell us what the secret is and I'll pull her off.
I haven't got a secret. I'm an upstanding member of society. I've not even taken cocaine, in spite of the size and volume of my nose.
We've got
Tell us your secret.
No, that's not good. Go to it, be like, listen, sir, I'm terribly sorry.
We switched round. Oh, we're switching round.
Yeah.
Tell us your secret, you. Sonny Jim.
Are you going to confess?
I will confess to farting in Sandy's dressing room.
Oh my God! Nish farted in
Get them to
Sandy's.
sign it.
You have a right to remain silent but violent.
I'm really worried, Holly, you're getting into it now.
You're fine.
So here's the thing about the good cop, bad cop thing. What we do know is it's a very, very good way if you want to prize a confession out of somebody. It is not a good means of actually discovering the truth. So somebody will just confess. It's not. Was it true?
So Nish wasn't telling the truth then?
No, darling, he's never been allowed in my dressing room. It's been tested by scientists, and they carried out all sorts of experiments to emotionally destabilize their subjects and then try to manipulate them. But it doesn't work. The thing that did work, which I think is really interesting, they did a test in America on people jaywalking across the road. So jaywalking in America is taken very seriously. They fine you quite heavily.
Jay-wheeling as well.
Jaywheeling, exactly.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Shut it!
Yeah, all right. So whenever somebody was seen jaywalking, a researcher blew a loud whistle, so they thought the police were right behind them. And when they spun round, they saw it was a civilian. They then continued on their way. They were then interrupted by a charity mugger who asked for money without giving a single reason, and people who had felt frightened and then relieved were much more likely to simply hand over money for no reason whatsoever. People are much easier to manipulate when they've been through an upsetting experience. Anyway, good cop, bad cop is not much cop. Can you name the world's most dangerous snack?
I don't like Turkish delight.
Do you not? Why do you not like it?
I tried to flush it down the toilet once.
Yeah, does it not flush? Does it bounce
Not
back?
flush.
Yeah.
Will not
Won't go
flush.
down under any circumstances. It just keeps coming back. It's the single most buoyant confectionery on the market.
That's good to know. So we're heading back to Anglo-Saxon times. It's sort of trial by cheese on toast. So there was a thing called a korsned. It was a consecrated piece of bread and cheese, and it was used in a trial. The priest wrote the Lord's Prayer onto the bread, and
You're not going to eat anything that's got the Lord's Prayer written.
well, you were made to, because you're being accused of something, and so the idea is that you have to swallow the bread and cheese while another prayer is being read out over your head, and if you swallow the morsel without any difficulty, you get off. If you are guilty, it was believed that the cursed morsel would turn you pale, you would convulse and choke. And you could request this. You could say, I will take the trial of the cursed morsel, please. But the weird thing is that people did choke and die, and I wonder whether it is because they were so anxious that this, you know, had this power.
If you believed it, you would be.
Yeah. The alternative, which was used in the trials of the clergy, was to swallow a piece of food with a feather in it concealed, and it was considered you were guilty if you choked on that. I imagine most people would choke.
An updated version of that is if you swallow the elastic band of a...
There's an amazing woman, a 19th century queen of Madagascar.
Nice.
She was known as Rana Valonva, but her full name is Rabodo Andrian Amponi Marina. Isn't that a fantastic name?
Awesome.
Yeah.
If you put that as a password and it said weak, you'd be annoyed, wouldn't you?
Yeah. No numbers in it. Yeah.
Yeah, but all the O's are zeros.
Yeah. She was possibly the most murderous woman in history, and she did one of these trials by ordeal. It's a highly poisonous nut called tangena, and she used to make suspected criminals swallow that, accompanied by 3 pieces of chicken skin, and then they'd be forced to vomit. And if they vomited up all 3 pieces of skin, the defendant was deemed innocent, and if not, they were hacked to death.
Why was she such a bitch?
Well, she reduced her population from 5 million to 2.5 million between 1833 and 1839.
Damn!
That's, my God, that's full Thanos.
Holy shit.
So basically, she killed Christians and then people who got cross about it. In 1845, she repelled
Need
an
help?
Anglo-French
Be
invasion.
careful.
And
Go
she
with
had the
honor,
heads of
friend.
invaders' corpses placed on poles and erected along the beach to bid farewell
Farewell.
to the French and British ships as they retreated. She was really horrendous.
Hello.
So you can go there and
A
holiday.
shall
now.
You can now. No, it's perfectly fine.
She doesn't feature in the animated cartoon. And Rabodo Adrian Marino will be voiced by Scarlett Johansson.
2.5 million people in 6 years is unbelievable, isn't it?
That's like, you know, you find that out on the third date and you're like, I don't think we're going to see each other anymore.
You get to the end of Take Me Out. And he goes, there's one thing you should know. One of these two ladies is the genocidal maniac.
Anyway, moving on. Why do English paintings have so many squirrels in them?
I've never noticed the squirrel.
Well, we
Are they sort of like symbols for nut hoarding?
Is it because they had amazing agents and they just managed to get them in all the pictures?
Like the Kate Moss of
Yeah,
squirrels.
exactly.
Yeah. It's specifically 18th century paintings, and there's a possible reason. At the time, it was common to keep squirrels as pets. Apparently, they often walked around with their owners and the chains and that kind of thing. But why would I ask you this question? Where did these questions come from?
Or was this one of the first questions in the citizenship test?
This is the one they should have asked instead of do you want to be in or out of here?
Squexit means Squexit.
Now, before the internet, people used to go to the library to ask questions. And there's a wonderful list of questions that the New York Public Library has been asked since the 1940s. They keep a record of them. This is one of the questions. Why do 18th century English paintings have so many squirrels in them? And there was a follow-up question. How did they tame them so they wouldn't bite the painter? Which I quite like as a follow-up question.
I get asked random questions.
Do you?
All the time. So, are you you? I mean, what does that mean? Is this an existential question? Are you you?
It's better than didn't you used to be you?
Yeah. But then there was one time when I answered, I think you mean, am I that guy off to you? And I said, yes. And then someone else then said, no, it's not him. And then I proceeded to have an argument about whether I was...
Someone did that to me once. They went, where do I know you from? I was on a train and she was going, where do I know you from? I knew you from something. Where do I know you from? And like, it went on for ages. Eventually I was like, sometimes I do TV, you might have seen me on that. And she went, no, you're in my Pilates class. And I was in her Pilates class.
You were?
Yeah.
The question I get asked most common are you sure you're not Ramesh?
What, are you sure you're not Ramesh?
Are you that geezer? Are you that geezer? And I say, yeah, I'm that geezer. And then they go, no, you ain't.
I like these other questions. Where can I rent a guillotine?
Don't want to buy one.
Yeah.
Don't want to borrow one. I'm prepared to pay a reasonable hire fee.
Used once.
And sometimes the questioner could write back. This one is from 1967. The question, what is the natural enemy of a duck? The librarian, what do you mean? Reply, well, a whole flight of them landed in my pool, and I have waved a broom at them, but all they do is look at me and quack. I thought I could introduce the natural enemy into the pool area.
Surely the natural enemy of the duck is some small pancakes and hoisin sauce.
No, it's a dog with a canoe.
The library continues this service. They receive about 30,000 calls a year.
That smells.
And they can even outfox the experts. They were asked, could you tell me the thickness of a US postage stamp with the glue on it? The library replied, sorry, we couldn't tell you that quickly. Why don't you try the post office? And they got the reply, this is the post office. 1967, they got a call from a woman saying, when you meet a fellow and you know he's worth $27 million and you know his nationality, how do you find out his name? Now, what question was asked immediately after Waterloo?
That's a very bold position the commander's taken.
Also, I'd say, you know, wearing white trousers in a war zone.
He also appears to have taken his genitals off and left them at home. Fear of losing them in the height of battle. So they just finished the battle. What's the first question anybody asked?
Lunch?
It's a real problem with lots of battles, and it's what to call it. Nobody knew it was called Waterloo then. You want to decide what to call it. So the British wanted Waterloo. It's not where the battle took place, but where Wellington had been headquarters. The French wanted Mont Saint-Jean, which is, of course, the ridge where Wellington had drew up his forces. The Prussians preferred La Belle Alliance, which was the pub where Wellington and the Prussian commander Blucher met up near the end of the battle. And it was a real problem. People can't decide what battles ought to be called. Agincourt was originally called the Battle in Picardy. Battle of Bosworth did not get its name for 25 years, and sometimes it rather depends on what side you're on. So in the American Civil War, the first Battle of Bull Run and the first Battle of Manassas are exactly the same battle. It just depends which side.
Right, okay.
But the weird thing is, in the wake of World War I, about 1,600 babies were named after battles or theatres of action. So you had children called things like Belgium and Calais. And then girls in particular named after battles, so you get things like Sumeria, Verdunia, Dardanella. Richard Burton's brother was called Verdun, like about 900 other babies. And then after the war, of course, you get children called Peace and Armistice and so on.
That child on my left is possessed. That's the creepiest baby I've ever seen in my life.
You know who that is? That's Claudia and the other one from Strictly.
It's the other one. Test.
As babies.
And now to really test who's qualified for the job, we come to the question of general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please.
Fingers on buzzers,
What's the best
please.
thing for an exhausted bee?
Is there life?
Fish.
Honey?
Light be with you. Light bless you. Safe travels. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Speed.
So here's the thing, never give it honey. The RSPB say feeding a tired bee honey, it's really a short-term solution. It needs nectar.
Why are the RSPB wading in on this? That's not a bird. Keep their beaks out of it.
Do all sorts of damage because, first of all, honey contains spores of bacteria, and it's perfectly possible
Farewell.
the bee may pick those up and take them home and infect the entire hive. It needs nectar, is what it needs.
Who's got nectar?
Can I assist you?
They're called flowers. The thing is, darling, it either needs a rest, or it needs to be left alone so it will be encouraged to go and pollinate, or it could just be dying. In which case, the kindest thing is to sit with it and give encouragement, I think. So if you make the sugar too thick, you could block up the bee's proboscis. You could then stop it being able to get the nectar at all. I mean, there's nothing really good about giving any honey water or any sugary water whatsoever. Have more bee-friendly flowers in your garden is the best thing you can.
But that's not something you can do there and then. I mean,
No, that's tricky. Just suddenly planting a buddleia just for the sake. Here's a few bee facts. Bees have furry tongues. They have long hairs to trap the nectar.
But what sort of bees make
careful.
milk?
What sort of bees make milk?
Boobies.
I try all series to raise the toe. Boobies.
One for the kids.
They've got furry tongues. They've also got furry eyes. That's quite weird, right? Yeah, so they have those big compound eyes. They've got hairs between them. They grow at the intersection of the lenses. What I particularly love about bees, they can really take their alcohol. Okay, so scientists fed them pure ethanol, and they can drink the human equivalent of 10 litres of wine in a single sitting.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Give it up for the bee.
Come on, we've all done that when we've been dumped.
The best thing you can do for a bee is stock your garden full of flowers. What do bears do in winter?
Shit in the woods. Well, obviously hibernate, right? Watch TV?
No, they're not true hibernators. So there are a few species that go into a deep sleep. It's called a torpor, but it's not hibernation. So a hibernating animal will not wake if there's a loud noise or if you touch it or move it. But bears in torpor, they can wake really easily. And hibernating animals, their temperatures drop tremendously, whereas the bears just decreases a little bit in torpor, much less dramatic. So the only British mammals which truly hibernate are things like hedgehogs and dormice.
Middle-aged men.
Middle-aged men, bats. So bears don't shit in the woods in the winter. Why? Why do they not do that?
Cold, isn't it?
Yeah, so what do they... That is true. So what do they do instead?
They pay you good money to
That
just...
spell is relentless.
They go or they don't go?
They don't go
Keep
at all.
these though.
They keep it. So how
Their first poo of the spring. Good lord.
is...
It must be like that bit in Ghostbusters when all the ghosts escape out.
But there's a particular way they keep it in. Does anybody know what that particular way is?
I can't carry
Cross their
anymore.
legs.
Okay, you are the closest. It is. Yes.
A cork.
A cork.
I thought you said pork.
They use a small pig.
So imagine my confusion when he says pork and you go, you're very close.
They make a fecal plug. It's called a tappin. It's sort of feces dried out and hardened, and then they bung it up inside, and it stays that way for 6-7 months.
Oh, and then shoots out in a massive...
It is, let's say it's jettisoned in the usual way. Apparently it's not a terrible smell. The North American Bear Center insists the odor is light and not unpleasant. Why do bears, when they're in torpor, suck their paws?
Because they're holding in 2 months worth of... They're just like...
When they're bedding down, they sort of lick and suck them. Do you know what the reason might be?
Is it for moisture?
Well, what they're trying to do is they have calloused foot pads, and they're just trying to get rid of them and encourage a fresh new foot.
So it's basically a pedicure.
It is fundamentally a pedicure. And
They
they
wake up in the spring
That
with very
smells.
tender feet. Desperate for the loo.
Yeah.
All the pine needles. It's like, I've just got to have to go where I am. Fire themselves out of or into the woods.
Oh, damn.
It's like, this bear is going to explode!
It's exactly like that. Anyway, moving on. Have a look at this sequence. It goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31. What is wrong with the sequence?
Well, they're all doubling up, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then there's one.
So it should be
32,
what?
right?
It should be 32. So I love this because it is a sort of philosophical thing. The fact is, we simply don't have enough information here in order to give a single unique solution. So it would be that if everything was doubled, sorry, I got my stick out. So if you have a quick look at this, so the sequence is actually the number of regions in a circle and divided by the lines connecting a number of points. So if you have a look here, here's the 1, and there's 1 point, so we have just 1 region. Here is the 2, so we have 2 points, and we have divided into 2 regions. When you get 3 points like that, it divides into 4 regions. 4 points like this, 8 regions. 5, it becomes 16 regions, but when you have 6 points, there are 31 regions, and therefore it is a completely correct sequence that it should go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31. So there are at least 2 valid answers. 32 just seems to us to be the more obvious one. But
That's
this
because of the darts.
What?
32.
Is that in darts?
Yeah. In darts, it's very important, if you can, try to get to a double 16.
Okay.
Because if you miss it, your next dart is probably going to be on a double 8. If you miss that, you'll be on a double 4.
Right.
But if you're on a double and another double,
Yes.
double 17, for
Yes.
example, and you miss it and you hit the 17,
Yeah.
you're not now on a double. You've got to get another odd number,
Yeah.
and then you can go onto a
Yeah.
double.
How
It's
many
best
people-
if you can
Yes.
to work to 32.
Right.
Are there any darts players in who'll back me up?
Yeah.
3. The QI audience and the darts audience.
I went to the Ali Pali darts at Christmas.
Why?
I had the best night of my life. You have to go in fancy dress. Half the people there are British, and the other half are Dutch, and no one speaks each other's language, but you're best friends with them by the end of the night.
Why? Sorry, why Dutch?
It's because it's flat.
All
But let me
honesty,
know when you're going, I'll come.
And I won't. No. So we're really... Is it an Olympic sport, darts? Is it an Olympic?
No, it should be though.
Anyway, I really, really like that we just didn't know enough to say what comes next. So it's a nice QI philosophical point. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31 is a perfectly sensible answer
Yee.
as long as you're asking the right question. If you hold your breath underwater, what is it that makes you want to come up for air?
I mean, the obvious thing is lack of oxygen.
That it's not lack of oxygen.
Too much carbon dioxide.
It is too much. Yeah, exactly right. So, yes. It's our body sensing an excess of carbon dioxide, not a lack of oxygen. You can actually last more than twice as long as the CO2 reflex makes us think.
Greetings.
So competitors of something called static
May the
apnea,
stars
an experimental
guide
thing you do, lying face down in the water and holding your breath.
Go in
They learn to
peace.
completely ignore
May the
this
stars
reflex,
guide
and they
you.
force themselves to stay underwater
Goddess, watch
until
over
their
you.
oxygen has genuinely run out, rather than coming up when your internal CO2 sensors go off. So there's a guy called Branko Petrovic of Serbia. He currently holds the static apnea record. Imagine this: he's lying face down in the water. His record is 11 minutes and 54 seconds. I know it doesn't sound like it's going to be possible.
Why would you do that?
It is a proper sport. So here's the thing: if you breathe pure oxygen first, it forces CO2 out of your body, so you can last longer. I mean, some people consider it cheating, but it is a way of doing it. Alexei Segura of Spain holds the record 24 minutes and 3 seconds.
Holding his breath.
Can he breathe through his bumhole?
What if he's a bear?
No. Stay in your seats, the bell doesn't dismiss you. I do. Let's take a look at the scores. In first place, graduating summa cum laude. Oh my word.
Guess it worked out.
It's Holly. In second place, scraping through on a 2-2, frankly, with minus 14.
Good job, Holly. Alright, let me see. What else could we do? Here, let's see how this goes.
Good. Right, well, I'm Jimmy Carr. These are my jokes. Let's not fuck about.
Love you,
Before we get
Jimmy.
started, who's seen me before?
If you get offended,
Who's never seen me before?
just ignore me.
You sound happier. I'm not entirely sure this is working. According to Ofcom, the people that make the guidelines for television, according to Ofcom, the most offensive words on TV are the F word and the C word. But I'm live on stage this evening, so I can say whatever the fuck I like. And those cunts can't do anything about it. I had trouble getting out tonight. Had to organise a babysitter. I don't have children. Cheaper than escorts. She's 17. There's nothing she won't do for £50.
Ah, that's fucked up.
Sort of half a joke, that isn't it? Because it's quite funny, but also true.
I am honored.
When I'm away from home, I sometimes get lovesick. Well, they call it chlamydia.
Farewell.
I spend a lot of my time away from home because this is my job. I travel
What
around the country
brings
telling
you
jokes to people.
here?
I love it. But I spend a lot of my time away staying in hotels because I have to travel. I was in a hotel a couple of weeks ago. Walked into the hotel room. As I walked in there, just on the TV it said, the adult
Goddess,
channel
watch
is
over you.
disabled. I thought, that's a bit specialist. I'm joking. I was gutted. No spaz porn. I'm sure you've all seen this, Birmingham. On trains, they've got seats reserved for elderly, disabled and pregnant people. Begs the question, who's fucking all these old cripples? Do you ever hear anything so dumb it's almost brilliant? So stupid it takes you a moment to work out what just happened. I'll give you an example. I was on a bus. I heard this girl get on the bus, walk up to the driver and go, "Can I get returned?" And the driver went, "Where to?" She went, "Back here." It took me like an extra beat to... Oh, what's going on? Oh, she's a fucking idiot. Case closed.
Good
People
boy.
worry about their physical appearance. We've all got silly hang-ups. Personally,
Perfect.
I worry that one of my balls is bigger than the other two. I shave my testicles. I call them Brazil nuts. Makes me giggle. Because it tickles when I do it. The first few weeks of joining Weight Watchers, you're just finding your feet. Well done. All together or not at all on the laughter, I think. Feed line, punchline, laugh. Don't fuck about. You're getting it late nonsense. Are there any ginger people in tonight? We got any ginger people? Seems to have contained the problem there. Good. Ginger people get given a hard time. People say very unkind things about gingers, but I think you should be destroyed humanely.
God, she's a pretty ginger.
I can talk. Check out the look I'm rocking. Look like a Lego Hitler. That's his stuff. When I broke up with my last girlfriend, I said I blame myself. I should never have let yourself go. But you have, so you have to fuck off. Do you read the Sunday papers, Birmingham? Do you all read the Sunday papers? I like the papers on a Sunday morning. I think it's a nice time to reflect on the last week and also to look ahead for the next week. We read the Sunday papers like the News of the World in bed, Sunday morning, a couple of weeks ago, tea, toast, Sunday papers. What could be nicer? What could be more British? Anyway, my girlfriend turns to me. There's some sex scandal in the News of the World, as there invariably is. And my girlfriend turned to me and went, I hope I never find out you're having an affair. I said, me too. You could be the moral arbiter on this one, Birmingham, right? You be the moral arbiter on this one this evening. I've got a friend, he got dumped by his girlfriend. She ended their relationship just because he said something. They were making love, they were mid-coitus, fucking. As he orgasmed, as he arrived, ejaculated, came. The most intimate, but also the most vulnerable time for a man. He said, bang, and the dirt is gone. I can see two distinct groups of men. There's some men looking at me as if to say, I don't think that's that bad. I think maybe she's overreacted a little bit. And then I can see other men looking at me as if to say, note to self. You've got to be very careful with jokes in the bedroom, because it's quite funny to say to a girl who's sucking you off, it's rude to talk with your mouth full. But it's even funnier if she says, well, it's not full. Having sex with someone at work is all right, as long as you don't work in a primary school.
Well, I didn't kill him.
I've got a friend who's a part-time teacher. Well, they're all part-time. Are there teachers in? Come on, throw time you're wasting. Where are the teachers? Give us a shout, the teachers. And what was it that first attracted you to children? Not all teachers, obviously, that would be mental, but PE teachers, they're wrong-uns. You know what PE is short for? Pedo. It's a fact. You can look that up. You know why so many American kids die in high school massacres? It's because they're not allowed to run in the corridors. Take your time with that, that's wrong on a number of levels. It's very I don't know if you've noticed this, Birmingham. It's very difficult to get the first kiss right. You want to be firm, but gentle. You want to be manly, you don't want to wake her up. First dates are very delicate. Is anyone on a first date this evening?
Silence. No one wants to be roasted.
Is anyone on a first date? On your own? Seems a little bit suspect, doesn't it? We're going somewhere very special. Sorry, I realise women don't masturbate. You just expect us to believe you really enjoy baths. Well, good luck if you're on a first date. You see, first dates are very delicate, because if you call her the next day, she'll think you're too keen, she'll be put off. If you never phone, she'll think the worst of you. So what I do as a compromise is I phone her the next day and call her a slag. Sometimes you can sense a friend wants to take things further. Will it ruin the friendship? Things get hot and heavy on the sofa one night, you think, this doesn't feel right. You're my best friend. You're not even allowed on the couch. Bad dog, down boy. Did I say down boy? I've made it gay. I fucked a girl with one leg. Use my cock.
I'm like thinking like I'm just a little surprised.
Does not require a mime. said no!
The woman you see about to be...
Happening tomorrow, sentencing day for disgraced upstate New York self-improvement guru.
Keith Raniere.
The Nexium founder had followers that included actors and millionaires.
Actress Allison Mack is out on bail after facing a judge in Brooklyn. Prosecutors say she recruited women into a sex trafficking sorority disguised as a women's empowerment group.
Founded in Albany in 1998, Nexium offered self-help courses for thousands of dollars. It expanded across the country to Mexico and Canada. In 2015, a secret female-only society was added called DOS, or The Vow, with masters and slaves.
Oh, man.
At the top of DOS, prosecutors say actress Allison Mack.
If convicted, both he and Mack could face up to life in prison.
Are you glad this is all over? Any comment at all? Any comment? Why do you think you were disguised by Raniere?
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Allison Mack was born to American parents in 1982 in West Germany. Her father was an opera singer and her mother a school teacher. After her father finished performing in Germany, they moved to Long Beach, California, where Allison began acting at only 4 years old. In the 90s, she starred on TV shows besides prominent actors like Eugene Levy, and at age 14, she guest starred on Seventh Heaven, a popular show where the actress Jessica Biel got her start. Allison played a troubled student at school who needed crisis intervention on Seventh Heaven. But she wasn't just on TV. Allison appeared in movies like A Private Matter with Sissy Spacek, Unlikely Angel with Dolly Parton, and she was in the sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids titled Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, starring Rick Moranis and a young Mila Kunis. But Allison's biggest role came at age 18 when she was cast as Chloe Sullivan in a superhero series called Smallville. Smallville was a TV show about the early adventures of Kryptonian Clark Kent, played by Tom Welling, and follows him as he learns about his developing superpowers. Allison's character, Chloe, was one of Clark Kent's closest friends who provided operational support to Clark and their team of heroes. Chloe's superpowers were empathic healing and super intelligence. Allison once described Chloe Sullivan's power as, quote, the ability to heal others by taking their pain and making it her own, unquote. In videos on her YouTube channel, Allison would tell fans how the Smallville set had something they jokingly referred to as the Alley board. It was a board Allison stood on next to her co-star Tom Welling that gave her about 3 to 4 inches of height, being as Allison is only 5'5" and Welling is nearly a foot taller than her, standing at 6'3". Allison starred on Smallville from 2001 to 2011, and the show's success heightened her career. She was nominated twice for Best Supporting Actress on Television and earned 2 Teen Choice Awards for Best Sidekick.
Right here beside, second year in a row, TCA winner, Choice Sidekick, Allison Mack.
All the fans that voted for me for the Teen Choice, thank you so much. It is so lovely. We are
It is so
all the way
lovely.
in Vancouver and stuck in a soundstage the majority of the year, so the fact that we get to hear the applause through the award shows is so cool and feels so good. So I don't know, all actors want to be loved, and this is just such a lovely way of feeling that kind of warm embrace from your fans. So I really appreciate it.
Allison allegedly amassed a net worth of $7 million and was featured annually at Comic-Con and made media appearances often. But as Allison Mack played the audience favorite and Superman's sidekick, little did she know that one day she would become the sidekick to one of the most nefarious cult leaders in U.S. history. A man named Keith Raniere. While Allison starred in Smallville, her personal life was heating up as well. In the early 2000s, she had a long relationship with the actor Chad Krawchuk, but by this point, Allison had already been involved with a self-help group called NXIVM for 8 years. Allison was introduced to NXIVM in 2006 by her Smallville co-star Kristen Crook. Smallville was filmed in Vancouver, Canada, and Vancouver was also home to one of NXIVM's headquarters. Keith Raniere learned through the grapevine that Allison would be attending a NXIVM workshop that would last an entire weekend. Knowing who she was, Keith put out orders to have his most successful, wealthiest, and highest-ranking members fly their private plane to this intensive and never leave Allison's side. Their goal? To charm Allison Mack and make her first intensive special. Cult experts would later call this love bombing. Love bombing is when someone overwhelms you with loving words, actions, and behavior. But unlike real love that comes with no strings attached, love bombing is a manipulation technique used to win over your trust and affection in order to get you to do something. For reasons unknown, Allison wasn't happy with her TV acting career, and according to NXIVM insiders, she asked Keith to make her a great actress again. Allison had no idea that at only 23 years old, the darkest chapter of her life was about to begin. NXIVM touted itself as a non-traditional company that taught ethics, human potential, and professional development. NXIVM offered courses that told members it could give them the keys to higher consciousness. NXIVM claimed that celebrities like Rosario Dawson, Jennifer Aniston, and Gerard Butler took their courses, and even the son of a former Mexican president was a well-known member. NXIVM was founded by a man named Keith Raniere, a man who described himself as a genius and former child prodigy. His followers believed he would change the world, and that through his teachings, he could cure all of society's problems. Keith claimed he was so intelligent, the government considered him a threat, and some of his followers believed he could even cure scoliosis, diabetes, and Tourette's. Some believed his energy was so powerful he could impact the weather. Keith Raniere claimed to have begun speaking in full sentences at the age of 1, reading at the age of 2, and honed the skills of a concert pianist by age 12. Keith bragged that he had an IQ of 240 and was in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the smartest man alive. He asked his NXIVM followers to call him Vanguard, a name he picked up from one of his favorite arcade games as a kid, in which the character of the Vanguard increased in power at the destruction of his enemies. Keith told everyone he was a scientist and philosopher and said he had 3 graduate degrees. Keith also claimed NXIVM's courses were better than getting an MBA, something he didn't have. The truth is, Keith did play piano, and he played piano well, but he was only in the 1989 Australian edition of the Guinness Book of World Records, and it's reported the IQ test he took was non-standard, unmonitored, and taken at home. Keith also tied for that title with other individuals. His college transcripts that were later revealed showed Keith was on academic probation, and his grade point average was a low 2.2. To draw people into NXIVM, Keith told people, quote, "There's no problem with the planet, it's the stuff we do. You will become that which you want to see in the world," unquote. Keith made people think they were in full control of their lives, and that anyone who wanted to complain about problems in their life was what he called being at cause. Being at cause was something Keith taught, claiming that people are responsible for everything in their lives, all successes and failures, all feelings and reactions. Keith taught that a person cannot blame anyone or anything for their suffering, and that there are no victims, only people who have attached negative meaning to an event, person, or thing. Basically, it's a fancy way to victim blame, stating that a victim is partially or fully responsible for the actions of offenders. Keith told those who took his courses that NXIVM could save the world by training people to become ethical leaders, and that he could enlighten people to have more control and understanding about who they really were, thus creating a better world. Keith claimed he was celibate, like a monk, but this would turn out to be anything but true. At best, Keith was a life coach with wild marketing claims. At worst, he was a con man and a sadist, designing a cult and psychologically breaking down his followers while indoctrinating them through his programs.
Say, these food bars are really tasty. I didn't know Amway makes food products.
Amway offers over 350 different nutrition, personal care, home care, and houseware products. They're more than just a soap company.
Well, how come you know so much about Amway?
I have my own Amway business.
You mean you're leaving it?
No, my husband and I are building financial independence as part-time Amway distributors.
Oh God, I remember Amway.
Is that opportunity knocking?
Discover today's Amway.
I was a part of it too.
Young Keith Raniere joined the multi-level marketing company Amway. Keith later put his Amway knowledge to use by creating his own MLM company called Consumers Byline, which sold discounted groceries and supplements. Consumers Byline generated revenue up to $33 million a year before being shut down in 1997 for operating as a pyramid scheme. Keith and his then-girlfriend Tony had a vitamin shop, and it was Tony who first met Nancy Salzman.
Well
Nancy
met.
said she was a
Safe
hypnosis
travels.
expert and could
Light
help
bless
Tony
you.
with her life. But Tony asked
Go
Nancy
with
for help
honor,
with
friend.
her boyfriend Keith, stating he had grandiose ideas and his hours were becoming erratic again. Nancy listened and said, quote, "Oh, that's easy, I can help you. He's a sociopath," unquote. Keith and Nancy met, and 4 days later, Nancy, with glazed over eyes, told Tony, quote, "You don't know who he is," unquote. Only 1 year later, Keith and Nancy launched NXIVM. In a court deposition from November of 2000, Nancy Salzman claimed to not only teach hypnosis, but NLP. NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming, and it's meant to influence human behavior through touch, tone, and hand movements. NLP is what Tony Robbins claims to use, as many other self-help gurus do too. You may have heard about NLP online, as it's used by many in the life coaching community, and in the past, NLP
I hate healing, dude.
makeup artists and crewmen. That does not mean everyone who uses NLP is a bad person, but
What's happening?
some
Why is this
people
guy
have
so hard to
used
kill?
including Keith Raniere
That's
and
still
Nancy
recharging.
Salzman. Tony Robbins claims he studied NLP under a man named John Grinder.
Oh, right. Yeah, copy.
It's John Grinder's teachings that Nancy Salzman claimed in a court deposition to have used on everyone she claimed to help. When Nancy was asked in her deposition how she performed NLP techniques, she said, quote, "By talking to the person. It's a talking type of therapy that acts as a conscious and unconscious process. It's a model for human behavior change," unquote. In this deposition, Nancy admitted to only having worked for 1 year as a registered nurse, as she was studying and teaching hypnosis and neuro-linguistic programming full-time. The father of NLP, John Grinder, wrote in his 1979 book that NLP will, quote, "get you almost everything," unquote. But many licensed counselors and psychologists consider NLP to be nothing more than pseudoscience and a tool used for manipulation. Together, Keith and Nancy designed all of NXIVM's courses known as ESP, which stood for Executive Success Programs. One 5-day ESP intensive could cost new students $10,000, and it wasn't abnormal for each daily session to last 13 hours. From the very first ESP class, new recruits were told they were going to get uncomfortable and that they needed to get out of their comfort zones. Students were then taught how to bow when entering a session space and how to shake hands differently. Nancy Salzman would come on video in these introductory classes and talk about limiting beliefs, and she would tell new recruits that there will be a part of their brain that will try and reject what they're learning and feeling. But Nancy assured them that was normal. She basically said, just go with it. After Nancy was done speaking on video to these new recruits, the NXIVM coaches facilitating the ESP would ask students to write down what they called a personal emotions inventory, where they attempted to open students up to suggestibility by giving them a worksheet with intrusive questions. Questions such as, what's the thing you most regret in life? What was the most positive relationship in your life? And their questions went on. What was the most negative relationship in your life? Describe the situation. And even, what do you most regret in your life? And who do you love most? This was an attempt to get new students to be vulnerable and share deep things that they might normally reserve and keep to themselves with the NXIVM teachers. It was on this fateful night in 2006 in a Vancouver hotel while taking her first ESP that Keith's inner circle honed in on Allison Mack during her first meeting, like prey. Nancy offered to fly Allison on their private plane to New York to meet the Vanguard, something that wasn't done regularly, as new members didn't get to meet Keith until completing at least one 16-day intensive at a cost of $7,500.
Be ready.
But if there's
Oh, that's
one thing
creepy.
cult leaders love, it's a high-ranking member with celebrity status who will cast them and their organization into a new spotlight. And this is how Allison became Keith's prized recruit.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, welcome to my vlog. Ready? And begin. The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little
I'll try.
ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king and foolish, though it may seem to me.
Allison's first meeting with Keith was during one of his late-night volleyball games, which he played often with NXIVM members several times a week from midnight to 7 a.m. Keith was also known to wake members up in the middle of the night to take long walks with him, where they would talk about whatever Keith had in mind. These late-night walks and games were done in an effort to sleep-deprive members and lessen their critical thinking abilities. And it was easy to do, often, because Keith and a large group of NXIVM members lived in a suburb in upstate New York called Clifton Park, and many of them even lived together. Getting to go on a midnight walk with Keith was considered an honor. NXIVM members were amazed at how little Keith slept and yet still managed to be so productive. They claimed this had to do with his high intelligence. But unbeknownst to most of them, this was a lie, as Keith was well taken care of during the day by hordes of women in his inner circle who did his errands, laundry, and cooked his food so he could rest, while he made them adhere to a strict 500-calorie-a-day diet. Allison decided to work with Keith because she wanted to improve her acting. In many of her videos on YouTube, Allison tells her audience how art is her sole passion in life. And in their first meeting, shown here, Keith asked Allison why art is important to her. And exhausted Allison ponders his question and then tells Keith that so much of who she is wrapped up in art, and that film and art brings her so much bliss and joy. Keith tells her, quote, "You know you can practice generating an extreme feeling of joy over anything," unquote. He goes on to tell her how NXIVM has courses that can help her generate that feeling anytime she wants. And for the first time, but certainly not the last, Keith dismisses Allison's love of art and tells her, quote, "What if artistic endeavors were really bogus? What if art is just an excuse for those who couldn't do, unquote. Keith goes on to tell Allison that her most exciting feeling should be independent of art, and if she feels art is necessary to bring her joy, then that in itself is a self-condemnation. It's obvious Allison starts to get confused, and she nervously laughs and then begins to cry. Keith asks her why she's crying, and she responds, quote, "Because it's pointing at something I've never thought about, and a part of me is kind of freaked out about accepting this. I'm used to that self-condemnation. I'm comfortable with that. If I let go of that belief, then I have to trust that I will be capable of giving myself that feeling, and I don't necessarily trust that right now. And so that's scary because I want that feeling," unquote. And as they leave each other, Keith asks Allison, "Do you hug?" To which she replied, quote, "I hug and I kiss." Keith, the pretend celibate monk, was known for kissing all female NXIVM members on the lips with every hello and goodbye, but it was Allison who initiated this first kiss before she was even a member.
When I first came to ESP, I had on the surface something that seemed to be like the perfect life for a pretty good life. Like superficially, materialistically, I was very successful. I had the job, I had the dog, I had the car, I had the boyfriend, I had the blah, 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 the clothes, everything that I thought I needed in order to be okay. And yet, I couldn't stand to be with my family for more than 2 hours at a time. And the idea of being honest with even my best friend was something that was so far outside the realm of possibility that I just kind of thought you always lived your life
We must hold the gate.
And when I came
Attack!
to ESP,
Tear
and I
them
started
limb
to
from
do the
limb.
articles that do the work in the classes, I started to transform in a way that I never expected. Like, I literally didn't know that you could spend time with someone and not be nervous. I literally didn't know that it was possible to have a week with your family where you didn't feel like leaving. I just thought that was possible.
We must hold the gate. Attack! Tear them limb from limb.
Experience of my family that is nothing but joy, and it's astounding.
To say Allison dived headfirst into NXIVM would be an understatement. Allison took as many courses as she could and began moving up the ranks. Just how it's difficult to move up the rank in a multi-level marketing company, aka a pyramid scheme, it was difficult to rank up in NXIVM. That's because NXIVM was a multi-level marketing company, with Keith as its CEO. NXIVM's ranking system was called the Stripe Path, and to move up the Stripe Path, you had to do 3 things. Continue shelling out thousands of dollars to study NXIVM's curriculum, recruit others, and get rid of your disintegrations.
Maybe we spent a lot, man. They take a lot of damage.
The rank of Proctor.
Yeah, I'll take a lot of damage.
This rank, along with the rank of Senior Proctor, was where higher ranking
I'll have you know I can plot and steal with my thighs,
as well as whoever their recruits recruited, and so on down the pyramid. But a
This
NXIVM member
kingdom
couldn't become
belongs to the Scourge. Only the dead may enter.
Only one rank past Senior Proctor was the rank of Counselor, but members couldn't earn that blue sash rank
They
without first
hunger.
investing around $5 million in NXIVM. Before somebody was able to reach the first rank of Proctor, where they got members were made and sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. In 2010, Allison Mack made the public announcement she was leaving
What the
Smallville
fuck?
as a series regular, but out of respect to her loyal fans, Allison stated she would come back for several
I get
episodes
less
of
foul, but like, what? It's just worse. The only thing I get is a little bit of extra intelligence, but I get same spirit, I lose a lot of stamina. Nah, dude, fuck that. Like, it's not even worth wanting. Like, what?
And played the quirky girlfriend. In a 2012 interview about WotLK with TV Guide, Allison said, quote, "I took a year to kind of decide whether or not acting was something I wanted to do anymore and kind of figure out what path I wanted to take and where I was going." Unquote. Wilfred would be the last TV role Allison would have, ending in 2014. By this Nexium had many different companies under its umbrella, and Keith created a company called The Source. The Source was an acting group, and he told Allison he wanted her to lead it. Allison then became an acting coach under Nexium's umbrella, and she even recruited some of her acting students into Nexium through The Source. Allison also joined another Nexium company called Jeunesse.
So before Jeunesse, I had tons of people around me all the time. I've always been a people person. People used to come visit me at my house and say they were going to Camp Allison because it was like, it was a party. Everywhere I went, it was a party. But I felt very lonely, and I didn't understand why. That didn't make sense to me. And I imagined the idea of like finding those wonderful husbands and then being intimate and finding that one best friend and feeling at ease in my relationships. At least with just one person.
That's still recharging.
And I didn't understand why I couldn't get that. You know, I was so good.
It's too far
with
away.
people. I was so good in a living room, but I was so bad at intimacy. The format that the Jeunesse Tracks offers, with men and women, and then this consolidated, very intense structure where you are just diving into yourself and understanding how you relate to other people, helped me to reveal all of these areas of insecurity, areas of just really basic confusion, or lack of attention, or things that I had just never thought about or looked at in myself. The Jeunesse Tracks helped me open up and see, so that I could start to build a relationship with you and start to be honest with you, and then practice being honest with you.
That's now.
And that expanded out into the rest of my life, and now I have the most beautiful
That's still
relationships
recharging.
with people that go so far beyond anything I could have imagined. And I have the most awesome experience. And I can say with total truth that I look at men now and I know
Jeunesse was a women's group with a curriculum for female empowerment that taught people to, quote, inherit their birthright, unquote. Jeunesse claimed to help women understand what it meant to be a woman in a man's world, with emphasis on relationships and sexuality. But under the surface of this group with a feminist facade, Jeunesse was anything but empowering.
The fact that there's no tank sucks, dude. It fucking sucks. It puts a lot of pressure on me. Because like, you know, you could plan to put, like, it's just expensive to invest a lot of resources to give heals to everybody. Like, throwing out a heal to somebody is fine, but it's costly to continue to do that for the whole team. It's
pedicure every night. I've got no foot fungus at all. My
what the
toes
fuck?
are
Planks, and members weren't allowed
And it just makes it taxes me enough to where I have to like I can do it. It's just I have to like get mana every time.
Members who talked back or raised objections with the curriculum were humiliated and made to wear masks, a costume with cow udders, and one woman even had to wear a jockstrap. It was around this time that Allison attempted to recruit Emma Watson by tagging her in a few tweets, calling Jeunesse a human development and women's movement, and implying that Emma Watson's humanitarian work would fit in well with the women's group. Only a few years before that, Allison attempted to reach out to Kelly Clarkson in 2013. Allison had been a Nexium member for 5 years at that point, but neither ever responded to her tweets. Former friends of Allison began to notice her behavior change. A former castmate of Allison's named Michael Rosenbaum recalled on his podcast of a strange incident he had with her while Allison was in Nexium. Michael played Lex Luthor on Smallville, and although he and Allison were friends on set behind the scenes, he hadn't seen her in quite some time. Michael said a few years after Smallville ended, Allison let him know she was in the area and wanted to stop by his place. He hadn't seen Allison in years and said she walked into his house like she owned the place, and he instantly recognized Allison was a different person. Allison walked in with a couple friends Michael didn't know. They all said hi, and then Allison and her friends walked into his kitchen. Not sure what they were doing, Michael followed them in the kitchen where they began opening his cabinets, took his pots and pans out, and began cooking. Michael was stunned and asked what they were doing. To which Allison replied, "We're hungry. We're hungry." Michael said after a little while he felt uncomfortable and said something like, "Yeah, you guys might want to leave soon." This made one of Allison's friends violently angry, and he started cursing at Michael. Michael then told them all to, quote, "Get the fuck out of my house," unquote. As he uncomfortably tells this story on his podcast, Michael says he remembered waiting for Allison to jump in and apologize in an attempt to calm down the situation.
Eternal agony awaits you!
But she didn't. And as they walked out of his house, Michael said it looked like they were in a zombie-like trance.
Come forth, my brethren, my loca feast on their flesh!
What was called readiness drills, where Keith or a higher-ranking member would text a man or woman in these two groups, and members had to immediately respond with "ready." These drills could take place at any time, day or night. If a member didn't respond or was late to reply, they were forced to do self-punishment called penance. Bonnie Peace, a female member of Genus, remembers her penance dictated she be forced to sleep
Come
on the floor
forth, my brethren!
several nights, while her
Feast on their flesh!
Bonnie was an actress who appeared in Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. She and her husband had met in Nexium, and Bonnie became one of Allison's closest friends. Together, they performed in another Nexium group called Simply Human, which was a live theater group Keith had Allison lead. But Bonnie had had enough of Keith Raniere, and she knew she had to get out of Nexium, even though her husband, a high-ranking member, chose to stay in the organization at the time. Before defecting in 2017 and losing the only community she had known for several years, Bonnie recalls in the documentary The Vow about being worried for the women in Geness because they were beginning to look unhealthy, and she noticed Allison's backbones were sticking out. Bonnie confronted Allison about her concerns, telling her she looked sick. She knew Allison wasn't eating and told Allison she needed to start eating. He says, "As long as I'm having my period, I'm fine," unquote. Then Allison told Bonnie something truly disturbing. Allison told her she made a lifetime vow to keep, a vow of devotion. When Bonnie officially left Nexium and told Keith she was leaving because she believed Nexium was built on abuse, obligation, and coercion, and that could no longer support it, the last thing Keith said to her was, quote, "You seem to have a commitment to being a victim." Now, one of Allison's closest friends was leaving, right when Allison had made a lifetime vow. What Bonnie didn't know was all
I can get so locked into this little grid right here, I don't focus.
live theater group. Keith never paid Allison like he said he would.
You have
It was
made your
discovered in court
choice.
documents that in 2016, as she was
I would be
broke.
free of him.
Yes, Allison Mack, the beautiful and talented actress who quit her job and focused solely on Nexium, was now fully dependent on Keith Raniere, who refused to pay her until she delivered what he wanted most: India Oxenberg. Some former members of Nexium recall Allison being exuberantly happy at all times, while others recall her being like a viper, ready to strike at any minute. Now Allison was about to strike at India.
Oh, we got turn-ins.
For Geness, I think, is the most gratifying thing that I've ever done. It's the most challenging thing I've ever done because it consists of working with a group of people in a way that is totally interdependent, meaning we're all working together and no one is ever punished, and no one is ever told that they're wrong or they're bad. And the most important thing in working on Geness is the relationships in Geness. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to the objective being met. I'm used to having like strict, hard, fast deadlines and lots of fear and punishment if I don't get it right. And in working for Geness, there isn't any of that. So it comes purely from a place of self-motivation and self-direction, and that is really difficult. But I would say that working for the Jeunesse is the most satisfying and purposeful thing I've ever done.
Behind the scenes of Jeunesse, Keith had formed a private group called DOS.
What is up with these shitty? Like, look at this, dude. I get spell haste with some spell power. Well, I do lose stamina, but I do get, and I lose intelligence. Well, I do get a lot of spell power.
Usually from Jeunesse, and they were instructed to lie to their DOS recruits and say that Keith was not involved in any way with DOS. India recalls Allison telling her about DOS and saying it was, quote, women mentoring women in a very specialized, deep way, and that it would push you past the areas you hadn't yet allowed yourself to grow, unquote. India Oxenberg is the daughter of Hollywood actress Catherine Oxenberg and the granddaughter of royalty, as her grandmother is Princess Elizabeth of Yugoslavia. At age 19, India had chosen Nexium over college, and over the years, as India attempted to rank higher in Nexium, she used up her entire inheritance from her grandfather.
Holy shit.
In an effort to get paid what Keith owed her, Allison recruited India into DOS, telling India it would help her rank higher in Nexium, how India so desperately wanted. Allison told her DOS recruits that they had to make a lifetime commitment to DOS, which included ultimate obedience to her. When India asked what ultimate obedience meant and if she could still have a boyfriend, Allison replied, "You need to ask me permission to do anything in your life." Allison then told India the setup of DOS was a master-slave dynamic. When India told Allison that made her feel uncomfortable, Allison replied that was a totally normal reaction to have, and to do it anyway, because DOS was about pushing people outside of their comfort zones in an effort to help them grow. Allison told India if it made her feel better to look at it as a mentor-student relationship, and promised India that she would always be there for her. India had no idea Keith was at the head of DOS. Exercises started off slow with new DOS recruits, like journaling their deepest fears every day and letting their master read them. India said that Allison was very interested in what made India most vulnerable, including what she
Yeah, so she could abuse it and take advantage.
Allison referred to it as bonding. But then the tasks got more intense, and Allison told her slaves to restrict
Oh my.
500 a day for weight loss, and called it a character-building practice for self-restraint. India recalls being told that if she didn't meet the weight requirement, she would be forced to spend 30 days doing intense studying at one of Nexium's headquarters. Then, Allison began to tell India her relationships to her family made her dependent, so she needed to separate herself from them. Allison took it a step further and told India her relationship with her boyfriend was keeping her from being empowered and getting stronger, and encouraged India to break up with him. Not long after, Allison ordered her slaves to start texting her "Good morning, Master" and "Good night, Master" every single day.
Whoa, talk about climbing elevation.
Allison texted one of her slaves saying, quote, "Practice this daily. Meditate on me, my face, my constellation. Embody me. I will be in your heart forever."
My God, what the fuck?
Allison even told her slaves to figure out what would make life easier for her. Allison would say, "Everything I do for you, I do for your own benefit. Everything I have you do is for your own good." Allison constantly told her slaves that they needed to lean into fear and discomfort, and that, quote, "Pushing past your comfort zone will make you stronger and more capable in all areas of your life," unquote.
Psychopath.
Now, there are many things YouTube considers too graphic for creators to talk about without getting demonetized. But I can tell you, Allison then told her slaves their next assignment was to seduce Keith. And gradually, the assignments became more and more explicit.
That spell isn't ready.
Eventually, India moved in with Allison, and Allison made India cook and clean for her and do her errands. Then, Allison started punishing her slaves, making them do planks, taking ice-cold showers, and standing barefoot in the snow at 3 a.m. It was a brutal lifestyle for these women, who were not only taking Nexium classes as students, but teaching as not just
My mana is low.
These women couldn't just
I
leave.
need more
Due
mana.
to the private and disturbing information they handed over to their masters before joining DOS. Sensitive information, called collateral. When Nexium members were asked to join DOS,
Oh, I
they
could
were
have
told
seen
they
that.
couldn't be given all the information about what DOS entailed until they gave the person trying to recruit them something called collateral. Collateral could be things like credit card information, private videos and photos, and written, notarized statements with damning information about their family members. Collateral also included rights to financial assets. DOS recruiters made it sound like this collateral was a joke that would never be seen by anyone else or
That's
really
still
acted
be
upon,
charging.
and was just a protective measure so no information about DOS could ever be made public. But they were secretly handing over every woman's collateral to Keith. In February of 2017, in a small courtroom with India as a witness, Allison married an actress named Nikki Klein. Nikki starred in the TV series
Very good.
Battlestar Galactica, but quit the show to follow Keith. India said that Nikki Klein, a Canadian and a devout member of Nexium who also recruited slaves for Keith as a master, needed a U.S. green card as her visa was about to expire, and Keith instructed Allison and Nikki to marry so she could stay in the U.S. Nikki Klein denies these allegations. In March of 2017, Allison told her slaves they were going to be branded. The women were told by Allison that it was part of being in the DOS sorority, and this was their way to be reminded of the most important relationship of their life.
Jesus Christ.
What the women
Safe
didn't
travels.
know
Be
was
careful.
that it was Allison who came up with the idea of the brand after
Farewell.
somebody in Keith's inner circle suggested everyone get matching tattoos. The women were told the brand would be a symbol that represented the 4 elements, and Allison had one of her slaves, who was a doctor, practice on oranges with a cauterizing pen in Allison's bathroom. India asked Allison, "Are you sure we have to do this?" To which Allison replied, "Yes." The branding ceremony took place in Allison's bedroom, and as each woman was branded, Allison told the women to repeat the words, quote, "Feel the pain, feel the love." Each branding session lasted about 30 minutes. Everything came to a head only 7 months later in October of 2017, when the New York Times released a damning article with ex-Nexium members who spoke out, showing the brand and calling Nexium a sex cult. Sarah Edmondson, one of Nexium's defectors who also had been in DOS, did a tell-all for the article, which included sharing how DOS members had to give collateral. Sarah became
too
outraged
far away.
and left Nexium when she found out that the brand on her hip wasn't a symbol of the elements, but were Keith's initials. The symbol, when turned another way, also contained the initials of Allison Mack. Now, a media firestorm was brewing. Keith and his inner circle attempted to deny the allegations and sue any defectors who spoke out, but it was too late. Too much damning evidence had been released, and after having ignored the requests of ex-members for years to step in and do something about Nexium, the FBI finally got involved and opened an investigation. Only 1 month after the New York Times article was released, Keith fled to Mexico in November of 2017.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Allison tried to lay low and hardly left her apartment. India recalls Allison becoming paranoid of people watching her or the media finding her. By spring of 2018, lonely in a Mexican villa that cost $10,000
Oh, he just gave
a
it
week
to me.
rent, Keith had his inner circle of top DOS women fly to Mexico for what he called a recommitment ceremony, where they would partake in a group adult act, if you know what I mean. Allison Mack and Nikki Klein attended, and it would be Nikki who accidentally exposed Keith's whereabouts, alerting the FBI, who had been privately monitoring her and the other high-ranking DOS women who were close to Keith. Nikki had taken to Instagram and posted a picture while in Puerto Vallarta, a picture the FBI was able to geotag. This led them straight to Keith, where the Mexican Federal Police surrounded Keith's villa with guns drawn and pointed at several members of Keith's inner circle, only to find the smartest man in the world, the classical pianist and his holiness who could impact the weather, the one and only Vanguard, hiding in a walk-in closet. This video shows the exact moment Allison watched Keith be taken away by Mexican police, while Nikki was the one recording.
Let's go in the car. We're gonna follow them. Get out of the way. Huh? Lauren's coming. Lauren. Let's go, you guys.
Allison fled back to New York and once again tried to lay low. But on April 20th of 2018, FBI agents surrounded her apartment and arrested Allison Mack. At Allison's first hearing in a Brooklyn courtroom, she pled not guilty, but she would later change her tune. You see, while Allison was placed on house arrest and released on bail only to her parents who she had to live with, Allison asked India to pack up her apartment and place her items in storage, something she may eventually have regretted doing. Because while packing up her apartment, India came across flash drives full of photographs and video of Keith with his inner circle of women, including the moment when he instructed them how DOS should be created and informed them they would become masters while he would be the grandmaster of DOS. Also found on these flash drives was all the collateral, spreadsheets, and recordings from secret meetings. It's believed that around 150 women were recruited into DOS, and it was later discovered Keith planned to have his inner circle and their recruits recruit thousands of women who he planned to obtain collateral from. He then wanted some of those women to run for different offices in government. Keith was a madman, a user and a controller, and he wanted to control the world. India gave the flash drives to police and spent months with prosecutors, going through hours and hours of the flash drive's content and identifying every detail for them, which prosecutors ultimately used against him in court, where he pled not guilty. Nancy Salzman, the president of Nexium, who used NLP and hypnosis on every member, was also arrested. At her home, police found hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash.
That's still recharging.
This morning, Smallville actress Allison Mack is making headlines, but not for a few roles.
Yes.
Her lawyers now working with federal prosecutors to cut a deal in a sex trafficking case. According to court documents, Mack lured unsuspecting women into a secret
Can't
system
cast that yet.
connected to a Mack and her lawyers did not comment as she left the court. Mack's lawyers are hoping to avoid a trial, and earlier this month, the lawyers denied he committed any crime. If convicted, both he and Mack could face up to life in prison.
Yeah, that sucks.
Story. Yeah, thanks, Morgan.
Thank you.
Allison later changed her tune and pled guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy charges. On June 30th of 2021, Allison Mack was sentenced to 3 years in prison. It was recommended Allison receive anywhere from 14 to 17 years in prison, but prosecutors asked the judge to give her below the recommended range because of what they called substantial assistance given to them by Allison that helped convict Keith. Allison told the court she now renounces Keith Raniere and all his teachings. The judge told Allison he faulted her for using her celebrity status to recruit others for Keith's twisted desires. The judge went on to say, quote, "You abuse this position of power to persuade and pressure women to join drugs. You capitalized on your secrecy and these individuals' eagerness to be close to you. Told them you were recruiting them for women's empowerment and misrepresented and obscured fundamental facts about the organization and the conditions of membership. You told them that Keith Raniere was not involved. You did not tell them that they would be required to engage in sexual conduct. You required your slaves to provide collateral, both as a price of admission and on a continuing basis, in order to ensure their obedience and secrecy. You demanded that these women give you the keys to the most intimate, personal, and valuable parts of themselves so that you could maintain power over them and have leverage to direct them to do anything you wanted." Unquote. The judge also told Allison he didn't doubt she was also manipulated and felt captive by Keith as well.
The problem right now with society is society it's not something strong national structure and down to the strong family structure and individual structure. These things are not reflective of
We did it.
a specific type of morality. You question most people, and in some of our educational programs, one of the modules is good and bad. A lot of people say, oh, this is good, this is bad. They don't have a real definition for it. And when they're put to the task, suddenly they realize, well, the reason why I think it's good is because...
I mean, forcing people into situations where they can't get out of it is not ever a good situation. Far be it for me to sit there and ridicule anybody who wants to do that shit out of their own volition, but once you start forcing people into it, that becomes bad potatoes.
It has much to do with our experience in life other than it has been dictated to us. Society in itself continues the way...
Get 'em, boys!
It's heavy. It's sort of almost as if we're along with the law. The humans have the capacity to...
No, boys, don't do that, boys!
Think about where we want it.
They're so ham.
Think about how we would like it to change. And that contemplation has to be something that becomes understood in society. That people understand it, families understand it, communities understand it, and that the different ethical issues that come up are discussed. I believe, and I believe this for a while, that's why we have a specific ethicist curriculum. I think that being an ethicist will be as much of a foundation to society as being a business person.
During Keith Raniere's trial, Sarah Edmondson's branding video was leaked to the Mexican press, where Keith had many well-established Nexium contacts.
Light bless you.
It's unclear who released
Go
the
with honor,
collateral
friend.
and how, but victims have stated they're very worried about where their own collateral
Okay, I'm gonna,
and their worries are justified.
I'm gonna take a break for now. I'm gonna take a walk, and I'm just gonna leave this. I'm just turning the stream off for now. Well, I don't know. I just want to get some air, and I want to go on a walk. So, c'est la vie, I guess. If you want to, what's left on this timer? 10 minutes. I guess whatever you see next after this is whatever you see after this.
Allison's
I need to get some air.
Who she divorced in December of 2020, are still defenders of Keith, Doss, and at the time of this recording, seem to be in cult-like groups themselves. Along with a few other Nexium members, Nikki Klein spent an hour every night for 30 days straight dancing outside the prison where Keith was being held before sentencing, just so he could look down on them from his prison window in hopes to lift his spirits. The Nexium group claimed they were dancing outside the prison to support the Black Lives Matter movement and prison reform, but they were soon exposed.
We have a friend who is incarcerated here. He's been here since March 2018. As you do with people that you've known for a long time, you have inside jokes. And one of my party tricks is doing a moonwalk. So I did a moonwalk and a bunch of guys started banging on their windows. So we're like, oh, that's probably fun for them to see. It's probably not every day that they see that. And it evolved to turning on the car stereo and dancing. You know, I took classes for many years with executive success programs, which is affiliated with NXIVM. I think what's really sad is that we're out here doing something really good that is helping a lot of people, and people can't get past this idea that we were in something called a sex cult, which I don't even know what that is. I certainly was never part of a sex cult.
Many women in NXIVM, including Allison and Nikki allegedly, were promised a baby by Keith, who never delivered. In fact, only 2 women have ever had a baby with Keith, and one of those women went into hiding. Keith forced abortions on his inner circle, but due to only being allowed to eat 500 calories a day, one woman who had his baby didn't realize she was pregnant until she was already 8 months along. Catherine Oxenberg, who in an attempt to save her daughter by using her celebrity to call out NXIVM and Keith Raniere in multiple media appearances, said her life has been threatened and she was told to never step foot in Mexico. This case set a precedent for coercive control in the United States. Coercive control is an act or pattern of assault, threats, humiliation, and intimidation, or other abuse that is used to harm, punish, or frighten a victim. According to womensaid.org, coercive control creates invisible chains and a sense of fear that pervades all elements of a victim's life. At the time of this recording, the US has no federal laws defining coercive control, unlike other developed countries such as the UK. I remember watching an episode of Scientology in the Aftermath and hearing Leah Remini reveal that the Church of Scientology desperately wanted her to recruit other celebrities, including her co-star Kevin James, who played the lead role on the show King of Queens. The Church of Scientology denies this, and Remini didn't feel comfortable recruiting James, who was Catholic. But many castmates of Smallville recall Allison attempting to recruit them by inviting them to take NXIVM courses. Cults love to pursue people with fame, money, and/or large networks, as this helps legitimize their organization. NXIVM called itself a self-help company and spoke to people's ideology that the world could be made a better place if they could first work on themselves. Allison joined NXIVM to become a better actress and find self-fulfillment, but she became Keith's prey. 12 years later, she left NXIVM with no career, in debt, as a victim and a perpetrator, and in prison. At her sentencing, Allison apologized to the people she harmed by her actions and said, quote, "I am sorry to those of you that I brought into NXIVM. I am sorry I ever exposed you to the nefarious and emotionally abusive schemes of a twisted man." Unquote. This has been the rise and fall of Allison Mack. NXIVM was a very large cult with a lot of different organizations and key players, many that I didn't have the time to cover in this. And if you're interested in a more detailed account of NXIVM, including the shocking facts I couldn't discuss on YouTube without getting demonetized, I highly recommend the documentaries Seduced, which was co-produced by India Oxenberg and gives her account of NXIVM, as well as The Lost Women of NXIVM, which features journalist Frank Parletto, who was a former publicist for NXIVM. This one was riveting, and in true crime fashion, I could not look away from the screen. Last but not least, The Vow, which has a lot of private insider footage of NXIVM's day-to-day activities and events, and features Sarah Edmondson, Bonnie Peace, as well as many other high-ranking members of NXIVM. If you are a fan of cults, scams, and cautionary tales, be sure to like and subscribe so more content like this is recommended to you. Until next time, my name is Josie. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king and foolish, though it may seem to me that's everything. The mere idea of you, the longing here for you. You'll never know how slow the moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower, your eyes and stars above. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you, my love.
Oh, my bad. I thought I would just play another video. I really hope you haven't been here for too long. I thought I would default just play something else for you. But I'm back. But what do I play for you while I get around? I'm ready, though. Here, do something about Seagull. I don't know what it sounds like, who it is, but there you go.
Hollywood tough guy, in your opinion. You accept it, of course.
When you say tough guy, do you mean martial artist or just tough guy?
I mean, Stephen, for real. If he was on the street and there was a situation, you wanted this Hollywood guy by your side because he could defend...
Been here for ages.
It's that hard to think of a legit one?
Can you think of one?
Michael Jai White.
Can I laugh in your face?
Sadness.
Alright.
Stephen Frederick
Alright.
Seagull was born on the 10th of April.
Dude, that was a nice little walk. I'll tell you what.
His mother was of Irish descent, while his father was of Russian Jewish descent. His mother was of Irish descent, and his father was of Russian Jewish descent. I think someone's Irish mother might have been a bit too friendly with the milkman.
I've heard him for like 2 seconds and already know I'm not going to be able to suffer him for 43. So, disregard that. There's like a certain suave I like when I'm hearing documentaries or people talking shit. If I'm hearing someone talk shit, they gotta have a certain voice. Or else I can't take it.
Many tread the internet halls of infamy, but there are few as closely watched and as heavily documented as Onision, with several sites and forums dedicated to his madness, some spanning well over 900 pages archiving every one of his actions. To give a quick overview of this mysterious figure,
yeah, let me know who he is.
A former soldier in a banana suit that gained initial popularity for his spontaneous antics and was one of the earliest, most followed content creators on YouTube. His fame extended beyond the platform and seeping into traditional media. But with this attention came his de-evolution into something much more sinister, with a touch of paranoia. Exemplified by his various name changes, not only due to his many marriages, but what is speculated to be his intent to hide his identity. An identity he is very open about and closed off to, varying on whether he is involved in one of his many ever-increasing scandals. These range widely, from a series of claims of manipulation, harassment, and his unfavorable opinions. But these mostly worked in his favor when some scandals and arguments with other content creators were used to attract more attention to his channel, catapulting him to the top of trending controversies on YouTube, until the accusations became so fierce and his scandals so poisonous, not even his closest fans or allies could support him. This seemed to be the end for him, until further damning witnesses re-emerged discussing his abusive antics, giving him one final swan song of madness and attention before there is no one left watching, and granting him this very video showcasing the rise and fall of Onision. Gregory James Daniel, born November 11, 1985 in Auburn, Washington, was an outcast, with many tragic happenings in his youth. As he claims, at the age of 2, he fell off of a church pew head first, resulting in a bloody gash that required serious medical attention. This was the beginning of a long string of unfortunate events, as less than a year later, Daniel's mother had filed for a divorce due to her beliefs that Daniel's father was a predator, leaving him to grow up with a somewhat religious mother and 2 sisters in a rural farmland of Washington, the same state that he attended elementary school, where he was not very well liked, and did not shy away from altercations as he was involved in several fights throughout his schooling. It was at the age of 11 that Daniel stopped attending his Seventh-day Adventist church, but still stood by with some of his ex-religious ideologies, such as his avoidance of drugs and alcohol, and later his adoption of vegetarianism. From here, he began forming his own spiritual beliefs. Now in his teens, Daniel began experimenting with graphic design, website creation, and music composition. Being tech-savvy at the age of 14, Daniel created his first operational website, known as The Cries of the Crypt, a website created to host music, pictures, and other forms of media. Anyone needing to reach him would address him as his online alias, Otacon, a mixture of the word odd and Otacon, a character from the trending video game series Metal Gear Solid, a series that Daniel took a liking to. Soon after the creation of this website, Daniel goes to live with his father in Ohio, but after a 6-month tenure, things devolve in their relationship, as Daniel begins dating one of his fellow classmates, Christina, which his father refused to let him see. Daniel reciprocating with an insult to his stepmother, leading to a fight between him and his stepfather that resulted in Daniel being sent to juvenile hall, and after his departure from juvenile hall, Daniel and Christina broke up, and he went back to live with his mother in Washington, where he later began to attend high school. And being back, living with his mother meant that he had his equipment set up at his mother's home. He created 2 new websites. Hybrid Eye, where he shared his literature and music, and Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, a fan site for the Metal Gear Solid series, frequented by those who enjoy discussing video games. But these guest visits of the site weren't always pleasant. A member of the website, claiming to have clashed with Daniel, describes him as erratic, with a short temper, getting angry if anyone questioned, criticized, or contradicted him. According to this account, Daniel managed his sites with an iron fist and did not shy away from banning regular members, some criticizing him on his newfound belief, Seseska, a religion developed by Daniel who held his beliefs very seriously. The following year, along with the creation of many other sites and changing his online alias from
it's no different than people making religions back in the day, I guess.
Seseska.com, a website to promote his religion, no doubt influenced by his high school Earth Club. One of the main ideologies of his religion can be found in this excerpt. Quote, "The main reason for our existence is a beautiful truth. We are all created to nurture our planet and each other." Unquote. But his religion had several reaching ideologies, making up new terms such as Divant, Zodins, and Savants, defined by Daniel as a post-human soul that has been granted the honor of being awarded a human body to dwell in.
Sworn Savant
Due to
was a
Daniel's
word.
promotional nature of
Maybe not
his
spelled that
religion,
way.
some friends became more distant from him, and in an uncorrelated event, he broke up with his girlfriend at the time, leaving her to become another of Daniel's many exes, and began dating his true high school sweetheart, Sky, someone he would date past high school graduation, where he graduated high school with a mediocre 2.5 grade point average. Deciding not to attend college, Daniel looked for development in other avenues, sticking to what he knew best. As at the start of 2005, he worked on producing content for one of his largest personal websites, MrOdd.com. This site hosted music, photos, literature, and of course, video. But like many early content creators at the time, his videos were sporadic in theme, some featuring his girlfriend Sky and heavily modified dolls as the focus of the video, others with hardly any theme at all, like this nonsensical Let's Play-esque recording of the video game Resident Evil 4. But this did not pay the bills. Looking for work, Daniel joined the U.S. Air Force
Which said,
on April 13,
skills pay the
2005,
bills.
and a little over a month later completed his basic military training. Shortly after this, he proposed to Sky, which she said yes to, and he set off to his next step of training. Being that his performance at basic training was above average, allowed him to volunteer for SEER training, or Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, a course meant for those who are considered to be at high risk at capture due to their elite nature. Recalling his experience, Daniel mostly enjoyed his time training and was at times during several mile-long hikes in front of the pack while carrying around 65 pounds of stones. But his rising status
Was that what he said?
hit an eventual wall. Part of the SEER training was the requirement to kill a rabbit. Daniel, refusing to do so, being a conscientious objector, left the program. and instead was tasked with creating the Seer website, to then later train to become military police. Now back at home, tinkering with his websites in late 2005, Daniel changed his alias one last time.
He wasn't in the military for very long. Less than a year.
Meaning divine community. Put together, it's one divine community, or Onision. Also around this time, Onision married Sky and moved to a new house in Oklahoma where he was stationed. It was here where he found a new platform for his videos, a fledgling video sharing website known as YouTube, and created the Onision YouTube channel on January 29th, 2006. But he posted scarcely on this channel and often deleted videos he did not like. In fact, all the videos from 2006 had been deleted. He also attempted to distance himself from his failed religion, Seseska, and instead converted Seseska.com into a website to host his music. Back to his military life, Onision volunteered for several military deployments, but did not get a single one. Until in 2007, he volunteered
because he was in there for longer than a year.
Got it, leading him to be stationed at Osan Air Force Base in South Korea. But this was not an improvement. Onision resented his time there and experienced such turmoil that only a few months after deployment, he attempted suicide. But after deciding not to go through with it, he found solace in his YouTube channel, something he switched his focus to and tried to find various ways to be discharged from the Air Force. After his suicidal breakdown, he was given 30 days of leave. When he finally returned, Onision filed for a conscientious objector status so he could be discharged. A couple months later, now in 2008, in a fit of frustration and still waiting for his status to be approved, Onision stripped naked in his boss's office in an attempt to show he was human and not some machine. This earned him about 10 minutes of jail time while supervisors were thinking of what route to take with him. In the end, they decided a demotion from senior airman to airman first class was suitable for his actions.
They just demoted him, they didn't kick him out.
Onision had YouTube to balance out the negatives in his life, with his videos, the majority of them being sketches, being considerably well shot, edited, and overall well produced. In comparison with the average 2008 YouTube video, Onision's skits earned him a small following and a steady growth of subscribers, surpassing 100 subscribers in the earlier months of 2008. His wife Sky also jumped on, not only with cameos on Onision's YouTube channel, but also on her own channel known as Tentaga, though her channel was minuscule in size comparison to Onision, with some of his videos receiving several thousands of views, enough to get him to well over 1,000 subscribers by July of 2008. This number was only boosted by his first true viral video, a music video titled I'm So Gamer Onision Song . Though he had made several music videos in the past parodying many subcultures of society, his references to many forms of popular media and creative editing hit the algorithm just right, getting over 500,000 views in the first month that it was up. This mostly due to it allegedly being featured on the front page of YouTube for a brief time,
You wish to buy,
though this
trade?
video's ratings were split down the middle. Some people calling it creepy or claiming Onision was ignorant about gaming, but the negative responses hardly mattered, as it is believed that this video pushed his channel from a lingering 1,000 subscribers to well over 4,000 in the time span of a month. Simultaneously, he was still trying to get fired. One of his efforts toward this goal was this video, uploaded to YouTube titled I'm So Death Machine. But this, like many other of his efforts, were fruitless. Not to say his goal was not achieved. On October of 2008, after serving 3 years and 4 months in the Air Force, Onision was given a general discharge due to him being a conscientious objector. The loss of his job put Sky and Onision in some financial struggle.
Remember
with Onision
the
relying
lessons
on the
of the
experimental
past.
YouTube partner program, and Sky, now the breadwinner of the household, working full-time as a caregiver for the developmentally disabled. As with most financial struggles, kinks began to show in their seemingly perfect relationship, as Onision began making irregular requests, such as pressuring Sky into reducing her working hours so she could see him an estimated 80% of his time off work. This time not including the time spent making videos together, something that, for Onision, was a sound investment, and later convinced Sky to quit her job and work full-time on the channel, as by the end of 2008, Onision had accumulated around 10,000 subscribers. He also further expanded his reach by creating the Onision Archive on December 3rd, 2008, a channel with the purpose of hosting bloopers and deleted videos from his main channel. but not
Gotta
even
start
this channel
somewhere.
was safe from his sporadic video deletion binges, a habit that would only increase in frequency. To replace them were his daily video uploads that always seemed to try to mimic what was trending at the time. For example, Chibi, a parody of the hyperactive character Fred, who, as Fred does, has a signature high-pitched voice and nonsensical commentary.
Hi everyone, my name is Chibi Derp and I'm going to show you an awesome trick that I just learned.
I deserve it.
This, with a mixture of his traditional content, mostly including music
Oh,
videos,
shit.
boosted his channel to around 30,000 subscribers on August of 2009. The same month, Onision made his third channel, Onision Speaks. This done with almost perfect timing, as commentary and other heavily opinionated videos began to hit the platform with wide success. Along with picking many controversial topics for discussion were videos of his newly found vegetarianism combined with his shaming and admitted manipulation
yeah, not
attempts
so
to
bad, I
convert
guess.
others to vegetarianism.
What I'm doing is being manipulative. I am yelling at large groups of people trying to scare them and guilt trip them into becoming vegetarian. I do not do this in all of my videos, however these tactics do exist in some of my videos. And while I am well aware that a lot of you do not believe this is an effective strategy, the results speak for themselves, and those results are people who have commented on my videos and emailed me stating that they have gone vegetarian thanks to what I've said to them. As quite a few of you know, I tend to be a rather honest person.
This also in combination with his various DMCA takedown requests of videos about him that he did not agree with infuriated viewers and other content creators. Seen covering this issue was the channel The Veganic Witch.
What Onision did then, because he can't cope with opposing views, because he can't have an open conversation. There was, just something in his upbringing or education which makes him incapable of coping with the fact that when you say a statement, sometimes you get a statement back and you may not like it. He can't cope with that. So what he did was, he filed a false DMCA claim against Idiotech93.
That's still recharging.
Has done nothing wrong. He's looked into fair use, and he's been contacted by the DMCA at his channel, and they've assessed what's happened, and they agree that it's a false DMCA claim.
But videos like these received little attention. Onision was mostly loved by the YouTube community, and was further supported by his massive stream of new subscribers that found his comedic skits and music videos endearing, some of which came from his collaborations. Possibly the most significant was his collaboration with Shane Dawson, a rising channel that was also part of the growing alternate YouTube community. And after making several comments through his videos in an attempt to get Shane Dawson's attention, Onision uploaded the now deleted video, Dawson Freak, where he reacts to an email Shane sent him. This led to a collaboration in video form on their respective channels, both accumulating a substantial amount of views and attention.
Hey everyone, you're watching Onision's channel.
Oh my god, Shane!
Home of the Shane Dawson wannabe bitch.
Yeah, so how are you? Shane Dawson on the Onision channel?
Alright, that's all you paid me for.
You're not supposed to tell them that.
One line.
But...
Sorry.
No, Shane,
See you later, bitch.
This collaboration, along with a few others, skyrocketed Onision's channel, as just in about a month's time, he gained 70,000 subscribers, more than doubling his sub count, reaching a grand total of 120,000 subscribers by January of 2010.
Nice!
He further expanded his online presence by advertising his blog, music, Onision forums, Facebook, MySpace, Twitter, and his merchandise, which was primarily shirts. But again, this
Bang,
was
gang, bang,
minuscule
get 'em,
in
boys!
comparison to what he would attain in the following months, which was mostly thanks to the Banana Song, also known as I'm a Banana, a music video following Onision's traditional theme of heavily edited, considerably well-produced, nonsensical music. But it wasn't until the early
I'm not gonna go on the water this time.
that it began to gain traction, due in large part to its appearance on the popular Comedy Central show Tosh.0, a show, like many others at the time, reacting to viral videos on the internet.
This wouldn't be an issue if I was, got flight mode.
3rd, 2010.
By the way, every video that's ever been sent to us has been awful. This week's submission, like every week, we found. It comes to us from Onision.
Guys! What, Greg? I'm a banana! You're a what? I'm a banana!
Alongside the banana video that appeared on television was one of his clips asking people to donate to the victims of the Haiti earthquake, which was featured on Fox News, where the news anchors asked the viewers to be aware of scam artists.
I just finished donating to the Haiti victims in the recent earthquake, and I'm just making this video because I have, 10,000 subscribers. I hope that you donate too.
These broadcasts brought more attention to his channel and consequently more revenue.
I keep getting asked the how much do you make on YouTube question on formspring.me. It's kind of a rude question, but because it's asked so much, I just want to make this video so hopefully it won't be asked anymore. The answer is that I make enough to get by. I spend over $2,000 a month on my home and my car and everything, and I survive. I don't see why anyone needs to know more. I'm not rich, if that's your question.
But this also had its adverse effects, with Onision feeling that he had transcended his status on YouTube and become a celebrity because of his appearance on television. Though in some aspects, he was correct.
Cool.
His video's appearance on Tosh.0 allowed him to reach a wider audience of viewers who would not frequent YouTube, which is when Shiloh comes in, a 16-year-old rising Canadian pop star that had already obtained a platinum album in Canada, and became aware of Onision after watching his clip on Tosh.0, and developed an interest in his content. Later, as many others, becoming an avid viewer of his YouTube videos, something not uncommon during 2010, as Onision had made it to the top 100 most subscribed channels on YouTube. With her ever-increasing interest in Onision, in April of 2010, a 16-year-old Shiloh emailed the 25-year-old Onision asking for relationship advice as she was dating a verbally abusive schizophrenic, who she broke up with shortly after sending the email. This email piqued Onision's interest after he had learned of her achievements. This led to his response and then to heavy communication between the two, mostly over Skype, and sometimes up to 10 hours a day. This friendship slowly turning into an emotional affair. It is believed that this led to Onision to threaten a divorce with Sky on June of 2010 after she stated that because of their marriage and her work on the channel, half of Onision's assets were hers, including the channel. Having Shiloh as a backup plan and furious at Sky's remarks, Onision began creating his own contract for divorce, which he put to use on December of 2010. This is believed to be Sky's recollection of the events, including Onision's friend and fellow content creator, Seer. Quote, Seer got sick and I drove him to the hospital. Didn't even care his friend caught the flu. Just kept laughing and giggling in his office. After this, he took me aside one night and told me the following. Sky now quoting Onision, I'm going to divorce you because I finally found real happiness. I never loved you and was just afraid of being alone. If you want me to be happy, you'll let me do what I want. End of quote for Onision and back to Sky. Of which I clearly remember the look on his face. Cold as a lizard on ice. Dead-eyed. Wand with a smirk. Unquote. Onision then introduced her to his crafted divorce papers, offering her $12,000 over the period of a year, or covering all her living expenses for 2 years. Distraught with the sudden situation, Sky signed the papers and began the process of moving out. These divorce papers will later be dismissed in replacement with traditional divorce papers, having Onision pay $90,000 in alimony, something Onision would vehemently contest throughout the years. Regardless, and initially Onision was overjoyed, as he had, the day prior, professed his love to Shiloh and prepared for a separation. First with this announcement.
She and I have decided to get a divorce. For many, many reasons. Maybe I'll explain them in a later video, but I just want all of you to know that she and I are still friends. And I do still love her and care for her. It's just that we're not really compatible. And so, for that reason, and a lot of more specific reasons, I filed for divorce.
Now free from his marriage, Onision began to drive to Pennsylvania to meet Shiloh for the first time. The reason he chose Pennsylvania was because of the relatively relaxed age of consent laws. But during his drive, ran into an issue. Well, not an issue, but a deer, making it the first notable animal he killed and going against his own beliefs to never harm a living creature. With his car now wrecked, Onision purchased an airplane ticket and flew for the remaining trip, to then encounter Shiloh for the very first time. Immediately after opening the hotel door, he kisses her and they have sexual intercourse. Not wasting a second, he sets up his recording equipment and makes a short 1-minute video about him killing the deer. The significance of this video is that Shiloh, who he is not supposed to be seeing, is heard in the back giggling.
So yeah, this is me admitting that I have officially...
That's still recharging. That smell is
assisted a deer in killing itself. It's not funny. No, I'm laughing. It's not funny. That's horrible. I felt like crap. Anyway, you'll see in the next Onision video pretty much what I went through. So long as I didn't accidentally not record it and think I recorded it. Whatever. Thanks for watching. Hate me or love me. This is who I am. The deer killer.
I can't cast that yet.
And
You're calling me a killer now?
You're a killer.
But the hotel grew suspicious of Onision's intentions and called the police, who then went through Onision's equipment looking for any illegal content and questioned why he was with a minor. The police, lacking any evidence, sent Shiloh and Onision home, but Onision did not like this separation, as less than a month later, from the revenue of his massive 500,000 subscriber channel, he moved into an apartment in Canada with Shiloh, which he later introduced to his fanbase. This not only put him closer to Shiloh, but also distanced him from some of his overly attached fans, that at times would leave things at his doorstep. But his move to Canada was only temporary, as Shiloh's 18th birthday was spent waiting in a hotel room next to the airport so that Onision could fly her out of Canada to Seattle without her concerned mother's consent. But as Shiloh recalls, this was a massive mistake. She was now distanced from her mother, hometown, and management, Onision successfully isolating her. In the months following, from lacking the ability to work from the constant bother of Onision, she had failed to produce further songs and was dropped by her management, meaning that she had effectively lost much of her music career she had built up. But things got much worse. After intercourse, something more than common in their household happening up to 8 times a day, and while Shiloh was in the shower, Onision called Shiloh medically obese and that he wasn't attracted to her because he was attracted to small-bodied Asian women and said that she needed to lose weight. After this, Onision promptly left her crying and hyperventilating in the shower, which is when she had a stress-induced seizure resulting in her losing about 3 years of her memory. His initial reaction to her memory loss and strange behavior was to record it. This is that now deleted recording.
Time is money, friend.
I want to make a rainbow.
Shiloh, can you look at me?
Keep it real.
Please.
Once she regains consciousness and is panicked, Onision allows her to browse the web, mainly Onision's YouTube channel for proof of their relationship and Facebook for the proof of the 3 years she had forgotten. It wasn't so much the exploitative nature of posting a private medical situation that infuriated many viewers, but more so the fact that Onision did not seek out professional medical attention due to Shiloh's request not to do so, leaving Shiloh in a potentially dangerous state. Others finding it hard to believe that this was not a hoax for views.
Right.
In this situation, introducing the Onision Drama Tumblr, where fans actively archived Onision's many dramas, and also introducing one of Onision's longest running adversaries, Repsion, who with much annoyance commented on the situation.
My emotion right now and my frustration towards this idiotic, pathetic, scumbag, douchebag known
douchebag. It's just like how the people like emphasize hate like words that are meant to like sting the person. Yeah, man, I really cannot stand this person. He's a piece of shit. And I don't understand why he's like that. Complete garbage!
Grow up.
Gotta get water. Go back.
Get some responsibility. Grow some responsibility. And take your wife to the hospital right now. Right now. In fact, I pray, Onision, that you never have kids.
This put further strain on Onision and Shiloh's relationship. only about a week after the situation, and after Onision had shaved her head nearly bald, Onision announced that he broke up with Shiloh, and so began what many fans perceived to be a smear campaign on Shiloh, led by Onision. With her threatening to talk about Onision and his mental abuse, it is believed he attempted to destroy any of her credibility while simultaneously weaponizing his fans to harass her into submission.
Dude, look at what he looks like, though. I mean, this guy just screams douchery.
Onision. With her threatening to talk about Onision and his mental abuse, it is believed he attempted to destroy any of her credibility while simultaneously weaponizing his fans to harass her into submission. One of these videos...
What's the term? He looks like a fuckboy, but like a douche boy. Like, yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but like, you could tell he's a handsome man, but like, just the way he carries himself, you could just be like, and I know that you get this from some people, and I'm sure it's happened with me, other people with me, where the first thing they met me, they're like, I fucking hate this guy. You what a douche, right? But I've also got the same thing with people too. I like, there are just people I'll meet and I'm like, I don't fucking like this person at all. Like, I do not like them. And that would be, if I was to meet that guy in real life, I'd look at him and be like, I do not like this man. You get vibes, weird vibes with some people.
Showing an emotional Shiloh calling the police, in contrast to Onision's calm demeanor. When the police finally arrive, witnessing the contrast of emotions, they side with Onision.
Go with honor, friend.
Is irreversible. You've destroyed any way for me to support myself. I have nothing. You have destroyed me.
Can you take a step back?
No.
I'm backed into a corner.
Then you have to promise to listen to me.
I don't know if you promise anything. The police are, excuse me.
You're going to listen to me.
You know, open the door for the police.
Oh my god, you can just feel it in this woman's words. You can just feel it in this woman's words, and you can just hear it. The guy doesn't even have to explain it like the guy talking and the commentator. Like, you can just, you know this man's a piece of shit. And he's handsome enough to get away with that kind of thing. Like, you know how a bunch of men blame women all the time, just being like, women are like, they just use you, you know, they say we're all the nice guys, you know, we're all the, you know, they blame women. Like, they blame women for women being like this, but they don't. But the other irony is that there are men like that too. We're men who are so attractive that they literally can tool leash basically any woman they come across. You just don't see them on Twitch. Or let's be honest, with the Twitch viewership of the males, there's not a lot of handsome men living up there in the upper echelon. Do you know what I mean? And it's just because dudes are different with each other than they, you know what I mean? I'm not that guy. Yeah. But like, be realistic. Do you think Asmongold's not historically, but like what's the term? There's a word for it, but like, I can't think of the word, but like, no, average at best. Like, that's what it is. Like, these big streamers are just average at best. Most of them, you know what I mean? The hotties are all the women. You know why that is? It's because all the hot men are tasting too much tail. I'm just kidding. That's not true. But like, I just say everyone always talks about the man obsessing over beautiful women, but they don't realize that there are men out there who are so handsome, who are so gorgeous, that it's the same thing for them when it comes to women. Women are just fawns over them.
Goddess, watch over you.
Or what is it?
What brings you here?
What's the term for it when you are like obsessed with somebody or something? Not obsessed, but like there's a term for it on the internet. Simp. Yeah, that word. Like, yeah, there are a lot of women who simp for certain men out there too. So like, it's It's not just what the only thing is it's just men got to the internet first. That's all. Nah, simps. Yeah. You know what it is? You know the thing is men get adopted. I think men adopted the internet culture or the gaming culture much quicker than women did, but women have caught up. The thing is that a lot of the gaming culture is revolved around the culturalization of what is anticipated about dudes, right? Still, it's changing, but people don't realize that the culture that they feel like they have that is a man's culture is not a man's culture at all. It's a gamer's culture, and that gamer culture resonates with not just men but women as well. You know what I mean? And so the whole simping thing isn't just a man issue. It's a woman issue, too.
Everything that you do isn't real. Your career's been finished.
And I feel bad for her, because I'm not saying she was... I mean, I guess in a way you could argue that she simped for him, but, like, he utilized him... He abused what he had to break her down and to get what he wanted out of her until whatever he wanted out of her wasn't... like until he couldn't get anything else out of her. Like, he used her to a core. And this is like the end result. This woman used to be a like a singer artist in Canada. She got like platinum albums and stuff. You know what I mean? And then she ended up meeting this guy, and look at her, like bald headed now. Like if you had seen a picture of what she looked like before, you know, you would understand a little bit more. But it's crazy.
You're done. And then you'll be left with nothing.
What would you like us to do, sir? You called. I called my sister and she told me to just leave. To just move away. I mean, this is a good idea. Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to do it yet. I can't do it yet.
I can't stop paying utilities here. I can't shut it off because that would be an illegal eviction according to the people I talked to. Yep. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll just have to move to LA because I'm gonna work down there and keep paying utilities and hope my house isn't vandalized or anything. You rent your own? I own it. Yeah. But I mean, she refuses to leave, so I don't know. Well, the only way you can get her out is with an eviction or a court order. Yeah. So yeah, I have to work.
You know what's an interesting thing? You know the terminology where they say you can do whatever you want, or like people say, like you know the greatest clips of motivational speakers. That if you want to, you can do it. If you truly wanted to, you could do whatever it is that you wanted, whatever it is they're talking about. You could be rich, you could be wealthy, you could do all these things. Sure. If you are motivated enough and you do the right things, you can obtain that goal. That is true. But what they don't tell you, and what the obvious thing is not everybody, for example, this is an example, I have a terminology issue with all motivational things in a sense of its own, like, ironic mockery of itself. But, like, people can't be wealthy altogether. You can't all be billionaires because then no one's a billionaire. Technically, it's just everybody has a piece of paper. The whole point of money's success is because there's a rarity to it. That's why it works, right? So, like, when someone's telling you, like, and yeah, you know what? There's not enough people, I think, out in the world that are going out there to grab enough to get their own in a way. But I think it's because society has told them the best way to get what's theirs is to follow the road. Follow the path, get a good job, work real hard, get your education under your belt, and then success will find itself as you devote yourself to the engine. As you devote yourself, like, and I hate the whole term cog and stuff, but that's what it is. You're contributing to the society, the engine. Problem is that you're not getting promoted anymore. The people aren't getting promoted like they should be, and then people aren't getting paid like they should be. And people are starting to realize, especially after COVID, that they're not as valuable as they were told they were. They're irreplaceable, even to the point of death. That they don't matter to the point of death. And that's a big fuck you, right? And the thing is these people who do this kind of stuff are just humans like us. Like, they bleed just as much as we do. There's no godhood behind them. the only thing that they may have that they got lucky, you know, some of them worked their way up from nothing, sure, but a lot of them whose power they have was nutted into the mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't earn any of it. And what's the terminology of earning anyways? Like, what does it mean to earn enough to sit there and say you made it in capitalism? How much destruction do you have to pave to do it? Right? I just don't think it fits. And I think that when I hear motivational speakers talking about all that stuff, like, you could do whatever it is, like, but what is the toll? What's the true cost of the achievement? And in retrospect, if you're willing to do whatever it takes, you'll get it. But that's the word, whatever it takes, and I don't think people understand that term. They don't understand it, like they can't fathom like people understand the word 1 billion, but they can't fathom the true amount of what that word really means. And I'm not saying people in general. I understand that people around get the gist of what that word is. Like, they understand value, and people are smart. And I'm not saying people are. I'm not dumbing down those individuals. My statement is just like, even I don't truly grasp the meaning of what it's like to have $1 billion. You know what I mean? Like, it's so much money. It's so much money. But people have multiple hundreds of billions in their assets of value. And so, like, and you can't even legitimately necessarily even become a millionaire without stepping on the toes of other people. I think you can actually become one. Maybe you could become a millionaire with doing things the right way, but I don't think you could become a billionaire without taking advantage of other people. You just the amount of wealth required is just so much. Yeah, they find success by, I mean, you could argue that it's lucky or they made the right investment, but, you know, if they're talking about stock exchange and stuff, they definitely got it because they were fortunate enough to get it at the right time. It's just like the people investing in Bitcoin. I mean, yeah, you know, you got Bitcoin, sweet, dude, but that doesn't make you a genius investor. It's just that you bandwagoned onto something and it worked out, which is not the first time that that's happened. It's not the first time that something has happened in society and people bandwagoned behind it and they profited heavily off it. And there's plenty of times where people have backed stuff and it's completely failed miserably. And more so that things have failed miserably than things have succeeded, obviously. I don't know. I think, and to be honest, I mean, I've had that discussion too, where I felt like, you know, there's a chance that if, you know, I find myself in a situation that removes myself from a circumstance of environment that keeps me from, well, what's the term? I don't like to terminalize it like this, but like keeps me humble in a way, because, you know, there's like without a lot of self-reflection, I think, too, we'll add that onto the table, because as life has been humbling as I've lived, you know, I've also been able to see what it's like to be, you know, on the pillar and see how I'd act as a pillar, and it's a very interesting sight. I don't think I'll act that way the next time, but most of the motivational, yeah, or loopholed real estate shit that has been closed. Dude, the one thing I don't get, well, the housing market, I can't say the one thing I don't get. It's not, that makes no sense, but. It's just like when you're talking about motivation in these movies and stuff, videos and stuff, I don't get it. I think there's no truth to it in the sense that, except that they're just trying to exploit your desperation.
The eternal sun guides us.
Oh, interesting.
Remember the sun well. The reckoning is at hand. Keep your wits about you. The dark times will pass.
Go above. Oh my god, this is so cool. You know what's crazy though? Oh, they're fighting each other in a battle. Okay, that's what it is. So like all the dragons are defending the top location, protecting it, while these other dragons are trying to attack it, I assume. Yo, look what's up, Quartermaster. What you got to sell me? Nothing I can buy. Oh, an elixir for 20 stats. Sick. Oh my gosh, are these dragons? Karsus, consort of the queen. Damn, Alex Straza, you got this other guy as your consort? Man, I bet you get it daily. Damn. Girl's got herself a hunk.
Hey there. See you around.
Well, you gotta get your priorities.
Farewell.
I don't think that's what consort means in their definition, but it, you know.
Great day now.
In history terms, it usually is the firm.
This way or this way.
Greetings. Till next we meet. Good luck, friend.
So I'm just gonna go to LA as soon as possible.
And what has changed since the cops came out here last night?
I gotta get down. Trollstraza.
I was on the phone with my Aunt Kelly and she threatened to kill herself and I threatened to call the cops.
Take me to the mid.
What did you say exactly? You said it. You said something. You said you were gonna make it look really bad or something.
Did you threaten to kill yourself? I mean, you did. How?
She's not bad looking herself? Nah, she's a firecracker. Sure.
And due to repeat events similar to this and Shiloh threatening to commit suicide to spite Onision, she was taken to a mental care facility.
What can I do
where
for
after
you?
a phone call with her mother was picked up and returned to Canada, leaving Onision once
Okay, well,
again
looks like I'm going to the ground.
See you later.
something that he very much loathed being, so much so that he emailed Sky in an attempt to re-establish a connection, but it was done in vain. For the rest of the time, not attempting to find a partner was spent editing videos for multiple hours a day for his thriving YouTube channel, which had grown exponentially to the point that it was expected of him to attend VidCon, a convention attended by various content creators, those on YouTube encompassing the majority of them. And so he did, creating many memories for his fans, like his kiss with Shane Dawson and his unique choice of clothing, including a bulletproof vest, showing that he was visibly paranoid of being assassinated for his views or controversies. After this, and after a few failed relationships, on September 26, 2011, to the dismay of Onision's fans, he announced that him and Shiloh were back together and engaged, leaving split reaction from viewers. Marking another controversial, soon-to-be-deleted video.
What did he do? Get together with her again? Like, well, he said he did, but what the fuck?
Towards Onision. As just within the next month, he lost a strong ally after flying to LA to do a collaboration with Shane Dawson, only to be ignored and to fly back home, splitting his fanbase further once he later announced his feud with Shane Dawson, especially for those that found him through Shane. On top of this, he also lost his spot on the top 100 most subscribed channels on YouTube, his grip also weakening on Shiloh, starting with a gleeful pregnancy announcement in October, to a more than somber miscarriage announced in December, and Onision mistakenly believing Shiloh had sepsis due to some miscommunication, when in reality she was only at risk of it.
Hey guys, for the next few days there's not going to be any Onision uploads, which is very abnormal because I've kept to my schedule for years now. I'm just making this video to let you all know that when Shiloh was blood tested in regards to whether or not she was pregnant,
good luck, friend.
And it concluded that she was going to miscarry, unfortunately. Results came up that concluded she had sepsis, or has sepsis. So it got to her blood, urinary infection, and now we have to rush her to the hospital in Canada.
Okay, yeah, but they're not, you're rushing, okay, you say you gotta rush the hospital, you're not rushing shit, you're just sitting there talking about a video.
Shiloh has here with her, rather than editing videos like I normally do.
He then quickly altered
Hey,
the
off me.
corrections of his fans and was again attacked for filming what many believe to be such a personal moment, which is when Shiloh flew back to Canada.
My
and
body was
taken to the
see-through?
hospital due to a miscarriage. While there, her mother took
But
this
your screen shirt
opportunity
kind of
to
freaked
hide
me
her
out a little bit
passport
yesterday,
and
did it?
return to Onision. Whenever Shiloh tried to get a new one, her mother would distract her from it. Her mother managed to prolong this long enough to the point that Onision and Shiloh broke up. But not before Onision had wired her around
Alliance
$2,000
conscript. Get in here,
for
boyo!
transport and living
Fight for
expenses.
freedom!
Now, in the earlier months of 2012, it
They're
was
actually
too
really
late
tanky.
for
50,
reconnection
100
with
health.
Onision, as
These are
Shiloh
strong
had already
team.
reconnected with her family and started dating someone new. Onision would later try to get her to appear on the popular American courtroom television show Judge Judy to try to recuperate his $2,000, but was later denied due to her being in Canada. Then, for a final time, in February of 2012, Onision claimed they broke up, though Shiloh claims that their breakup happened 2 months ago, which led to future claims of emotional cheating that Shiloh admitted to. This breakup announcement came
so I
to
guess I
fans
gotta
in
wait
the
for
form of a
waves.
music video.
Okay.
Fans either tired or not caring about the drama were more enthralled with a confused photobomber in the background that Onision had possibly failed to notice and created somewhat of a new meme. More ex-girlfriend related issues popped up at the start of 2012 when his constant attacks on his exes created a group of detractors rallying against him, gaining enough attention to...
This is what he looks like. Like, he's handsome, but he screams douchery all over himself. Johnny, you get what I'm saying?
remove him as a speaker and later bar him from attending VidCon due to VidCon not wanting to be responsible for Onision's safety.
Hey guys, I have been removed from the list of speakers on the VidCon site, and I was recently contacted by someone who represents VidCon. What they said was that I was removed because parents were complaining. They weren't necessarily complaining about me being at the event as much as they were complaining about me being a speaker, and I say this because that's why they contacted VidCon in the first place.
But nonetheless,
they'll never take our freedom! Like that.
But this year did have its positives. One of his videos was again featured on TV. This time on the show Ridiculousness, an MTV comedy show showcasing the host and his various celebrity guests reacting to videos from the internet. This brought more attention to him, and with more attention, more fans, and began...
Hey, Undead, are you around?
...with one of his extremely attached longtime fans, Taylor, a 17-year-old from New Mexico, but was hesitant to meet her due to her age, and allegedly consulted with a lawyer to make sure it was permissible to meet. So a few weeks later, during March of 2012, a 26-year-old Onision flew out to New Mexico to meet a 17-year-old Taylor.
My God, dude!
Attempting to play it safe, turned this into a long-distance relationship. Or later, with Taylor's family being unaware of it, renting a place in New Mexico to live with Taylor and even proposing to her, which she accepted, to then get married under the New Mexico court system, and both legally changed their last names to Avero, and began addressing Taylor as Lainey, most likely due to her Twitter handle, LaineyBot. Lainey's family and Onision's fans entirely unaware of these happenings, only for it to complete the same month of their marriage. Like he had done in previous relationships, Onision moved back to his home state of Washington with his new wife, fans noticing a pattern in his relationships, as he seemed to always discredit his exes as soon as he was in a new public relationship, this time smearing both Sky and Shiloh indirectly. Sky by her alimony payments, comparing it to slavery, and Shiloh by claiming she abused animals.
Okay, so before I didn't really go in depth as to why I didn't just give the puppy over to the other person who allegedly owned him. In fact, that very same individual tried to claim him when I said I was getting rid of him, and my thoughts were, Glitch, you are going nowhere near that puppy. And the reason I didn't want her to go anywhere near the puppy if I was not able to directly observe her interactions with him is because I know about her history with animals, and I think I've mentioned this before. To her credit, she told me these things were true, and she's a pathological
Oh
liar,
my
so
God, just
maybe
look at him!
I don't know. The first thing my ex did to animals.
I hate everything about it! I can't,
Who does that? No.
Who does that?
Like that?
Sorry, I'm being
Thing number two. She
being a
said
grumpy
she once held
bussy.
a small animal and like hugged it with her hands so tight that it died. Like choked it.
The comments he made were done through his main YouTube accounts that put together had over 1
Get 'em,
million
boys!
subscribers by December of 2012. The newest addition being Uh-Oh Bro, a sort of Let's Play gaming channel capitalizing on the Let's Plays thriving on the site at the time. And while he was still producing music videos and other skits on his main channel, he mostly focused on listicles, following the format of top 10 things I hate about X, while still creating very personalized videos, some strictly focusing on answering fan questions. But not all of his answers were well received.
Get out of there, boys! Fight for freedom!
This clip, where he deems that a
Oh, I don't need any of these guys, though.
which was caused by an abusive mother, was their own fault.
Hi, Onision. How can I cope with a verbally and emotionally abusive mother? I'm 17.
Oh, am I supposed to work my way in here, though?
Suicidal thoughts, depression caused by the words my mother would say to me. First of all, I don't think you can really blame your suicidal thoughts / depression on anyone but yourself, because that individual could say the same horrible things to another person and they wouldn't have the same response. So you have to take some accountability and realize that if you focus on being stronger and not letting it get to you, that you'll be much better off. And in that, it seems like the real blame falls on you, because the bottom line is the person with the most control over you is you. And
how dare you, madam?
With the most power and control in a situation where some kind of crime or bad thing occurs should be held to the highest level of responsibility or accountability. I would assume so. Like, your mom could probably say a lot of horrible things to me, and I'm not going to be suicidal.
Clips like these were massively circulated throughout the commentary community, bringing further negative attention to Onision. One such commentator was Repsion, a massive critic of Onision, who gained much attention in May of 2013 due to an accusation of him being Onision's so-called snail mail stalker, a person who, after failing to email Lainey's parents, or rather Onision's in-laws, formatted his email
peace, my dear, whatever it is the deal is,
sent it through snail mail. When opened by Onision's in-laws, they found a warning them about Onision and his treatment of his ex-girlfriends, with various sources directing to Onision and Lainey's marriage document, name change, and travels, and other unusual things she had done with Onision. After they read this message, they contacted Lainey in concern of the mysterious letter, who then informed Onision about the
cool, this is cool.
Fall
back!
Guys, if you didn't know, I've actually had this little stalker on YouTube for a while, and he's a pretty creepy dude. He's made a lot of videos about me, and it's kind of disgusting. Anyway, so something this creepy dude did was wrote my in-laws about what a terrible person he believes me to be. And you know what my
what a
in-laws
terrible
did? Well, they told my
person
wife
he
what
believes
happened
me
and
to
conveyed the
be.
message that it
Like,
creeped them
right.
out. Some total
Like when they went down to the Kelly Fettel.
acting
I
as
don't
if
think that's
he
a
knows
word.
more about me than they do, even though he's never met me. Meanwhile, they have.
To which Repsion comments, quote,
I just need
wonder
some
if Taylor
ghouls,
feels
my
as
homie.
if she has competition now, unquote, where Onision responds by making a second video claiming that Repsion is the snail mail stalker, but this was later disproven by Repsion, revealing that though earlier Repsion did write his in-laws' parents through Facebook to warn them about Onision, he did not in fact write that letter. Instead, now deleted user Don't Stand So Close to Me, a critic of Onision, sent it. This clash between Repsion and Onision marking the first of many to come. Also after him was his ever-growing detractor community, one of which sent him a picture of a topless girl saying, quote, I'm a huge fan of your videos. I'm 17 and live in the area and would like to know if I have a shot at maybe being in one of your videos, unquote. To which Onision replied, quote, Facebook/channel, unquote. When screenshots of this interaction between him and the fake 17-year-old were released, fans were outraged at Onision. Onision then claiming he did not see the attached screenshot because his Samsung Note 2 does not automatically show attachments. Regardless of his rebuttal, fans were not convinced, though this was just one of the few controversies that he found himself in this year, some relating to a collaboration to create fake drama, all equally seeming to bother him little as he had more personal matters distracting him, like his wedding in June. This same month, Lainey announced to their fans that she was pregnant with Onision's child. But fans were still more interested in Onision's other dramas, like the conflict he had with YouTube content creator SomeGuy827 that revealed Onision is most likely purposely creating drama for the sake of attention and growth of his channel.
There's a clear pattern of you creating drama, of you continuously creating drama, continuously airing your dirty laundry in public, and now you want to do it on national TV.
Here we go.
Like, this is a guy who's eager to get in more drama in front of an even larger audience. It's like it drives him. That's all he wants to do. And I'm like, I'm not participating in this, Onision. I can't even believe that you think that I would do something like this. I can't even believe that you want to do something like this. You know, and he's like, oh, we'll ham it up for the camera, and we'll create all kinds of new drama.
Did I achieve it? I don't know what I was thinking, obviously.
We don't like each other, and it'll be really even more unpleasant. I'm like, this isn't a show, Onision. I'm trying to convey a serious message here.
I'm not paying attention at all.
When I was going after you, it was because I had legitimate grievances with your actions and behaviors, and it's like he didn't even comprehend that.
Some critics
maybe he did, and he just didn't care.
More evidence to back it up provided on September 26, 2013, when Onision had a public falling out with his longtime YouTube friend, Seer, which included arguments from his ex-friends Steve Fizzy and Shane Dawson, going as far as to make a lengthy post about it on his website Onision.com. This marks the end of 2013, with another year ending in drama, and his main channel surpassing 1 million subscribers. Now starting off 2014 with the birth of his first child, later making music videos celebrating him. Along with these scattered music videos, 2014 was the year where Onision expanded further on his in-video characters. Most shown are Raw Danger, a sometimes detractor of Onision and mostly exists to be obnoxious, and Emo Charlie, who is calm and most likely modeled around Onision. Later, more frequently included was Onision's wife, Lainey, who had her own fans and detractors. Some detractors also of Onision. Both types frequently seen browsing many newly established troll threads that popped up between 2014 and 15, and so began the serious categorizing of all the dramas, with most looking to lifeofonion.com, a Wikipedia-style information archive for current events or random information on Onision. And part of it being a nickname detractors
there's a lot of
began
elites
using
there.
in reference to Onision, some choosing to call him by the full nickname, Onion Boy. A large target for their criticisms wasn't just the content they produced for online consumption, but also Onision's 2 books that debuted this year. First, on March 29, 2015, was Stone's
Bone Sunder,
fictionist
in
sort of
or near
retelling
the
of his
canyon
life, and
northwest.
also Why I Hate You,
Alright, let's go get this
released
guy.
on September 11, 2015. Another fictionist story influenced by his life. His life taking another turn when his wife announced through Twitter that she was bisexual. Onision jumping on to support her, going as far as to say that he supports her getting a girlfriend while she is married to Onision if she chooses to do so. Few concern about her month-old comments about grooming other women. Grooming meaning preparing an underage victim for sexual purposes, usually shortly after they are of legal age. But Lainey was seen being flirtatious with women of all ages. One of them was the 18-year-old Billy, who, after some talking, visited Onision and Lainey at their house where Onision pressured them to kiss, and later pressured them to date, to which Billy accepted, and later became a 3-way relationship at the start of 2016, but not before what fans know as Cuddlegate happened. When Billy came over for a second time, Lainey felt that Onision was showing her more affection and became disheartened at the thought, just enough to make her leave for the night. When she returned, she found out about Onision and Billy's cuddling and deemed it cheating. Fans, naturally on her side, made more nicknames for Onision, like Onisi Cook, a combination of Onision and Cuck, or a man whose wife is sexually unfaithful, applied to Onision due to him allowing Lainey to have a girlfriend. This situation was further escalated when on January 26, 2016, Onision announced he was separating from Lainey and explained the situation in detail, saying he signed away the rights to his child to Lainey.
Hello, I spoke with Lainey and she agreed to me making this video. Lainey and I are getting separated. Not necessarily divorced just yet, but a lot of things are going to be changing in our lives, and we will no longer be in a romantic relationship with one another. Initially, this was a mutual agreement, but after I revealed everything as to what has happened over the last couple days, Lainey made it more than absolutely obvious that there is literally no romantic potential for her and I in the future, in any sense. Lainey and I had a child. I let them down doing all this. The good things that I've done as a response to this. I agreed to pay her a monthly sum that both she and a close friend of hers agreed was fair. And I also signed a document saying that Lainey has exclusive custody of our child.
The heavy editing just makes any video of you telling a story worse, in my opinion. It just ruins, like, how many takes did he take when he did all this cutting?
Completely comfortable with it.
It took only a few days for them to announce that they were attending a marriage counseling and getting back together. A few weeks after this, Lainey was for a second time pregnant. Now feeling stable, Onision and Lainey continually invited Billy and Ayala to visit. Ayala was Billy's 19-year-old friend who was offered a nannying job by Onision in order to make Billy's visits more comfortable and to make Billy's return public. Onision posted a picture of Lainey and Billy kissing on Twitter. Onision, 2 weeks later, talking about his threesome allowed many viewers to conclude Onision, Lainey, and Billy were in a 3-way relationship. But this situation, like many other happenings in Onision's life, would intensify when a 16-year-old fan, Sarah, a target of one of many Lainey's joking or non-joking flirtatious acts, visited them on September 15, 2016, and stays about 5 days, then returns home. But about a month later, after discussing her severe private troubles at home with Onision and Lainey, Onision invites her to move in to get away from home. She agrees and moves in with him legally.
If I loot
as
this,
her
will you
mother
attack
signed
me?
over power of attorney to Lainey, providing money once a month for her living expenses.
Ruby Guardian.
Making Sarah and sometimes
Absorb
Billy
this,
her
yeah!
nanny to do house chores and to take care of Onision and Lainey's
For-
child.
he
while
is.
Onision and Lainey mostly focus on content creation. And so began the various tirades Onision did on YouTube content creator Eugenia Cooney on her physique, Shane Dawson for his personality,
Out of range.
and YouTube content creator Jacqueline Glenn for her opinions. But the controversies weren't always online. Within Onision's three-way relationship, Lainey and Billy were allowed to sleep together without Onision, but Onision was only allowed sexual favors from Billy when Lainey was present. To fight this, Onision slept alone with Billy, which infuriated Lainey, leading to Onision coercing Billy and Ayla to sign a contract that he created to stay for another week so that they could sort things out. But this was unsuccessful, because Ayla convinced Billy of Onision's wrongdoings and called her an Uber, to which, after arguing with Onision, left the premises. But her company was soon replaced, as it's estimated sometime during November 2016, Onision and Lainey's second child was born, and right before the year ended, he found himself in yet another scandal. With his recent series, asking fans to post photos of themselves on the Onision forum for him to then discuss in a video for the sake of body positivity, came a wave of photos of teenage girls, nearly naked, with Onision painted across their stomach, submitted to the Onision forums. Onision claiming that this was not his intention. As he claims, the website had rules, but not barriers, informing users the website was exclusively 18+ and did not allow inappropriate content. At the height of this
No
controversy,
content that's
Onision
inappropriate
announced
is
Billy
allowed.
was back, but was booted shortly after due to her smoking marijuana in celebration of New Year's, as Onision
do love
was still
marijuana.
heavily against the use of any illegal substance. So at the start of 2017, only a couple weeks after getting back together with Billy, Onision announced that they had broken up yet again, but this time it was permanent, solidifying it by divulging private and yet sensitive information about Billy due to her and Ayla revealing these texts that highlighted Onision rules that only allowed
Here comes the
2
dog.
family visits.
Oh,
And
50,
requested Billy to
43,
various
40,
humiliating things
4,500
in order to be
damage
taken
is
back.
so good.
These requests include, but are not limited to, getting a tramp stamp, being chained to the basement for 3 days to a week with a sign around the neck saying, "I'm sorry for lying, Lainey," and lastly, make a video about how she lied to Lainey and about how sorry she is. Billy, declining all propositions, instead released a video asking Onision to stop harassing her.
Oh, Onision, please stop harassing me and my best friend. I am tired of seeing your tweets, tired of being tagged in your tweets, of you just harassing us, telling us we're awful, druggy people. Please leave me alone. Stop talking about me. Don't speak about me in your videos. I'm done.
You need to get closer.
I hope you're happy. You completely destroyed all of my pride. You told me to get a tattoo saying I'm a liar, like a tramp stamp. You told me to shave my head. You told me to dye my hair green, shave off my eyebrows, and get an ugly tan. Is that not abusive to you? Do you think that's a fair trade from...
It's a trade. See, here's the thing, and this is an interesting. Well, it's not interesting. It's fucked up, is what it is. But he wanted her to do that so that she could see herself in the mirror and realize how horrible it was, and then he could continue to compound that factor, like reinforcing that she's not loved or no one loves her, and then continuing to force a grip on her. It's so fucked up, dude. Jesus Christ, this man needs to be put in isolation.
Me telling you that I
I am
smoked
honored.
weed? That's what you think is okay? I betrayed your trust? They're mentally abusive to everyone around you. You call people names, you make them feel bad about themselves. I don't understand how you can do that and not feel bad about yourself. Does that make you happy? Telling people that they're worthless and that they should die because they smoke weed? Calling them an idiot because they don't agree with you on something? That's not a sane person. Fucking ruined me. You've, not even, I'm not talking about online, I'm talking about me as a person. The fact that you put such private information online for everyone to see, that was so confidential. I've told 5 people. 5! And you told all of the internet because you're a salty ass... No! Like, that's not how this should work. Like, you don't feel bad at all. That's the worst part. Like, you're just a person who likes to destroy people's lives because they're salty. That's
Before
it.
she sounds,
If
get 'em,
someone
boys!
doesn't agree with you, you automatically hate them.
This footage and text, now in the hands of the commentary community, sparked the creation of a plethora of videos covering this situation, many commentators focusing on Onision's request to chain Billy to a wall in their basement, having viewers speculate that he may have women chained to his basement, and other theories of Onision's possible abuse. But observantly, the chances of this diminished as their house grew more barren, due to Lainey's and Sarah's acquaintance, Lane, not to be confused with Lainey, threatened to release texts that displayed Sarah's interest in having a relationship with Lainey. Onision, getting in front of the potential scandal, created a video that he found Sarah's interest in Lainey unethical, and due to these feelings, reassured his audience that there would never be any sexual contact with Sarah at any point whatsoever.
About how Sarah didn't want Lane to release screenshots of some conversation they had, and it was just really awkward. So that freaked us out. I went and talked to Sarah, and Sarah admitted that she called / messaged this ex-friend. I apologized to the ex-friend that Sarah had contacted her, and what was said made me super uncomfortable. And again, what Sarah actually said was her panicking about the screenshots. Which, you know, me personally, I don't panic about screenshots, because if something of mine got screenshotted and it doesn't make me look good, so be it. No, we gotta own our words. Apparently, Sarah also stated to me she remembered saying something about her one day being in a relationship with Lainey, and that was super confusing to me, as I had made it clear to the public, as you've seen in previous videos. And I also made it clear repeatedly to Sarah that was never gonna happen. So seeing Sarah say these things really freaked me out. I mean, she's 16, I'm 31, this is creepy. And to rewind to the promise I made about
Yeah, but you have a reputation there, kiddo.
The problem with this is that so much of this information was public, so I'm more than obligated to state what's going on, for the sake of, again, making sure that it's known and people don't get weird ideas. Because again, I told everyone so many times, including Sarah, that there was to be no anything there, nothing. Just the idea that people think there is something, or even that Sarah may have thought that there would be something, that's just not okay, because there would not ever be something.
And to avoid further accusations, decided on sending Sarah home. But unbeknownst to fans, Sarah, in the years following, visited several times in secret. His next controversy would not be related to his home life, but instead his constant video creation on the health of Eugenia Cooney, many saying he is exploiting her situation. One such commentator was Jacqueline Glenn, that made a significant amount of videos criticizing Onision and had commented further on this situation.
So even though he said that that was his final video on Eugenia, he's proceeded to make 2 more.
Hey there, I haven't made a video on Eugenia Cooney's weight in months. My videos on Eugenia Cooney always do very well.
For your bank account.
So as a person who's concerned about Eugenia's health, and a person who wants to make successful videos, I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly check up on her now.
Yeah, only one.
I'd like to publicly
Onision,
check up on her now.
After Eugenia Cooney was more demanding in a request for Onision to stop. Him sending his own requests for others to stop making videos about him via his self-written cease and desist letters. But the situation with Eugenia Cooney affected him very little. His money through these videos had already been made. Onision reaping a wealth of profit.
Oh, we're about to hit 73. Good. Maybe these quests will do it. Hopefully.
But all this was about to change. It was around early 2017 when the adpocalypse, or rather the massive demonetization of videos and removal of advertisements, was sweeping throughout YouTube due to some advertisements being placed on broad, controversial videos throughout the site, hitting many content creators, including Onision. And like others,
Anub Delore Delana.
Anub Delore Delona.
We will have justice.
Anub Dorele Donataban.
You make a ton of money. You make on average over $1 million a year. I'm not stupid. Between all your channels and how much ad revenue you do, you make a lot of money.
A sizable amount, of course, coming from his Patreon. A Patreon found by
I'm looking to level Grandma.
Around $300 in between them and was flown out to see them. While there, she filmed several videos where Onision was acting sexually suggestive behind the scenes, but not limited to touching her buttocks and having lip-to-lip
I'm a night elf and she towers over me.
To return home a few days later. Unrelated to the situation, and about 2 months later on October 2017, Onision admits he has a hentai addiction.
Aldiel Shalom. Stand tall.
How may I help?
Superhero hentai like Harley Quinn.
Those are just extra honor points or something? Like I didn't get much experience from any of those.
Like Quiet from Metal Gear Solid. I've been into all these nude women, video games, animes, etc., and it's become kind of an addiction for me.
Let's look at this man.
So
look at his lighting.
I just blurted it out. You know,
that eye fixture means like when you see his eyes have that glow.
People in my life.
He has a specific type of lighting, and it's a circular lighting that sits right behind the camera to give you this like clean eye effect. Because what it's supposed to do is engorge your eyes to give you the full color. But it might have looked good at one point, but these days it just don't sell. You know, it looks terrible in my opinion. It gives you a professional feel, I guess, but it doesn't sway me when you're trying to convince me if you're of your side, because it's too well done. You ever notice how society likes things done professionally, and then they start reverting into retrograde because it feels too professional, too fake. People like authenticity. You know what I mean?
Can I help you?
When I talk about how big my dick size is, I don't hide how big it is. It's not big at all. You know what I mean? I would kill for a smaller dick, but that's the problem. You know, that kind of stuff. You just gotta be realistic with the group.
Have a good one.
You just gotta be real. No fakey stuff. Okay? No qualms.
As I have this addiction, and I'm not proud of the addiction, and so since then I haven't had an issue.
I wish I could be effective at sharing what I see in my head, but terrible at it.
Laney or himself came Maya right before Christmas of 2017.
Whoops.
But due to her sole interest in dating Laney and not Onision, meant that she flew home only a few days after arrival. Viewers witnessing the frequent visitation of young fans, trolls categorizing it all, and Onision responded by calling his largest detractors or even content creators that made several videos on him stalkers.
Because what the internet's doing right now is they're taking this
How do you kill dragons?
who has made over 40 hate videos about me. Just really gross.
I am
make you
honored.
feel dirty after watching
Be careful.
videos. I'm
What
saying
brings
this
you
because
here?
they couldn't.
I bring the horn,
What
my
brings
dear.
you here? Despite the fact that I've watched none of them because
Wow,
again,
none of them leveled
don't
me.
want to go into the world of people who are the types of individuals to make 20-minute long videos about people they don't like. Who in their right mind would want to sit down and watch that?
But he himself was partaking in a similar action by continuing to make videos on Eugenia Cooney. Eugenia Cooney on livestream talking about the increased negative attention to her due to his videos on her.
But yeah, I mean, already with like everything he kind of had.
Look at her, she's all bone, dude.
It's kind of already.
I can't.
All these people that like hate me and people that are.
I don't hate her, obviously, but like, why? What? She seems okay, but whoa.
Still always gonna, I think, not really be the biggest fans of me, which is fine, but kind of sucks sometimes.
After this livestream, Onision released what is believed to be his third video on her. On the topic of unwarranted videos, a similar thing would happen 2 months later, when Shiloh's manager contacted Onision demanding he remove all videos involving Shiloh. Onision, being very defensive, recorded himself calling Shiloh's manager, saying that it was his property and she was paid by food and shelter. His hands visibly shaking throughout this conversation, with the frequency of his handshakes increasing, the manager brings up the possibility of a lawsuit. The video ends with Onision cursing at the manager, who then hangs up, and Onision, as he usually does, proclaiming he was right in the matter. This video was uploaded to YouTube but was briefly taken down as Onision had violated Washington State's wiretap laws by recording the conversation and displaying it without Shiloh's manager's consent. Though this may have been a setback, Onision still had many plans for the future. Some involved.
I mean, I guess I'm just not doing, obviously.
Once she turned 18, but still visited when she was 17. And throughout her visits, just as Onision had done with various women before, he slowly and methodically introduced the idea of Sarah and Laney being in a relationship, further escalating the ideology a few days after she turned 18, leading to her leaving once more. But his focus was soon shifted to something else known as Onision versus the wetlands. On August 10th, a neighbor filmed Onision modifying the wetlands by his house, which is a protected environment, then recorded Onision's compact front-end loader and reported it.
What's today's date? August 10th.
What can I do for you?
5 p.m. 2016.
Have a good one.
18. All the metadata's in the video anyway.
How do I get on a
Category 2
defender?
Wetland. There's a 100-foot buffer from the edge of the wetland for development.
Here we go.
Need a permit at the very least in mitigation for clearing.
A wetlands biologist then contacts Onision and informs him what he's doing requires a permit, which Onision doesn't have. To determine if Onision had in fact violated the county's wetland protection laws, the biologist pays him a visit and examines the site Onision was working on. It is then determined that he was in violation. Then, on September 6th, Onision is sent a notice to correct his destruction and stop all work until he receives a permit. Undetermined to stop, Onision then files an appeal with the county saying that he was removing noxious weeds and that the county illegally searched his property. And with this appeal, a court date was set for December 6th for Onision and Laney to attend, or rather Onision and Kai, as Laney had changed their name once more. But they did not attend the court hearing and the appeal was thrown out, which no doubt makes things more difficult for Onision. But even with all this happening, he still found time to publish his third fictional, non-fiction inspired book, Reaper's Creek. This problem was most likely heard by Sarah, who came to visit on Christmas of 2018, possibly the last truly profitable year he would have in quite some time. As around the start of 2019, it was revealed that Onision, along with having to pay to correct the wetlands, owed a significant amount of money to the IRS. It was rumored that he sold one of his houses, cars, and several other assets after misfiling taxes and claiming much more than he should have, which is when he launched his $100,000 Kickstarter campaign to make adjustments to the wetlands. The commentary community and now the massive trolling community
Did you do it up here or
supported his
something?
campaign, only for him to remove it and say the campaign was a joke. This situation, like many others, was covered by Repsion. Onision, in return, mentioning him exponentially
The
in his
Dragon
videos,
Shrine.
causing
Oh,
much
is it
discourse
that?
between the two.
And right now, the internet is very, very outraged, primarily due to a man named Mr. Repsion.
Hi, Greg. That's me.
Mr. Repsion made a lengthy video showing documents that, you know, you really have to search to find. They aren't just, like, presented to everybody as a standard pamphlet that's passed out or anything like that. You really have to, like, look into someone's business to figure out what's going on.
Wrong, Greg. No, I do not have to look into somebody's business. I'm not sure if you're aware, but every state in the United States of America has small little district counties. I'm in the county called King County of Washington State, which encompasses Seattle, Kent, Federal Way, Tacoma, so on and so forth. And every state has these counties, and in the counties there are courthouses, and in the courthouses where legal things are done, there is what is known public record.
This was fueled by the accusations by detractors that Onision slept with Sarah, Onision responding by coercing Sarah to make a video saying that they haven't had sexual contact.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah, and recently I've seen some allegations against my friend Kai regarding me, and I just came to make my statement since I see a lot of people talking for me, but people are saying that we had sexual conversations or were planning on having sexual relations when I was underage, and
I can't do that yet.
we never did. I don't know why people are now saying this and bringing up old screenshots that have already been addressed, but Kai is one of the sweetest people I know, and he doesn't deserve this, and it's not fair to me, and it's not fair to him, and I wish this would all stop.
Whoops.
Onision making his own video reiterating the point.
And that's just the thing. You guys have this concept of grooming,
You need
right?
something?
But that
See
requires
you
you to have
around
sex
for
with
the
someone
alliance.
Yay!
after they turn 18. And the person you guys are talking about has been 18 for a while, and we've hung out with him multiple times. We never had sex with them.
Can I help
we
you?
Never made out with him or
See
whatever.
My God, dude, what is wrong
As
with
an
people?
adult. And prior, never.
This situation, like many others, saw Onision hammering down the ideology of him being the most honest YouTuber.
You know who cares about the truth?
Stress. Trust me, guys. I trust me when I tell you all of this. I've not been in drama before. I've been accused of these issues for years. Trust me, guys. It's perfect.
Honest YouTuber.
I'm the most honest
Yes, the
YouTuber.
most honest YouTuber card. Let's listen to a song, shall we?
Do you know who has to point out that they're about to be really honest? People who aren't normally honest. Hello, I am Onision, the most honest YouTuber, or maybe one of the most honest YouTubers. I don't know of anyone more truth-telling than me, but I'm one of the most honest YouTubers, if not the most honest YouTuber. Some people consider me to be the most honest YouTuber. One of the most honest
What's
YouTubers
honest,
on
though?
the internet. The most honest.
You're honest?
But
T?
many people finding contradictions in his statement of honesty by pointing out his widespread deletion of videos. Some videos that have strong evidence of his wrongdoings. And only 2 days after posting the video stating that he did not have sexual relations with Sarah, Onision, Kai, and Sarah all had sexual intercourse together. Sarah being flown out a couple more times throughout the year for this purpose. But the hate building up around him was too much, and threatened to sue his largest detractor, Repsion, if he did not remove all the videos on Onision within 72 hours of his notice. And with Repsion not complying,
Take a break. I'm gonna
begins
mac on my
Onision's
pens for a second.
litigation. His paranoia showing when he changed his name for a third time in April of 2019. But other issues continue to pop up, like his dying channel, where Onision would usually get well over 100,000 to 1 million views of video in the past. Now, he wasn't even pulling 10,000 views for the majority of his uploads, relying on frequently mentioning the ever so popular Shane Dawson or Eugenia Cooney to hopefully get picked up by the YouTube algorithm. Onision was in debt, out of touch with his audience, and had very little to no support, and this showed, marking an undeniable low point and downfall of his online career. But he was still pulling money from other areas, and not just from his Patreon, which earlier in the year was making him around $2,000 a month, but also his frequent content ID claims on videos about him. No matter what the channel, the situation, or even the size, if any channel showed footage of him, he would content ID claim it through YouTube. And if this content ID claim was not disputed, allowed him to make money from many of these videos criticizing him. Onision then choosing to strike down those videos that did not fit his narrative, something he would find difficult to control past August 23rd. His life and attention on him spinning well out of his control, all because of this one tweet. A tweet by Ayla stating Onision had slept with Sarah, Sarah later confirming it. Onision, furious at her speaking out, amongst other things, accused her of blackmail. But this constant harassment of Sarah, Ayla, Billy, Shiloh, and many more via emails and texts came back to haunt him, as it only helped corroborate their statements against him. This story slowly gaining massive traction about Onision's alleged abuse. First signal boosted by YouTube content creator Blair White with an interview with Sarah discussing what happened.
Tell me a little bit about the NDA that you signed. You told me off camera that you signed an NDA the morning after you were intimate with them for the first time.
Yeah. He and Kai decided that everyone in their life needed to sign an NDA and that I was no exception to that. The NDA was 1,000% for me to not do what I'm doing right now.
Repsion releasing his own take on the situation.
Yeah, but I don't think you can enforce the NDA.
These videos receiving
It's
well
not...
over 1 million views each. But this was just the beginning of this escalation of attention to him. On October 16th, famous interviewer Chris Hansen from the MSNBC's early 2000 show To Catch Predator began conversing with online content creators about Onision and the allegations being brought against him. Chris Hansen then reached out to Onision for an interview, but Onision declined the proposition. And so began Chris Hansen's systematic interviewing of Onision's ex-guests. Starting with Sarah on October 30th, 2019.
Man, Chris Hansen got involved? Oh, God.
Visited Onision with
Here.
similar stories.
Watch this with me while I'm
Onision, whether
puffing.
purposely or not, destroyed Shiloh's music career by distancing her from her manager and family. Also, Billy's tales of Onision's manipulation and how he required her to sign various unnotarized contracts. Also, was Ayla's encounters with Kai and Onision, including humiliation, isolation, nannying, and so on. Chris Hansen mentioning the possibility of an FBI investigation. And to make things worse for Onision, this never-before-seen 2011 footage of Onision throwing candy corn at a docile Shiloh further provoked fans.
It hurts a lot, actually.
You know this video's never going to be online, right? No one will ever know how much I abuse you. It's it's ridiculous that you think you'll be successful.
What the fuck?
How many times do I have to tell you everything that you want to put online goes through me first?
What the fuck? Look at her face. Look at her face, dude. This is not the first time she has heard this. Fuck, sorry.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Hey, open your mouth. Open your mouth. Open your mouth.
No, Greg, I don't want any.
Open your mouth.
I don't want any. Greg, ow! Ow, that one really hurt. Greg, I'm wearing
that
shorts.
candy cord hurt. That candy cord really hurt, Greg. Oh, that candy cord was like a razor blade. The candy cord hurt, Greg.
Onision claimed that this footage is simply an unaired skit, but failed.
An unaired skit? You think this was a skit? If it was a skit, he really sold his part pretty well. He was pretty adamantly good at being mean.
To convince furious onlookers, meaning that they harassed Onision in any way they could, while also attempting to hurt him financially. And on November 26, 2019, they were given the ammunition to do so, when on Twitter, Onision accidentally doxed Billy's phone number while showing texts demonstrating that if Billy was ever pregnant with Onision's child, he would completely support her. And doxing being against Patreon's rules saw Onision's Patreon removed from the site. Onision then uploading a video to Onision Speaks titled, Wow, where he becomes extremely aggravated on camera and addresses the removal of his Patreon, kicking off two habits. Firstly, his constant removal of the like to dislike ratio and filtering and or disabling comments. With this video netting him well over 1 million views, he started his second habit of constant overly exaggerated freakout videos, providing him millions of views and reinvigorating.
So basically he posted a video about how mad he was about something and people responded and he was like, I can get reactions for this shit. Okay. Copy.
Creating his dying channel by creating self-deprecating videos he knew those furious at him would watch, which helped promote OnisionFans.com, which was his alternative to Patreon, which, like Patreon, was also taken down, with Onision trending on YouTube and declining Chris Hansen's interview. Chris Hansen decides to be more active about the situation and along with the camera crew shows up to Onision's house expecting an interview, where then Onision calls the police, providing us with this 911 call.
911, what are you reporting?
Hi, there's a person who's been stalking me online and they just showed up to my house.
What's your address? And they're outside now?
Yes, they're knocking on my door.
Okay. And do you know if they have any weapons?
They have a bunch of camera people, like they're YouTube stalkers.
Okay. But no weapons seen?
I didn't see any weapons. I just saw like 6 guys in my driveway and one of them is knocking on my door.
Okay, 1 second here. And the one that's knocking on your door, is he the main one that you said has been stalking you?
Yes, he's a stalker. He's yelling things at me through the door right now.
Okay, and what do we know his name?
I'm Chris. Oh, okay, here we go.
It's Chris Hansen.
I can just imagine this lady taking this call and being like, what the fuck?
Are you able to see what he's wearing or no?
Oh, she must have not registered it. It's Chris Hansen.
Okay.
I have a security camera.
Uh-huh. Can you see what color pants?
He's wearing a black jacket, black pants. His hair is gray. He's still yelling things at me through the door.
Okay.
Still yelling things at me through the door.
No.
Okay.
What is this stuff called? Oh yeah, Greg.
It's pretty good. The story, Greg. My name's not even Greg.
Okay. What is your last name?
My name is James Jackson.
Okay. Last of Jackson, first of James is what I heard. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's saying I just want to talk through the door.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any weapons in the home, James?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you said that there's roughly 5 more people there with cameras?
Yes, in the driveway.
Okay. And do you know what he's talking about, like why he was stalking you or anything like that?
Yeah, there's like it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the driveway.
Okay.
But I have someone that there's an 18, no, I think they're 19, a 19-year-old who I didn't want to hang out with. I didn't want to be around them. They have BPD, and their stuff was.
Just listen to him talk to this lady.
Their mental disorder was like really affecting my life in a negative way, and so I said I didn't want them in my life anymore. And they went to this person and said a bunch of mean things about me, and so now this person's trying to like aggressively pursue me in a really hateful way as a result.
Okay, so you said they're from YouTube though, so is it like a show that they do?
It's a live stream. Yeah.
She doesn't know who Chris Hansen is, and that's funny.
This guy's
it's
really,
funny.
really hateful towards me.
Okay. And are you
Look, it says have a seat with Chris Hansen.
No, they parked way down the street, which is really sketchy.
Okay.
So they're standing out next to my SUV right now.
Okay. We're working on getting units out there as quickly as we can. Just go ahead and keep your doors locked. Do you feel comfortable disconnecting the line until we arrive? And then if anything changes, calling us back?
It should be fine. We're just hiding away from the windows.
Okay. If anything changes before we arrive, please call us back, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The police later called on a separate occasion when Onision's child fell out of his 2-story window and cracked her head open, but has seemingly recovered. Onision later, on grounds of harassment and stalking, takes Chris Hansen and Repsion to court. Repsion for a protective order which Onision almost immediately dismisses. And for Chris Hansen, well, served the wrong Chris Hansen, and had to dismiss that as well.
To the service issue, I don't find that there is service on the proper Chris Hansen. And I'm interpreting your statement here that you are asking for dismissal.
I am, Your Honor.
But a boon of the situation was the various court photos displaying Onision in peculiar yet a comedic choice of clothing, including a bulletproof vest, sunglasses, and a beanie. These photos were widely distributed, showing to us that what we are left with is a perceived manic manipulator using his craft to further prolong the life of his channel. Though he lost the support of the public, he may still thrive, though that does not discount the various accusations brought against him. To many, Onision is a relic of a bygone age, grasping at anything that will give him relevance, constantly scrubbing the internet and
the proper Chris Hansen.
I had to look back at it because it looked like he was a lot shorter.
I am, Your Honor.
But a boon of the situation was the various...
Is that him? Is this just a weird angle?
Court photos display...
That's not him. That can't be him. Wait, wait. The fuck?
Playing Onision in peculiar yet a comedic choice of clothing,
No, I
including
don't think
a
it was.
bulletproof vest, sunglasses, and a beanie. These photos were widely distributed, showing to us that what we are left with is a perceived manic manipulator using his craft to further prolong the life of his channel. Though he lost the support of the public, he may still thrive, though that does not discount the various accusations brought against him. To many, Onision is a relic of a bygone age, grasping at anything that will give him relevance, constantly scrubbing the internet and his own history to forcibly change the perception on him. But to himself, he's a profiteer, creating several controversies only to claim those videos discussing him and reap their...
So he starts drama. Reddit's most hated community. Here we go. It's called Reddit's most hated community. Banned.
Identifier of the Boston bomber, home to infamous jailbait community, and habitual stomping ground for renowned internet troll Violent Acres, has outdone itself today by setting up a dedicated community for hoarding and rehosting the recently leaked photographs of celebrities, and is calling it, wait for it, the Fappening. We couldn't make this shit up if we tried. The Fappening, Otherwise known as that time, over 600 private photographs of female celebrities like Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton, and Mary Elizabeth Winstead were leaked onto the internet for the whole world to see. To this day, it remains the single greatest and easily most infamous series of celebrity leaks in history, with the outcry generated having an extremely pervasive effect on online discourse, security, and culture. When the My Little Pony forums are discussing it, you know it's a topic Turkey Tom has got to cover. Today, we're going to explore all of that and more. The crisis that single-handedly brought sites like Reddit and 4chan into the spotlight.
Cycle of
spawned
life
outrage
in
across
Lasher
mainstream outlets
seeds.
that brought into question the practices
Seeds
around
of the
online
Lasher.
privacy and security, and led to an FBI investigation into those who brought the pictures to light, when a closed network of individuals was able to plunder the private information and photographs of Hollywood's biggest names. Today, we're going to comprehensively retell the story behind the fappening to see how it all went down.
Oh my god, I love buffing myself.
What is this 4chan?
August 31st, 2014. A thread on 4chan is created. The thread features uncensored photos of nude celebrities, coupled with a Bitcoin address and the promise of more images in exchange for cash. Soon after the thread was posted, things began rapidly spiraling out of control. New threads began appearing across the board, some scams to steal users' Bitcoin, and some being incredibly underwhelming for those buying. But some anons had entirely new photos, never before seen to the public, featuring various celebrities in increasingly scant states of dress. Reddit would soon follow. 2 posts uploaded to r/Jennifer Lawrence and r/Kate Upton, respectively, would mark the beginning of the antics. The comments that remain give us interesting insight into the thoughts of the time. Please let there be a leaked sex tape, please. This thing is blowing up. Imagine what happens when a high-quality nude pops out of nowhere. Edit, the internet is breaking. I know no one can see this, but the internet is breaking.
The
Good
internet
Lord,
is
look
breaking.
at the size of those things. On what remains of the discussions on r/Jennifer Lawrence, there began a moral debate over the efficacy of the nudes. I'm not comfortable with how this image was obtained. We cannot decry the use of intelligence communities like the NSA while indulging in illegally obtained pictures of other people. It is hypocrisy. But this is wrong. It's hypocrisy of the highest order for Reddit to complain endlessly about the NSA, then applaud when very personal photos of celebrities are stolen and shared with the world. Wubba lubba dub dub. Within a matter of moments, both threads would make it to the Reddit front page, r/all. At one point, at least 7 out of the top 8 posts on r/all were related to Jennifer Lawrence in some capacity. More posts would come spreading indecent pictures of even more celebrities, like Kirsten Dunst, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Kaylee Cuoco, and Yvonne Strahovski. In a thread on r/celebs comes the first widely recorded mention of the now infamous portmanteau, the fappening, used by u/exile on Mean Street. I have dubbed this mass leak the fappening. It is on the same thread, and a now deleted comment that first discussions around a subreddit dedicated exclusively to documenting and sharing the situation. Reddit user Johns McJohn would notify fellow Redditors that he had created the new subreddit, r/thefappening. As purported Reddit historian Unholy Demigod put in his post on the fappening, the subreddit exploded instantly. In all of Reddit's history, no subreddit has ever come close to being as initially popular as the fappening. Within the first 24 hours, it amassed 100,000 subscribers. As it happened over the weekend, it brought an influx of people who weren't at work to the site. An influx that led to 141
Right, I
million
forgot I
page
can do
views
that.
in one day. That is roughly what r/AskReddit gets in a month. More and more exclusive images were released to the wider public. Quickly, the leaks climbed, over a matter of days, and well over 100 celebrities had their nude images plastered online. To advertise just how deep the rabbit hole went, a list would be published on 4chan, those listed being the victims whose photographs were about to be exposed to the entire internet. Mary-Kate Olsen, Rihanna, and Victoria Justice are just a few. Reddit was facing constant outages due to the then unprecedented amount of users seeking to access the site. Writing for the blogging website Business2Community, Jay Leonard would report, "How much do the users of Reddit want to see naked pictures of Jennifer Lawrence, Selena Gomez, Kate Upton, and dozens of other female celebrities? If the fappening is any indication, there are at least 100,000 people just sitting
I
at their
don't remember
computers
any of this.
waiting for more new photos to be uploaded to the internet. Live updates were provided with GIFs, pictures,
Like they're
videos,
talking about
and
this incident
discussions,
occurred, and I
all
was like,
moderated by user
when?
Not safe for whales.
When did this
Leonard would
happen?
capture a screenshot of the live update.
I don't remember any of this.
Sitting at an
I missed
impressive
out.
101,000 276 individual users. Reddit staff would hold an internal emergency meeting to figure out what we're going to do about the situation. Things were going pretty crazy at the moment, with many folks out for the weekend and the site struggling to stay afloat. We had some immediate issues we had to address. First, the amount of traffic hitting this content was breaking the site in various ways. Second, we were already getting DMCA and takedown notices by the owners of these photos. Third, if we were going to remove anything on the site, whether it be for technical, legal, or ethical obligations, it would likely result in backlash where things kept getting posted over and over, thwarting our efforts and possibly making the situation worse. Articles in the press were flying out, and we were getting comment requests left and right. Many community members were understandably angered at our lack of action or response, and made that known in various ways. This nightmare of the weekend made myself and many of my coworkers feel pretty awful. I had an obvious responsibility to keep the site up and running, but seeing that all of my efforts were due to a huge number of people scrambling to look at stolen private photos didn't sit well with me personally, to say the least. We hit new traffic milestones, ones that I'd be ashamed to share publicly. Our general stance on this stuff is that Reddit is a platform, and there are times when platforms get used for very deplorable things. We take down things we're legally required to take down, and do our best to keep the site from getting spammed or manipulated, and beyond that, we try to keep our hands off. Still, in the moment, seeing what was happening, it was hard to see much merit to that viewpoint. This mad rush to address the issue at hand was only made murkier by the revelation that images of actress Liz Lee and the Olympian gymnast Michaela Maroney actually constituted CP. Reportedly, the images of the two were taken before either reached the legal age of 18. Reddit staff were quickly notified. We were alerted that some of these photos depicted minors, which is where we have drawn a clear line in the sand. In response, we immediately started removing things on Reddit which we found to be leaking to those pictures, and also
I guess it would be
recommended
too
that the image
broken
host
to
be
be able to
contacted
farm off
so that they
these.
could be removed more permanently. We do
Skill-wise.
not allow links on Reddit to CP or
I'm not
images
getting
which
anything.
sexualize children. If you disagree with that stance and believe Reddit cannot draw that line while also being a platform, I'd encourage you to leave. Discussions regarding the unraveling situation were tumultuous at
kids
best
need to be left
and
out.
outright vitriolic
Period.
at worst. However, these discussions widely varied depending on these sites. 4chan, for example, were far more lax about the leaks than the other sites. This is the first time the libtard crowd started caring about privacy since Bush's Patriot Act. During Snowden's leaks, they didn't care because it was their chocolate sexual fantasy, Obama, behind the invasion of privacy. They said nothing. When Donald Sterling's private conversation forced a $1 billion sale, they said nothing because that's racist. When Anthony Weiner, Brett Favre, Hulk Hogan, or any other male celebrity had their dick out there, they said nothing. Now that it's women being hurt, they finally say something. I, for one, consider this a victory, and will fap guilt-free to Jennifer Lawrence pictures. Within minutes of the pictures making it onto the front page of Reddit, the event and the victims like Jennifer Lawrence were trending on Twitter. Beyond the occasional remark or opinion, Twitter was generally far more supportive of the victims, beyond obviously the gossip that it generated. I just hope to heck this doesn't ruin this amazingly talented, grounded young woman's confidence and thus career.
I'm
Guys,
confused.
can you please
Like,
stop
why
tweeting
can't-
nudes of Jennifer Lawrence?
am I missing-
She's a
is it
person.
above?
What are you doing? Think before you tweet. 4chan, by comparison,
Blood
simply
Feast.
had
Was
no
that
fucks
Blood
to
Feast?
give. Alongside Reddit users, they were far too busy pleading for leaks of Emma Watson, speculating who could be next, and attempting to verify the identity of purported wins through moles, beauty spots, and even paint chips. During this time, Reddit sought to balance both sides of the argument through a policy of free speech, despite the outrage from the mainstream media, who argued Reddit was facilitating the continued sharing of these images. Fuck Reddit and fuck the asshole admins who are letting this happen. The admins talk about not putting people's information on here, yet when it's a celebrity, it's fine. Or maybe it's just because
Oh, I
it's
need
only
to-
hurting
he
women.
needs to be
How could
spawned
Reddit possibly
first
delete
before-
the amount of posts that are coming in? Should they delete
Okay.
every nude picture of a woman, or just Jennifer Lawrence? What about other celebrities? Where do you draw the line? I don't think admins would respond any differently if it was a male celebrity either. I swear to fucking God, the next time a Redditor sends me a dick pic, I'm gonna post it everywhere I possibly can, with scathing commentary. See how you like it. Like, seriously, are there not enough consenting naked women on the internet for you to look at? Are titties more fun to look at if you know the person in that picture is probably heartbroken and humiliated by the fact that you're looking at her? What is wrong with consenting titties? So they're celebrity titties. Big fucking deal. There's still a human being attached to them. Oh, but they're non-consenting titties of a celebrity you really want to see naked? Look how many fucks I give. The answer is 0. 0 fucks. Ugh. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Shortly after their release, following confirmation that Reddit would not seek to involve itself, individual subreddits would begin clamping down on the spread of the leaked images. One Reddit staff member would recount that during this time, we continued to receive DMCA takedowns, as these images were constantly rehosted and linked to on Reddit. And in response, we continued to remove what we're legally obligated to, and beyond that, instructed the rights holders on how to contact image hosts. In a now deleted post by a moderator on r/Jennifer Lawrence, we can see confirmation that they would remove all posts on the topic in an attempt to prevent further discussion and distribution of these images. Feel free to downvote, but I couldn't agree more. There's a 24-year-old girl in a hotel room right now crying because the whole world just saw her naked. Think about it. Jennifer Lawrence's agent would speak out during this time.
I was like, yeah, I'm done, and then I was like, wait a minute, I'm not done.
Both
I gotta
the
take care of
hackers
this
and
guy.
those perpetuating the images online. He would claim it was a flagrant violation of privacy, before adding, "The authorities have been contacted and will prosecute anyone who posts these stolen photos of Jennifer Lawrence." Despite
there he
the
is.
goodwill of Reddit
Chilling.
moderators, most of the threads and comments have
Oh my
already been
God,
archived
he has
because,
so
of course,
much
they
help.
were. Expect 4chan and Reddit to be all over Google News, because this is gonna blow the fuck up. The media shitstorm over this will create enough popcorn to feed every nation in the world for over 100 years. Truly prophetic words, I must say.
New break in a case involving a massive invasion of privacy for some big stars, including Jennifer Lawrence and Kate Upton.
The A-list celebrities themselves whose privacy was breached, the millions who have guiltily clicked on illegally gotten images. Even the hacker himself who's complained about how little money he got for exposing them on 4chan.
And then they were reposted to Reddit, Perez Hilton, and various other blogs.
He may, and I'm sure we're gonna be able to get some more confirmation on this as the hours and minutes go on. He may have been just a system administrator who knew his way around and how to hack things.
British newspaper, The Telegraph, would publish an article, Nude Jennifer Lawrence photos leaked by hacker who claims to have private photos of 100 A-listers. It would rapidly become the most viewed story of the day, while giving a cursory view of the rapidly unraveling situation. As one Reddit user, ASPZ, put it, one thing that isn't mentioned in this video is just how eagerly the news media lapped this up. Every story would lead with a photo of Jennifer Lawrence and list the names of the other most prominent and most attractive celebrities, as if to say, hey guys, do you want to see nude photos of your favorite celeb? Just go over to this site called reddit.com. They could easily have made this
Did I
a story
do something
about
wrong? He's got
cybersecurity and sharing of stolen
100K
photos without
in
mentioning
health.
celebrities' names. But no, they have to go
What?
with whatever generates the most clicks.
I
And
thought
of
like this
course,
would
the
nerf him or
prospect of seeing
something, but
Jennifer
it
Lawrence
doesn't.
naked is going to generate clicks. The amount of hypocritical righteousness from the media was ridiculous. During the meltdown that consumed the online web space, it's important to remember the actual victims of the situation. Those who had everything to lose. Widely believed to be the most affected by the fiasco was Hunger Games star Jennifer Lawrence, who had over 60 indecent images leaked onto the internet. When speaking about the situation, Lawrence said, "When I first found out it was happening, my security reached out to me. It was happening minute to minute. It was almost like a ransom situation where they were releasing new ones every hour or so." Speaking to Vanity Fair, she would admit, "I was just so afraid. I didn't know how this would affect my career." Other victims, like Victoria Justice and Mary Elizabeth Winstead, would tweet about their involvement in the breaches. In defiance to the leaks, Justice tweeted, "These so-called nudes of me are fake, people. Let me nip this in the bud right now." Pun intended. Winstead took a more concerned view on her pictures. "To those of you looking at photos I took with my husband years ago in the privacy of our home, hope you feel great about yourselves. Knowing those photos were deleted long ago, I can only imagine the creepy effort that went into this. Feeling for everyone who got hacked." Kirsten Dunst, meanwhile, would tweet a very simple message. "Thank you, iCloud." Actress Lena Dunham would plead with users on Twitter to not even view the photos. "You are violating these women over and over again. It's not okay." Fellow actress Emma Watson would join her. Even worse than seeing women's privacy violated on social media is reading the accompanying comments that show such a lack of empathy. Comedian Ricky Gervais would have a slightly less sympathetic view to those who were having their nude photos leaked online. On the Monday following the fappening, Gervais would tweet, "Celebrities, make it harder for hackers to get nude pics of you from your computer by not putting nude pics of yourself on your computer." A disappointing flame war ensued. Gervais would delete his tweet and roll back his view, claiming, "Of course the hackers are 100% to blame, but you can still make jokes about it. Jokes don't portray your true, serious feelings on a subject." But that still wasn't enough for those like Dunham. The "don't take naked pics if you don't want them online" argument is the same as the "she was wearing a short skirt" of the web. Ugh. Whatever gripes individuals had, Justice and Winstead would nonetheless receive massive amounts of support for publicly speaking out. But Winstead was nonetheless right to be worried. The lack of knowledge and growing amount of rumors surrounding the perpetrators was certainly a cause for concern. The breach of iCloud accounts was a major blow to the public's confidence in Apple's security. Such a major blow, in fact, that Apple CEO Tim Cook would conduct an interview with American newspaper The Wall Street Journal regarding the leaks. "We want to do everything we can to protect our customers, because we are as outraged, if not more so, than they are." Apple's plan to do this was to add additional steps to iCloud security. They also began broadly encouraging the use of two-factor authentication in future iOS updates. But Apple wasn't the only organization seeking to investigate the rapidly unfolding situation. On the 2nd of September, the FBI would confirm that it was aware of the allegations concerning computer intrusions.
Like, I know I'm a
and the
few
unlawful
levels,
release of
like,
material.
down on that mob, but, like, if I wasn't inside of my Moonkin form, he would just fucking deck my ass so hard. Unbelievably hard. And I don't even know if I could do it with all my souped up stuff, like with the gang and everything there. Like, it's just crazy. Like, 100K? That's ridiculous. And especially for as much as he hits, like, you would have to have a group. It didn't even say you needed a group for it. Like, it just expects you to do it. So here I'm thinking, you got to do some trick, and no, you just got to straight flat beat it. And it's just like, what the fuck? And for what it's giving you, what it wants to give you for a reward, it's like a joke. It's a slap in the face. It's insulting. I feel insulted.
Involving high-profile individuals. And although it was addressing the matter, they also stated that any further comment would be inappropriate. Least to say, despite the overwhelming circumstances, ultimately, the FBI investigation would bear fruit. Initial rumors were rife at this time, with many attempting to figure out who could be behind the leaks.
4chan.
Many more began discussing who should be held responsible for the breach.
Anaria
Initially,
Shola.
many would point to celebrity insiders,
Shorella
such
Ra.
as friends, staff, and even former spouses as potential culprits, but nothing could be
potential
explicitly
culprit.
confirmed. Others would spread gossip that the hacker had been selling videos of his collection to TMZ for 6 figures. He was not. Nonetheless, accusations flew, with multi-billion-dollar tech conglomerate Apple at the center. News outlets would widely report the rumor that iCloud accounts had been breached via negligence on Apple's front. If this was in fact the case, the legal oblivion that Apple
Level me
faced
up,
for
sir.
negligence would be palpable. As one user, Nick Howells, put it, "I don't think too many people will quite understand what alleged iCloud hack means. And I think Apple is also putting their legal team on DEFCON 1 at the moment, and filing strongly worded letters to anyone who doesn't use the word alleged in connection with any Apple-owned product." There were discussions of a single hacker using an exploit in Apple's Find My
weekend
iPhone
reanimated
service. The
Frostworm?
exploit was coined
Okay.
by Brutes. This exploit
You
would
about to bait
supposedly
me
give
into
the
killing
hacker
a big
infinite
ass
password
mob
attempts
again?
to brute force the cracking of various Apple IDs. The exploit was uploaded to GitHub on August 30th, a day prior to the fappening receiving mainstream attention, before Apple patched the bug on September 1st. Brute forcing refers to a method of hacking where hackers create a piece of software that cycles through various possible password combinations for an account until access is granted. As ZDNet writer Adrian Kingsley Hughes put it, "Whether the two incidents are linked is at present unknown, but the timing of the release of the code and the hack certainly suggests a link. If there is a link, then this will be a pretty high-profile black eye for
If
Apple,
there is a
doubly
link.
so given the proximity of the official unveiling of the iPhone 6. Ultimately, while the iBrute proof of concept was indeed real and a very serious issue, it was not in fact the method that hackers used to gain access to the photographs. British newspaper, the Daily Mail, would report that, according to one anonymous 4chan poster, the release of photographs of celebrities was the product of an underground trading ring. The poster claimed that the ring had been in operation for months, and posters would trade or sell the photos they retrieved between each other. Another poster, who claims to have been involved, wrote on a non-IB that the hacking had been several months in the making, and the nude photos were the result of several months of long and hard work by all involved. A rather poignant explanation of what happened was uploaded to the blogging website nickcub.com. Run for the purpose of discussing news surrounding Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, the article in full seems to be lost. However, extracts remain, mainly on the query website Quora. User Christine Choi writes, "I found this great article that details how the photos could have been obtained. Apparently, This guy spent the past few days immersed in and researching what was going down. It's a fascinating read, and also horrifying that people would actually be willing to spend so much time and effort to violate someone's privacy. The first post from this set that I could track down was nearly 5 days before the story became public, on the 26th of August. Each of these posts was a censored image with a request for an amount of money for an uncensored version. After numerous such posts and nobody paying attention to it, thinking it was a scam, the person behind the post began publishing uncensored versions, which quickly propagated on Anon-IB, 4chan, and Reddit. My theory is that other members of the ring, seeing the leaks and requests for money, also decided to attempt to cash in, thinking the value of the images would soon approach zero, which led to a race to the bottom between those who had access to them. However, it's worth noting that others purport that the first sets of images were originally posted to Anon-IB weeks before the actual fappening. These sets were traded with other collections, and on the Friday prior to the fappening, the collector would offer his entire collection for Bitcoin donations. The seller would make over $50,000 worth of Bitcoin during this time. Discussions of the offer would spread to 4chan's random board until a poster began leaking images of Jennifer Lawrence. That was the moment that things began spiraling out of control. Shit got weird once I started posting samples. People wanted shit for free. I proved I had shit, but people wanted more and more, and were trying to find me. My ISP kept cutting out. Weird emails were coming in. Kinda freaked me out, so I had to leave. Whatever the specific timeline of events, this explanation gives reason as to why there wasn't a single massive leak of images, but rather a steady flow that soon amounted to the largest leak of compromising images in celebrity history. It is unknown how many hackers were involved in retrieving all the data, but the suggestion is that the list of celebrities was the internal list of one for the trading networks. Timestamps, forum posts, and other data suggest that the collection was built up over a long period of time. The vast stretch of time over which all of the pictures and information was compiled seemingly disallows Apple from being personally responsible for negligence. However, it remains worthy of note that Apple services were targeted specifically for their vulnerabilities in comparison to other corporations. iCloud is the most popular target because picture roll backups are enabled by default, and iPhone is a popular platform. Apple accounts seem particularly vulnerable because of the recovery process, password requirements, and ability to detect if an email has an associated iCloud account. Brute force attempts are simple. Prior to the release of information on 4chan, the trading group, initially responsible for obtaining and sharing these images, seemingly valued secrecy when conducting their operations. Word rarely spread about them. To even join, you'd have to trade your own exclusive photos. From there, collections would grow through the trading of wins, referring to newly found pictures. This decentralized network meant not one collection would be the same as the other. The hours that members of this group spent scouring the internet, gathering information, and making contact with each other would ultimately spread over months. As one 4chan user put it when describing the first leak, very few people even found out about the ring, and fewer still have pictures to buy in with, except for the self-styled rich kid in the original B thread. It appears he bought a few sample pics and blew the lid on this whole operation by sharing them with outsiders for the first time. Spotting their chance and realizing the existence of the nude collection was revealed, a couple of other guys came out of the woodwork, offering up some of their collections for donations. Once photos began getting leaked, others would quickly begin selling off their collections, upon the realization that it meant their catalog would become worthless. This rush was
not up here
further, since it was unknown who was leaking what, who had access to which photos, and just how quickly the situation would spiral into chaos. Simply put, the incentive was to sell the photos as quickly as possible, lest their time, effort, and work be worth nothing. The ultimate message of the blog is a rather haunting one, questioning just how far the rabbit hole goes in regards to the operations even beyond the group behind the fappening. What we see in the public with these hacking incidents seems to only be scratching the surface. There are entire communities and trading networks where the data that is stolen remains private and is rarely shared with the public. The networks are broken down horizontally, with specific people carrying out specific roles, loosely organized across a large number of sites, both ClearNet and Darknet, with most organization and communication taking place in private. The same 4chan user would expand on this. We aren't getting the really good movies, because they are much more valuable, and therefore, A, owned by fewer people, and B, could be traded for many more nudes and would lose all value if released for free. Brace for multiple arrests as the net tightens around the trading ring. While the anonymous user was right to warn about the quickly tightening net, there's far more miscellaneous side stories to cover before we get to that point. For now, we're left to pick at the pieces and enjoy the relative calm before the judicial storm that's yet to come.
Unfortunately, this Saturday evening, the fappening continued with new leaked photos of celebrities on 4chan and Reddit.
Can we criminalize this in a way that actually has some teeth to it, that would
prevent this from happening.
1 week after the original creation of r/thefappening, Reddit administrators would end up banning the subreddit in what was a total 180 on the previous policy. In response to the fappening and the massive scrutiny facing Reddit for facilitating both discussion and distribution, Reddit CEO Yaishan Wang released a massive Word document titled "Every Man is Responsible for His Own Soul." The document itself is now seemingly lost, with the link redirecting to the Reddit blog instead. But at the time, it detailed Reddit's affirmation to free speech and maintaining said free speech. However, many felt that this stance was promptly contradicted when administrators decided to take down r/thefappening following a suite of DMCA takedown notices from the legal representatives of fappening victims. The response to the blog was disappointed at best and enraged at worst. Oh, fuck right off. The internet, including Reddit, have been posting / looking at pictures of corpses, people dressed or acting stupid,
Future me apparently doesn't have spells.
Humans dying, etc., ad nauseum. But this is the line, fucking nude selfies of celebrities, that is apparently where the internet finds its morality. Get off the high horse, holy shit. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites, and this post is bullshit. There are tons of really fucked up subreddits, like 4chan level shit, and nothing is done. This is all about covering your ass, not doing the right thing. If this had been an ethical decision, r/thefappening would have been banned immediately. Subreddits with compromising pictures of underage girls existed for years, probably still do, until the media made a stink, forcing the admins to act. So perhaps, get off your high horse. Every man is responsible for his own soul, but that is not what this is about. You guys are no different than any other shallow corporate fucks. And by the way, Imgur was extremely active in deleting pictures as they were posted. Why did Reddit take so long to act? Lecturing the community about it from a position of moral authority, only after profiting from a massive influx of traffic / Reddit gold, is just insulting. If you wish to claim any moral standing at all, refund all revenue gained from the subreddits in question. That did not happen, by the way. So the fappening is banned because we all need to protect America's sweethearts, but we still have r/candid fashion police, r/cute female corpses, r/sex with dogs, and r/sexy abortions, and many, many more. But glad to see we have our priorities straight. The criticism of Reddit was hardly unfounded. r/thefappening creator, John Menezes, also known as Johns McJohn, would speak to American news website Wired following the subreddit's banning. In just 6 days, Reddit earned enough money from the scandal to power its servers for roughly a month. That statistic is based on how many times the members of the subreddit paid for so-called Reddit Gold, the $3.99 per month premium accounts that users often gift to each other to bestow a few extra features and prestige. It's also worth noting that Johns McJohn's estimates do not include any advertising revenue that the site gained from r/thefappening, following the 250 million page views that the subreddit got during its short time on the web. If Reddit had wanted to, they could have banned us on Sunday when our traffic broke their servers. Instead, they chose to milk a week of publicity and a month of server time in Reddit Gold before they stepped in. Other Reddit users were equally as scathing to their assessments. I'm calling it. This is Reddit's jump the shark moment. This post right here. You're being correctly called out as hypocrites by both sides. This is delicious. I've never read a more sniveling, cowardly load of self-contradictory doublespeak and equivocation. Didn't you just shadow ban a mod of r/black ladies for disrupting Reddit culture? Isn't she a member of this site as much as anyone else? Why should she be silenced when you want users to govern themselves? How's that for free speech? Can't you just admit this is because of pressure on the site? Don't spoon feed us.
Lord of Time, you have arrived!
With all the other things the site has and still allows, the line gets drawn when a bunch of nude celebrity pictures come out.
Oh, you're looking at me?
Everything I've read so far seems like an excuse, not a reason. They're doing the exact same thing they do every time there's bad press. Deal with it at the last possible moment, like with r/jailbait. Then they play it off like some moral revelation and use free speech as the reason why it doesn't set a precedent. It is identical to what always happens.
Yeah, to be honest, I need some like Laugh Town or something. This isn't working for me right now. It's too negative. I ain't feeling it. Oh my. I shouldn't have been watching all that stuff on my YouTube channel because now I'm getting nothing but. Oh. I've ruined my search bracketing. What's stuff that's good? Let's try this.
Since TV began, game shows have pulled in millions of viewers. Their hosts are the biggest stars on the box, and we love having them in our living rooms on a Saturday night. Welcome to The Price is Right. Contestants bask in the limelight for their 15 minutes of fame.
Yolanda, boobs, come on out!
There are soaring big money highs and crushing painful lows.
They'd lost £1 million on the first question.
Oh my god.
Sorry, you didn't win anything. Bye-bye.
Anything can happen.
Consonant.
T.
It says slut.
And quite often does.
There's no answer to that.
Tonight, we celebrate the worst moments in TV game shows.
Didn't expect 10.5 million people to see it and make a fool of myself.
Coming up, King of the Catchphrase, Roy Walker, gives us the scoop on one of his most awkward moments ever.
The audience were out of control.
Somebody's gonna have to speak or we'll run out of time. I've no idea, sorry.
The millionaire contestant who took the gamble of a lifetime.
After quite a little bit of thought, I thought, I'm going to have to answer this, aren't I?
Gladiator star Panther relives the injury that nearly ended her career.
The injury was as close to a break of the neck as you possibly could make it.
And the chase contestant dubbed the worst in the show's history.
Pass.
It's quite clear that she was really nervous.
So shut that door, phone your friends, and come on down for when game shows go horribly wrong. We start the show with a look back at an all-time favourite. In 1986, ITV launched a new high-tech game show, Catchphrase, a game based on guessing popular catchphrases from a series of animated clues.
Okay.
Rather
What
than
could go
turn to
wrong?
one of the established game show hosts of the time, ITV installed popular comedian Roy Walker as presenter.
Would you like to win thousands of pounds and a fabulous star prize? Here's two people who really would. Let's meet them, our contestants.
In 1977, he won the ITV talent show New Faces, but it was Catchphrase that would establish him as a household name.
I was very lucky to get Catchphrase, right place at right time.
Please don't buzz in.
Glory to the Sindori.
Get lucky.
Keep your
Here's
wits
a
about.
catchphrase.
We started the program in January '86, and I did it till 2000. I became the
Damn.
catch for Saturday night, and we never dropped below 12, 13 million viewers.
Damn.
Bacon and eggs.
The catchphrase can be a book, a song, a film, name of a person, name of a poem. It can be anything like that, you know? Just say what you see.
Here's the catchphrase.
Roy's co-star on the show was Mr. Chips, an animated gold robot who would often appear as part of the animated Clue.
3, Mr. Chips. Sean.
3 angels.
No, it's
Much
gone.
loved by the catchphrase audience,
Very good.
Mr. Chips was nearly as popular as host Roy.
Gotta hurry you.
Red devil.
No, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
You know, you see visual clues and you would work out the very famous popular catchphrase.
Putting £300 into the bonus bag.
And then sometimes you go to a bonus round and you could remove a square.
Please take a square.
And behind that square would be a little inkling to what a catchphrase could be.
Center one. 5 seconds. Here we go. 185. I got 300 for you, Marita.
Mr. Chips was behind the pieces of the puzzle that are slowly being taken away. This was the most unfortunate piece of the puzzle.
Dumb waiter.
Dumb waiter's not right.
It's good, but it's not right.
Please take a square. On the right. 5 seconds. Here we go. £290. What do you think it is?
Oh.
Tip the waiter.
It's good, but it's not right.
See you around.
What's Mr. Chips doing?
It actually looked like he was banging one off.
Marita.
Song and dance man.
Song and dance man's good. It's not the one. Sean.
And it looks really quite rude now.
Sean. 5 seconds. Here we go.
Roy's such a lovely guy there. It's so lovely. And I was like, oh, I don't want that to happen to him. Not to him.
The audience were out of control at the time. They were laughing their socks off. This young chap doesn't know what to say.
Sean, you're going to have to speak or we'll run out of time.
I've no idea, sorry.
No idea. You
And suddenly, the last square falls off.
Sean.
Snake charmer.
Right! So it wasn't only me shouting right, it was everybody in the studio.
See See you again soon. Have a great week. Ta-da!
He may have been known for shouting, "Right!" But in 1999, it all went horribly wrong for Roy as the Catchphrase producers decided they wanted to bring the show into the 21st century.
Uh-oh.
The producer, they wanted a bit of action. You know what I mean? Some Mr. Personality, which Catchphrase I didn't think needed.
And so when Catchphrase returned to our screens in January 2000, it did so with a new host, Nick Weir, a cruise ship entertainer who briefly flirted with game show hosting in the 90s. But it was the offer to front one of the UK's biggest shows in Catchphrase that he hoped would be his big break.
You know, I'd like to think that they gave me the show because I was a talented guy, but I secretly think no one else wanted it, because following someone like Roy Walker is not going to be easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Catchphrase.
Yeah, where's this cave? That's what's getting
I was
me.
in my dressing room, and they came in and they said, "Nick, bring the energy up. You got to make it your show. Do something that everyone's going to remember." So I did.
Obviously, it's Nick Weir.
I came on with so much energy that I lost my footing at the top of the stairs, bounced all the way down,
Gotta
and
be
broke
up
my leg
here.
in 3 places.
There it is.
You couldn't have choreographed it. You couldn't have made it look more beautiful. It actually looked classic for, it's like, whoa.
I didn't know those wishing wells worked.
Get 'em,
What a phone
boys.
call that would have been. Roy, can you come back?
I'll be all right. Actually, that happened yesterday, and I've just come back from hospital.
If you fall down the stairs and break your leg in front of 11 million people, you are never embarrassed again the rest of your life.
No, I've really hurt myself.
Everywhere I walked. Hey, Nick, hop along, Nick. How's the leg? How's the leg?
Actually, I've broken my foot. Look. But in best show business tradition, the show must go on. So welcome to Crutch Phrase. I'm Nick Weir, and I'm plastered.
The Brits, they like you to be sharp. But if you can be sharp and have a bit of a limp, they like you even more.
Now, when the crew said go out and break a leg, I didn't know they actually meant it.
And it was amazing. From the moment I showed up with 2 crutches and a pot on my leg, I was a big hit.
Have a look at the screen, and I'm going to go round behind it. And if I don't get there in 30 seconds, call someone. It means I'll fall over.
I think I did about 20 shows in crutches, 10 of them on Painkiller. I don't even remember them.
Shoe? No, bit bigger than a shoe.
Boot?
Jackboot!
I think we did 26 episodes in my first series, but whatever show was following us in that time slot was late in production, so they had to repeat a few of my first series. And they repeated the show where I broke my leg. And I got letters from people saying, "Oh my God, you've done it again."
Still to come, Rachel Riley has a horribly awkward moment on Countdown.
This is Tea Time Telly.
And this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire contestant is faced with a choice of a lifetime.
You are 2 questions away from £1 million. And I thought, you don't get that opportunity in life, ever.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
Oh,
started
that's
on
cool.
ITV in 1998 and was the first game show on British TV to offer a £1 million cash prize. Hosted by Chris Tarrant, the show was an instant hit with over 19 million viewers tuning in at its peak.
The difference about Millionaire as opposed to other quiz shows was the contestants were chosen in a completely different way.
Fastest finger first, here comes the question.
For me as a producer, it was terrifying because we had no say over who the contestants were going to be.
And who was fastest? Duncan Bickley in
This guy, Duncan Bickley, came along. He seemed like just any other normal contestant, no different. We weren't particularly excited about him when he won fastest finger first.
So this is Duncan Bickley, a helicopter instructor from Brentwood.
It's very much like being fed to the lions. The seating goes up, right up around you in an amphitheatre, and it's full of people looking down on you. And there's a tremendous buzz. It really
Thank you,
was
guy.
extremely exciting.
This episode in October 2000 saw helicopter pilot Duncan Bickley sitting in the contestant's chair and absolutely flying through the questions.
He just won 250.
So he now has £250,000. But usually pretty confident people are going to leave at that point. You know, because it's a huge
like images
gap
of everybody.
to go from 250 to 500 and lose, if you get it wrong, all the way back to 32.
You are 2 questions away from £1 million.
I was really excited. I was convinced I was born to be the first person to win £1 million. Only one person had seen a $500,000 question.
What was the name of Amy Johnson's plane in which she flew solo to Australia in 1930?
As soon as the question starts, I know I don't know the answer. My whole face changes and I go very stressed. I was convinced that Pegasus was the obvious answer.
Bless you.
I wasn't convinced it was definitely right, but it seemed to be the obvious answer. I didn't think it was Jason or Hercules.
Let's go 50.
All right, I'm gonna take a break for a little while. I don't know if I'll be on. I don't know. I might just go to bed, but I'll be on eventually. So thanks for watching. I do appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a good day.